The Final Escape. Chapter 1. The year was 2226, and the world had already learned how to rot while it was still standing. That was the part nobody wanted to say out loud. People talked about progress like it was a shield. They talked about towers grown from smart glass, ports that could feed half a continent, clinics that could print fresh organs, and weather walls that could turn a hurricane away from a city with a low electric hum. They talked until their mouths dried out, because talking made them feel bigger than the dirt waiting under their shoes. The dirt waited anyway. I was 32 years old when the first report came through. My name is Blake Carter. Back then, that still meant something normal. It meant keys in my pocket, bills on my desk, maintenance calls before breakfast, and the sour chemical smell of soap concentrate on my hands after I checked the car wash pumps. I owned a few small businesses scattered across the city. A car wash near the express lanes, 2 laundromats tucked into older neighborhoods, and a line of vending machines that never made me rich but kept money dripping in, coin by coin, card tap by card tap. It wasn't a glamorous life, but it was mine. I had routes. I had receipts. I had employees who called in sick on the worst possible days, and machines that found new ways to break right after warranty. I knew which streets flooded first, which alleys smelled like hot grease, and which customers would stand there yelling as if a stuck bag of chips meant the universe had betrayed them. I knew the city by its stains. That morning, the city smelled like rain trapped under concrete. Heavy, metallic, and old. Ash from the western fires had been drifting for days, soft gray powder settling on windshields and cafe tables. The government kept saying the fires were contained. The sky kept proving them wrong. Every gust carried that dry whisper over the pavement, a sound like fingernails brushing paper. I was at the car wash before dawn, standing under the awning while the bay doors rattled in the wind. The wash tunnel had jammed again. A black commuter pod sat half-soaked under the brushes, its owner pacing beside it in a pale business suit that was already spotted with foam. He kept checking his wrist screen and muttering about a meeting across town. The air around the tunnel had that familiar mix of hot rubber, recycled water, and blue detergent. I told him, "Give me 5 minutes. I'll get it moving." "I've got 3, he snapped. "Then you're going to be 2 minutes late." That's better than walking into work covered in soap. He stared at me like he wanted to argue, but he must have seen something in my face. I wasn't smiling. I was already tired, and the day hadn't even started. Inside the control room, the news was playing on the wall screen with the sound low. I barely looked at it at first. News was always bad by then. Crop failures in one belt. Border riots in another. A minister caught selling ration contracts. Heat deaths. Water theft. Some new disease burning through a settlement that didn't matter enough for anyone to care until it reached a port. Then the anchor said Peru. I stopped with one hand on the reset panel. The footage showed a landing terminal sealed behind yellow barriers. Men and women in white suits moved like ghosts through gray morning light. A transport shuttle sat behind them, its doors open, belly lights blinking against wet concrete. Someone had blurred the bodies, but not well enough. Shapes lay twisted on the floor. One arm stuck out from beneath a blanket. The fingers were curled hard, like the dead person had been clawing at the air. The anchor's voice stayed calm, polished smooth by years of saying terrible things for money. A research team had returned from the jungle. They had been searching for medicinal plants. One man developed a fever after landing. Others followed within the hour. Authorities were investigating a possible encephalitic virus. That word meant the brain was under attack. They used it when they wanted fear to sound educated. I had heard enough medical terms in late-night documentaries to know it meant the brain. Not a rash. Not a cough. Not something that stayed polite. The brain was the room where a person lived. If a sickness got in there, it didn't knock. The man in the suit shouted from outside, "Is it fixed yet?" I slapped the reset. The tunnel motors groaned, caught, and dragged the commuter pod forward through the curtain of water. "Yeah," I called back. "You're free." He drove out without thanking me, tires hissing over the wet concrete. I watched the foam run into the drain, white turning gray as ash mixed with it. On the screen, the anchor kept talking. The first patient's name wasn't released. The first dead never got names in public until the story was safe. They were always a number, a location, a timeline. By noon, there were more numbers. I drove my route with a toolbox in the passenger seat and a stale breakfast sandwich wrapped in paper on the dash. The city rose around me in layers: market strips, housing stacks, freight rails, towers bright enough to hurt your eyes when the sun broke through the haze. Ash slid across the windshield in thin, dirty threads. I kept the wipers ticking, but the blades only smeared the glass. Everywhere I went, people had screens open. At the laundromat on Pike Street, a row of dryers thumped like distant drums while customers stood beneath the wall screen, laundry baskets at their feet. Nobody folded. Nobody complained about heat. They watched footage from airports, clinics, and apartment blocks. They watched security officers with rifles hold back crowds while medics dragged people through plastic tunnels. The first man had gone blind before he died. Then he hadn't died right away. That was the part that curdled the room. A woman in the footage was strapped to a bed, her face slick with sweat, eyes open but unfocused. She screamed at someone beside her. The sound cut out, but the shape of it was ugly. She jerked against the strap so hard the bed legs hopped. A medic leaned close. She lunged and caught his cheek in her teeth. The screen cut back to the anchor too late. Everyone in the laundromat had seen it. A boy near the change machine whispered, "What was that?" His mother said, "Don't look." He kept looking. I pulled the back panel off a vending machine and tried to work. The motor for the lower rack had burnt out, and the old wiring stank like melted plastic. My hands knew the job. My head stayed with the screen. Words kept floating through the room. Fever came first. Blindness followed. Paranoia came after that. Blood contact and saliva contact were the routes everyone feared. The official phrase was aggressive neurological response. A man in a grease-stained shirt said, "They'll lock it down." "They always do." Nobody answered. We all wanted him to be right. Wanting didn't put strength in the words. By evening, the city alerts started. At first, they were small, almost polite. Avoid unnecessary travel. Report high fever. Do not approach disoriented individuals. Then the tone changed. Curfews came next, followed by temporary closures and port medical screening. Government safety zones activating near coastal evacuation facilities. Citizens with specialized labor, medical, engineering, agricultural, military, and technical backgrounds were asked to register for evaluation. They called it evaluation, another clean word for a dirty thing. It meant they were already choosing. I was in the second laundromat when a woman came in bleeding from her nose. She looked about 60, maybe older, with a clear rain hood pulled crooked over gray hair. Blood had soaked her upper lip and dotted the front of her blouse. She stood just inside the door while warm, drier air pushed around her ankles. "Bathroom," she said. The woman behind the counter, Marta, reached for a towel. "Honey, sit down. You're pouring blood." "Bathroom," the woman repeated, but her voice had changed. It scraped out of her throat, flat and empty. The room went quiet except for the dryers. I could smell her from 10 feet away. Not just blood. Something bitter, like meat left in heat and covered with pennies. Her hands twitched. Her eyes moved under the skin as if she was watching things crawl across the inside of her skull. Marta stepped closer. I said, "Don't touch her." Marta froze. The old woman snapped her head toward me. Both eyes were milky around the edges, threaded with red. She looked at me and didn't see a person. I knew that before she moved. There was no recognition in her face. No confusion either. Just hate, raw and sudden, filling the space where a human expression should have been. She launched herself at Marta. "Listen." I crossed the room on instinct. My shoulder hit the woman hard enough to drive her into a row of washers. Metal boomed. She slid down, then came right back up faster than any sick person had a right to move. Her mouth opened wide. Blood slicked her teeth. She made a wet clicking sound, tongue working like she was trying to taste the air. People screamed and scattered. A laundry basket tipped over. Children's shirts spilled across the tile. The old woman came at me. I grabbed a yellow wet floor sign and jammed it into her chest. She didn't flinch. Her fingers raked my sleeve and tore cloth from my forearm. Nails scraped skin but didn't break it. That tiny mercy probably saved my life, though I didn't know it then. Marta had a can of disinfectant spray in one hand and the metal cash drawer in the other. She swung the drawer into the old woman's temple. The sound was thick and dull. The woman staggered sideways. I drove the wet floor sign again, using the hard plastic edge like a bar, and shoved until she tripped over the spilled laundry and slammed to the floor. "Back room," I shouted. "Move now." Marta didn't argue. She grabbed the boy and his mother because they were too scared to move. I backed toward the counter, keeping the sign between me and the old woman. She crawled across the floor, fingers scrabbling over damp tile, pulling herself through someone's clean clothes. Her legs kicked wrong. Her head lifted. Her jaw worked. It wasn't a movie kind of thing. It wasn't graceful. It was uglier than that, messy and human enough to ruin you. The door sensor chimed as two men ran out into the street. One of them slipped an ash and went down hard. The old woman heard him hit. She twisted toward the sound, then lunged on all fours. I shut the back room door on Marta, the mother, and the boy, then shoved the counter cabinet against it. My pulse hammered in my ears. I could hear the man outside screaming. Not words. Just breath ripping apart. Marta's voice came through the door. "Blake, get in here." "Can't," I said. "The street's open. If she draws more, we're trapped." "Then what are you doing?" I looked at the emergency kit under the counter. Inside was a flare, a cheap mask, and a compact pistol I wasn't supposed to keep on the property but kept anyway because the world had been getting meaner for years. "I'm gonna close the front gate." "That's stupid." "Yeah," I said, and my voice shook hard enough to embarrass me. "I noticed." I took the pistol, shoved the flare into my pocket, and stepped out from behind the counter. The old woman was outside now. She was on top of the fallen man near the curb. His legs kicked in short bursts. Red spread beneath him, too bright against the ash. Cars had stopped in the street. People stared through sealed windows. Nobody got out. That was the new shape of mercy. Watching from behind glass. I hit the switch for the rolling security gate. It squealed down from the ceiling, slow as a funeral, dropping halfway, then three-quarters, before the old woman snapped toward the sound. She came running. I raised the pistol with both hands. I had shot targets before. Paper didn't run at you. Paper didn't have a grandmother's face twisted around a mouthful of blood. My first shot cracked through the laundromat and punched the front window. Glass sprayed into the street. My second hit her shoulder and spun her sideways, but she kept coming. The third caught her above the cheekbone. She dropped under the gate just as it clanged into place. For a few seconds, I couldn't move. The pistol hung in my hands. My arms felt full of sand. The smell of powder mixed with detergent and blood and scorched wiring from the broken vending machine. The city sirens began in the distance, rising in uneven waves. Marta opened the back room door a crack. The boy was crying behind her. The mother had one hand over his mouth, not to quiet him, just to hold something living. Marta looked at the body under the gate. Then she looked at me. "You got scratched?" I checked my arm. Torn sleeve. Red lines, but no open cut. No wet blood, just scraped skin and dirt. "I'm okay." She didn't believe me. I didn't believe me either. That night, the safety zones opened. The broadcast repeated every 10 minutes, each time with fewer promises. Government ports were accepting screened citizens for relocation. Some would be moved to secured islands. Some, if selected, would be transferred to the Ark, the last big thing humanity had built before admitting it was afraid of dying. The Ark was a space station the size of a stadium, or that was what the news always said when they wanted us to feel proud. Steel, glass, gravity rings, seed vaults, clinics, data cores, laboratories, living decks, and enough recycled air to keep a chosen slice of the species breathing above the rest of us. A floating monument to intelligence. A lifeboat for the useful. I watched the broadcast from the locked laundromat with Marta, the mother, and the boy huddled in the back. The old woman's blood had dried almost black beneath the gate. Outside, shapes moved through the ash. Some were people running. Some weren't people anymore in any way that mattered. The speaker on the screen said, "Proceed to assigned ports in an orderly manner. Do not approach symptomatic individuals. Do not attempt to bypass screening." Marta laughed once. It sounded broken. "Orderly," she said. "Listen to that." The mother asked, "Are you going?" I looked at the city map on my wrist screen. Roads were already marked red for closures, fires, attacks, and medical collapse. The port was 40 miles east, through the densest part of the city and across the old causeway. 40 miles used to mean an hour if traffic wasn't bad. That night, it looked like another planet. "Yeah," I said. I'm going." Marta stared at me. "You think they'll take you?" "I don't know. You own washers and snack machines, Blake. They're asking for doctors and engineers. I know what I own." "Then why risk it?" "Because staying meant waiting until the gate came up, or the glass came in, or the fever found its way through a scratch nobody noticed. Because the city was a mouth, and it had started chewing. Because every safe place on the map sat near the port. And because some stupid part of me still believed that if I kept moving, I could outpace the end. I didn't say all that. I said, because this place won't hold." Marta looked at the mother and the boy. Her jaw worked. She wanted me to offer to take them. I wanted to be the kind of man who could say yes without doing the math. But the math was already there, ugly and cold. 1 pistol, 2 spare magazines in the car, a half tank of charge, 40 miles of blocked roads, a child who couldn't stop crying, a city full of people turning into teeth. The mother saw to my face before I spoke. She looked down. Marta said, "Don't you do that. Don't you stand there and think about leaving them." "I'm thinking about how to get anyone out," I said. "Not just me." "Then think faster." The boy wiped his nose on his sleeve. "My dad's at the port. He works there." That changed the air in the room. "What's his name?" I asked. "Evan," he said. "Evan Pike. He fixes drones." A drone mechanic had a better chance of being inside than any of us. I nodded, though I had no idea what that name would buy. "All right." We try for the port. We move before dawn, quiet as we can. If the roads are locked, we walk. Marta swallowed. "You said this place won't hold." Something struck the metal gate from outside. 1 strike landed. Then again. The boy buried his face against his mother. The ash kept whispering against the broken window, soft and dry, as if the sky had leaned close to listen. Chapter 2. We didn't make it to dawn. The gate held for 3 hours, maybe 4. Time got strange after midnight. The power flickered. Emergency lights painted the washers red, then black, then red again. Every time the city sirens dipped, the screaming outside grew clearer. It moved in waves down Pike Street. A man's voice begging from a rooftop. Glass breaking. Engines revving. Gunshots scattered across the dark like somebody throwing nails into a fan. The infected hit the gate in 1s and 2s at first. Not because they knew we were inside. I don't think they knew much of anything by then except pain, fear, and whatever hallucinations the fever burned into them. They chased sound. They chased movement. They chased the smell of living bodies. Sometimes they wandered into the gate and clawed at it because it was there. The old woman under the gate had drawn them. Blood does that. A city can be full of smoke, sewage, and ash, but blood cuts through everything. Marta sat behind the counter with the cash drawer in her lap. The mother, whose name was Claire, kept one hand on her son Teddy's shoulder. I learned their names in the kind of whispers people use in hospitals and hiding places. Claire had been washing clothes because her apartment building's water had been shut off. Teddy had wanted the green machine because it had cartoon dolphins on the side. Normal details. Useless details. The last scraps of a day that had already died. I pulled the pistol apart with shaking hands, cleaned what I could, and checked the magazines. 1 loaded. 2 more in my vehicle if the vehicle was still there. 10 rounds in the pistol. 30 more outside, past the gate, past whatever waited in the street. Marta watched me count. "That's not enough," she said. "It never is." "Bits." "You always carry that." "Not always." "Don't lie to me tonight." I snapped the magazine back in. "Yeah, I always do." She gave a small nod, not approving, just understanding. The world had been teaching people to carry secrets for a long time. Near 2 in the morning, a city drone drifted over Pike Street, loudspeaker crackling as it passed between buildings. Its searchlights swept over the front glass and threw the infected shadows huge against the walls. The message came in a calm machine voice. Mandatory shelter order in effect. Symptomatic persons must report to emergency medical stations. Evacuation corridors to Port North and Port East are open to screened traffic only. Citizens must carry identification and submit to testing. An infected man in a torn delivery jacket chased the drone light, jumping and snapping at the air. He slipped on ash and went down, then crawled after it with both hands clawing black streaks through the powder. The drone did not slow. It kept floating above the street, telling the dead and the dying to submit to testing. Claire made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. "Port East," she whispered. "Evans at Port East." That was the same port I had marked on my map. The Causeway Port. The one surrounded by water, with launch barges and military docks, and the old space elevator platform they had stopped using after the cable disaster. The Ark shuttles went from there now, rising on chemical fire and magnetic assist, expensive and dangerous and suddenly beautiful to anyone still trapped on the ground. The laundromat power died at 3:17. I know because my wrist screen flashed once before dropping into low mode. The washers stopped mid-cycle. The dryer spun down with a tired groan. The building exhaled heat, and then the only sounds were breath, distant chaos, and the gate taking hits from outside. Something heavy slammed into the front. The metal buckled inward. Marta stood and said my name. "Blake, look at me." "Back door," I said. "Alley goes nowhere. It goes to the service lane behind the strip. My vehicle's in the side lot. You said if we move before dawn. Plans age fast." Claire wrapped Teddy in a gray coat and tied the sleeves tight around his chest so they wouldn't flap. Teddy's eyes were too big in the emergency light. He had stopped crying, which scared me more. Kids are supposed to make noise. Silence sits wrong on them. I shoved water bottles from the vending stock into a canvas bag, then added protein bars, 2 masks, a roll of plastic tape, and the first aid kit. I left cash behind. Cash had become paper with dead faces printed on it. Maybe it always had been, but nobody had time to admit it. The gate shrieked as another body hit it. One corner jumped its track. "Move," I said. We went through the back room, past shelves of detergent and dryer sheets, into a narrow hall that smelled of bleach and mouse droppings. The service door stuck. I kicked it once near the lock. Pain shot at my leg. I kicked again, harder. The frame cracked. Cold air spilled and carrying ash, smoke, and the stink of garbage bins left too long in summer heat. The alley was black except for the red pulse of distant emergency lights. Ash lay thick on the ground. It muted our steps and made the world feel padded, as if the city had been wrapped for burial. Behind us, the laundromat gate crashed inward. The infected poured into the front room. We heard them more than saw them. Feet slipping on tile. Hands smacking washers. A throat making a high, furious, keening sound. One of them hit the back room door from the other side just as I pulled ours shut. Marta whispered, "Go." We ran. Not far. Running in ash is like running through dry flour. It gets in your mouth and eyes. It turns every breath into grit. Teddy coughed into his sleeve. Claire hauled him along by the hand, almost carrying him. Marta stayed close behind with the cash drawer tucked against her ribs like a shield. My vehicle sat in the side lot under a coat of ash, a plain utility van with company decals on the doors. Carter Wash and Vend. The words looked ridiculous in the red light, like an advertisement from a civilization that had been canceled mid-sentence. 3 people were trying to break into it. Not infected. That was clear from the way they moved. Fast, scared, greedy. 2 men and a woman, all wearing masks, one man prying at the rear doors with a tire iron. The other had a kitchen knife. The woman held a baby carrier with no baby in it, using it as a basket for stolen supplies. "Hey," I called. The man with the knife spun toward me. "Back off. That's mine. That's mine." "Not now it isn't," Marta muttered. "We don't have time." She was right, but being right didn't open locked doors. I raised the pistol just enough for them to see it. "Move away from the van." The woman backed up first. The man with the tire iron took one more pull, angry enough to be stupid. The rear lock popped. He smiled like he'd won something. The infected came out of the alley behind him. 4 of them, maybe 5. Hard to count when bodies move wrong in bad light. They hit the group at a sprint. The woman screamed and swung the baby carrier. The man with the knife slashed wildly. One infected, a teenage girl with half her hair torn out, took the blade across the face and didn't stop. She drove him into the side of my van so hard the metal dented. I fired twice. One infected dropped. The rest turned toward the sound. "In!" I shouted. Claire yanked Teddy past me. Marta shoved the rear door open and threw the canvas bag inside. I fired again, missing in the dark, then again hitting a man in the chest. He folded but kept crawling. The knife man screamed beneath the teenage girl. The woman with the baby carrier ran into the street and vanished behind a row of parked cars. I slammed the rear doors, ran to the driver's side, and got in as an infected hand slapped the window. The face behind it was young, maybe 20, skin soaked with sweat, eyes clouded and frantic. She struck the glass with her forehead 2 hard times, and blood smeared in a dark oval. Teddy sobbed in the back. "Don't look," Claire said, pulling him down. The van started on the second try. The dash lit up, showing half a charge and more warning icons than I wanted to see. I threw it into reverse. The infected woman stayed against the door, fingers hooked in the handle. I'd backed up hard. Her grip broke. She fell under the side mirror and rolled away. I drove over the curb and into Pike Street. The city had become an open throat. Fires burned in apartment windows. Sprinkler systems poured water down the sides of towers, freezing into dirty streaks where the air had cooled. Cars sat abandoned in crooked lines, doors open, lights blinking. A bus had crashed into a pharmacy, its front end buried under the sign. People ran between vehicles carrying bags, children, weapons, pets, nothing at all. The infected moved among them in bursts. They didn't shuffle. They didn't moan for effect. They sprinted until their bodies broke, then crawled, then dragged themselves if there was anything left that could move. The fever changed them, but it didn't make them clean monsters. They were still people in pieces. A man in office slacks. A nurse with one shoe missing. A girl in a school jacket. A delivery driver with a strip of reflective tape shining on his chest. That was what made every shot feel like swallowing glass. I kept the van slow enough not to wreck and fast enough not to get swarmed. Ash scraped beneath the tires. The wipers smeared the windshield with gray paste. Every few blocks, the navigation tried to reroute us around closures, then gave up and turned the map into a red knot. Marta leaned between the seats. "Port East is blocked from here. Everything's blocked from here. Take Mercer. Mercer's underpass floods. Not in Ash." She had me there. I cut south on Mercer, bouncing over a median where a traffic post had snapped. The underpass smelled like standing water, exhaust, and panic. Cars had jammed nose to tail beneath it. People were climbing over them, heading toward the far ramp where daylight from burning buildings glowed orange. A man on top of a taxi waved both arms. "Don't stop," Marta said. The man saw the van and jumped down into our path. I hit the brakes hard enough to throw everyone forward. He slapped both hands on the hood. His face was blackened with soot, his mouth bleeding. "Please, man." "My wife is stuck in there." Behind him, a woman screamed from inside a crushed sedan. Her hair hung over the steering wheel. The driver's door had folded in around her legs. Claire said, "We have to help her." Marta swore under her breath. I looked in the mirror. Movement behind us. A lot of it. Not close yet, but coming. "Blake," Claire said. The man at the hood looked right at me. His eyes were clear. Not fevered. Just terrified. I hated him for making me choose. Then I hated myself for that. 30 seconds, I said. I grabbed the cutter from the glove box and got out. The underpass air was colder and wetter than the street, thick with smoke trapped beneath concrete. The trapped woman groaned when I reached the sedan. Her legs were pinned under the dash. Blood ran down her temple. The man kept saying her name, Weena, over and over until it became a sound without meaning. The cutter bit into the warped frame, motor whining. Sparks spat against wet pavement. My hands shook. The infected poured down the underpass ramp behind us, silhouettes breaking through smoke. "Come on," Marta shouted from the van. The frame gave a little. "Not enough." Lena grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were cold. "Leave," she whispered. Her husband shouted, "No, no, don't say that." She looked past me toward the shapes coming down the ramp. Her lips trembled. "Don't let him stay." The cutter jammed. I yanked it free and tried again. The infected were close enough now that I could hear feet slapping wet pavement. Marta fired the pistol from the van window. I hadn't even seen her take it. The shot cracked under the bridge and rolled back at us. One infected fell. 3 more leapt over him. The husband grabbed my shoulder. "Do something." Lena looked at him. "Run, Tom." He didn't. The first infected hit him from behind. I swung the cutter with both hands and caught it in the jaw. Bone cracked. It went sideways. Another slammed into the sedan. Lena screamed. Tom disappeared under 2 bodies, still reaching for her. I backed away because there was nothing left to save. That sentence has lived inside me ever since. It sounds simple, almost clean. It wasn't. It was heat in my face, ash in my teeth, Lena's hand sliding off my sleeve, Tom's voice cutting short, and my own legs carrying me backward while my stomach tried to turn itself inside out. I got into the van. Marta threw the pistol into my lap. "Drive," she said. I drove. The van climbed the far ramp with infected hands slapping the rear doors. Claire held Teddy down and whispered into his hair. Not prayers. I don't know what she said. Maybe names. Maybe lies. People need lies when the truth has teeth. At the top of Mercer, the city opened into a wide commercial district where the towers thinned and the old shopping blocks began. The sky over the east side flashed with launch lights from the port. White beams cut through ash. Somewhere beyond the buildings, battleships sat in dark water, if the broadcasts were true. Somewhere beyond them, secured islands waited behind drones and guns. Somewhere above all of it, the Ark circled Earth with clean air and locked doors. I didn't think about space as hope. Not then. I thought about the next street, the next turn, the next breath that didn't taste like blood. We reached my first vending warehouse after sunrise. It was a low concrete building near the freight line, the kind of place nobody noticed unless they needed loading access. I had leased it for cheap because the roof leaked and the landlord didn't care. Inside were crates of drinks, packaged food, spare parts, batteries, and an old manual shutter that could be locked from the inside. It wasn't safety. It was a pause. I parked inside, killed the engine, and dropped my forehead against the steering wheel. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Teddy whispered, "Are we at the port?" Claire closed her eyes. Marta answered, "Because I couldn't." "Not yet, sweetheart. We're closer." He nodded like he believed her. Maybe he needed to. We drank warm water from storage crates and ate protein bars that tasted like chalk and old peanuts. Marta cleaned my scraped arm with disinfectant while I tried not to hiss. The scratch still hadn't broken skin deep enough to bleed, but the sight of it made everyone quiet. "If it turns," Claire said, and then stopped. "It won't," I said. "You don't know that." "No, I don't." Marta taped gauze over the scrape anyway. "He hasn't got fever. Eyes are clear. He's saved us." "That's what I know." Claire looked ashamed. I didn't blame her. Fear makes people honest in ways kindness never can. My wrist screen finally found a signal near the warehouse's cracked office window. The emergency feed was worse than before. Whole districts dark. Hospitals overrun. Safety zones overcrowded. Port East still operating, but access limited to screened lanes from the North Causeway and military ferry docks. Civilian traffic was being diverted to holding areas. Unscreened crowds were warned not to approach main gates. A list of priority categories scrolled beneath the broadcast. Medical, defense, engineering, agriculture, data systems, genetics, spaceflight, and critical infrastructure were the categories that mattered. Business owner wasn't on the list. Car wash wasn't on the list. Laundromat wasn't on the list. Vending machines sure as hell weren't on the list, and I hated that word in my own head because it sounded like the world had already made its decision about me. Marta read over my shoulder. "Maybe they'll need people who know machines. Maybe they will. You fix things. Small things. Small things still break in space." I'd almost laughed. It came out as air. Claire said, "Evan can get Teddy through. If I can reach him, he'll help you too." She held up her wrist screen. No signal. Cracked glass. Battery dying. "When did you last talk to him?" I asked. "Yesterday morning, before they locked the port staff inside. He said they were building quarantine lanes. He told us to stay home until he called. Then the building lost water, and Teddy's clothes were—" She stopped, shook her head, and looked at the warehouse floor. "It doesn't matter. I should have stayed home." Nobody told her she was wrong. Nobody told her she was right either. Grief was already standing in the room waiting for names. We stayed at the warehouse until the afternoon light turned brown. I wanted to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw the old woman under the gate. I saw Lina in the sedan. I saw Tom's hand on the hood. The city kept making noises outside, distant engines, helicopter thuds, alarms that started and died, and once a long chorus of screaming from the freight station that ended all at once. The port was still 28 miles away. The van had half a charge. The roads east were clogged. The North Causeway was the only route still marked open for screen traffic. To reach it, we had to cross the old financial district, then the bridge approach, then whatever mess waited near the water. Every mile would get thicker with people. Every person would be hungry, armed, sick, or all three. Marta leaned against a crate and rubbed her eyes. "We can't drive straight through." "We can't." "We can't stay." "We can't do that either." "You're full of good news." "I've got snacks." She looked at the crates, then at me, and for 1 second her face almost remembered how to smile. It didn't last. Claire was sitting with Teddy between 2 stacks of drink cases. He had fallen asleep with his head in her lap. She stroked his hair and stared at nothing. "We leave at dusk," I said. Less glare. Fewer drones mistaking us for a threat. We take service roads as long as we can, then walk if we have to. Marta nodded. "And if the port won't take us?" I didn't answer right away. The warehouse roof ticked as ash settled on it, soft and constant. In the old world, it might have sounded like rain. "Then we find another way to survive the night," I said. Marta's eyes hardened. "That isn't an answer. It's the only honest one I've got." At dusk, we loaded what we could carry without slowing down. Water, bars, masks, batteries, a hand light, cutter, tape, and the pistol. I gave Marta the cash drawer because she didn't want to put it down, and because the heavy metal had already saved 1 life. Claire carried Teddy's coat and a small bag of food. Teddy carried nothing. He was 8, and the world had already put too much weight on him. Before we opened the shutter, I stood beside the van and listened. Outside, the ash whispered. Something farther away answered with a scream. Chapter 3. The city at dusk looked bruised. Not dark. Not light. Purple smoke hanging between buildings, orange fire behind glass, gray ash lifting in little spirals when the wind dragged itself down the street. The sun had fallen low enough to turn every window into a dull red eye. The old freight rails hummed overhead, empty for the first time I could remember. No trains. No cargo. Now cargo. No automated announcements telling workers to clear the line. Just the creak of metal cooling and poisoned air. I drove with the headlights off until the road forced me to turn them on. The van rolled through service lanes behind restaurants and supply depots. Most doors were open. Some had been torn off. The smell changed block by block. Rotten produce near a market dock. Hot plastic near a burnt charging station. Human waste near an emergency shelter that had been abandoned in a hurry. Under all of it, the sick, sweet stink of infected blood drying where the ash couldn't hide it. Teddy sat on the floor between Claire's knees with a towel over his head to keep him from seeing too much. He kept one hand on the seat bracket. Every bump made his fingers tighten. Marta rode up front, pistol in her lap, cash drawer wedged by her feet. She had tied her hair back with a strip of torn laundry bag. Her face was gray with exhaustion. "You ever been to Port East?" she asked. "4 deliveries. Not past the public lots." "Evan took us once," Claire said from the back. Her voice sounded far away. They had family day. Teddy got to see the harbor drones. Teddy whispered, "They looked like silver birds." "Yeah," Claire said. "Silver birds." Marta looked out the side window. "Let's hope they remember him." Nobody answered. The first major roadblock came at 9th and Calder, where 2 city buses had been turned sideways across the avenue. Someone had tried to build a checkpoint there before the night got ahead of them. Folding barricades lay scattered. A medical tent flapped in the wind, its plastic sides coated in ash. Blue gloves littered the street like dead petals. A line of cars stretched back from the blockade. Some still had people inside. Some didn't. The infected had moved through at some point, drawn by engines, shouting, or the smell of blood. Wind rocked the open doors. A man's arm hung from the driver window of a taxi. A child's backpack sat in the middle of the street, bright yellow under gray ash. Claire saw it and made a small choking sound. "Don't," Marta said gently. "Don't let your head go there. I can't help it. And reasons. I can't help it. Try anyway." I steered around the line, bumping over the curb into a narrow pedestrian plaza. The van scraped between planters. Dried decorative grasses hissed against the doors. A statue stood in the middle of the plaza, some old founder with one hand raised toward a future that had not paid him back. Someone had spray painted a message across the base. The paint was smeared, but I could read enough. "No room for us." The plaza ended at stairs. "That's it," Marta said. "We walk. Maybe there's a ramp." There isn't. I stared through the windshield at the steps, then at the map. She was right. The route behind us was filling with movement. Shapes between the cars. Fast shapes. I killed the engine. For a moment, nobody moved. The van had become more than a vehicle in my head. It was walls, doors, glass, a battery, a heater, a little bubble of old-world control. Getting out meant giving that up. It meant our bodies would be the only things between us and the city. I took the pistol from Marta and checked the magazine. 6 rounds left. The rest were in my bag. I reloaded with hands that had finally stopped shaking only because they were too tired. "Masks," I said. "Stay close. Don't run unless I say run." Running draws eyes. If I tell you to drop, you drop. If one of us gets grabbed, the rest don't pile in blind. We pull if we can. If we can't... Claire looked at me. Teddy looked at the floor. I hated myself again. Marta finished it for me. If we can't, we keep moving. Claire's mouth trembled. "That's easy to say when it isn't your son." "Nothing about this is easy," Marta said. "But if you freeze, he dies too." The words were harsh. They were also true. Claire pulled Teddy closer and nodded once. We left the van through the side door. Ash kissed my face as soon as I stepped out. It stuck to sweat, filled my lashes, gritted between my teeth. The air tasted burnt and old. I locked the van out of habit, then almost laughed at myself. Habit is a stupid animal. It keeps scratching at the door after the house burns down. We crossed the plaza low and quiet. The infected near the cars hadn't seen us yet, but they were agitated, jerking around the roadblock, drawn by some noise beyond the buses. I could hear them breathing. Wet, ragged, too fast. At the top of the stairs, we looked down into Calder Station. The pedestrian station had once been clean and bright, all glass covers and polished floor panels, with shops along the lower concourse and lifts to the transit tubes. Now the glass canopy had cracked in 3 places. Ash fell through in slow curtains. The shops were dark. The floor was slick with water from broken fire lines, footprints, and worse. The lower concourse led under the avenue and came out 3 blocks east. On the map, it was our best path around the bus barricade. Marta whispered, "I don't like tunnels." Nobody likes anything anymore. That's not funny. Wasn't trying. We descended. Sound changed under the canopy. The city dulled, then sharpened in strange pockets. A drip echoed like a footstep. Teddy's breathing sounded too loud. Somewhere in the station, a security alarm chirped every few seconds, weak and dying. The air smelled of wet concrete, copper, and spoiled coffee from a kiosk that had been smashed open. Halfway through the concourse, we found the bodies. They were piled near a locked clinic door. 10 people, maybe 12, pressed together as if they had tried to force their way inside when the fever hit. Some had been trampled. Some had been torn. One still wore a clinic badge on a lanyard. The badge had flipped backward, showing only white plastic and a smear of red. Claire turned Teddy's face against her coat. Marta looked away. I forced myself to look where we were stepping. Bodies are more than horror when you're trying to survive. They are obstacles. They are warning signs. They are where blood pools, where infected may kneel, where a hand that looked dead may still close around your ankle. One hand did. It shot from beneath a body and clamped onto Marta's boot. She sucked in a breath but didn't scream. The infected under the pile was a man with half his face hidden by someone else's coat. His eyes were milked over. His fingers dug into Marta's ankle hard enough to make her stumble. I stepped in and drove the steel toe of my boot down on his wrist. Bone snapped. He didn't release. Marta swung the cash drawer into the side of his head, then hit him again until his grip loosened. "Keep moving," she said through clenched teeth. Her voice had changed, rougher now, with less fear in it and more anger. That can keep a person alive for a while. We reached the far stairs and climbed into an intersection choked with smoke. The financial district began there, tall buildings packed shoulder to shoulder, their upper floors lost in haze. The streets were wider, cleaner once, built for autonomous traffic and corporate shuttles. Now they were clogged with evacuation pods, courier vans, police crawlers, and thousands of people moving east on foot. For the first time since the laundromat, we weren't alone. The crowd filled the avenue from storefront to storefront. Families, workers, old people, port staff trying to get back to their posts, security contractors pushing through with rifles, people carrying crates, pets, bedding, tools, and one man hauling a rolling suitcase that bounced open every few steps and spilled clothes behind him. Everyone moved toward the water. Everyone had the same tight look. Hope strained too hard across terror. Overhead, drones circled in pairs, spotlights cutting lanes through the ash. A loudspeaker barked from somewhere ahead. Remain calm. Screening stations are operating at the eastern approach. Sick individuals must separate for medical evaluation. Do not conceal symptoms. A woman near us shouted, "My husband isn't sick. He's just tired." A man shouted back, "Then why is he bleeding from his eyes?" The crowd surged away from someone. Panic traveled faster than infection. In 2 seconds, the avenue became elbows, shoulders, bags, curses, bodies pushing. Teddy screamed as he was squeezed between Claire and a stranger with a metal case. I grabbed Claire's coat with one hand and Marta's sleeve with the other. "Wall," I said. "Get to the wall." We fought sideways. It wasn't clean fighting, just shoving, slipping, and apologizing until there wasn't breath for it. A man punched another man over a place in the line. Someone fell. Feet stepped where they shouldn't. The drones above us repeated the calm message in a voice that made people more frantic. Then the sick man in the center of the crowd began to shriek. I couldn't see him, only the ripple he made. People shoved outward, and then a gap opened just long enough for me to see his face. He was on his knees, hands pressed to his eyes, blood running between his fingers. His mouth stretched wide. His wife had both arms around him from behind, trying to hold him, trying to save him from the crowd or himself. He bit her forearm. She screamed. He tore free and lunged at the nearest body. The crowd broke. That is the polite way to say it. It broke. It became a stampede. Marta got slammed into a storefront shutter. Claire lost her grip on Teddy. I saw his towel vanish beneath moving coats and bags. "Teddy!" Claire screamed. I drove my shoulder into the flow and went down to one knee. Boots hit my ribs. Something clipped my cheek. The air was full of ash and spittle and human stink. I saw Teddy under a delivery cart, curled with both hands over his head, eyes squeezed shut. I grabbed the back of his coat. A man stepped on my hand. Pain flashed white. I held on. Marta appeared above us, cash drawer swinging like a battering plate, screaming at people to move. Not words I want to repeat. Good words for the moment, though. Claire pulled Teddy from the other side. Together we dragged him out and shoved through a broken storefront into the dark. The shop had sold luxury shoes. That detail stuck with me for no good reason. Shattered displays. Expensive boots scattered in ash. A mirror cracked down the center, doubling our faces into strangers. We crouched behind a display wall while the stampede thundered past outside. Teddy clung to Claire, sobbing without sound. Marta slid down the wall, breathing hard. Blood ran from her lip where it had split. "You okay?" I asked. She touched the blood, looked at her fingers, and gave me a look that could have peeled paint. "I'm not okay." "Are you?" "I'm not okay either." "Good, because I was worried you'd start lying again." The infected man's shrieks faded east. Not because he stopped. Because the crowd carried the panic away. We waited in the shoe store until the avenue thinned from stampede to broken movement. People still ran, but in clumps now. The drones had pulled higher. One of them smoked from its underside and drifted unevenly toward the next block. Claire checked Teddy for bites. Her hands moved fast, rough with fear. Teddy cried harder because she scared him, but she didn't stop until she had looked at his arms, neck, legs, and face. "He's clear," she said. "He's clear." She said it like a spell. Marta looked at my hand. The skin across my knuckles had split. Not deep, but wet. "That from a boot?" she asked. "Yeah, I did." "You're sure?" "Marta, listen." "Don't, Marta, me." I held the hand out. "A boot did it, then pavement. Teeth didn't touch me. She cleaned it anyway with alcohol from the first aid kit. It burned enough to make me bite the inside of my cheek." Outside, a man begged for someone to slow down. Nobody did. When we moved again, we stayed inside buildings as much as we could. Shop to lobby, lobby to service hall to alley. The route east became less about streets and more about gaps. A restaurant kitchen with grease slicking the floor. A bank lobby where the security glass was smeared with handprints. An office tower atrium full of indoor trees turning gray under falling ash from a broken skylight. In that atrium, we found a security guard sitting behind the reception desk. He had a rifle across his knees and a bandage around his left forearm. Blood had seeped through in a dark patch. His face was sweaty, but his eyes were clear. He tracked us with the barrel when we came in, then lowered it a fraction when he saw Teddy. "Don't come close," he said. "We're passing through," I told him. "Everybody's passing through." Marta said, "You bit?" His jaw tightened. Glass cut. I didn't believe him. He knew it. Claire pulled Teddy behind her. The guard gave a dry laugh. "Yeah, that's what I think too." "We don't want trouble," I said. "Trouble's all that's left." His gaze moved to the east doors. Beyond them, we could see the avenue dipping toward the bridge district. Port lights pulsed through smoke. "Causeway's locked," he said. "Military only now. Civilian screeners got overrun an hour ago." They moved intake to the ferry lots. Claire stepped forward despite the rifle. "Do you know a port worker named Evan Pike?" "Drone mechanic." "Port east." The guard closed his eyes for a second. "Lady, I don't even know if my own brother's alive." Claire flinched. He looked sorry then, which made him seem more dangerous somehow. Kindness costs blood in a place like that. "Ferry lots are south of the old customs houses," he said. "If you've got a kid, don't get caught in the main crowd. They'll crush him. Take the maintenance lane along the flood wall. There's a service gate near Dock 6. Might be locked. Might not." "Why are you helping us?" Marta asked. The guard looked at Teddy. "Because someone should." His bandaged arm twitched. "I saw it. I saw it." So did he. He raised the rifle slightly, not at us, just enough to remind us it was there. "You need to go." We went. At the east doors, I looked back. The guard had turned his chair to face the atrium entrance. His rifle was steady now. Behind him, the indoor trees shook in a wind that smelled like smoke and rain that would never fall. We took the maintenance lane. It ran between the financial district and the flood wall, a narrow service road used by repair crews back when the city still believed flood walls could keep anything out. To our left, buildings rose slick and black. To our right, the wall blocked the view of the harbor, but we could hear it. Water slapped concrete, engines rumbled, and distant loudspeakers barked over the harbor. The deep horn of a ship somewhere in the ash. The closer we got to the port, the worse the air became. It wasn't just smoke anymore. Fuel, hot metal, and sewage from backed-up drains thickened every breath. The tide carried a dead smell through the floodgates, a harbor stink made heavier by all the things washing into it from the city. The lane was mostly empty at first. Then we found the people who had thought of it before us. A dozen, maybe more, huddled near a locked service gate under a flickering lamp. They had backpacks and blankets, a crate of bottled water, a dog in a carrier, and 3 rifles between them. They turned as one when we approached. A heavy-set man with a shaved head lifted a hand. "Far enough." Marta muttered, "Here we go." I kept my hands visible. "We're trying to reach the ferry lots." "So are we." "Gates locked." "Then we'll move around you." No room around. ERT. There was room. Not much, but enough for people who wanted to share fear instead of own it. He didn't want us passing because passing meant maybe we knew something he didn't. Claire said, "My husband works at the port. He can help." The man's eyes sharpened. What's his job? Drone maintenance. His name's Evan Pike. Whispers moved through the group. A woman with a dog carrier started crying quietly. The heavyset man pointed at Teddy. Kid can come up front. Rest of you wait. Claire stiffened. He stays with me. Lady, that's Mercy. Don't spit on it. He's not leaving me. Then he waits with you. A scream came from behind us back along the lane. Everybody turned. Shapes moved under the service lights. More than one, more than 5. The infected had found the maintenance lane, drawn by the huddle, the voices, the fear sweat, maybe all of it. The heavyset man swore and shoved at the gate. It didn't move. Someone fired a rifle. The shot hit the flood wall and sparked. The infected accelerated. I grabbed the cutter from my bag and ran to the lock. Cover me, I said. With what? Marta snapped. Anything loud. The lock was thick but old, a municipal padlock with corrosion around the shackle. I set the cutter jaws, thumbed the switch, and prayed the battery hadn't drained in the cold. The motor whined. The jaws bit. Metal screamed. People fired behind me. Too fast. Too wild. The infected didn't drop unless hit in the head or spine, and panic sends bullets everywhere but where they need to go. One of the rifles jammed. The dog in the carrier barked until the sound broke into a squeal. The cutter slipped. Blake, Marty yelled. I know. I reset the jaws. The shackle bent. Not enough. An infected woman hit the back of the group and tore a man sideways. The huddle collapsed into itself. Claire covered Teddy with her body. Marta swung the cash drawer into a reaching face and knocked teeth across the pavement. The lock snapped. The gate flew inward under the weight of everyone pushing. We spilled through. The maintenance lane on the other side sloped down toward the ferry lots. Floodlights burned through ash ahead. For the first time, I saw the harbor clearly between gaps in the wall. Warships sat offshore, huge black shapes with lights along their decks. Drones moved above them in tight patterns, silver and white, search beams sliding over the water. Farther out, beyond the breakwater, something even larger waited in the haze. A launch vessel, towered and skeletal, designed to carry shuttle crews to the ship that would claw its way into orbit. The sight should have lifted me. Instead, all I could think was that the world had built all that steel and still couldn't keep teeth out of a laundromat. We ran with the survivors pouring around us. The heavyset man shoved past and almost knocked Teddy down. Claire cursed him with a fury that would have sounded funny in any other life. Marta stayed at the rear, swinging the drawer at anything that got too close. I had the pistol out, but there were too many bodies, infected and not, for a clean shot. The service gate clanged behind us as more infected hit it. Then the hinges gave. The dead part of the city came through after us. Chapter 4. The ferry lots were worse than the streets. I had thought the port would look organized, even under pressure. There should have been fences, lines, soldiers, and orders loud enough to cut through fear. I had imagined chaos outside and control inside. That was what every broadcast wanted us to believe, because belief kept crowds moving toward the places with guns instead of tearing the city apart sooner. The truth was a field of ash, floodlights, bodies, and wire. The old ferry lots spread along the harbor in cracked concrete terraces. Temporary fences had been bolted into place, forming lanes that bent and doubled back like cattle chutes. At the far end of the lane stood screening tents, decontamination arches, portable scanners, and soldiers behind clear riot shields. Beyond them were the docks. Beyond the docks were ships. Beyond the ships were islands, if a person passed the tests and if the ship still had room. Thousands had come for that if. They pressed against the fences in layered crowds, coughing ash through masks, holding identification chips, family photos, work badges, medical letters, tools, anything that might prove they deserved another sunrise. Children sat on luggage. Old men leaned on strangers. A woman held a chicken in a crate against her chest. People shouted names toward the soldiers. The soldiers shouted back for order. Nobody had enough order left to give. The infected slammed into the rear of the crowd from the maintenance lane. Panic hit the lots like a physical force. People surged toward the screening tents. Fences bent. Soldiers raised rifles. Loudspeakers screamed for the crowd to stay back. The infected didn't care about lanes. They tore into whoever was closest. The ash turned underfoot, gray to black to red. I smelled open bowels, hot gun barrels, seawater, and fear so thick it seemed to coat the tongue. "Fence," I said. "Stay on the fence." I pulled Claire and Teddy toward the outer edge of the nearest lane, using the fence as a guide. Marta stayed behind me. The survivors from the service gate scattered. Some tried to climb the fence and got pulled down. Some ran back toward the city and met what was coming. The heavy-set man with the shaved head forced his way into a family group, shoving people aside until a soldier saw him and put a warning shot into the concrete at his feet. The sound cracked across the lots. For half a second, everyone froze. Then a section of fence collapsed. The crowd spilled through the gap toward the tents. Soldiers moved to block them. One soldier slipped. People stepped over him. Another soldier fired into the air, then into something lower when an infected man leapt from the crowd with blood running down his chin. Teddy screamed. Claire tried to pick him up and couldn't. Her legs were shaking too badly. I grabbed the back of his coat, lifted him under one arm, and kept moving. He was heavier than he looked, all stiff fear and flailing feet. "I've got him," I said. Claire stumbled after me. "Don't let go." "Mole." "I won't." Marta laughed behind us, wild and breathless. "That's the one promise nobody should make tonight." She wasn't mocking me. She was trying not to fall apart. We reached a concrete divider near a portable generator. The generator chugged and rattled, belching diesel stink into the ash. A medic station had been set up beside it under a sagging canopy. The medics were gone. Supplies lay ripped open. A box of masks had spilled across the ground, white cups filling with gray powder. I set Teddy down behind the divider. "Stay low," I told him. "Hands on your mom. Eyes on her. Not on them." He nodded fast. Claire crouched with him. "Where do we go?" I scanned the lots. Main lanes were collapsing. The screening tents still operated at the far end, but the soldiers were cutting off sections now, closing gates when anyone sick got too close. A large sign flickered over one lane, "Occupational Review and Medical Priority." Another read "General Screening." A third had already gone dark. Near the water, port staff in blue-gray uniforms moved through a narrower access corridor guarded by soldiers. Workers showed badges, got scanned, and were rushed toward the docks. That corridor was our best chance if Claire's husband was real and alive, and if his name opened anything. Too many ifs. The night had started breeding them. "Port staff lane," I said. "It's over there." Marta followed my gaze. "They'll never let us near it. Claire has a name. A name isn't a badge. It's what we've got." Marta spat ash from her lips. "I hate what we've got." We moved from divider to generator, generator to abandoned baggage cart to a concrete post marked Dock 6. The infected were spreading through the rear lots, but soldiers had formed a firing line near the broken fence. Muzzle flashes pulsed white. The noise beat against my chest. Every shot kicked the crowd harder. People dropped and crawled. People climbed over them. People begged soldiers by name, by God, by whatever they had left. At Dock 6, a young soldier blocked the port staff corridor with a rifle across his chest. He looked no older than 20, face raw from the mask straps, eyes red from smoke. "Get back," he shouted. "Authorized personnel only." Claire pushed forward. "My husband works here." Evan Pike. "Drone maintenance." "Please, he told us to come." "Get back." "Please, he has to be inside. We have our son." The soldier looked at Teddy. His mouth tightened, but the rifle didn't lower. "I can't verify family. Staff only." Marta stepped close enough that I thought he'd raise the rifle. "Then verify the name." "Ma'am, move back. Don't mom me like we're arguing over a parking space. Look at that child." The soldier's jaw trembled. Behind him, another guard shouted for staff to move faster. A port worker with a broken visor ran past carrying a sealed equipment case. Claire shouted Evan's name toward the corridor until her voice cracked. No answer. A scanner alarm wailed from the main medical lane. Red lights strobed across the tents. A man tried to force his way through decontamination, screaming that he wasn't sick. His eyes bled down both cheeks. Soldiers tackled him. He bit one through the glove before they dragged him down. The young soldier flinched at the scream. I saw the moment break him. Not completely. Just enough. There's a family check desk past the blue tent, he said quickly. If you can get there, maybe they can look him up. I can't leave this post. I can't open this lane. How do we get there? I asked. He pointed with 2 fingers. Along the fence, under the collapsed banner. Stay out of the main crush. If anyone in your group has fever, don't go in. They'll shoot. We're clear, Claire said. The soldier didn't believe her any more than any of us believed anyone. He looked at me. Keep the kid covered. Thanks, I said. He gave a tiny shake of his head, as if thanks had become something he couldn't carry. We moved again. The blue tent had partly collapsed, its front poles bent and fabric snapping in the wind. A banner hung over the lane, ripped in the middle, words flapping in and out of view. Medical intake. Family verification. That sounded almost gentle. The ground beneath it wasn't. A line had formed there, but it wasn't a line so much as a knot of people trying to turn desperation into procedure. A woman held up a wedding band. A man held a tablet with a cracked screen, shouting badge numbers. 2 children clung to an older sister who kept repeating a staff name that nobody recognized. Behind a folding table, a clerk with hollow eyes typed names into a terminal, while a soldier watched the crowd over her shoulder. Claire shoved forward. I almost stopped her, then didn't. The crowd had no space for manners. Evan Pike, she said when we reached the table. Drone maintenance at Port East. He's my husband, and this is his son. Please help us. The clerk's fingers moved. Too slow. Everything was too slow. Name again. Evan Pike. What department? Drone maintenance. Harbor Aerial Systems. I think that's the official name. Please, he was on shift when the lockdown started. The clerk typed, waited for the dead screen to answer, and typed again. Her screen reflected in her glasses, pale blue and trembling. Marta leaned close to me. You hear that? I did. A new sound under the gunfire. Metal tearing. The rear fence was failing in more places. The clerk looked up. Evan Pike is listed active at Port East. He checked in yesterday at 0720. Current location restricted. Family transfer requests are suspended. Claire grabbed the table edge. Suspended doesn't mean denied. Ma'am, I can't approve access. Then call him. Internal channels are overloaded. Called him. The soldier behind the clerk stepped forward. You need to move. Claire's face changed. The last soft thing in it hardened. My son is not dying 10 yards from his father's station because your screen is busy. The soldier reached for her arm. Teddy shouted, Mom. At the same time, the fence behind the blue tent burst inward. Bodies hit the ground. Infected came through the rip, not a flood at first, just 3 shapes moving so fast they seemed to slide between people. One hit the soldier behind the clerk. Another landed on the table, scattering tablets and papers. The clerk fell backward in her chair. The third went straight into the family knot. The world shrank to hands and teeth. I fired once into the infected on the table. The shot drove it backward into the tent fabric. Marta slammed the cash drawer into the second one's temple as it tore at the soldier's shoulder. Claire grabbed Teddy and ducked under the table. The clerk crawled toward them, one lens missing from her glasses. More infected came through the fence. The crowd broke toward the docks. Soldiers fired from 3 directions. A bullet cracked past my ear and hit a metal pole with a sound like a bell. I grabbed the clerk by the back of her vest and hauled her up. Where's the staff access? I shouted. She pointed with one shaking hand toward a narrow gate behind the tent. It's there, but it's locked. What's the code? I don't have it. Marta kicked an infected in the knee, then stumbled back and shouted my name. The gate was a waist-high service barrier with an electronic lock. I didn't have time for the cutter. I shot the lock twice. Sparks jumped. The gate popped open an inch. The clerk stared at me. You can't do that. File a complaint. We shoved through. A soldier on the other side swung his rifle toward us. The clerk lifted both hands. Family overflow. Fence breach. They're clear. I had no idea if she knew we were clear. She said it like she could make it true by sounding official. The soldier looked past us at the collapsing tent and waved us in with a curse. We stumbled into a narrower corridor between stacked cargo barriers. For the first time in hours, a solid wall stood between us and the main crowd. Not safety, just direction. Claire dropped to one knee and hugged Teddy so hard he squeaked. "Not now," Marta said, kinder than the words sounded. "Move your feet." The corridor led toward the dockside screening building, a low concrete structure with armored shutters and a row of bright medical lights over the entrance. Above the door, a sign read "Preliminary Examination and Blood Testing." Soldiers moved people through in small groups. Anyone who coughed too hard got pulled aside. Anyone who argued got pushed to the ground. Nobody had time for dignity. A man in a port uniform ran out of the building carrying a clipboard. Claire saw him and screamed, "Evan Pike." "Where is Evan Pike?" The man barely slowed. "Drone Bay, maybe? I don't know." "So, can you tell him Claire and Teddy are here?" "Lady, I can't tell my own feet where to go." He vanished down the corridor. Teddy started crying again, small, exhausted sounds that tore at me worse than screaming. The corridor did not lead straight to safety. It bent behind the screening building and fed us into a holding pen made from cargo barriers, chain panels, and portable floodlights. Maybe it had been built for overflow. Maybe it had been built for people nobody knew what to do with. Either way, it held us tight with 50 others while soldiers argued at the far gate and medics moved along the fence with scanners. The people inside had the quiet look of animals trapped before slaughter. A mechanic in a torn orange vest sat with both hands pressed over his ears. A schoolteacher kept counting the children with her, touching each head as if numbers could stop them from vanishing. An old man with a suitcase kept trying to stand, then sitting again because his knees wouldn't hold him. Nobody had enough space to pace. Nobody had enough air to breathe clean. A woman near the fence coughed, and every face turned toward her. She lifted both hands. "It's dust," she said quickly. "It's just the ash." A soldier outside the pen pointed at her. "Step forward for scan." I said, "It's dust." "Step forward and let the medic do the test." Her husband, or the man holding her hand like a husband, shifted between her and the rifle. "She's not sick. She's been coughing for years." The soldier didn't raise his voice. That made it worse. "Then the scan will prove it." The woman stepped forward with her lips pressed white. A medic touched the scanner to her throat, her temple, and the inside of her wrist. Green light flashed. The whole pen seemed to exhale at once, and shame rolled through us because relief had come so fast. We had all been ready for her to be taken. That was what the plague did before it killed a person. It made cowards out of the people standing nearby. While we waited for the next gate to open, the harbor kept talking in broken pieces. Loudspeakers coughed, cut out, and came back with orders that contradicted the ones before them. Staff transfers were suspended, then resumed for critical teams, then suspended again. General screening was paused, then reopened in limited lanes. Island shuttles were full. Island shuttles were delayed. The Ark launch window remained active, but only authorized candidates would be considered. The words came through the ash like scraps torn from different conversations, and every scrap made the people around me breathe harder. A man in a stained suit started telling anyone who would listen that he had managed shipping contracts for 3 colonies. He said it twice, then 3 times, louder each time, as if the title itself could become a pass. A woman beside him said she had been a teacher for 22 years and knew how to keep children calm. Nobody laughed at her. Nobody told her that calm children were not what the port was collecting. We all understood too much by then. The useful would be lifted first. The rest would be sorted, delayed, or left to the tide of bodies gathering behind the fences. Marta heard the same messages I did. She kept her eyes on the soldiers and spoke out of the side of her mouth. "You still think they'll want a man who fixes snack machines? I never said they would." Then when they ask, "Don't make it sound small." It is small. So are wires until the lights go out. So are pumps until people need clean water. You kept machines alive when everyone else kicked them and walked away. Say it like that. I looked at her. Ash had collected in the lines beside her mouth. Her lip was swollen, and dried blood had cracked beneath it. She looked mean, exhausted, and more loyal than the world deserved. "Why are you helping me sell myself?" I asked. Because if they take you, maybe they take us standing next to you. That was honest enough to hurt. Claire stroked Teddy's hair and did not look over. Evan will get us through if we reach him. Marta's face tightened, but she did not answer this time. None of us had the strength to tear away the one hope Claire could still hold. Above the harbor, the clouds glowed from fires we couldn't see. Every few minutes, a shuttle engine test rolled low across the water. Not a launch, only a warning that something massive still had power. The sound stirred the crowd each time. Heads lifted. People stared toward the docks with wet eyes, imagining clean corridors, sealed doors, a bed, a meal, a ceiling that did not rain ash. I imagined it too, and hated myself for how quickly hope made me greedy. The pen smelled worse as the minutes dragged on. Sweat soaked through coats. Fear loosened stomachs. Someone had stepped in blood and tracked it over the concrete in half-moon prints. A child whimpered behind me until his mother pressed crackers into his hand and he chewed without tasting them. The old man with the suitcase opened it once, just enough for me to see neatly folded shirts, a framed photograph, and a paper book wrapped in plastic. Then he closed it again and sat with both palms on the lid like he was holding down the last proof that he had been a person before this. I wondered what proof I had. Keys to businesses I might never see again. A wrist screen with maps that no longer knew which roads existed. A company logo on a van abandoned under ash. My name, if the port decided it mattered. That was all. Claire held Teddy against her side and stared through the fence toward the docks. "Evan's close," she said. I didn't know if she was talking to me or to herself. "He could be," I said. "He is. I can feel it." Marta leaned near my shoulder. "Feelings don't open gates." Claire heard her. For a second I thought she would snap, but her anger had burned down to something quieter. Neither does giving up. Marta looked away first. A blast rolled over the harbor. It wasn't a gunshot. It was bigger and deeper, and it pushed air through the holding pen hard enough to rattle the chain panels. People ducked. Teddy cried out. Beyond the screening building, orange light rose behind the smoke. A launch platform alarm began a low, throbbing call that vibrated in my teeth. One of the soldiers at the gate shouted into his radio, then shouted again because nobody answered. The words were swallowed by distance, gunfire, and the harbor alarm. The floodlights flickered. For 3 heartbeats, the holding pen dropped into near dark. In that dark, someone laughed. It came from the back corner of the pen, soft at first, then louder. A man in a courier jacket sat on the ground with his knees pulled up and one hand wrapped in a bloody towel. When the lights came back, I saw his eyes. They were too wide and too wet, not milked over yet, but fever-bright and wrong. Marta saw him too. "Blake, look at him." The courier smiled at the child nearest him. "You look like my brother," he said. The child backed away. A medic outside the pen yelled, "Separate him!" There was nowhere to separate anyone. The people near the courier shoved outward, and the pen became a crush. The courier stood too fast, swaying, laughing with tears running down his face. His wrapped hand dripped onto the concrete. "They put spiders in the lights," he said. "Can't you hear them?" A soldier tried to unlock the side gate. His keycard failed. He slapped it against the reader, got a red light, and cursed before trying again. "Gates jammed," he shouted. The courier lunged at the nearest man. The pen erupted. I shoved Claire and Teddy behind me, but there was no room to draw the pistol even if I'd still had it. The soldiers had taken it at intake. My hands found the cutter in my bag, heavy and useless for quick work. Marta lifted the cash drawer. The infected courier crashed into a woman, teeth snapping at her face, and 3 people grabbed him at once. He was stronger than fear should have allowed. He threw one man into the fence hard enough to bend the panel. The soldier outside finally got the gate open 6 inches. People clawed toward it. The gap was too small. A woman got her arm through and screamed for someone to pull. Another man tried to climb and got dragged down by those behind him. "Stay down," I told Claire. I pushed into the crush, not because I was brave. The courier was between us and the only way out, and if he reached Teddy, I would hear that sound forever. Marta hit him first. The cash drawer caught the side of his face with a crack that sprayed blood against the fence. He staggered but didn't fall. I drove the cutter case into his chest and pinned him against the chain panel. His teeth snapped inches from my cheek. His breath smelled like hot rot and stomach acid. He looked right at me. Not through me. At me. "You're not real," he whispered. "I wish you were right," I said. A soldier reached through the gap and fired once. The round struck the courier above the ear. His body sagged against me, heavy and warm. I shoved him down and stumbled back, gagging. Silence fell for one thin second, and then everybody started shouting at once. The soldiers pulled the gate wide enough to spill us into the next lane. Medics grabbed the woman the courier had bitten. Her husband fought them until a soldier struck him behind the knee and took him down. The woman screamed that she was fine, that he had barely touched her, that she had children waiting. They dragged her through a plastic flap marked isolation. The flap closed. Her screaming did not stop right away. Claire covered Teddy's ears, but sound doesn't need permission. Marta wiped blood from the cash drawer on her pant leg. Her hands shook now. She stared at them as if they belonged to someone else. "You okay?" I asked. She gave me the kind of look people give when the question is too small for the damage. "I'm still standing. That's all I can prove." A medic scanned us again. He lingered over my face because courier blood had speckled my cheek. He wiped it with a chemical pad that stung my skin and made my eye water. "Was your mouth closed when contact happened?" he asked. "It was closed." "Any open cuts on your face?" "Not that I know of." He checked with a light, then marked something on his tablet. "You get pulled to fever shows. Do you understand?" "I understand." He glanced at Teddy, at Claire, at Marta with the dented cash drawer, and his expression shifted. Not softer, just tired enough to be honest. "Nobody's getting through clean tonight. Keep moving when the gate opens. Don't stop for dropped bags. Don't stop for names unless the person is right in front of you." Claire's eyes sharpened. "I'm looking for my husband." "So is half this port," he said. "Looking won't make the lane wait." Before she could answer, a port officer came through the corridor with 2 soldiers at his back. He wore a cracked face shield and carried a tablet sealed in a plastic sleeve. His voice was raw from shouting. "Family overflow moves through preliminary examination. Labor review after blood draw. Anyone with direct bite exposure goes to isolation. Anyone who fights the lane gets put outside the fence." A man near the front shouted, "Outside means dead." The officer looked at him without blinking. "Then don't fight the lane." The gate opened. We moved as a group because the soldiers forced us to. We were not fast, and we were not slow. One pressure shoved from behind, another waited in front, and the screening building stood at the end with its medical lights burning hard enough to make the ash shine white. We reached the screening entrance. A line of soldiers blocked it. Behind them, medics in sealed masks moved from person to person with scanners and blood kits. The lights were too bright. After the smoky lots, they made everything look exposed and raw. A soldier with sergeant stripes pointed at us. Weapons on the ground. Bags open. Masks stay on until ordered. I set the pistol down slowly. Marta dropped the cash drawer beside it, then rested one foot on it like she didn't trust the floor not to steal it. "Foot off," the sergeant said. Marta stared at him. I said quietly, "Marta, listen." She moved her foot. The sergeant looked at each of us in turn. "Any fever, bites, blood exposure, vision changes, confusion, or contact with symptomatic fluid?" Nobody spoke. He didn't like silence. "Answer me." "I don't have a fever," I said. "No bites." "Scrapes from pavement and glass." Marta lifted her chin. "Split lip?" "No bite." Claire's voice shook. "No symptoms." "My son is clear." The sergeant pointed at Teddy. "He speaks for himself if he can." Claire bristled, but Teddy wiped his face with both sleeves and whispered, "I'm not sick." "Say it louder." "I'm not sick," Teddy said, voice breaking. The sergeant held his gaze a second, then nodded toward the lights. "Step into the lane. Hands where medics can see them." We entered the first testing lane. Heat scanners crawled over my skin in invisible stripes. A medic touched a reader to my neck. Another checked my eyes with a light so bright my vision watered. The air inside the entrance smelled of antiseptic, sweat trapped under protective suits, and old fear. Blood tubes clinked in trays. Somewhere behind a curtain, a man sobbed while another voice told him to sit still. The medic at my station was young, with dark skin flushed from heat inside her sealed hood. Her name patch read Garner, but I didn't know yet what that name would come to mean. I only saw tired eyes above a mask, steady hands, and a little tremor in her shoulders when the distant gunfire got louder. She reached for my wrist. "Name," she said. "Blake Carter." "Your age?" "I'm 32. "Your occupation?" "Our business owner. Car wash, laundromats, vending routes." Her eyes flicked up for the briefest second, not impressed, not dismissive, just filing me somewhere in a mind that had no room left. "Any known exposure?" I thought of the old woman's nails scraping my sleeve. The underpass. The crowd. The infected on the table. Exposure had become the air itself. "No bites," I said. "No saliva in cuts that I know of." "That isn't what I asked." Her voice was rough with exhaustion, natural and human, with no broadcast polish. "Then yeah," I said. "I've been near it. I've been near it. We all have." She held my wrist a little tighter and slid the needle in. Blood darkened the tube. Behind me, the harbor guns kept firing. Ahead, the lights hummed. The medic labeled the tube with my name, and ash tapped against the armored shutters like 1,000 dry fingers trying to get in. Chapter 5. The medic with the Garner name patch turned my blood tube between two fingers and watched the dark lines settle against the glass. For a second, it looked almost black beneath the cold examination lights. Then she set it into a foam tray with 20 others, each one marked with a name, a time, a lane number, and a little strip of colored tape that meant something to the people behind the plastic walls. None of it meant anything to me yet. The harbor guns rolled again. The sound came through the shutters as a deep punch of thunder, then another, then a long metallic chatter that rattled the needle bins and made dust jump from the seams in the ceiling panels. Somewhere outside, people screamed in a way that was not panic anymore. Panic was sharp. Panic had breath in it. This was ragged and animal, the sound of bodies being pushed where bodies could not go. Garner did not look toward the shutters. She only pressed a square of gauze to the inside of my arm and taped it down with fingers that moved fast but not careless. Her gloves were damp at the cuffs. Sweat had leaked beneath her protective hood and stuck loose strands of hair to her cheeks. "Hold pressure on that," she said. "I am holding it," I said. "Hold harder. You've still got blood worth keeping. A lot of folks don't. It should have been a joke, but it came out too tired for that." Her voice had a scrape in it, the kind people got after shouting through masks for too many hours. She reached for a slate and dragged my information across the screen with her thumb. Blake Carter. 32. Business owner. No confirmed bite. Heavy exposure. You came through Dock 6? I came through what was left of it. That doesn't narrow it much. The lane with the burned bus and the dead horse in the gate. Her thumb stopped for half a second. That narrows it. The scanner above my head clicked and dropped a blue line across my face. A lens slid from left to right. I could feel the heat of it through my eyelids when she told me to close my eyes. The machine smelled like hot dust and old plastic. It hummed near my ear, then beeped with a sour little chirp. "Open," she said. I opened my eyes. She leaned in and shined a narrow light across one pupil, then the other. The beam was so bright it made my skull ache. I'd been awake too long, hungry too long, scared too long. My body had started to feel like something I was dragging behind me. "Follow my finger. Don't move your head." I followed her finger. It was gloved in blue rubber, the index finger shiny where disinfectant had not dried. Behind her, another medic vomited into a lined trash bin, then wiped his mask and went right back to work. 2 soldiers hauled a man from the next lane after he started laughing with his eyes shut. He laughed while they pinned his arms. He laughed while one of them jabbed him with a sedative. He was still laughing when his knees folded and his boots scraped the floor. "Does that happen a lot?" I asked. Garner did not turn. "Too much." "Is he infected?" "Maybe he is. Maybe he's just broken." This week made that hard to tell. She pulled the light away and wrote something down. Her eyes moved over my face, not like she was studying a stranger, but like she was looking for a crack in a wall before the whole thing came down. "Any headache?" "Everybody's got a headache." "I need more than that." "Yes, I've got one. It feels like someone drove a bolt behind my left eye." "Blurred vision?" "Only when I blink too slow." "Any nausea?" "Not much left in me to throw up." That one almost got a breath from her that might have become a laugh if the world had been different. It died under her mask. Any fever? You tell me. She touched a scanner to my temple. The little screen glowed against her glove. Not high enough to matter. You run warm? I run tired. That isn't a medical category. It should be now. The medic beside her slid a tray through a slot in the plastic wall. Garner took my tube from the rack, checked the label again, and placed it into a sealed cartridge. The cartridge swallowed it with a wet click. A red light blinked. A pump whined from somewhere behind the wall, drawing my blood away into machines I could not see. I watched it go and felt a strange anger rise in me. Not because they took it. I had lost more blood than that getting to the port. It was the neatness of it. A label. A tube. A blinking light. Outside, people were getting chewed apart in the ash, and inside, the last pieces of them were being sorted by machines. "What are you looking for?" I asked. Garner's hands kept moving. Medical markers. Viral load patterns. Brain swelling signs. Anything that says you are a danger to the camp. Anything that says you are useful. Useful how? Right now, useful means alive and not contagious. That's the first miracle. And after that? She looked at me then. Her eyes were brown, red at the edges, and sharper than the rest of her worn-out body had any right to be. After that, we look for answers. That's a soft way of saying cure. A cure would mean bringing back a burned-out brain. We haven't seen that happen. Not once. So what answers? Something that slows it. Something that blocks it. Something that helps people fight back before the fever gets into the front of the brain and turns mercy into noise. The words sat between us. I thought of the first man in the street who had come at me with blood shining on his teeth, the grocery woman who had begged and clawed in the same breath, the child behind a locked apartment door who had made no sound at all after the banging stopped. The infection did not just kill people. It stole them while they were still standing. You think blood can tell you that? I asked. Blood tells you more than people do. People lie when they're scared. Blood doesn't have the energy. A soldier in gray armor came up behind her and tapped the plastic divider with 2 knuckles. His face shield was scratched white across one cheek. "Lane 4 is backing up," he said. "Lane 4 can keep breathing for 30 seconds, Garner said. "Command wants clean passes moving. Command can come hold the needles if they're bored." The soldier stared at her. She stared back. He looked away first, which told me something about her before she ever gave me her full name. She handed me a paper strip with a barcode and my name printed in blocky black letters. "Keep this. Don't lose it. Don't let anyone take it from you. If a guard asks, show it without making a speech. People who make speeches get noticed. People who get noticed get pulled aside. Is getting pulled aside bad? Depends who's pulling. That's not comforting. I didn't say I was here for comfort." Another gunburst came from the harbor. This one was closer. The shutters flexed inward with the pressure, and everyone in the testing room froze for the length of one heartbeat. A little ash sifted from a vent and drifted down onto a dead monitor. Garner's jaw tightened. "How many are outside?" I asked. "More than enough." That's another soft answer. "It's the only one I've got that won't make you do something stupid." The man in the next lane started praying under his breath. He had a little girl against his hip, maybe 8, maybe 9. The girl held a stuffed rabbit with one ear burned off. Every time the guns fired, she pressed the rabbit's ruined face into her mouth and bit down. A medic checked the man's hands and found blood under his nails. The man kept saying it was not his. He said it until the soldier told him to stop. Then he said it one more time, lower, like he could sneak the truth past them. Garner marked something on my paper strip. "You're moving to secondary," she said. My stomach dropped. "Why is that?" "Because that's where everyone with heavy exposure goes." "You said no fever." "I said not high enough to matter. Don't hear what you want and call it science." "Am I clean or not?" "Nobody is clean anymore." "You're stable." "That's what you are. Stable enough to wait for blood work." She pointed toward a door at the far end of the testing room. It had a yellow stripe across the middle and a narrow window clouded by breath from the other side. "Through there. Follow the blue arrows. Don't touch anyone unless you have to. Don't trade your strip. Don't drink from open containers. If someone starts sweating hard, shaking, whispering to people who aren't there, you back away and you yell for a guard. That happened in secondary too? It happens everywhere. She started to turn away, and I said, Garner, stop. Her eyes came back to me. That your first name or last? My last name. What's the first? For 1 second, I thought she would tell me to move along. Instead, she pulled a fresh pair of gloves from a box and snapped them over the old ones. Lexi, she said. Dr. Lexi Garner, when people have time to be formal. Nobody does. Blake Carter, when people have time to remember names, I said. Nobody does that either. I remembered. I looked down at the bar-coded strip in my hand. You printed it. I still remembered. Move before someone decides I was kind to you. The word kind felt strange in that room. Too soft for the lights, the blood, the stink of sealed suits and disinfectant losing its fight. I tucked the paper strip inside my jacket, against my chest where sweat glued it to the fabric, and followed the blue arrows. Secondary was worse. The door opened into a long corridor of temporary barriers, steel fencing, plastic curtains, and armed men who looked as if they had forgotten how to blink. The floor had been covered in white mats soaked with chemical wash. Every step made a sucking sound. The smell came up through my boots, sharp and bitter, cutting through rot but not beating it. Rot still lived under everything. It came from the clothes people had not changed in days, from infected blood drying in seams, from the port water beyond the walls where bodies bumped softly against the piers. A woman ahead of me slipped on the wet mat and hit her knee hard enough to cry out. Her husband reached for her, but a guard shoved his rifle between them. Hands off until cleared, the guard said. She's my wife, the man said. Then keep her alive by listening. The woman got up by herself, face twisted, jaw clenched around whatever scream wanted out. She kept moving. I kept moving too. At the first cage, a worker sprayed my boots. At the second, a camera scanned my strip. At the third, a soldier made me empty my pockets into a plastic tray. 2 loose cartridges, a lighter with no fuel, Marta's folded note with the safe route she had scratched in pencil before the laundromat burned, and 3 coins that had no reason to still be in the world. The soldier held up the coins. Feeling sentimental? Old habit. Habit gets people killed. So does stopping to argue. He looked at me through his visor. I thought he might make me pay for that, but the man behind me coughed, and the whole line shifted away from him like fish turning from a shadow. The guard tossed the coins back into my tray. Move along. I moved. The secondary pen was a warehouse with no merchandise left in it. They had dragged the shelves out and replaced them with taped lanes, benches, water tanks, and portable toilets. People sat shoulder to shoulder despite every warning not to touch. They were too tired to obey space. Children slept across laps. Old men stared at the floor. A dog barked somewhere behind a tarp wall until a shot snapped the sound in half. No one spoke after that. I found Marta near a stack of empty ration crates with a blanket over her shoulders and a split lip crusted dark on one side. She had her cash drawer beside her like a pet weapon. Claire sat close by, Teddy asleep against her legs. The boy's hair was gray with ash. His little hands were dirty except where tears had made clean paths down his knuckles. Marta saw me and lifted 2 fingers. "Took you long enough," she said. I stopped for a spa treatment. "You look like they scrubbed you with gravel. Feels like they used teeth." Claire looked up. Her eyes found my chest first, checking for blood, then my face. "Did they clear you?" "Stable enough to wait." That's the phrase they're using. "Stable enough," Marta muttered. That's what my last dryer said before it caught fire. I sat on the floor because the benches were full and because my legs decided they had done all the standing they intended to do. Concrete pressed cold through my pants. The blood draw site throbbed under the tape. My hands smelled like chemical wash and copper. "Any word on Evan?" I asked. Claire shook her head. "They said he's still in the port system. Active badge. Last ping near drone maintenance. That means he's alive, right?" She said it like a person asking for permission to believe something. "It means his badge moved," Marta said. "Not cruel, just honest in the way exhaustion made people honest." Claire flinched. I leaned forward. "It means there's still a thread. We follow threads until they break." "And if they break?" Claire asked. I had no clean thing to tell her. Clean things were lies, dressed up for people who still had kitchens and locked doors. Then we tie a knot in what's left and keep him in it, I said. Teddy stirred at her legs. Claire put a hand on his head and looked away before tears could get far. The speakers crackled overhead. Secondary intake will remain seated. Do not approach gates unless your number is called. Do not exchange identification strips. Do not conceal symptoms. Concealment will be treated as hostile action. The voice was smooth, recorded before whoever owned it had spent a week breathing the port air. It made the threat sound almost polite. A man laughed from the far side of the warehouse, then slapped a hand over his own mouth. Nobody else laughed with him. I took my strip from my jacket and checked the number. It had already started to curl from sweat. Marta leaned over. What's yours? Blue, 479. I'm green, 113. Claire's yellow, 9. Teddy's tied to hers. Green sounds better. Green means I don't have visible blood on me that made them nervous. It doesn't mean better. You always this comforting? Only when I like someone. The doors at the end of the warehouse opened, and a team of medics came in pushing carts with sealed sample boxes. Garner was not with them. I looked for her anyway. I did not know why. Maybe because she had looked at me like I was a person and not just a lane number. Maybe because, in that room, remembering a name counted as tenderness. A boy 2 rows over started shaking. At first I thought he was cold. He sat with his elbows tucked in and his chin down, the tremor small enough to hide. Then his mother saw his feet scraping the floor, saw the dark sweat popping across his forehead, and made a soft sound that cut deeper than screaming. "Medic," she said. "Please, somebody help." The boy lifted his head. His eyes had gone wrong. Not fully blind, not yet, but unfocused, sliding past the warehouse as if he saw another room layered on top of it. "They're in the walls," he whispered. People moved away. Too fast. The bench tipped. A man fell. Teddy woke with a gasp. "They're in the walls," the boy said again, louder. A guard came running. The mother tried to wrap herself around her son, and the guard shouted for her to step back. She would not. 2 medics came behind him with a clue shield and a restraint sling. The boy snapped at his mother's cheek. He did not bite her. He came close enough that spit flecked her skin, and that was enough. The guard struck him across the jaw with the butt of his rifle. The mother screamed. The boy went sideways into the shield, still whispering about the walls, still trying to bite through air. Marta's hand found the cash drawer handle. "Don't," I said under my breath. "I wasn't going to do anything. Your hand says otherwise." Her grip loosened, but not much. They dragged the boy through a plastic curtain. His mother tried to follow and got shoved back by 2 soldiers. She hit the floor on her hip. No one helped her for a few seconds because everyone was afraid to touch her. Then Claire stood, crossed the gap, and offered a hand. "Claire," I said. "She didn't get bit," Claire said. "We don't know that." "I saw. She helped the woman up anyway." The woman clung to her for one shaking second, then remembered the rules and pulled away like Claire's kindness had burned her. The speakers crackled again, same calm voice, same dead polish. "Remain seated. Yours." Medical response is active. "Remain seated." Nobody remained seated the way the voice wanted. We folded ourselves smaller. We watched every cough, every twitch, every hand that wiped sweat from a face. My strip buzzed against my chest. For a stupid second, I thought a bug had crawled inside my jacket. Then I pulled it out and saw a tiny light blinking along the barcode. Blue 479. Marta saw it too. "That's you." A gate clicked open at the far end of the warehouse. "Blue 479, a guard called. "Secondary exam. Move now." Claire held Teddy tighter. Marta looked at me with that hard laundromat stare that said she would follow if I asked, and maybe even if I did not. "Stay with them," I told her. "You don't give me orders." "Then take it as a favor I'm too tired to ask pretty." She stared for another beat, then nodded once. "Come back breathing." "That's the plan." "Plans are trash lately." "Then I'll improvise." I walked toward the open gate with my strip blinking in my fist and the smell of that boy's fear still wet in the air. Chapter 6. The secondary exam room had once been an office for port customs. I could tell from the ghost marks on the walls where framed maps had hung, and from the long counter scarred by years of elbows, stamps, and forms. Now the maps were gone. The counter was covered with sample coolers, throat swabs, sealed tablets, and clear bags full of clothes cut from people who had not been allowed to keep them. A man in a white isolation suit pointed me to a chair bolted to the floor. "Sit with your hands on your knees. You worried I'm going somewhere?" "I'm worried everybody's going somewhere." "Sit down." I sat. He checked my strip, checked my face, checked the strip again, as if the two might disagree. Then he swabbed the inside of my cheek hard enough to make my eyes water. "That's Gentle," I said. "Gentle died 3 days ago. Sorry for your loss." His eyes twitched. Not a smile, but the ruined cousin of one. He sealed the swab and dropped it into a case. "Any hallucinations?" "Not unless you count thinking this place might be organized." "Hearing voices?" "Only yours." "So only yours." "Feeling aggressive?" I looked at the rifleman by the door, the blood bins, the plastic bags. "I'm feeling a lot of things. Aggressive is in the pile somewhere." "Toward whom?" "Anyone who asks stupid questions after watching the world eat itself." The rifleman shifted his grip. The examiner did not look up. Sarcasm noted. "Any urge to bite, scratch, spit, attack, or flee?" "Flee, yes. Yes. The rest, not unless someone earns it. You understand that answer doesn't help you. You asked." He made another mark. "Hold out your hands." I did. He studied my palms, fingers, cuticles, forearms, every scratch and bruise. The old woman's nail marks had left faint red lines near my sleeve. He saw them. Of course he saw them. What happened here? A woman grabbed me in an underpass. Was she infected? Maybe she was. She wasn't biting yet. She was scared. Scared people spread it too. I know. He dabbed the scratches with something cold. It stung. My fingers curled before I could stop them. "Keep still." "I'm trying." "Try harder." The door opened behind him, and Garner came in carrying a tablet under one arm and a stack of paper strips in her hand. Her hood was gone now, replaced with a clear face shield that had been wiped so many times it had a milky smear down one side. Without the hood, she looked smaller than she had in the testing lane, but not weaker. Her hair was tied back with a piece of white medical tape. A bruise shadowed one cheekbone. I had not noticed it before. The examiner straightened. Dr. Garner. There it was. The title attached to her like armor that had dents in it. "I need Carter's secondary," she said. "I'm in the middle of it. I can see that. I need it anyway. He's heavy exposure with skin breaks. I've read the line notes because I wrote half of them. Command wants all skin breaks held 12 hours. Command also wants the launch list filled before the port wall fails. We can't do both if every scratch becomes a funeral." The examiner's eyes moved to me, then back to her. "You taking responsibility?" I stopped pretending responsibility was optional. He held her gaze, then stepped aside and handed her the tablet. "He's yours." "Nobody is mine," she said. "That's half the trouble." She set the tablet on the counter and leaned over my arm without asking permission. The cold sting had faded into a hot itch. She peeled the edge of the tape, checked the scratch, and pressed it down again. "You really met a woman in an underpass?" "Met is polite." "Did she break skin with teeth?" "No teeth. Nails only." "Any saliva in it?" "Not that I saw." There was rain, ash, blood, and a lot of screaming. My inspection standards were down. She tapped the tablet. "That's honest, at least." "Does honesty help?" "Sometimes. It helps. Usually it just makes the paperwork uglier." The rifleman by the door turned his head as another gunburst rolled through the building. Dust drifted from the light fixtures. Garner waited for it to pass, then pulled a stool across the floor with the heel of her boot and sat in front of me. The stool squealed loud enough to make the examiner flinch. "I'm going to ask you questions," she said. "Not the intake ones. Real ones. You can lie, but I'd rather you didn't waste the time. Time's the only thing this place hasn't rationed properly." "It has." "You're just standing in the expensive part." That shut me up for a moment. She looked down at the tablet. "You owned a car wash, several laundromats, and vending routes." That means employees, repairs, machines, supply chains, cash, theft, bad customers, city permits, late nights, and things breaking when you couldn't afford them to break. That sounds about right. You ever work mechanical systems yourself, or did you just call people? I called people when I had money. I fixed things when I didn't. Pumps, dryers, coin slides, pressure valves, old compressors that should have been hauled off, vending motors, refrigeration units, door locks, security cameras. Electrical? Enough to stay nervous. Any plumbing? Enough to hate it. People management? I glanced toward the warehouse. I kept teenagers, cousins, drunks, and one ex-con named Richie from burning down my businesses. That count? It counts more than a management degree right now. I did not know what to do with that. The first kind thing she had said was about my ability to keep bad equipment limping along. It still hit harder than praise should have. Why are you asking? I said. Because everyone thinks survival lists are built out of doctors, pilots, engineers, and soldiers. They forget who fixes the washer when everybody's clothes are full of blood. That's not a sentence I expected to hear today. The day's young. It feels ancient. She tapped the tablet again, then stopped. Her eyes moved over something on the screen. The room seemed to tighten around her. The examiner noticed it too. What is it? He asked. Run it again, she said. Run what? I'd asked. I asked. She ignored me. The blood panel. Carter, Blake, Blue 479. I want to repeat on the inflammatory markers and receptor binding. The examiner stepped closer. That was a fast screen. Those aren't final. I said, repeat it. Lexi, listen. That was the first time I heard someone at the port use her first name. She hated it, or maybe she hated the fear behind it. Don't Lexi me in front of a patient, she said. He's not a patient. He's intake. He's sitting in a medical chair with his blood in my system. That makes him a patient until the building falls down. The examiner went to the wall terminal and pulled up a set of figures I could not read from my chair. Garner stood, leaning close. The blue glow made the exhaustion in her face look carved in. What are you seeing? I asked. A problem, she said. Bad problem? Interesting problem. I don't like interesting from doctors. You shouldn't. The terminal chirped. The examiner stared. That's a lab error. Maybe it is. It has to be. Then we prove it. We don't have a clean bench here. We barely have power. Then we flag him for island repeat. The word island moved through the room like a key turning. Island. Why said. Garner turned back, and for the first time she looked less like someone treating a line of survivors and more like someone making a choice she did not have permission to make. There are holding zones offshore, she said. People who pass initial screening are moved there until transport slots open. It's safer than the port. Not safe, but safer than staying here. And I'm going there? If you don't do anything stupid in the next 10 minutes. I've got a strong record against that. Make it 11 minutes. The examiner printed a new strip and stuck it beside the first. The color was not blue. It was white with a thin gray band. Garner took it before he could hand it to me. This stays in medical custody, she said. You can't do that, he said. Watch me. He lowered his voice. If command asks why he's flagged without final confirmation, I'm not covering you. I didn't ask for a blanket. You're chasing ghosts in dirty blood. Ghosts are all we've got left in the data. I looked between them. I'm still in the chair. Garner's eyes snapped back as if she had forgotten me. Yes, you are. Anybody want to explain why my blood just made you both look sick? She considered the room, the guard, the examiner, the terminal. Then she sat again and lowered her voice. Most people expose this heavily show signs by now. Not always fever. Sometimes blood changes first. Your inflammatory response doesn't match your exposure. It should be climbing like a fire ladder. It isn't. So I'm lucky. Luck doesn't make patterns. Then what does? Biology does. Mistakes do. Inheritance does. Something in you that the virus doesn't like. Maybe nothing. Maybe a bad sample. Maybe a machine dying on its feet. That's a lot of maybe. That's medicine during the end of the world. The door opened, and the sound from the warehouse flooded in. people talking, a child crying, a guard shouting numbers. A medic stuck his head through. "Garner, Lane 7 needs you." "Lane 7 always needs me. It's May always needs me. This one has eye bleed." Her face changed. "Not much, but enough." She handed the tablet back to the examiner. "Repeat the panel. Seal his records. No casual eyes. You don't have authority for that. Then put my name on the violation." She turned to me. "You go back to secondary. Keep your head down. If someone calls you, you answer. If someone asks about the gray strip, you don't know what they're talking about." "I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time now, so that'll be easy." She paused at the door. "Earlier you asked what we were looking for," she said. "You said answers. We are. Maybe you won't be one. Don't start feeling chosen. People who feel chosen get careless. I don't feel chosen. I feel used and underfed." "Good then. That's safer." She left before I could say anything else. The examiner finished the exam with less sarcasm. That worried me more than if he had stayed bitter. He took a second blood sample, 2 more swabs, and a retinal image that left bright worms crawling across my sight. Then he printed another paper slip and waved me toward the door. "Back to secondary. You'll be called for transport if your repeat clears." "Transport to the island? You want to stay here?" Another shell thumped somewhere beyond the wall. The whole customs office trembled. "Not really." "Then don't complain when the door opens." I returned to the warehouse with fresh tape on both arms and a gray fear tucked under my ribs. The place had gotten louder. The boy who had been dragged away was gone. His mother sat alone, rocking over empty air. Claire had come back to Marta and Teddy. She held herself too straight, like if she bent at all she would break. Marta looked me over. "You got pale. I was going for mysterious. So, you landed on awful." "Close enough." Claire touched my sleeve. "Did they say you're sick?" "They said a lot of things that sounded like they didn't know." "That's most things now." Teddy, half awake, rubbed at one eye. "Are we going on a boat?" The question hit the adults around him harder than it should have. A boat meant leaving. Leaving meant maybe living. It also meant being sorted into whatever shape the government thought humanity deserved to keep. "Maybe," I said, "if the grown-ups stop arguing with machines." "My dad fixes drones," Teddy mumbled. "He can fix machines." Claire closed her eyes. Marta leaned down and brushed ash from the boy's hair with a touch so careful it did not match the hard set of her mouth. "Then he's useful as gold, kid. Don't let anyone tell you different." The warehouse speakers crackled. "Green intake 113, yellow intake 9 with dependent, blue intake 479. Report to transfer gate 3. Bring identification strips visible. Carry only approved personal items. Unapproved weapons will be seized." Marta's head snapped up. "That's us." Claire gathered Teddy too fast and nearly dropped the blanket. I grabbed one corner and stuffed it into her bag. "Transfer gate 3, I said. Move calm." "You move calm," Marta said. "You look like death forgot an appointment. Then death can wait in line." We joined the flow toward the transfer gate. Around us, other numbers were called. Some people rose sobbing with relief. Others begged to be added. A man tried to trade his strip for his sister's and got slammed against the fencing so hard the whole line saw his teeth hit the floor. Nobody tried trading after that. At the gate, guards checked wrists, necks, eyes, strips, bags. Marta tried to keep the cash drawer. "No metal containers," the guard said. "It's not a container. It's my emotional support brick. Put it in the seizure bin. I used this to crack an infected man in the face. It has sentimental value. Use the bin." She looked at me. "Don't make me say it," I told her. "You're a coward. A live coward." She set the cash drawer in the bin like she was laying someone out for burial. The guard pushed it away with the tip of his rifle. Marta watched it go with murder in her eyes. Claire kept Teddy's stuffed strip of cloth hidden in her sleeve. The guard saw it, stared at the boy, then waved them through. Maybe some part of him had not been ground flat yet. We passed through a final spray arch that misted us with chemical fog. It tasted like pennies and bleach. My skin prickled. Teddy coughed into Claire's shirt. Marta cursed softly, a low, steady stream meant for herself. The outer door opened. The port hit us with sound. Wind, guns, rot, engines, shouted orders, gulls screaming like broken hinges, drones buzzing overhead in patterns too fast for the eye to follow. Ash swept across the concrete in pale ribbons. Floodlights burned through it, turning the air into dirty milk. Beyond the barricades, the infected moved along the far fence in jerks and surges, drawn by heat, voices, blood, maybe just by the awful gravity of the living. They struck the metal with hands, faces, shoulders. Some had gone blind, eyes clouded white. Some still saw enough to stare. Transfer Gate 3 led to a line of armored buses with sealed windows and roof guns. Not the kind of buses that carried children or workers. These were cages on wheels. A soldier pointed us toward the second bus. Keep moving. Sit where you're told. Do not open windows. Do not remove masks. Do not stand while vehicle is active. Windows don't open, Marta said. The soldier looked at her. Then don't get creative. We climbed in. The inside smelled of rubber, vomit, and old fear baked under metal. Seats had been stripped down to hard shells. Plastic partitions hung between rows, scratched by fingernails. A woman with a bandaged scalp whispered to a rosary made from tied shoelaces. A teenage boy held a cage with 2 silent chickens inside. No one told him he could not. Maybe protein had become proof of status. I sat beside the aisle. Marta sat across from me. Claire took Teddy by the window, even though the window showed only ash and the smear of floodlights. The doors sealed with a hydraulic sigh. A voice came through the bus speaker, harsh and close. Transport to offshore holding zone begins now. Keep heads down during outer gate breach. Marta stared at the speaker. Outer gate breach sounds like something they should have phrased nicer. Maybe the nice phrasing died with gentle, I said. The bus lurched forward. We rolled toward the gate as the port guns opened up again, and the whole world outside became sparks, smoke, and bodies hitting steel. Chapter 7. The armored bus did not drive so much as shove its way through the end of the world. It hit debris with a flat, ugly force that traveled up through the floor and into my teeth. The windows were too thick to see much through, but the shapes beyond them kept flashing in the floodlights. A hand slapped the glass and left a smear. A face followed, mouth open, eyes filmed pale. Then the roof gun hammered above us, and the face vanished in a spray that the wipers dragged into streaks. Teddy buried his head against Claire's ribs. Claire held him with both arms and stared over him at nothing. Marta braced one boot against the seat in front of her, knuckles white on the safety strap. I wanted my pistol. I wanted the cash drawer. I wanted anything heavier than my own tired hands. The bus picked up speed. Something struck the side hard enough to make the woman with the shoelace rosary scream. The teenage boy covered the chicken cage with his body. The chickens finally made noise, frantic little clucks swallowed by engine roar. "Roadblock," the driver shouted over the speaker. "Stay down." Nobody had to be told twice. We folded. A second later, the bus rammed into something solid. Metal screamed. Bodies lurched. My shoulder hit the partition, and pain burst down my arm. Outside, a chorus of infected voices rose and broke apart under gunfire. Marta lifted her head first. "Everybody still attached?" "Mostly," I said. Mostly is my new favorite outcome. The bus turned, tilted, nearly slid. For a breath I thought it would roll, and the thought of being trapped inside a metal box with infected climbing over it made my throat close. Then the wheels caught, the engine growled, and we punched forward. The port fell behind us in pieces. We passed warehouses with their doors blown open, cranes standing above the docks like dead giants, container stacks burning from inside, and long lines of abandoned cars packed so tight their bumpers touched. People had tried to reach safety in anything with wheels. Some had died waiting in those seats. Some had turned there. Pale hands beat against windshields as we passed. The road curved toward the military pier. There the ocean opened dark and restless beneath floodlights. Boats waited with engines running. Not sleek rescue ships. Flat gray transports with machine guns mounted on the rails and black drones perched along the roofs like metal crows. The bus stopped inside a fenced loading zone. Soldiers moved us out in groups of 10. The air outside tasted of salt, diesel, smoke, and meat gone bad. My stomach twisted. The port water slapped against the pilings with a slow, heavy sound. Bodies bumped there in the chop, some face down, some caught in ropes, some still moving because dead was not always still anymore. "Eyes front," a soldier snapped. No one kept their eyes front. A body in the water rolled over, and its cloudy eyes found the floodlights. Its jaw worked. The tide pulled it against a piling, pulled it back, then brought it in again like the ocean could not decide what to do with it. Teddy saw enough to whimper. Claire turned his face into her coat. "Don't look, baby." "I already did," he said, voice muffled. That broke something in her. Not all the way. There was no room for all the way. She just swallowed hard and kept walking. We boarded the transport across a ramp slick with spray. Soldiers checked our strips again at the top. A medic scanned foreheads. Another watched eyes. The woman with the bandaged scalp failed the eye check. It was not dramatic. The scanner chirped. The medic looked at the screen. 2 soldiers stepped close. "Secondary hold," the medic said. "No," the woman said. "No, I passed. I was called. Step left." "I passed. I passed the port. You called my number. Step left." Her voice rose. "My husband is already on the island. He got through yesterday. His name is Paul Redding. Check the list. Please, check the list." The soldiers took her arms. She looked at us, at anyone, at everyone. Tell them. I was fine on the bus. You saw me. Tell them." Nobody spoke. Not because we did not care. Because care had become dangerous. Because we had children beside us. Because the infected at the fence and the bodies in the water had taught everyone what hesitation cost. The soldiers led her down a side ramp. She did not fight until she saw the smaller boat. Then she fought like grief had bones and claws. Marta's face hardened. "I hate us for that." "For what?" "For staying quiet." I watched the woman disappear behind a shield wall. I hate that staying quiet worked. We were loaded into a covered section near the front of the transport. The seats were benches bolted to the deck. Everyone faced inward, knees almost touching. The teenage boy kept the chickens under his legs. The rosary woman rocked. Claire kept one arm around Teddy and one hand locked around the strap above her head. The transport pulled away. The sea was rough, or maybe every machine left alive drove like it hated us. The hull slammed through waves. Spray blasted the cover and leaked in cold lines down the metal seams. Diesel fumes pooled under the roof. Several people got sick into floor drains that already smelled like the drains had seen worse. I looked back once. Port East burned behind us. Not all of it. Not even most. But enough. Flames climbed from the outer warehouse row, orange against the ash-gray sky. Tracer fire stitched the fence. Drones dove and rose. Beyond the floodlights, the city was a black shape breathing smoke. Marta followed my stare. "Doesn't look real." It looked real close up. I mean, leaving it. Feels like we're cheating. Maybe we're just late getting punished. That's the kind of comfort I expect from you now. I'm consistent. The transport cut across the water for nearly an hour. Time got slippery out there. The engine noise filled every thought. My body wanted to sleep, but each time my chin dipped, some new sound yanked me awake. A wave hitting wrong. A soldier shouting. A drone buzzing low over the roof. Teddy coughing. Claire whispering that it was okay when nothing was. Halfway across, Garner came through the covered section with 2 medics and a guard. She moved down the benches checking strips, eyes, pulse monitors clipped to wrists. When she reached us, she stopped in front of Claire first. "Yellow 9 with dependent?" Claire held up the strip. "Yes, that's us." "Any fever in the boy?" "No fever. He coughed from the spray. That's all." Garner touched the scanner to Teddy's forehead. "Open your eyes for me, Teddy." Teddy looked up. "Are you a real doctor?" "Real enough for today. My dad fixes drones." Garner's eyes flicked to Claire, then back to him. "Then your dad is the kind of person we need." That's what Marta said. Marta sounds smart. Marta lifted a hand. Marta is sitting right here and appreciates late recognition. Garner scanned her next. Green 113. Lip split. No active fever. How'd that happen? The world got rude. That's going in the chart. Spell it right. Garner turned to me last. Blue 479, she said. You still remember. Your blood made paperwork. Paperwork makes memories. She clipped a pulse monitor to my finger. It glowed red through my skin. How do you feel? Like I got dragged through a street, stabbed with needles, sprayed with poison, shoved into a bus, then marinated in diesel. So, no change. I didn't say that. The monitor beeped. She checked it, then lowered her voice enough that Marta leaned closer without pretending not to. Your repeat screen is still strange. Not confirmed, but still strange. You said not to feel chosen. Ah, I still mean it. I also need you alive long enough to test Queen. That's touching. It's practical. Everything romantic about the end of the world is dead, huh? For the second time since I met her, she almost smiled. Mostly dead. Marta looked from her to me. Should I leave you two alone with the blood pressure clip? Garner's eyes shifted to her. You should rest while nobody's shooting at the boat. Nobody's shooting yet. That's a big difference. Fair enough. A shout came from the back of the transport. Garner straightened. A man near the rear had started retching blood into his hands. His wife was trying to hold him upright. Two guards pushed through with shields. The man lifted his head, and his eyes were full of red threads. Get down, Garner said. She did not shout it. She did not need to. The tone in her voice made every person near us shrink. The man convulsed. His teeth snapped shut on his own tongue. Blood spilled over his chin. His wife screamed his name and kept holding him, even when his hands clawed at her coat. Garner ran toward him with the medics. The guards formed a wedge, but the bench spacing was too tight. People kicked, crawled, fell over each other, trying to get away. The teenage boy lost hold of his chicken cage. One chicken burst free and flapped down the aisle like a white rag with a heartbeat. The sick man lunged. A guard fired once. The sound inside the metal cover was enormous. It hit my ears and stayed there. The man dropped across the bench. His wife tried to catch him and got sprayed with blood across the face. Everything stopped. The wife's mouth opened, but no sound came. Garner grabbed her by the shoulders and forced her down onto the deck while a medic flushed her eyes with a bottle of saline. The woman gagged and fought them, not because she wanted to, but because the body fights drowning even when the water is trying to save it. Hold her, Garner snapped. The guards held. The medic poured. Blood and saline ran into the floor drain. The free chicken clucked under a bench. Teddy cried silently into Claire's coat. Marta stared at the dead man, then at the wife. Her face had gone flat. That's how fast, she said. I did not answer. I could still hear the infected man's teeth closing on his tongue. They dragged the body to the rear and sealed it under a plastic sheet. They kept the wife in a quarantine sling, strapped and sobbing, while Garner sat beside her and held the saline bottle until the medic told her it was empty. After that, the boat got quiet in a different way. We reached the island near dawn, though dawn had no clean edge anymore. The sky went from black to bruised gray. Ash drifted even out there, carried from the mainland in long ghost bands. The island rose from the water low and ugly, ringed with floodlights, fencing, gun towers, and anchored battleships. Drones moved above it in slow circles. Offshore, larger ships sat like dark buildings in the mist. Beyond them, far out where the clouds broke for a moment, I saw the launch vehicle. At first my mind refused its size. It stood on a sea platform miles away, a white and black tower against the sky, thick as a city block, with support arms clamped around it like ribs. Vapor rolled from its base and spread low across the water. Even from that distance, it looked wrong, too clean for the ruined world around it. It looked like a promise made by people who did not know they were already late. Teddy saw it too. Is that the spaceship? Claire followed his gaze and went still. Marta exhaled. Well, damn. A guard near the rail said, eyes down. Keep moving when we dock. No one kept their eyes down. The transport bumped the island pier. Ropes snapped tight. The ramp lowered. We stepped off into a fenced intake corridor with soldiers on both sides and drones hovering low enough to stir our hair. The island smelled different from the port, but not better. Salt and mud came first. Then latrines. Then canvas tents full of bodies. Then the sweet, thick stink of burned trash. Somewhere close, generators chugged and coughed diesel. Loudspeakers hung from poles and clicked with bursts of static. "Welcome to Offshore Holding Zone 3, a recorded voice said. "You are under emergency federal protection. Follow all instructions. Non-compliance may result in removal from protected status." Marta muttered, "Protected status sounds like a nice way to say target practice." We were moved through another scan line, then divided by strip color. That was where Claire almost lost Teddy. A guard pointed her right, and Teddy left. "Dependent stays with Guardian," Claire said. "Yellow dependent processing is left. He's 6. He stays with me. Dependent processing is left. Guardian processing is right." Her face changed, not into fear, but into something harder and more dangerous. She wrapped both arms around Teddy. "Try it," she said. The guard stepped forward. I did too. Marta came with me. "He's with her," I said. "Back in line," the guard said. "Check the strip," I said. "Yellow 9 with dependent." It said with dependent at the port. "Island has different lanes." "Then your lanes are stupid." The rifle came up an inch. A voice behind us said, "He's with the mother." Garner walked up from the dock, carrying a medical case in one hand. Her face shield was gone now. She had a fresh mask under her chin and dried blood on one sleeve. The guard looked annoyed. "Medical doesn't run intake lanes. Medical runs infection exposure." Separating a child from a guardian in a panic pen creates exposure risk when he screams, runs, and gets handled by 6 people. So, unless you want me to write your name on the next contact web, he's with the mother. The guard did not move. Garner stepped close enough that he had to choose between lowering the rifle or pointing it at a doctor in front of 50 witnesses. He lowered it. "Fine. Right lane together." Claire gripped Teddy so hard he squeaked. "Thank you." Garner nodded once, already looking elsewhere. "Don't thank me yet. You haven't seen the tents." She was right. The tents stretched across the island in rows, beige canvas darkened by mist and ash, roped down against sea wind. Each one held too many people. Cots lined both sides. Plastic bins sat at the foot of each cot. Guards walked the lanes in pairs. Latrine trailers stood at the far end behind another fence, and no one was allowed to go there without an escort. Water came from tanks, rationed by strip and hour. Food came in sealed packs that tasted like wet cardboard and salt. They assigned Marta, Claire, Teddy, and me to the same tent by accident or mercy. I did not ask which. Tent 12 had 40 cots and room for 20. The air inside was damp with breath. Canvas snapped overhead. Every cough made heads turn. My cot was between Marta and a man who introduced himself as Bob before I had even sat down. He had a round face, thinning hair, and the soft hands of someone who had spent more time stocking shelves than breaking doors. He looked about 40, maybe a little older if fear was doing the counting. His shirt had a grocery store logo half peeled from the chest. He had a backpack clutched between his knees like someone might steal the last piece of his life. "Bob Hasker," he said. "You from the city?" "Blake Carter. I came from the city. Everybody's from the city now, even the ones who weren't. Feels that way." He leaned closer, lowering his voice, though the whole tent could hear everything. "You know how they pick people? For the space station, I mean." "Not yet." "Skills, education, and essential duties," they said. I worked grocery for 18 years. Night shift mostly. Freezer, loading, stock. People laugh, but when trucks stop, nobody eats. Doesn't sound funny to me. His eyes searched my face for mockery and did not find it. That seemed to loosen him and scare him at the same time. "I lived with my mom," he said. "Still do, or I did. I don't know. She couldn't walk good. I tried to get her to the port, but she wouldn't leave the house. Said she was tired of running from things she couldn't see." He swallowed. His fingers dug into the backpack straps. "I left her," he said. The tet noise thinned around those words. Not because it got quieter, but because my mind pushed everything else away. "You got out," I said. "That isn't the same thing." "No, it isn't." He looked down. "What did you do before?" "Car wash, laundromats, vending machines." "You owned them?" "Some of them owned me, but yes." Bob gave a weak laugh. "That's something. Business owner. That sounds better than grocery. Machines don't scream when they break. People do. Grocery might be more useful now. Maybe it is. He did not believe me, but he wanted to. Outside, the loudspeakers crackled. Morning briefing at first light. Remain assigned to your tent unless escorted. Latrine access by row. Meal distribution after medical sweep. Launch window estimate remains 3 weeks pending orbital alignment and ground security. The words moved through the tent like cold water. 3 weeks. Not a promise. Not rescue. Just a window. A hole in the sky that might open if the world held its breath long enough. Marta lay down on her cot without taking off her boots. Wake me if the island catches fire. Only if it's our side, I said. Fair enough. Claire sat on the next cot with Teddy against her. The boy was asleep before his head settled. She stayed awake, eyes on the tent flap. He could be here, she said. I knew she meant Evan. They'll process port workers too, I said. If he made it. If he made it. If he made it. She nodded, grateful that I had not wrapped it in false hope. I lay back. The cot canvas sagged under me. Every muscle complained. My arms ached where the needles had gone in. My shoulder throbbed from the bus. My head pulsed with the rhythm of distant guns from the mainland. For a while, I listened to the island breathe. Canvas snapped. Coughs rattled. Boots moved through wet gravel. Generators coughed. Drones passed overhead. A child whimpered in sleep. Bob whispering something that might have been a prayer and might have been his mother's name. Then the loudspeaker clicked again, closer this time, and a voice with real exhaustion behind it said, Medical sweep entering 1012. Keep identification visible. Wake anyone who doesn't wake easy. Garner stepped through the flap with a scanner in one hand and the sea wind at her back. Chapter 8. Garner looked worse in the gray island light. Everyone did, probably. The port lights had been too harsh, too bright, too busy to let faces settle into what they had become. In the tent, with dawn leaking through wet canvas and ash clinging to every seam, the damage showed. Her skin had the waxy color of someone running on stolen minutes. There was dried saline on her sleeves, blood at one cuff, and a tremor in the hand holding the scanner. Not fear. Not exactly. More like a body filing a complaint after being ignored too long. 2 medics came behind her. One checked the left row, one the right. A guard stood at the flap, rifle down but ready. Identification strips visible, Garner said. Temperature scan first. I check if flagged. Don't crowd the aisle. Don't touch the medics unless you'd like to spend the morning on the ground. Marta opened one eye. That's your bedside manner? Garner scanned her forehead. I save the nice version for people who sleep through the apocalypse. Then I'm never getting it. Your fever is normal. Congratulations on being mildly less concerning than the tent. That might be the sweetest thing a doctor has said to me. Garner moved to Claire and Teddy. Her voice softened by a fraction for the boy, not enough to embarrass him if he had been awake, enough for Claire to notice. Still coughing? Only when the air gets bad, Claire said. The air is always bad. Then yes. Garner checked Teddy's forehead, then his eyes. He blinked hard but did not wake fully. He's clear for now, she said. Claire let out a breath that had been trapped in her all night. When Garner reached me, Bob leaned back on his cot to make room, curious in the hungry way frightened people became curious. He watched the scanner. He watched her face. He watched me. Blue 479, Garner said. You keep saying that like it's my new name. It might be if the system keeps eating the old ones. She scanned my forehead. The device beeped. She checked the reading, then checked it again. What? I asked. Nothing useful. That's becoming a theme. She pulled a small light from her pocket. Open your eyes. I leaned forward. She shined the beam across my pupils. The light stabbed straight through the ache behind my skull. Any dreams? She asked. Didn't sleep long enough to have one. Any flashes? Shapes in the dark? Any voices? Sudden anger? I've had steady anger for days. Sudden would be refreshing. Don't charm me before breakfast. Is there breakfast? There is a beige packet that claims history with oats. Then I withdraw the charm. Her mouth moved beneath the mask. It might have been a smile. It disappeared when the scanner at my wrist chirped after she touched it to my pulse. Still strange, she said. Bob's head tilted. What's strange? Garner did not look at him. Island air. Doesn't seem strange. Seems awful. Awful can be strange. She marked something on her tablet and moved on before Bob could ask again. I watched her work down the row. Every scan took seconds. Every person seemed to want a minute from her. They wanted reassurance, names of missing relatives, an explanation of the launch, a better ration, a chance, a miracle. She had none of that in her pockets. She gave them numbers, instructions, and her eyes for as long as she could spare them. When the sweep ended, the medics left through the flap. The guards stayed long enough to count the cots, then followed. Bob leaned toward me the moment they were gone. "You know her? She took my blood. They took everyone's blood. Then I know her as much as everyone does. She called you Blue 479 like she expected you. That's my strip number. Yeah, but she remembered it." Marta rolled onto her side. "Bob, let the man be mysterious until after coffee that doesn't exist." Bob flushed. "I wasn't being nosy. You were being alive. Alive people get nosy when they're scared. It's ugly but common." He looked at me again. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." "Don't be," I said. "I'd be asking too." "Would you answer?" "Not if I didn't know the answer." That ended it for a while. Breakfast came in plastic crates carried by soldiers. Each person got a packet, a water pouch, and 2 tablets that tasted like chalk and metal. The oat packet was beige in every sense: color, smell, texture, spirit. Teddy made a face after one bite, and Claire told him it was food, which was now the highest praise available. The loudspeakers clicked as we ate. All residents of Offshore Holding Zone 3 will undergo skills and viability evaluation beginning this morning. Evaluation determines eligibility for ARC transfer consideration. Selection is based on medical status, occupational need, education, technical ability, age, dependent status, and mission continuity requirements. Selection is not guaranteed. Disorder near evaluation lanes will result in removal from consideration. The tent changed. People who had been half dead with fatigue sat up. Someone cursed. Someone cried. A man near the flap started reciting every job he had ever held under his breath, like a prayer for the clerks to come. Bob stopped chewing. "Mission continuity," he said. "That sounds bad for me." Well, that sounds bad for me." "You don't know that," I said. "I know what it means. Doctors, engineers, soldiers, pilots, scientists. People with degrees. People who know computers." Marta swallowed her oatmeal with visible resentment. "People who know how to keep food moving matter too. Not if there isn't a grocery store in space. There'll be storage. There'll be rationing. There'll be hungry people lying about how much they ate. That's grocery work with worse windows." Bob stared at her. "You mean that?" "I don't waste encouragement. Too expensive." Claire looked toward the flap. "Drone maintenance will count." No one answered too fast. "It will," I said. "If Evan's here," she said. "Then we look for his name on the lists." "They won't let me." "Then we listen for it." People talk. Guards talk when they're bored. Clerks talk when they're tired. Marta lifted her water pouch. "And Blake here annoys information out of people." "It's a gift," I said. "It's a rash." For a moment, a weak laugh moved through our little section of tent. Not joy. Nothing that clean. Just pressure leaking from a cracked pipe. Before they called our row, the island taught us its smaller cruelties. Latrine trips went by cot number, 6 people at a time, escorted between rope lanes by guards who looked angry at the need to keep us alive. The latrine trailers sat downwind and still managed to poison the whole camp. The floor inside was slick with disinfectant and mud. A woman 3 stalls over sobbed because she could not get her belt open fast enough with shaking hands, and nobody knew whether to help or look away. The water line was worse. Every pouch came from a soldier with a scanner. Every sip felt counted before it reached the mouth. A man tried to get a second pouch for his father and got refused because the father was asleep and could not present a strip. The man argued until his voice cracked. Then his father woke, confused and dry-lipped, and held up the strip with fingers that shook so badly the scanner missed it twice. Nobody showered. Nobody changed unless the clothes on them were too bloody to pass medical tolerance. The camp had barrels for contaminated cloth, but people held on to shirts, jackets, socks, and torn gloves as if fabric could remember who they used to be. Marta kept rubbing the empty place where her cash drawer should have been. Claire kept checking Teddy's hair for ash, smoothing it down, finding more gray powder every time. The speakers gave updates in a voice that never sounded responsible for what it said. Launch opening in 3 weeks, weather permitting. Orbital alignment acceptable within a narrow range. Candidate evaluation mandatory. Medical classification subject to change. Transfers limited by mass, skill value, and survival probability. The words were clean enough to belong in a boardroom. Out in the mud, they landed like stones. People started rehearsing their lives. A plumber 2 cots down whispered pipe diameters to himself. A retired nurse listed medicines she could identify by smell. A dock clerk tried to remember every software system he had ever logged into. Bob sat with his elbows on his knees, moving his lips without sound. I caught fragments when the wind shifted through the canvas. Freezer rotation. Shelf dates. Truck manifests. Night counts. Loading dock safety. He was building himself out of useful pieces and hoping the clerks would see a person when they looked at the pile. I did the same thing, though I hated admitting it. I thought of pump seals, clogged drains, coin boxes jammed with gum, vending motors that needed one clean strike with the heel of the hand, angry customers, broken locks, wet floors, payroll, theft, schedules, and the awful patience it took to keep ordinary machines running for ordinary people. None of it sounded heroic. That made it feel more real than heroism ever had. Garner passed the tent once during those hours and did not come in. She moved along the lane with 2 soldiers and a sealed case chained to her wrist. People called to her anyway. Doctor, my child is hot. Doctor, my husband has a rash. Doctor, when do we launch? Doctor, can you check this bite that is not a bite? She did not stop for every voice. She could not. The ones she passed stayed hurt, and the ones she helped still looked afraid after she left. By mid-morning, the camp had the twitchy feeling of a room packed with people waiting for a judge. The island fence glittered with moisture. Drones dragged shadows over the tents. Far beyond the water, the mainland guns still thudded, softer now with distance but steady enough to remind us the port was not a door anymore. It was a mouth closing behind us. The evaluation lanes opened after breakfast. Tent by tent, row by row, guards led people into a long processing building near the center of the island. It had been a storage hangar before the crisis. Now it was full of tables, screens, interview booths, and soldiers directing the flow with rifles and hoarse voices. The ground outside had turned to black mud under too many boots. Ash stuck to it, making a gray paste that clung to soles. The wind carried fine grit that got in teeth and eyes. Drones passed overhead, their rotors chopping the air into nervous pieces. Inside the hangar, the sound was worse because it had nowhere to go. Voices bounced off metal walls. Babies cried. Clerks shouted names. Printers choked. Every few minutes, an alarm tone chirped from one of the medical stations, and the whole building seemed to lean away from whoever had caused it. We were split into interview lines but kept within sight. Claire held Teddy in the dependent lane. Marta went to general logistics. Bob and I ended up in the same occupational lane, with a dozen people between us. Bob turned back every few minutes, trying to read my face as if I knew the answers to a test neither of us had studied for. A woman ahead of me had been a teacher. She listed grades, subjects, emergency training, classroom size, conflict management, first aid. The clerk typed with dead eyes and said, "Next." A man had repaired elevators for 20 years. The clerk sat up for him. He got a yellow stamp on a strip and was directed to a second booth. A chef got asked if he had mass ration experience. He said he had run a hotel kitchen. Yellow stamp. A poet said he could preserve culture. The clerk looked ashamed when she gave him a plain white stamp and sent him back to holding. Then Bob reached the table. I could not hear every word, but I heard enough. Grocery stock, he said. Inventory control. Freezer rotation. Loading dock. Forklift before my license expired. Night shift led sometimes, when Dennis was out. I know spoilage, stocking, ration dates. Eigenlift. I can work cold. I don't get sick easy. The clerk asked something. Bob's shoulders tightened. High school. Some community college, but I didn't finish. My mom needed help. No dependents with me. My mom stayed behind. He said it flat. Too flat. Like if he let any shape into the words, they would cut him open. The clerk typed. She stamped his strip white. Bob did not move. Is that bad? He asked. Return to tent for assignment pending review, the clerk said. But is it bad? Return to tent. Why? Well, I can work. I know food. People need food. Return to tent. A guard stepped closer. Bob took his strip and moved, face red, eyes wet with fury. He had nowhere to put. My turn came before I could think of anything useful to say to him. The clerk at my table was a young man with a shaved head and a nosebleed he had plugged with gauze. He did not look at me until I placed my strip under the scanner. The scanner chirped. His screen flashed. He looked at it, then at me, then at the screen again. State your name. Blake Carter. Occupation before collapse. Car wash, laundromats, vending routes. Number of employees. Depended on the week. 12 regular. More part-time. Mechanical experience. Pumps, dryers, washers, vending motors, compressors, security systems, pressure units, basic electrical, basic plumbing. He typed faster. Management experience. Hiring, scheduling, cash control, supplier contracts, customer disputes, repairs, payroll when the software didn't break. Formal education. Some college. I learned more from broken machines and late bills. Weapons training. No formal training. I've used a pistol lately because the alternative was getting torn apart. He did not react. He had probably heard worse every hour. Any dependents? I looked toward Claire and Teddy. None legally. That means none. Interested and D players. That means none. Then none. His screen flashed again. A little line appeared between his brows. Medical flag, he said. I've been told I'm interesting. That's not a standard category. Tell the doctor. He waved to a supervisor. The supervisor came over, checked the screen, and stopped looking bored. Stay here, he said. I was enjoying the warmth of the interview. Stay here. The clerk did not stamp my strip. He printed a temporary hold tag, then hesitated when the machine produced not 1 page, but 3. The supervisor took them all. What's that? I asked. Review packet. For mechanical work? For medical review? Those aren't the same thing. Today they can be. The supervisor called over a guard and pointed me toward a side chair. Not back to the tent. Not forward to second skills. Side chair. That was how the island handled uncertainty. It moved you out of the line and made you visible. Bob saw it from across the hangar. He had been waiting near the exit with the others who got plain stamps. His face changed when he saw the guard direct me aside. Confusion first. Then hope maybe, because if I was being held, maybe it meant business owners did not pass either. Then something uglier when the supervisor returned with a gray folder. Marta came out of the logistics lane with a yellow stamp. She looked as surprised as anyone. They liked laundromat work? I asked when she passed near me. They liked inventory, cash, repairs, and me telling them I could organize people who don't want to be organized. That's true. Why, no. That's why I said it. Why are you in the punishment chair? Medical flag. Her humor dropped. Is that bad? Still interesting. I hate that word now. Get in line. A guard told her to keep moving. She did, but her eyes stayed on me until the crowd swallowed her. Claire and Teddy came through after her. Claire had no stamp I could see, only a dependent notation. Her face was tight. No Evan on the public board, she said as she passed. They wouldn't check private records. I'll ask around. You're sitting under guard. Then I've got access to guards. She tried to smile. It did not make it far. The hangar wore on. For 2 hours, maybe 3, I sat in the side chair while the island sorted people into colors, marks, and silence. Yellow stamps moved to further evaluation. White stamps returned to tents. Red marks went through medical doors and did not come back quickly. A blue mark appeared once on a woman who said she had designed orbital sanitation systems. The clerks treated her like they had found water in the desert. Bob paced near the exit until a guard yelled at him. He sat on a crate, then stood again. Every time someone with a yellow stamp passed, his jaw tightened. When a young man barely old enough to shave got a yellow stamp for drone repair training, Bob looked down at his own white strip like it had betrayed him. A siren wailed outside. The hangar froze. Drones shot overhead in a swarm, buzzing so low the roof trembled. A voice came over the speakers, sharper than the recordings. Mainland fence breach at Port East. Offshore protocols remain active. No island breach. Repeat, no island breach. Maintain processing. No island breach. Not yet. The words added themselves silently. The clerks tried to resume, but the mood had shifted. People knew now that the place they had left was still falling. Some had family there. Some had lied to themselves that the port would hold because holding was what ports were supposed to do. The siren took that lie and crushed it under its heel. Garner entered the hangar through the medical door with 2 soldiers behind her. She had a sealed envelope in one hand. I knew it was for me before she looked my way. Maybe because her mouth was set. Maybe because the guard beside me straightened. Maybe because every bad turn lately had started with paper. She crossed the hangar fast, boots splashing through muddy footprints tracked over the concrete. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, official in a world where official things had become knives with letterheads. Bob saw her too. He stood. Garner reached me and held out the envelope. Blake Carter. That's me when things are going poorly. Things are going to move fast. Take this and don't open it here. I took it. The paper felt too smooth. Too clean. My name was printed on the front, along with a transfer seal and a mark I had not seen before. Revand. Blue dot. The guard beside me noticed it and stepped back. Bob moved closer, eyes locked on the envelope. What is that? He asked. Garner did not answer. The nearest clerk stopped typing. Then another. Silence spread in a ring around us. People saw the envelope. People saw the guard step back. People saw me sitting there without a yellow stamp holding something they had not been given. Bob's voice rose. Why does he get one? Bob, I said. He did not hear me, or he heard and could not stop. Why him? He said car washes and vending machines. He said some college. I worked food. I worked supply. People need food. Why is he going? The word going hit the hangar like a match. I looked at Garner. Am I going? Move, she said quietly, and answer me. Move first. Bob stepped into the aisle. No, you answer him here. You answer everybody. My strip is white. His is nothing. He gets an envelope. Why him? A woman behind him started crying. A man shouted, They're picking favorites. Another voice yelled, Medical families first. Someone else yelled, Check the list. The words slammed into each other, growing bigger, uglier, less attached to any one person. Garner grabbed my sleeve. Blake, now. The guard beside me pushed toward the medical door, but the crowd had already started to bend inward. People who had been waiting all morning, all night, all week, all their lives maybe, saw one clean envelope and filled it with every unfair thing that had ever happened to them. Bob's face was wet now. Rage and grief mixed there until I could not tell them apart. I left my mom, he shouted. I left her because they said useful people get saved. I can be useful. I can work. I can carry. I can learn. Why does he get to go? The first shove came from behind him. Bob stumbled forward into the guard. The guard struck him with a forearm. That was enough. The hangar erupted. People surged toward the evaluation tables. Clerks screamed and backed away. A printer hit the floor and burst open, spraying paper like white birds. A soldier fired into the ceiling. The shot should have stopped everyone. Instead, it turned the fear feral. Marta appeared from the side, fighting against the current. Blake, wait. Stay back, I shouted. She ignored me, because that was her gift and curse, but Claire caught her arm from behind. Teddy clung to Claire's coat, face white. Garner yanked harder. Code blue, she snapped to the guard. He's code blue. Move him to rear medical now. The guard's posture changed instantly. Code blue confirmed? Confirmed enough. That's not a status. It is if I say it while people are trying to tear him apart. The guard slammed his shield into the nearest man and opened a path by force. Garner pulled me with her. The envelope crushed between my fingers. Behind us, Bob kept shouting, but his words broke apart under the noise. "What is Code Blue?" I'd asked. "Not here." "Garner, stop." "Not here, Blake." A woman lunged for the envelope. I jerked it away. Her nails scraped my hand, leaving 3 hot lines. The guard hit her shield first, and she vanished into the crowd. Someone grabbed the back of my jacket. I twisted, nearly fell, and saw Bob there for one awful second, not attacking exactly, just reaching, desperate enough to become dangerous. "Tell them," he said. "Tell them you're not better than us." "I'm not," I said. "Then why?" I had no answer. That made him hate me more. Garner shoved me through a side door so hard my shoulder cracked against the frame. The guard followed and slammed it shut. A body hit the other side a breath later. Then another. The door boomed in its hinges. We were in a narrow service corridor behind the hangar. The air was colder, wet with condensation, and smelled of bleach, rust, and old wiring. Red emergency lights glowed along the floor. Pipes ran overhead, dripping into buckets that had already overflowed. The guard locked the door and braced it with his shoulder. "Rear medical is 2 corridors over," he said. "Move along." Garner kept hold of my sleeve. "I can walk," I said. "Then walk faster." We ran. My legs hated me for it. The corridor tilted in my vision. The scratches on my hand burned. The envelope was bent nearly in half, but I kept it. Behind us, the riot battered the hangar doors and spilled through the building in waves of sound. Shouts rose behind us. Boots hammered the floor. Metal crashed hard. A second gunshot. Then a third. At a junction, a soldier stepped out with his rifle raised. "Identify yourself." "Dr. Garner." "Code Blue transfer," she said. His rifle dropped a fraction. "To rear medical." "Yes, rear medical. Command hasn't cleared any Code Blue today. Command can read my report after the riot stops. They'll want his tag. They can want a lot of things." The soldier looked at me. The way people looked at the envelope had changed. It was not just paper anymore. It was a door, and everyone seemed to know except me where it led. He stepped aside. We passed through a second security door, then a third. Each one shut heavier than the last. The sounds from the hangar faded but did not disappear. They became a distant ocean, rough and full of bodies. Rear medical was built inside an old concrete bunker at the back of the island. No windows. Thick doors. Filters humming in the walls. The floor was cleaner than anywhere I had been since before the plague, but clean only made the blood spots stand out more. A row of sealed sample freezers lined one wall. Portable exam beds lined another. Screens showed maps, numbers, red zones, launch schedules, and a rotating image of the Ark space station suspended above the planet like a silver bone. Garner pushed me into a small room and shut the door. For the first time since the hangar, we were alone. She let go of my sleeve. I looked at my hand. The woman's nails had drawn blood. 3 thin lines across the back of it, shallow but open. Garner saw them at the same time. "Sit down," she said. "It barely broke skin. Sit down before I put you down." I sat on the exam bed. She grabbed a disinfectant bottle and poured it over the scratches. Fire ran across my hand. I sucked air through my teeth but did not pull away. "You people love making my job harder," she said. "You dragged me through a riot. I saved you from one. You handed me the match." Her eyes flashed. "I handed you orders that were coming whether I delivered them or a drone did. I chose the version where I could pull you out before someone cracked your skull for hope they didn't get. That landed hard." She wrapped my hand with gauze and tape, quick, tight, practiced. "What is Code Blue?" I asked. She did not answer immediately. She peeled off her gloves and dropped them into a biohazard bin. Then she put on new ones. The motions were automatic. The silence was not. "Lexi," I said. Her shoulders tightened at the first name. She looked toward the sealed door as another muffled crash rolled through the building. "Code Blue means medical priority protection," she said. "Rare profile. Potential strategic value. Not a promise. Not a crown. The target. Strategic value because of my blood. Because of what your blood might show after real testing. You said maybe. It is maybe. A dangerous maybe. That's why I didn't want that envelope handed to you in public. Then why did you? Because the transfer list updated, and if I ignored it, someone else would have come with less patience and more guns. I looked at the bent envelope. My name still stared back at me from the front. Open it, she said. I tore the seal. Inside were 3 documents: transfer approval, medical hold, ARC candidacy review. My name sat at the top of each page. Blake Carter, Blue Intake 479. Civilian Technical Maintenance Candidate. Medical Code Blue Observation. Offshore repeat testing required. Priority movement authorized. ARC candidacy. The words did not feel real. They felt stolen. I thought of Bob's face, Claire's empty search for Evan, Marta losing her cash drawer, the woman dragged from the boat, the boy whispering about the walls. I thought of all of them sitting in tents while my name sat on smooth paper. I don't belong on this list, I said. Garner leaned against the counter, suddenly looking as tired as she probably had been all along. Most people on lists don't. Lists are ugly tools. We use them because chaos is worse. Tell that to Bob, the man from your tent. He worked grocery. He left his mother because he thought useful people got saved. Useful people still die. Useless people still live. The system isn't justice. It's triage with better spelling. That's supposed to make me feel better? No, it's supposed to make you stop expecting it to be fair. The bunker lights flickered. Somewhere beyond the room, a machine beeped in a steady rhythm. My hand throbbed under the bandage. What happens now? I asked. Now we keep you here until the riot burns out. Then we run proper tests. Blood, tissue, immune response, receptor behavior, viral exposure challenge in a sealed bench. If the anomaly holds, you go up on the ARC with the science team. And if it doesn't, then you go back into the general pool with a lot more enemies than you had this morning. That's a rotten system. She gave me a look. That's a rotten system, I said instead. It's the one still standing. A knock hit the door, 2 hard strikes, then 1. Garner opened it a crack. The guard from the hangar stood outside, visor streaked with mud. Riot is moving toward the tent lanes, he said. Command is locking down all transfer candidates. Casualties? She asked. Several already. Not counted yet. Bodhasker is detained. He kept trying to push through to the Psi corridor. My stomach went cold. Is he hurt? I asked. The guard looked at me through the narrow gap. Everybody's hurt. That isn't an answer. It's the one I've got. Garner shut the door, but not before I heard another siren begin outside. It was lower than the first and much closer. It vibrated through the bunker floor and into the bones of my feet. She moved to a screen and tapped it awake. A map of the island appeared. Red marks pulsed near the evaluation hangar. Yellow marks spread toward the tent rows. A blue dot blinked in rear medical. It was me. I don't like being a dot, I said. Nobody asked the dot. The door at the far end of the room unlocked with a heavy clunk. Garner looked at it, and for the first time since I had met her, real fear cut through her exhaustion. What's through there? I asked. She grabbed the envelope from my lap and shoved it back into my hands. The back way, she said. Back way to where? The lock clunked again. Not opening. Being opened from the other side. Garner pulled a pistol from a drawer beneath the counter, checked it with fast hands, and looked at me. To the part of the island they don't show on the morning briefings. The door handle started to turn. Chapter 9. The handle turned slow, as if the person on the other side wanted us to hear every grind of the old latch. Garner raised the pistol with both hands. The muzzle did not shake, but the skin around her eyes tightened until she looked carved from bone and exhaustion. I stayed on the exam bed with the envelope in my fist and the bandage burning across the back of my hand. The room had gone too quiet. The filters in the walls still hummed. The siren still pressed through the concrete. Past that, I could hear the island riot as a low, living thing, a crowd made of panic, boots, and metal. In the narrow room, every smaller sound became sharp. Garner's sleeve brushed her wrist. My own breath rasped. The door seal gave a dry rubber sigh. Stay behind me, she said. That door opens inward. Behind you means trapped beside you. Then stay useful and don't grab my arm." The latch clicked. The door opened 6 inches. A man's voice came through the gap, rough with smoke and pain. "Garner, lower it. I'm clean." "Show me your hands," she said. 2 gloved hands appeared first. Black, tactical gloves. One palm smeared with red. The other trembled as the door eased wider. The guard from the hangar stepped inside with his helmet under one arm and a rifle slung across his chest. He had a cut above his eyebrow, and blood had run down into the creases beside his nose. He looked older without the visor. Not old, just used up. Garner did not lower the pistol. "Hale, why are you opening my back door?" "Because the front hall is turning into a meat grinder," he said. "Command is sealing the public quarters. Rear medical is being folded into lodge security. Nobody folds my lab without telling me. Nobody tells anybody when the walls start coming apart." He came in and shut the hidden door behind him. The lock caught with a heavy clack. A sour draft came with him, all rain, sweat, smoke, and the copper stink of fresh blood. He looked at me once, then looked at the envelope in my hand. "That's him?" Hale asked. "That's not your question." "It is now." The riot hit candidate intake. Transfer sheets got copied, waved around, and torn out of 3 offices. People know there was a code blue pull. They don't know his face yet, but they know there is a man they think got picked over them. The words pressed colder than the room. "Bob started it," I said. Hale's jaw worked. Bob didn't start anything we hadn't already stacked dry and stupid. He just struck the first spark. Garner finally lowered the pistol a few inches. "Where is he?" "Holding cage under processing." Alive last I saw. Bruised, loud, and trying to get himself shot. "Marta? Claire Pike? The child?" I asked. Hale looked at Garner like he had not expected me to carry other names in my mouth. "Tent 12 got pushed toward the fence when the alarms changed," he said. "No confirmed breach in that lane. That is all I know." "That is not enough," I said. "Nothing is enough today." Garner crossed to the wall screen and dragged 2 fingers across the map. Red lights had spread around the skills hangar. Yellow warning marks crowded the tents. A black bar blinked across one pier, then another. The island looked less like a shelter and more like an animal under a skin disease. "Why did the back access unlock?" she asked. Hale wiped blood from his eyebrow with the back of his glove. It left a wider smear. "Because cold level wants him downstairs." Garner went still. "So," I looked between them. "Cold level sounds like something I should have been told about before a gun came out." "You weren't supposed to hear that name," Garner said. "The door is open and the island is screaming." I think that moment passed. Hale pointed toward the hidden door. "We move now, or we argue until somebody else opens it." "Who gave the order?" Garner asked. "Director Pell. Pell is supposed to be on the launch island command deck." He was. Now he's in the lower facility. Half the upper network is down. The pier cameras are feeding snow. 3 drones stopped responding over the east fence. One of the transport boats came in hot with a fever case nobody logged until it was too late. The air seemed to lose weight. Garner's mouth flattened. An infected case on the island? Maybe infected. Maybe panic fever. Maybe some idiot lying because he wanted his wife cleared faster. I don't know. Medical screeners are dead in that lane. A thump rolled through the corridor outside the exam room. Not the hidden door. The public side. Something hit hard, then scraped. Hale lifted his rifle. Garner turned the wall screen off. The blue dot vanished. For a second I felt relief, as if not being seen by the map meant not being hunted. "Blake," Garner said, "take the envelope and stay close. If I tell you to duck, you duck. If I tell you to run, you run. If I fall, you take the case I give you and keep going with Hale." "What case?" She opened the sample freezer with a thumb scan. Cold vapor rolled out, white and chemical, brushing the floor in slow fingers. The freezer smelled like metal, bleach, and old winter. She pulled out a small sealed transport case with yellow locks and a padded handle. Inside the clear window, I saw vials nested in foam. Some were marked with numbers. One had my intake line printed along its side. "You already took more blood?" I asked. Enough to start the question. Not enough to answer it. "You put my blood in a lunchbox and named it Hope. Hope is too pretty. This is evidence. She snapped the locks and handed the case to Hale. He clipped it to a strap across his chest. The public corridor door shook under a sudden hit. Dust fell from the frame. A voice yelled outside, too muffled to make out. Another voice answered in a wet, cracked sound that made the hair rise along my arms. Garner stepped toward the hidden door. We go down. Down to what? To the part of the island that tells the pretty parts what lies to use. Hale opened the hidden door. A narrow concrete stairwell waited beyond it, lit by red bulbs behind wire cages. The air inside was colder and stale enough to taste. It carried wet cement, machine oil, and a faint dead odor that no amount of disinfectant could beat. Hale went first. Garner shoved me after him and followed with the pistol aimed back at the room. The public door cracked behind us just as the hidden door swung shut. For one breath, through the closing gap, I saw fingers hook around the public door frame. They were pale, scraped raw, and dragging blood across the white paint. Then the hidden door sealed, and the stairwell swallowed the sight. We went down. The steps were metal, slick from condensation. My shoes slipped twice. Hale moved fast, without sounding fast. Garner did not touch the rail. She kept the pistol low and her eyes moving. The red bulbs made the walls look soaked in old blood. Pipes ran overhead, fat and sweating, with tags I could not read before we passed them. Somewhere below us, a generator coughed and settled into a deep vibration. How many levels? I asked. Enough, Garner said. That is becoming your favorite answer. It is the only answer that fits. Hale spoke without looking back. 2 full floors under rear medical. Cold storage, sealed benches, emergency command, launch sample archive, and a tunnel to the old maintenance rail. Garner's glare hit the back of his head. I said enough. He is carrying the future in his veins and doesn't know where his feet are going. Let him have the ugly tour. The future can trip quietly. I almost laughed, but the sound caught when something slammed above us. The public exam room door gave way with a crunch that traveled through the concrete. Then came shouting, a burst of gunfire, and a scream cut off so fast it left silence ringing. Garner stopped on the landing. Hale looked up the stairs. No going back. I know that. Then keep moving. She did, but her face had changed. The doctor who barked orders was still there. Under it, something raw had opened. Her lab was not just a room. It had been a clean place in a dirty world, and now the dirty world had its hands inside it. At the bottom of the stairwell, Hale entered a code into a keypad. The keypad screen had a crack across it. He pressed his thumb to a scanner. The scanner flashed amber, then green. A heavy door unlocked. Cold level waited beyond. The corridor beyond the threshold made the word shelter feel like a joke someone had forgotten to stop telling. Everything down there had been built for survival, and every inch of it looked ready to become a tomb. Ceiling cameras tracked movement with tiny glass eyes. Sprayers hung over several doors, dry at the moment, but crusted white around the nozzles. Red handprints marked one wall near a sealed side room, half scrubbed away and half left behind because the people cleaning had run out of either time or courage. I passed a window no bigger than a dinner tray and saw a storage room stacked with clear body bags. Not many, but enough to make my throat close. The bags were folded in neat squares, strapped into bundles, each bundle labeled by size for adults, children, and infants. The labels were small, printed in calm black letters, and somehow that made them worse. Panic had a smell and a sound, but preparation had a shape. It was rectangular, folded, and waiting on a shelf. Garner saw where I was looking and moved her shoulder into my line of sight. Keep your eyes forward. You have child bags down here. We have what reality required. That isn't an answer a human should get used to saying. Nobody gets used to it. Some people just stop flinching where others can see. The hallway carried us past another sealed room. Inside, a pair of technicians in heavy gloves were burning paperwork in a waist-high incinerator. They fed the pages in by the handful, faces blank behind clear shields. The paper curled black, lifted in little flakes, and vanished into the exhaust throat. Records, maybe. Wives, maybe? The island had made lists all morning, and now it was eating them before the wrong hands could. Hale noticed, too. Command is purging local files. Garner's jaw tightened. Then the upper network is worse than he said. Pell always trims the bad news before serving. He trims until people choke on the bones. I held the envelope tighter, suddenly aware that my own papers were just paper. A thin skin of proof. Wet enough, burned enough, stolen fast enough, and I would become another body with a story nobody had time to verify. It was not one hallway. It was a buried spine of the island, a long concrete artery with smaller corridors branching away. White light buzzed overhead. The floor had black traction strips, and each strip held damp grit in its grooves. The walls were painted a pale gray that made every scratch and blood fleck show. Signs pointed towards sealed laboratory suites, sample vaults, launch medical command, and emergency rail. People moved through the hall with the furious focus of ants under a broken rock. Doctors in wrinkled coats carried cases. Soldiers dragged crates. A woman pushed a cart piled with sealed bags that leaked pink water from one corner. Nobody looked clean. The cleanest people looked most frightened. A man in a blue face shield stepped in front of us. Name and clearance. Hale held up his wristband. Hale, launch security. Garner, medical. Code blue transfer. The man's eyes jumped to me. I hated the phrase already. Code blue turned me into cargo. It made my skin feel too tight. Director wants him in bench 2, the man said. Garner's voice sharpened. Bench 2 is active exposure space. Director's order. Director Pell can write that order in his own blood and hand it to me. He does not put an unconfirmed civilian into active exposure space while the island is unstable. The man swallowed. Sweat clung to his upper lip behind the clear shield. Doctor, he said, immediate confirmation. Then he wants theater, not science. A siren pulsed once in the ceiling. Not the island alarm. This one was lower, inside the walls. A recorded voice came on, calm and dead. Lower facility lockdown in stages. Medical personnel report to assigned sealed zones. Launch critical staff report to rail access. Non-essential movement prohibited. Nobody stopped moving. They moved faster. Hale leaned close to Garner. Pick a room before the building picks one for us. Garner looked down the hall. Her decision came hard and fast. Bench 4. It has independent filters. Pell said bench 2, the man in the face shield said. Pell can come stop me. She took my sleeve and pulled me down the corridor. We passed doors with small windows. Through one, I saw a row of empty chairs bolted to the floor, each with straps hanging open. Through another, a gloved team stood around a sealed cabinet where red fluid churned through clear tubes. In the third, a man sat alone behind glass with his hands folded on a table. His eyes followed us as we passed. He looked sane until he smiled. Then his lips pulled too wide, and I saw dark blood between his teeth. I looked away too late. Do not stare into observation rooms, Garner said. He smiled at me. That is what scared people do before fever changes them, and what changed people do after. It does not tell you enough. You keep them down here. We keep information down here. Sometimes information still breathes. The hall jolted under our feet. Dust shook from a seam in the ceiling. The lights flickered, went out, came back with a harsher buzz. Somewhere to the left, a woman started shouting for a door to be opened. She used the same word again and again until it stopped sounding like language. Hale pushed past a cart and nearly slipped on the pink water leaking from its bag. The smell hit me then, sharp as a slap. Waste, spoiled meat, bleach, fierce sweat, hot wiring, and that copper rot I had learned to know without wanting to. My stomach folded. I swallowed against bile. Garner saw it. Do not throw up in my sealed room. I will try to be polite while the secret basement leaks bodies. That would be appreciated. Bench 4 sat behind 2 doors and an air curtain that roared like hard rain. Inside was smaller than I expected. It had an exam chair, a stainless counter, a sealed testing cabinet, and 2 computer stations bolted to the wall. The air smelled better, but not clean. Nothing on the island smelled clean anymore. It smelled filtered, which was different. Filtered meant the foulness was waiting outside, and the machines were tired. Garner locked the door. Hale stayed near it with his rifle angled toward the floor. Sit, she said. Last time I sat down, a riot started. Then, sit gently. I sat in the exam chair. She pulled on a face shield and fresh gloves. Her hands moved over trays, labels, wipes, tubes. There was no wasted motion, no softness, but her breathing had roughened. She was running on discipline and caffeine and whatever guilt doctors used after the world ended. How many tests? I asked. Blood draw, oral swab, skin scrape, thermal scan, eye response, immune challenge in a sealed bench, and a questionnaire you will hate. I already hate it. That saves time. Hale snorted once. Garner ignored him. She tied a band around my arm and tapped for a vein. The needle slid in. I watched blood fill the tube, dark and ordinary. Too ordinary for all the trouble it had caused. My hand with the bandage throbbed against the chair arm. The scratches from the woman in the hangar seemed to pulse with each heartbeat. If my blood is so important, I said, why do I feel like meat in a chair? Garner switched tubes. Because bodies are meat with paperwork. That's supposed to comfort me? I stopped doing comfort 3 days into this. When did you start? Her mouth twitched, not a smile. Before I knew better. The room shook again, softer this time. Hale turned his head, listening to the wall. Rail alarms, he said. Garner kept drawing blood. How close? Hard to tell through concrete. Yes. Too close. She pulled the needle, pressed gauze to the vein, and taped it down. Then she ran the tubes through a scanner. Lines of data moved across the screen. I understood none of it, but her silence changed. It sharpened. What? I asked. She did not answer. Lexi, what did you see? Quiet. That answer is getting old. She placed one tube into a clear sleeve, then fed it through a port into the sealed cabinet. Inside the cabinet, small mechanical arms moved like insects. They drew a drop of my blood into a shallow well. Another arm added something from a red-capped vial. Hale watched over her shoulder. Is that live? It is inactivated receptor material, not live virus. Say that in soldier words. It can test attachment behavior. It cannot infect him. You promise? No competent doctor promises during an emergency. I stared at the tiny dark bead under glass. A machine arm mixed it with the clear fluid. The screen displayed a jagged line, then another. One line spiked. The other fell. Garner leaned closer. That is not a bad sample, she whispered. The words hit harder because she had not meant to say them to us. What does it mean? I asked. She looked at me through the face shield. The plastic reflected the room lights and made her eyes seem farther away. It means the virus material is trying to bind, and something in your blood is interfering before it gets a stable hold. Interfering how? I do not know yet, but it is real. She looked back at the screen. The line fell again, steadier this time, as if an invisible hand had pressed it down. It is real enough to get us killed, she said. The siren in the ceiling pulsed again. Hale moved to the small window in the door. Company in the hall. Garner saved the data to a sealed drive. Who? Not ours. A fist hammered on the outer door. Then a voice shouted my name. Blake Carter. Open this door. It was Bob Hasker. The name seemed to pull the room backward into the hangar, into the mud, into the ugly moment when the crowd realized hope had a line and most of them were not in it. Bob's voice did not belong in the sealed bones of cold level. It belonged beside a cot, muttering about freezer dates and mothers left behind. Hearing it through a restricted door made the island feel smaller than it was, as if every choice we tried to outrun had found a shortcut through the walls. Hale checked the corner camera with 2 fingers against the screen. Garner stayed by the console, but her eyes were on the door. I could see the fight in her posture. She wanted the test finished. She wanted the hall clear. She wanted the impossible luxury of one crisis at a time. The island kept refusing her. Bob shouted my name again. This time it scraped instead of rang. I heard breath behind it, hard and wet from running or fear. Maybe both. Somewhere beyond him, a guard told him to step back. Bob answered with something I could not make out, but the tone was pure camp anger, the kind born from damp socks, bad food, and the suspicion that the truth had been rationed before the water. Garner looked at me once. Not kindly. Not coldly either. Just long enough to let me know that whatever happened next would cost somebody. Chapter 10? For a second, nobody moved. The machines kept humming. My blood kept spinning in the analyzer. The sealed cabinet clicked and hissed as if it had not heard the voice outside. Bob hit the outer door again, harder this time. "I know he's in there," Bob shouted. His voice cracked on the last word. "You pulled him out and locked the rest of us with the animals." Hale lifted his rifle and stepped toward the window. Garner snapped, "Do not point that through glass unless you plan to use it. He is inside a restricted corridor. He is also scared, unarmed unless your people missed something, and probably being used by someone with a louder mouth behind him." I stood from the exam chair. Garner pointed one gloved finger at me. "Sit down. He knows my name. Everybody will know it by lunch if this keeps spreading. Sit down." Bob struck the door again. "Blake, you hear me? You hear me in there?" I did hear him. That was the trouble. He did not sound like a villain. He sounded like a man whose last scrap of fairness had been taken in front of an audience. His voice had mud in it, and fear, and the ragged edge of somebody trying not to cry because anger was easier to use. "Let me talk to him," I said. "Absolutely not," Garner said. Hale leaned close to the window. "There are 2 detainees and 1 guard outside. Guard looks hurt. 1 detainee is Hasker. The other I do not know." "Why bring them down here?" Garner asked. "Processing cages are overrun or command wanted pressure on you. Choose whichever makes today worse." Bob yelled again. "You said you owned washers and candy machines. That is what gets picked now? That is what saves the species." The words struck where I had no armor. I had asked myself the same thing. His anger found every soft place because I had already carved them open for him. Garner turned back to the screen. "His attachment test is still running. Hale, keep them outside." "With what policy?" "The policy where your rifle has a trigger. That one is not as flexible as you think." The outer intercom crackled. Hale pressed the wall button, but kept his body out of the window. A guard's strained voice came through. "Dr. Garner, this is holding transfer. Director Pell ordered 2 civilian witnesses delivered for designation review. Hasker and Dolan. We were told you would sign rejection or escalation." Garner closed her eyes for half a second. "Pell did this on purpose." "What is designation review?" I asked. "A way to make me the face of a decision he already made." "Which decision?" Bob answered for her through the door. "The decision that I don't go. The decision that I get to sit in a tent and wait for the fence to fail while you ride the sky." Hale looked at Garner. "We cannot leave them there during lockdown." "I know. If we open the outer door, we own the problem." "I know that too." The cabinet chimed. Garner stared at the result and forgot Bob for one full breath. Her face changed again, not with fear this time, but with awful confirmation. The kind that steals every easier answer. "Lexi," I said. She touched the screen and magnified the result. "The receptor material collapses in contact with your serum. Not fully, not cleanly, but enough. Your immune system throws out a blocking response I have never seen in an unvaccinated adult." "English," Hale said. "The bug knocks on the door," she said. His blood jams the latch. Hale looked at me as if my skin had become a weapon. I did not feel like a weapon. I felt cold and tired and sick from the smell outside the room. Bob hit the door one more time, weaker than before. "Answer me, Blake." Garner saved the data again, then pulled the sealed drive from the console and tucked it into a case at her belt. She removed her face shield and looked at me without the plastic between us. "You want to talk to him? Fine then. You get 30 seconds through the intercom. You do not promise him anything. You do not offer him a seat. You do not tell him test details. You speak like a man, not a martyr. Can you manage that?" "I can try." Trying badly gets people killed. I stepped to the wall panel. Hale moved aside, his rifle ready. Garner unlocked the talk switch, but kept the door sealed. "Oh, Bob," I said. The banging stopped. Static breathed through the speaker. "So you are in there," Bob said. "I am." "They put you in a clean room." I looked at the blood on the floor drain, the cracked tile, Hale's bleeding face, Garner's shaking hand hidden badly under a clipboard. "It isn't clean," I said. "Cleaner than the tent. Cleaner than the cage. I didn't ask for this. Nobody asks. They just take when the taking opens." The words were ugly because they were not entirely wrong. "What happened to you after the hangar?" I asked. Your doctor's soldiers put me on my knees and tied my hands. Then they marched me onto the floor with another man who kept praying until his teeth chattered. They said I was a witness. Witness to what? Watching you get my mother's seat? Garner looked at the clock on the wall. I don't know who gets seats, I said. You got papers. I got zip ties. That is a pretty strong hint. Bob, I am not your enemy. Maybe you are not. Maybe you are just standing where my enemy pointed. That one hit deep. Behind him, the other detainee coughed. It was not a normal cough. It came wet and thick, followed by a gasp that scraped the speaker. Garner's head snapped toward Hale. Open camera 2, she said. Hale tapped the wall screen. A grainy feed appeared. Bob stood in the outer holding space, hands bound in front of him. A guard leaned against the wall beside him, one arm pressed to his ribs. The second detainee sat on the floor with his knees up. His face shone with sweat. His eyes were open too wide. That man is febrile, Garner said. He was fine when we brought him, the guard said through the intercom, voice thin with pain. The seated man turned his head toward the camera. His lips moved. Foam shone at one corner of his mouth. Bob saw Garner through the glass and understood enough. Don't leave me out here with him. Garner swore under her breath without using the actual word. Then she looked at Hale. We need them separated. No spare rooms. Make one. The seated man slammed his head backward into the wall. One hard strike landed. A second strike followed. The sound came through the door as a dull, horrible knock. Bob lurched away, still bound, and nearly fell. The guard tried to pull his sidearm. His injured arm failed him. Garner slapped the door release for the outer holding vestibule, but kept the inner door sealed. Hale, mask. Now. Now. Hale pulled a respirator from a wall compartment and shoved another at me. Put that on, he said. I thought I couldn't catch it. I don't bet my life on thoughts. I strapped the mask over my face. Rubber bit into my skin. The world narrowed to my own breath and the sour, trapped smell inside the mask. Garner opened a side hatch in the wall and pulled out 2 restraint hooks mounted on poles. She handed one to Hale. Bob gets pulled left. Fever case stays right. Guard moves back if he can. And the fever case? We lock him in the vestibule until I can sedate. The plan lasted about 3 seconds. The fevered man sprang up with a speed that made no sense for his shaking body. He hit the injured guard before Hale reached the outer door. The guard fired once. The shot punched a hole through the floor tile and deafened the small room. The man bit into the guard's cheek. Not like hunger. Like rage had teeth. The guard screamed. Bob stumbled backward, hands bound, eyes huge. Hale opened the outer door only far enough to thrust the restraint pole through. He hooked Bob around the chest and yanked him toward the left corner. Bob fell hard, shoulder first, and Hale dragged him across the wet floor. Garner leaned through the crack with the second pole, trying to catch the fevered man's neck without exposing her arm. The man released the guard and lunged at her. His face hit the door edge. Teeth snapped an inch from Garner's glove. Saliva sprayed the metal, stringy and pink. His eyes were no longer focused on anything human. They rolled, fixed, rolled again. The shot had not slowed him. The guard's blood sheeted down his chin. Hale fired. The rifle blast in the enclosed hallway punched through my chest and made the lights seem to jump. The fevered man dropped out of view. For 1 second, silence. Then the guard on the floor began to sob through the torn side of his face. Garner went pale behind her mask. Seal him, she said. Hale grabbed Bob by the back of his jacket and hauled him through the outer door into the small airlock space between vestibule and lab. Bob landed on his side, coughing and cursing. Hale slammed the outer door shut. Garner hit the purge cycle. Air roared. Red lights spun. The room filled with a chemical smell of disinfectant spray. Bob looked up at me through the mask haze. His anger was still there, but fear had eaten most of it. You see, he said, voice muffled. This is what they put us with. Garner cut his wrist ties with a safety blade, then shoved him against the wall and checked his face, neck, and hands with brutal speed. Any teeth? She asked. He didn't bite me. Any spit in your eyes? I don't know. Everything happened at once. Eyes open. She flushed his eyes with a squeeze bottle before he finished protesting. Bob gagged and swore into his own breath. Hale kept the rifle trained toward the outer door, where the injured guard's sobs had faded into a wet moan. "Help him," Bob said. The guard, help him. Garner's face did not move. A facial bite with active symptoms is a terminal exposure under current evidence. That means what? It means I cannot fix him. The guard moaned again. Then the sound changed, rising into a laugh that was not laughter. Bob slid down the wall. He looked smaller without the crowd behind him. "You people knew," he said. "You knew one sick man could get through. You knew the island wasn't safe." "Safe is gone," Garner said. "We have layers. Some layers fail slower. That isn't good enough." "Nothing is." The cabinet behind us chimed again. Garner glanced at the screen, and duty dragged her back like a hook. "Blake, chair. You're doing more tests now. I am doing the test that decides whether we launch the data or bury it with us." Bob stared at me. The rinse water ran down his cheeks like tears he had not agreed to shed. "What are you?" he asked. "Tired," I said. "That isn't an answer. It is the only one that still feels true." Garner pushed me back into the chair. This time Bob watched every tube fill, every label print, every sample slide into a sealed sleeve. Hale stood between him and the inner door. The outer vestibule camera showed the injured guard sitting up too slowly, face turned away from his own blood. The fevered detainee lay still near his feet. "He is changing," Hale said. Garner did not look up. "Then we leave before he finishes." "Rail access?" "Yes, but Pell still wants Bench 2 confirmation. Pell can confirm his own bad decisions." The screen flashed green on one panel, amber on another. Garner pulled the final report up and read fast. Her lips moved without sound. Then she stared at me in a way that made the room feel too small. "Say it," I told her. "Your blood response is not a cure. I need you to understand that. It cannot fix somebody once the brain has been damaged. When the fever cooks the parts that hold reason and recognition, there is nothing in this room that puts them back together." The words were blunt, but not cruel. Cruel would have been pretending. "But before that?" I asked. "Before full neural collapse, your serum may teach another immune system how to block attachment. It may make a vaccine possible. It may save people who are not infected yet. Maybe early exposure. Maybe medical staff. Maybe children born later, if we get that far." Bob made a rough sound. "So he does get the seat." Garner looked at him. "Yes." The room held its breath. She did not soften it. "He gets the seat because if we get him and the data to the Ark, we may be able to make millions of doses. If we leave him in the camp to make the list look fair, more people die. Fairness is gone. Math is what crawled out of the ashes." Bob closed his eyes. I wanted to argue with her. I wanted to say I would not go unless Marta went, unless Claire and Teddy went, unless Evan was found, unless Bob got a second chance, unless every person with mud on their shoes got weighed as a soul and not a number. I wanted too many impossible things. The room did not have space for any of them. The outer vestibule camera flickered. The injured guard turned toward it. Most of his cheek was missing. His eyes had emptied into fever-bright holes. Hale backed away from the screen. "We are leaving now." Garner packed the vials, sealed the data drive, and opened a floor cabinet. Inside were gray emergency coats, respirators, and a narrow case with 3 auto-injectors. "Put these on," she said. Bob looked up. "Me too." Garner threw him a coat. "You are not cleared. You are not selected. You are not forgiven for starting a riot. But I am not leaving you in an airlock with a changing guard. Move faster than your self-pity." Bob stared at the coat, then shoved his arms through it. "I didn't start the whole riot," he muttered. "No, you only helped it find its feet. Congratulations on your limited innocence." Hale almost smiled. It died before it reached his eyes. The inner lab door opened into a side corridor I had not seen before. It sloped downward, narrow and ribbed with old metal supports. The walls sweated cold water. The lights were spaced too far apart, leaving dark pockets between them. When we stepped into the passage, the roar of the purge cycle faded behind us. We had taken 6 steps when the outer vestibule door behind the lab began to bang. The changed guard had found it. Bob flinched hard enough to hit the wall. Garner did not turn around. Keep walking. The banging followed us through the concrete like a second heartbeat. The tunnel after the lab seemed longer because fear had joined us openly. Bob kept checking his hands, as if the fevered man's spit might appear there by magic. Hale walked with the tight patience of somebody listening behind every sound. Garner carried the hardened case close to her ribs, and I caught her thumb rubbing the latch again and again, not opening it, just proving it was still there. "How long before a bite turns somebody?" Bob asked. "It varies," Garner said. "Heavy exposure can show fast. Small exposure can hide long enough to ruin every plan around it." "That guard was talking 5 minutes ago." "Yes, he was." "That is all you have?" She looked back at him. "Would you like me to invent a kinder number?" Bob's mouth opened, then shut. Water dripped between us. The rail tunnel ahead breathed cold air through its cracks. I could hear the banging behind us fade as distance and concrete swallowed it, but my mind kept rebuilding the sound. The changed guard, alone in a sealed room, hitting a door because the thing left inside him knew only pressure and hunger. He had probably had a name. Hale probably knew it. Nobody said it. "Do you know that guard?" I asked. Hale did not turn. His name was Tamsin. He had 2 girls in the inland evacuation queue. The answer made the tunnel feel narrower. Will they know? If the system survives long enough to tell them something. Not the truth, probably. The truth wastes words when command writes it. Garner said nothing, but her pace changed. Faster by half a step. Maybe anger did that. Maybe grief. In the old world, grief could sit with you. It could take a chair and fill a room. Here, grief had to jog beside you in a service tunnel and hope you noticed before the next alarm. Chapter 11. The side corridor emptied into a rail tunnel that smelled older than the plague. It had been built for maintenance carts, not people fleeing the end of a shelter. The ceiling was low enough to make Hale duck. Rust freckles covered the rails. Water dripped from joints overhead and struck the metal ties with a steady tick that sounded too much like a clock. The air tasted of minerals, mildew, hot brakes, and something rotten trapped behind concrete. A small electric cart waited beside a yellow safety line. Its sides were dented. A cracked logo on the front had been painted over, but I could still make out old letters from some port authority the world no longer had time to remember. 2 narrow benches ran along the back. A cargo tray held sealed cases, fuel cells, and a stack of folded stretchers. Hale checked the tunnel with his rifle light. The beam found rails, puddles, cables, and rat bones. "Rail car is still powered," he said. "That is a mercy I do not trust." Garner lifted a panel on the cart and pressed the start switch. The motor answered with a strained whine. We ride to launch medical command, then cross to the tower. Tower?" Bob asked. "Orbital transfer vehicle," she said. "The big ship you saw from camp is a shuttle stack and booster frame. It gets us to the Ark. The Ark stays in orbit." Bob looked at me. "Hear that? Us," she says. Garner tightened the strap on the sample case. "Do not make me regret grammar." We climbed on. Hale took the front with the controls. Garner sat beside me with the case locked between our boots. Bob sat across from us, knees bouncing, eyes moving between my face and the darkness behind the cart. The rail tunnel swallowed the light from the side corridor as we pulled away. The cart moved faster than I liked. Wind slid through the tunnel and pushed cold, damp air under my coat. The wheels clicked over rail seams. Every click ran through my teeth. The tunnel lights strobed past, white, dark, turning Garner's face into a series of tired photographs. "How long to launch command?" I asked. 7 minutes if the track is clear," Hale said. "And if it is not?" "Then we get out and discover fresh disappointment." Bob rubbed his wrists where the ties had cut them. "You people talk like this all the time. Only when charming civilians," Hale said. "I am not charmed." "Then we are saving effort." For half a minute the cart's motor and the dripping tunnel were the only sounds. Then Garner opened a small rugged tablet and started typing with one thumb. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Sending the preliminary report to launch medical command, the Ark science queue, and a dead drop on the ground network. If the island goes under before we board, the result still exists somewhere. Can the government bunker read it?" If their receivers still work, and if the relay towers are not slag, maybe. The source said there is a bunker waiting, Bob muttered. Garner looked up. What source? Morning speakers. They said ground continuity sites would coordinate survivor recovery after launch. Big words. Comfort words. There are bunkers, she said. Some are real. Some are already silent. Some are probably run by people who will shoot us before they open a gate. You don't make anything sound better, Bob said. Better is not my department. Accurate is. I looked down at my hands. The scratches under the bandage had stopped bleeding, but the skin around the tape felt tight. My other arm had fresh puncture marks and bruises forming in a neat line. I had survived the city, the port, the boats, the holding camp, and now a secret rail tunnel beneath an island built on lies. My body kept going as if it had not been consulted. What happens on the Ark? I asked. Garner stared at the tablet. More testing. Better equipment. Genetic sequencing work. Culture work under stronger containment. Production modeling. If the result holds, we build a vaccine protocol and transmit it to every site that can receive. And if there is an outbreak up there? The question made Hale glance back. Garner's thumb stopped moving. Then we try very hard not to let that happen, she said. That was not an answer. And force. It is the answer people give when the real answer has too many bodies in it. Bob leaned forward. The Ark is clean, isn't it? They tested everybody. They have to test everybody. They test, Garner said. Testing is not magic. Fever hides. People lie. Machines fail. Panic makes holes. The tunnel bent left. The cart shrieked around the curve. Sparks jumped under the front wheel and vanished in the wet dark. Ahead, a red light flashed beside the track. Himmel slowed. That should be green. Stop before the gate, Garner said. He eased the cart down until the motor whined low. A security gate blocked the rail 20 yards ahead, half lowered, its metal slats bent inward as if something had struck it from the other side. Beyond it, the tunnel widened near a service platform. A body lay across the rails. Hale killed the motor. The sudden silence was worse than the sound. Water dripped. Far away, something clanged once, then again. Stay on the cart, Hale said. He climbed down with his rifle up. Garner followed with the pistol. I hated that my first thought was relief that she was armed. The old world had made guns feel like danger. The new one made them feel like doors. Bob whispered, "Is he dead?" The body on the rail did not move. It wore a maintenance uniform and one boot. The other foot was bare and gray, toes curled against the metal. "Dead enough from here," I said. "That is not funny." I wasn't trying to be. Hale approached the body from the side. Garner stayed near the cart, pistol pointed past him. He nudged the body with his boot. Nothing moved. Then he knelt and checked the neck without lowering his rifle fully. "Cold," he said. Garner moved to the gate panel. "Power fault. Manual crank." "Of course it is," Hale said. A sound came from beyond the bent gate. A scrape. Then a dragging step. Hale stood. The rifle light found a man on the other side of the slats. He wore a lab coat over launch coveralls. His face was pressed partly into shadow. One arm hung wrong, not broken from impact exactly, but loose and forgotten. His other hand dragged along the wall, leaving a dark smear. "Identify yourself," Hale said. The man stopped. For one heartbeat, I thought he might answer. Then his head lifted, and the light caught his eyes. They were clouded at the edges, wet in the middle, and furious at nothing human. His mouth opened. A black thread of spit stretched from upper teeth to lower. Bob made a small choking sound. "Changed," Garner said. The man threw himself at the gate. Metal slammed. The bent slats bowed farther. Hale fired once through the gap. The man's head snapped back, and he dropped out of sight. The shot rolled down the tunnel and came back thinner, again and again. Nobody spoke until the echo died. Then another scrape answered from beyond the platform. And another. Hale backed toward us. "We crank the gate or we walk back." Garner shoved the pistol at me. "Can you aim?" I stared at it. "Can you aim?" she asked again. "I can aim. I don't know if I can be good. Good is optional. Point it at anything that tries to get through while I crank. Finger off the trigger unless you mean it. The gun felt heavier than it looked. I took it. My palm was sweaty inside the glove, and the grip seemed to shift no matter how hard I held it. Garner grabbed the manual crank beside the gate panel and folded it out. Hale took position beside the slats. Bob stayed on the cart with both hands clamped around the bench, breathing too fast. "Oh, Bob," I said. He looked at me. "If anything gets past us, throw one of those fuel cells at its legs." "Fuel cells explode?" "Hope not. Throw the smallest one." "That is the worst plan I have ever heard." "It was made under pressure." Garner started cranking. The gate rose with an ugly ratcheting groan. 6 inches. Oid, inches. A foot. A hand shot under it. Hale stomped the wrist. Bone cracked. The thing on the other side howled and tried to pull through anyway. I pointed the pistol at the gap, but Hale was too close, and my hands shook too much. "Not yet," he barked. Garner cranked harder. The gate rose another foot. Hale drove the rifle stock down and crushed the reaching hand flat enough to free the slat. 2 more figures lurched out of the shadows beyond the platform. They were not fast at first. Their bodies seemed to argue with themselves, feet sliding, shoulders twitching, heads jerking toward sound. Then one saw us clearly and broke into a run so sudden it looked like a string had yanked him from behind. Hale fired. The first runner fell. The second hit the gate as it cleared waist height and folded himself under the rising metal with boneless determination. I fired. The pistol kicked hard. The shot went low and hit the concrete near his hip, spraying chips. The sound punched my ears. The runner kept coming. I fired again. This time the bullet struck his shoulder and spun him sideways. He hit the rail, tried to rise, and Hale finished it with a single shot. Garner got the gate high enough for the cart. "Move it." Hale jumped back to the controls. Garner leapt on beside me. Bob grabbed the sample case before it slid and looked shocked at his own usefulness. The cart surged forward under the half-raised gate. Metal scraped the top rail with a shriek. I ducked until my neck ached. The body on the track thumped under the front edge of the cart and rolled aside. The smell that rose from it was cold rot and opened bowels. Behind us, the gate dropped with a crash. Something hit it from the far side before we cleared the platform. The tunnel opened wider after that, and the cart picked up speed. My ears rang from the gunshots. My hand would not unclench around the pistol until Garner reached over and took it from me carefully, one finger at a time. "You did not shoot Hale," she said. "That is a low standard. Today it counts." Bob let out a laugh that cracked in the middle. "I threw nothing. I had one job and did not throw anything." "You held a case," Garner said. "That was the better job." He looked down and saw his hands still locked around the sample case strap. He let go as if it had burned him. "Is that really him?" Bob asked her. "His samples, yes." "No, I mean, is he really the thing that matters?" Garner did not answer quickly. The tunnel light strobed over her face again. White, dark, white, dark. "He matters," she said. "So do you. The problem is, the world has stopped having room to prove both at once." Bob turned away from us. The cart began climbing. The air changed, less wet and more chemical. I smelled burned plastic and sea wind through some vent ahead. The tunnel lights shifted from white to amber. A sign flashed Launch Medical Command, 300 meters. Garner's tablet chirped. She looked at the screen. "We have a response from Candida Tracking," she said. I leaned closer. "What about Claire and Marta?" "Marta is alive." "Logistics, yellow tag, reassigned to food and water handling near tower support. Claire, Pike, and Teddy are alive and family holding overflow. Evan Pike, drain." She stopped. "What?" I asked. "Evan Pike is on island." The words hit with such force I forgot the tunnel. "Where?" "Drone Repair Annex, Tower East. He was pulled from Port East before the last boat wave. His skill record was flagged, but family merge failed in the system." "Claire doesn't know." "Probably not. We have to tell her." Garner's jaw tightened. "We are not taking a detour through family holding. Lexi, do not use my name like it changes physics. We have samples, data, and an unstable island between us and launch. A woman thinks her husband is dead while he is a few buildings away. A kid thinks his father vanished. And if we die carrying good news through a bad corridor, they still lose him. Hale kept his eyes on the track. Drone Repair Annex is beside Tower East. We passed near it. Family holding is not. Garner looked at him. Do not help him. I am helping the map. Bob wiped his face with both hands. What about the rest of us not married to useful drone men? Nobody answered. The cart slowed as the tunnel leveled. Ahead, light poured across the rails from an open platform. People shouted. Boots clattered overhead. The smell of sea wind came stronger now, mixed with rocket fuel and hot metal. The island's hidden blood and the launch tower's machinery met in that air and made something harsh enough to scratch the throat. We rolled into Launch Medical Command under a ceiling of pipes and cable trays. It was chaos wearing uniforms. Medics moved stretchers. Soldiers sealed crates. Technicians argued over tablets. A wall screen showed the shuttle stack outside, towering over the island in the rain, white body streaked with black runoff, booster frame clamped around it like a metal skeleton. Beyond it, the ocean flashed under stormlight. The arc itself was only a glowing track on the orbital display, a silver icon circling far above us, patient and unreachable. A thin man in a command coat stormed toward us before the cart stopped. "Garner," he said, "you ignored a direct order." "Hello, Director Pell," she said. "You tried to put an unconfirmed code blue into active exposure space during a facility breach." I ignored a bad order. Pell looked at me as if I were a misplaced bag. Then at Bob. "Why is Hasker here?" Bob bristled. "Nice to be remembered. He was almost killed because your witness theater included a fevering detainee," Garner said. Pell's nostrils flared. He was clean compared to everyone else, which made me distrust him instantly. His gray hair sat in place. His collar was sealed. No blood on his sleeves. He looked like a man who spent the end of the world inside rooms where other people delivered the bad news washed and formatted. "The island status has changed," Pell said. "Launch is moving up." Garner went very still. "By how much?" "First ascent in 90 minutes." Hale swore under his breath without forming the full word. "That is not a launch window," Garner said. "That is panic with engines. It is opportunity before loss of perimeter. The booster integration checks cannot be complete. They are complete enough. That phrase kills crews." Pell leaned closer. "So does waiting. The east fence is compromised. Pier 2 is gone. Lower facility has active cases. Port East stopped transmitting 12 minutes ago. The ARC wants code blue specimens and essential staff on the first ascent. You, Carter, the data, and the sample case are on that vehicle." "And civilians?" I asked. Pell looked annoyed that I spoke. "Civilian loading proceeds by tag priority and mass allowance. Claire Pike, Teddy Pike, Marta from 1012, and Evan Pike from Drone Repair," I said. "Where are they on your tags?" Pell's expression cooled. "You do not have request authority." "He has strategic value," Garner said. "That gives him leverage whether you enjoy it or not." Pell turned the cold look on her. "Do not start using him against command. Then do not make command stupid where he can hear it." A shout rose from the far end of the platform. 2 medics ran past with a stretcher. The person strapped to it convulsed under a foil blanket, heels drumming the frame. A soldier pressed both hands to the patient's shoulders, and still the body jerked hard enough to bend the straps. Pell watched it pass with a face that did not change. Garner stepped closer to him. "I have preliminary confirmation. His serum response is real. If you put him on the first ascent without my full kit, you slow the vaccine work. If you separate me from him, you waste him. If you lose the Pike repair tech and your tower drones fail, you risk the ascent. Put the family and Marta on the support manifest." "Marta who?" I said her last name was not in my head. The realization hit with shame. I had known her laugh, her grit, her blood on the laundromat floor, the way she gripped a mop handle like a spear, but I had never asked the name that might save her. "Marta from 1012, I said. "She worked my laundromat counter. She handled people better than your speakers do." Pell stared at me. "That is not a credential." "It should be," Bob said, and everyone looked at him. Bob's face colored, but he kept going. You people keep asking what people can do. She kept water fights from turning into knife fights in the tent lane. She got kids to eat. She got a fever line moving when your loudspeakers failed. You want survival. You need more than doctors and engine hands. You need somebody who can make scared people stand in a line without killing each other. For the first time since I met him, Bob sounded like the grocery worker he had tried to describe. Shelves, crowds, shortages, ugly customers, freezer alarms, tired clerks. Not glamorous. Still useful. Garner saw too. Hasker can work ration flow, she said. He knows inventory and cold storage. Put him under Marta if she is alive and willing. Bob blinked. What? Pell looked at Garner as if she had spit on his shoes. You are expanding the manifest during breach conditions. I am correcting a blind spot during breach conditions. The Ascent cannot carry every stray conscience Carter dragged through the city. Then carry the ones who solve problems. Evan Pike keeps drones flying. Claire keeps Teddy stable and may keep Evan functional. Marta and Hasker can handle ration control. Blake carries the serum response. I carry the method. Hale keeps us breathing long enough to use any of it. That is not charity. That is a system. The platform shook as a deep engine test boomed outside. Dust sifted from overhead pipes. For a moment, no one could speak over the sound. It vibrated through my ribs and into the tender places behind my eyes. The whole island seemed to groan around the tower. Pell looked at the wall display. Red warnings marched across 3 sections of the island map. Tower East is still reachable, Hale said quietly. Family overflow is not, unless we send a security path. Pell's mouth tightened. I will not divert a squad. Send a drone call, I said. Use Evan. Tell him his family is alive and headed for Ascent. Tell Claire he is alive. They will move if they know there is something to move toward. Garner nodded once. That costs bandwidth, not bodies. Pell looked like he hated agreeing, because it made him share the room with us. He took a tablet from an aide and typed hard. Conditional support manifest, he said. No guarantee. If they reach Tower East before seal, they board. If not, the vehicle leaves. That is still rotten, I said. It is still more than you had 1 minute ago, Pell said. Bob looked at me, and for once there was no anger in his face. Only a sick, wary surprise. Garner gripped the sample case. Where is our pre-launch medical station? Deck 2, tower access arm, Pell said. Security will escort you. Hale stays with us. Hale belongs to launch security. Then launch security is making one good decision today. Pell gave Hale a hard look. Hale did not look away. Fine, Pell said. Take Carter through decon and suit issue. Hasker goes to support intake. If he causes one more disturbance, he is removed from the tower. Bob laughed once, bitter and shaken. Removed to where? The gift shop? Pell ignored him. A new alarm began above us, faster than the others. The wall display shifted. A red breach marker appeared near Tower East. Hale saw it first. Drone repair annex. My chest tightened. Garner grabbed my sleeve before I could even step. Do not. Evan is there. So is a breach marker. Claire and Teddy may be moving toward him. You running into that corridor does not improve their odds. Pell snapped at an aide. Seal Tower East access. No, I said. He turned on me. You do not command this facility. If you seal it now, you trap your drone repair tech, his family if they are close, and anyone else you just added. If I keep it open, I risk the Ascent vehicle. The argument died under another sound. Not an alarm. Not an engine. A voice over the platform speakers, gasping, full of static. Tower East repair. This is Pike. I have family merge notice. I also have breach in service corridor. Drone hatch is jammed. I can hold maybe 2 minutes. If anybody hears this, my wife is Claire, my son is Teddy. Tell them I tried. Claire's name seemed to strike the air itself. I stepped toward the far corridor. Garner caught me with both hands this time. Blake, listen to me. Let go. You cannot save him by dying in the wrong hallway. Then what do we do? Hale was already moving to the wall panel. We used the maintenance rail spur. Pell barked. Denied. Hale did not stop. Tower East spur is 20 meters from repair annex service door. Small team. 3 minutes out, 3 back if the door opens. There are active cases there, Pell said. There are active cases everywhere, Hale said. At least these can fix your drones. Garner looked at Hale, then at me, then at the sample case. I saw the calculation rip through her face. Not mercy against duty. Duty against duty. I go, Hale said. I take Hasker. Bob's mouth fell open. Why am I suddenly brave in your plan? You know carts? Inventory racks? Loading doors? Grocery loading doors, not plague tunnels. Doors are doors when they hate you. That is not training. It is more than Blake has for staying alive around samples. Garner nodded. Blake stays with me. The sample stays with me. I hated that it made sense. Bob looked at me, panic returning. I did not volunteer. You argued for usefulness, Garner said. This is the ugly part after the speech. He swallowed. The old Bob might have cursed me, called me chosen, blamed the papers in my hand. This Bob looked toward the speaker where Evan Pike's voice had crackled and saw, maybe for the first time, somebody else's mother, somebody else's wife, somebody else's son. Fine, Bob said, voice thin. But if I die helping your friends, I am staying mad about it. That seems fair, I said. Hale tossed him a respirator and a short pry bar from the emergency rack. Stay behind me unless I tell you to pull. If I tell you to pull, pull until something breaks. What if it is me? Try to break second. Hale and Bob ran for the rail spur. I watched them go until the crowd swallowed them. Chapter 12. Waiting is not stillness when the world is collapsing. Waiting is motion trapped inside skin. It is the leg that will not stop bouncing, the jaw clenched until teeth ache, the eyes dragging themselves to every door. It is the smell of fuel and fear getting thicker because there is nothing to do but breathe it. I stood in launch medical command with Garner's hand locked around my sleeve and hated every second my feet stayed where they were. The tower shook under another engine test. A thunderhead of white vapor rolled across the outside camera feed, hiding the shuttle stack from the knees down. Warning lights blinked over the walls. People moved around us in streams, each carrying some small piece of survival that looked absurd by itself. A box of sterile tubing, a tray of data drives, a child-sized pressure hood, a crate of ration paste, a bundle of blankets, a rifle with blood in the sling. Garner dragged me into decontamination before I could invent a second bad plan. The chamber was narrow and tiled, with no bench and no mercy. Jets hit us from every side. Cold chemical mist soaked my hair, ran under my collar, and filled my mouth with a bitter taste. My skin burned where disinfectant found scratches. The bandage on my hand sagged loose. I kept my eyes shut and still saw the fevered man slamming his head against the wall. Hold your breath, Garner said through the spray. I am trying. Try harder. Try harder. The jets switched to hot air. It blasted so hard my coat snapped against my legs. When the door opened on the other side, a technician in a clear hood shoved folded launch coveralls at me. Stripped contaminated outer layers. Coveralls over base clothing. Boots stay if scanned clean. Empty pockets into tray. I looked at Garner. Do it, she said. I have had a long week for modesty. And everyone has. Move. The coveralls smelled of plastic and storage. They were too stiff at first, then too warm. A tech wrapped a sensor band around my wrist and clipped a small monitor to my collar. Another scanned my eyes. A third tried to take the envelope from my pocket. I caught his wrist. He froze. Garner stepped in. The documents stay with him. Paper is a contamination risk. So are your gloves if you keep reaching. The tech let go and found a different task. A wall speaker crackled overhead. Tower East spur team entering repair access. Breach marker active. Visual feed unstable. My whole body leaned toward the speaker. Garner saw it and blocked my path with her body. You stay here. I heard. Then hear the rest. You stay here. If Hale and Bob do not come back with Evan, Claire may never know he was alive. If you leave this room and get killed, the vaccine work may die before it starts. You keep saying vaccine like it makes me stop being a person. She flinched. It was small, almost nothing, but I saw it. I know you are a person, she said quietly. That is what makes this harder. The anger in me lost its clean edge. Outside the glass, Pell argued with 2 launch officers. His hands cut the air in sharp little shapes. On the screen behind him, Tower East flashed red, then amber, then red again. I could not hear the words through the decon room glass, but his face told me enough. Time was shrinking. A second speaker came alive. Hale's voice broken by static. Spur team at repair hatch. Door jammed. Hasker on pry. Pike answering from inside. Multiple hostiles in service corridor. Bob's voice burst through behind him. This is not a grocery door. This is not close to a grocery door. Hale barked. Pull. Metal shrieked through the speaker. I pressed both hands to the glass. Garner stood beside me, just as still. Come on, I whispered. The speaker spat static. A shot, another shot, then Bob yelling words the system swallowed. Hale, Pell demanded from the command floor. Status. Status. Static. Then Evan Pike's voice came through, breathless and raw. Or open. I am out. I have 2 drone cores and 1 broken ankle. A laugh tore out of me before I could stop it. Garner closed her eyes and opened them again. Family holding update, an operator called. Claire Pike and minor dependent reached Tower East outer checkpoint. Marta from 1012 reached support intake. Repeat, Marta reached support intake. The room blurred for half a second. I was not crying. Not exactly. My eyes burned from chemicals, smoke, fear, and the sudden weight of good news that had no right to exist. Bob's voice came back, high and furious. Nobody said he had a broken ankle. Evan answered. It was implied by the screaming. Hale said, Move now. The feed cut to static again. Pell turned toward us. Boarding in 20 minutes. If they are not through support intake by then, the door seals. They will make it, I said. Pell did not bother telling me hope was not a schedule. His silence did it for him. Garner finished repacking the sample case into a hardened launch container. It was darker than the first case, heavier with foam blocks and a small shock meter on the side. She slid the data drive into a slot beneath the handle and sealed it with her thumb. This case stays attached to me unless I am unconscious or dead, she said. If either happens, you take it. If you cannot take it, Hale takes it. If nobody can take it, destroy the data slot before infected hands get near it. How do I destroy it? She handed me a small metal punch shaped like a thick pen. Put this in the red port and press until it stops clicking. I stared at the punch. I hate how specific that is. Specific keeps people from improvising badly. Do you have a plan for if I am unconscious or dead? Gus. I get angry and keep working. That sounds like your plan for everything. It has carried me this far. The decon exit opened into a suit issue bay. It was crowded with people being turned into launch cargo. Harnesses snapped. Monitors chirped. A child cried somewhere behind a curtain, and a woman sang under her breath in a shaking voice that could not find the tune. Technicians moved fast, hands impersonal from too much practice and too little sleep. A young tech fitted me with a shoulder harness and checked the wrist monitor. Blake Carter. Enemy. 32. Dizziness, fever, visual sparks, voices, sudden anger outside normal crisis range? How do I know normal crisis range? The tech's eyes flicked up. That means no, probably. No, probably. He logged it, then handed me a pressure hood packed in a clear pouch. Do not open unless ordered. If cabin pressure drops, pull the yellow tab and put your face in the hood. Do not help another passenger until yours is sealed. That sounds selfish. Don't why... Dead, helpful people are still dead. Garner passed behind him. He learns fast. The tech did not smile. A commotion rose near the bay entrance. Hale came through first, dragging Evan Pike with one arm around his waist. Evan was thinner than I expected, with dark hair plastered to his forehead and pain so bright in his face it looked feverish until he focused on the room. He held a sealed drone core case against his chest like a rescued child. Bob followed them, limping, with his face gray and his respirator hanging loose around his neck. Claire broke from the intake line. Here. Her voice split on his name. Evan turned, and whatever pain held him upright lost to something stronger. Claire reached him before the medics did. She wrapped one arm around him and the other around Teddy, pulling the three of them into a single shaking shape. Teddy sobbed into his father's side. Evan bent over both of them, teeth clenched from the broken ankle, one hand buried in his son's hair. Nobody near them spoke for a moment. Even the techs gave them 3 seconds. Then the world remembered it was ending. "Medical assist," Garner called. "Fracture, possible contamination, Tower East exposure risk. Scan him fast." Evan looked over Claire's shoulder and saw me. Recognition came slow, then full. "You were with them," he said. "They got here because of you," I said. "I got here because your angry grocery man broke a door." Bob bent over with both hands on his knees, raised one finger without looking up. "Inventory specialist." Claire laughed through tears. It came out broken and beautiful. Marta appeared behind her in a gray support vest 2 sizes too large, hair tucked under a cap, face streaked with chemical rinse. She looked at me, looked at the coveralls, looked at Garner, and shook her head. "Blake Carter," she said, "you keep finding the worst rooms. I was going to say the same about you. I got assigned to ration flow. Then somebody decided I was useful enough to run toward a rocket. I don't know whether to be proud or offended." "Be both," Bob said. "It saves time." Marta noticed him fully. "You are the man who shouted in the hangar." Bob straightened a little. "I am also the man who broke a door." "That is better. Do more of that." A tower officer stepped into the bay. "First to send passengers to Arm 2. Medical priority, science staff, drone repair, ration support, and tagged family dependents. Move under escort. Bags left behind. Cases only." Claire tightened her grip on Teddy. "We can go?" The officer looked at her tag, then Evan's, then the display in his hand. "You can go if you move now." The words nearly dropped her. Evan tried to walk and almost fell. Hale caught him with a grunt. "You are not hopping to orbit." A medic shoved a collapsible chair under Evan and locked it into a rolling frame. Teddy refused to let go until Claire peeled him back gently. "He is coming with us," she told him. "Look at me, baby." "He is coming." "Don't say baby," Teddy said through tears, but he held her hand. We moved. The access arm climbed from the medical bay into the tower, a long enclosed bridge of steel grating and thick glass. Outside, the shuttle stack filled the sky. Rain streaked the glass sideways in the wind. Far below, the island crawled with flashing lights. Smoke rose from the east fence. I saw tents flattened by crowds, security vehicles burning near the hangar, drones cutting low over the lanes, and dark shapes running where people should have been lining up. The ocean battered the outer wall. Each wave struck with a boom that traveled up through the tower legs. Above us, the shuttle vented white vapor in long, angry breaths. It smelled of fuel even through the sealed passage, sharp and metallic, like lightning trapped in a tank. People moved in a line, not orderly, not calm, but moving. A tech shoved ration crates ahead on a mag cart. Marta took over without being asked, snapping at 2 men to grab the back corners and keep the load from fishtailing. "You, tall one, stop staring and push." "You, with the bleeding ear, other side. If you fall, fall away from the wheels." The men obeyed before they had time to resent her. Bob watched, then stepped in beside the cart. "Center weight is wrong. Heavy crates on the left." "Then fix it while we walk," Marta said. "That is dangerous." "So is standing near me with advice only." He fixed it. Garner walked beside me, case strapped across her front now, one hand on it at all times. Hale walked behind us with the rifle and kept looking back down the arm. Evan's rolling chair rattled over every seam. Claire pushed with both hands. Teddy walked between them with the pressure hood pouch bouncing against his chest. A viewing slit near the middle of the arm gave me one clear look down before the lights failed. The camp where we had slept looked tiny from the tower height, just a scatter of wet canvas and moving dots under security lamps. I found Tent 12 by the broken generator mast and wished I had not. People were still there. Some were being pushed toward a loading lane. Some were pushing back. A guard fired into the air, and a crowd bent away from the flash like grass under wind. From up high, terror lost its faces and became movement. That made it easier to ignore. That made it unforgivable. Marta saw me looking and shoved a ration crate hard enough to make the wheels squeal. Don't do that to yourself. Do what? Pick ghosts from a distance? You will choose wrong and keep everyone. That sounds like experience. It is called working a counter during food shortages. People think the end started with fever. It started when everyone learned there wasn't enough of anything and decided manners were optional. Bob adjusted the straps on the crate stack without being asked. Manners always thin out near empty shelves. Listen to you, Marta said. Useful twice in 1 hour. Do not get attached to the pattern. Ahead of us, Evan gripped the sides of his rolling frame while Claire pushed. His face had gone the color of old paper, but every few seconds he twisted to look at Teddy, making sure the boy was still there. Teddy had one hand on the frame and one hand in Claire's grip. He was trying to be brave in the stiff, awful way children do when adults have run out of room to break. The shuttle vented again. Vapor rolled along the outside of the arm and wrapped the glass until the whole passage seemed to float inside a white river. The grating under my boots trembled. Somewhere in the tower, Clamp shifted with a groan like a giant clearing its throat. Garner leaned close enough that only I could hear her. When we dock, do not let anyone separate you from me until I say it is safe. Not Pell, not Ark staff, not anyone wearing a cleaner coat than mine. You trust nobody. I trust procedures after I watch them work. And people? She looked through the vapor toward the shuttle hatch. People are procedures with worse maintenance. I wanted to answer, but then the lights died. Halfway across the arm, the lights went out. The whole line stopped under emergency red. For 1 second, all I heard was rain, breathing, and the shuttle venting outside the glass. Then something slammed into the access arm behind us. The line buckled. Hale shoved through toward the rear. Through the red-lit glass, shapes moved on the maintenance ladder outside the arm. Human shapes, but wrong in the way they climbed. Too fast, too careless of broken fingers and torn knees. One hit the glass shoulder first. Cracks spidered across the pane. Keep moving, Hale shouted. Do not stop in the arm. The line surged. A man fell. Marta and Bob yanked him up by his vest and shoved him forward. Claire pushed Evan's chair so hard the wheels rattled sideways. Teddy stumbled, and I caught his pouch strap before he went down. I have you, I said. I know, he gasped, though he did not know anything except fear. Another shape hit the glass. The cracks widened. Rain blew through the first tiny breach in a cold needle spray. Garner pulled me forward. Do not play hero in a glass hallway. I grabbed a kid. That is gateway behavior. A laugh burst from me, stupid and terrified. The end hatch was 50 feet ahead. 40 feet. 30 feet. Behind us, the glass failed. It did not explode like in movies. It gave way with a grinding pop, one panel folding inward under a wet body that came with the rain. The infected man hit the grating, rolled, and sprang up on all fours. His fingers slipped through the mesh. His mouth opened wide enough to show broken teeth. Hale fired twice. The body dropped and slid in rainwater. More hands reached through the broken pane. The tower officer at the front opened the hatch and waved people through. Inside, inside, inside. The line became a shove. The ration cart jammed against the threshold. Marta swore under her breath and kicked the front wheel straight. Bob lifted the corner with a sound that was half grunt, half prayer. The cart cleared. Claire got Evan through. Teddy slipped in after them. Garner pushed me so hard I nearly hit the hatch frame. Hale backed in last, firing down the arm until the hatch sealed between us and the rain. Inside the tower, the air was hot, loud, and packed with bodies. The shuttle access room was all metal ribs, dangling cables, warning lights, and the heavy stink of fuel seals. A hatch opened into the vehicle itself. Beyond it was a narrow aisle and rows of steep crash seats, with harnesses crossing them like restraints in a nightmare. "Seat them by manifest," a crew member shouted. "Seat them by who can stop bleeding first," Garner shouted back. Nobody argued. The next minutes blurred into straps, hands, heat, and noise. I was shoved into a seat beside Garner. The harness locked across my chest and hips until I could barely breathe. The sample case was clipped between her knees and the floor ring. Ale strapped in across the aisle. Bob ended up 2 rows ahead beside Marta, both of them still arguing about crate balance as a tech cinched their harnesses. Claire sat with Teddy pressed against her side. Evan's chair locked into a floor mount with his broken ankle braced and his drone core case strapped above his knees. A crew voice came over the cabin speakers. First ascent, emergency launch sequence. Cabin seal check in progress. Keep hoods packed unless instructed. Hands inside harness. Do not remove restraints. The hatch shut. The sound of its sealing was too final. I looked through the small window beside my seat. The tower arm pulled away with a jolt. Through rain and vapor, I saw the island falling into violence. Not all of it. Just enough. Just enough. A strip of burning fence. Drones diving like metal birds. People running across floodlit concrete. The access arm behind us crawling with infected shapes under red lights. The ocean beyond it, black and indifferent. Garner followed my gaze. Do not watch if you cannot carry it. I already carry too much. Then blink sometimes. The engines began to build, not start. It had built. A deep pressure rose under us, moving from sound into muscle, from muscle into bone. The seat shook. My teeth clicked. The cabin lights flickered. Teddy began to cry again, not loud, just a small trapped sound. Claire put her mouth against his hair and talked to him too softly to hear. Bob twisted in his harness as far as he could and looked back at me. "Blake," he called. "Yeah, Bob?" He swallowed hard. His face looked green under the cabin lights. "If this thing blows up, I am blaming you first." "That seems fair," Marta snapped. "Both of you shut up and breathe." That helped more than it should have. The cabin speaker counted down from 10. Nobody counted with it. We listened like prisoners waiting for a door to open into fire. At 3, Garner reached across the tiny space between us and gripped my wrist. Not the sample. Not the case. She gripped me. At 1, the world punched upward. The shuttle tore itself from the island with a violence that flattened every thought. My spine drove into the seat. My lungs forgot their work. The window filled with white smoke, then gray storm, then a blur of ocean and fire. The roar was too big to be heard. It became the only place sound could live. The island dropped away. My body tried to stay behind with it. My face pulled tight. My hands clawed against the harness. Somewhere ahead, Teddy cried without sound I could separate from the engines. Evan had his eyes closed, jaw locked. Claire's lips moved. Marta looked furious enough to keep the shuttle in one piece by insult alone. Bob stared straight ahead, mouth open, all anger burned down to awe and terror. The climb stretched time until seconds had weight. The harness dug into my collarbones. Sweat ran down my back and had nowhere to go. Every breath took work. I tried to count them and lost track before 12. The pressure did strange things to memory. Images from the city flashed in pieces instead of order. Marta behind the laundromat counter. Claire's hand over Teddy's mouth. Bob on his cot rehearsing a life nobody wanted to score. Garner's face behind a shield. Hale stomping a reaching hand under a railgate. The fevered guard's cheek hanging open. The body bags folded by size. None of those things belonged together, but the engines packed them into one place and shoved that place behind my ribs. I understood then why people prayed during launch even if they had not prayed during plague. Falling apart on the ground had happened one street, one bite, one bad choice at a time. This was different. This was every life in the cabin strapped to one column of fire, trusting metal built by tired hands and checked by people who had heard alarms for too many hours. A small object floated past my face after the second stage settled. A screw cap from somebody's monitor lead, maybe. It spun lazily, silver and ridiculous, then drifted toward the aisle. Bob stared at it with open horror. "That should be attached to something," he said. Marta's voice came thin from ahead. "Do not start inventorying the spaceship. I am serious. Loose parts are bad. So are panic reports from row 3. Hale reached out, caught the cap, and tucked it into a pouch on his harness. Found and secured. The universe is grateful. Bob closed his eyes. "I hate all of you less than I did earlier. Progress is ugly," I said. Garner's grip had loosened from my wrist but had not left it. Her pulse beat against my skin fast and stubborn. She was scared too. That should have frightened me more. Instead, it made breathing slightly easier. Monsters were easier to face than heroes. Heroes never admitted how bad the room smelled. Garner held my wrist until the first stage thunder changed pitch. Cloud swallowed the window. For a while there was no island, no ocean, no sky. Just pressure, vibration, and the taste of blood where I had bitten the inside of my cheek. Then the clouds tore open. Above them the world went black. Not night. Black space, clean and endless, with hard stars waiting where ash could not reach. The curve of Earth slid into view below us, bruised with storms and firelight, beautiful in a way that made my chest hurt because beauty had no right to survive everything else. The cabin shuddered through stage separation. A bang slammed through the frame. Several people cried out. The engines caught again, sharper now, and the pressure changed. Garner looked past me toward the window. The reflection showed her face washed pale by space and instrument light. For the first time since Port East, she looked young. Not soft. Never soft. Just young enough for the weight on her to seem obscene. "There it is," she said. I turned as much as the harness allowed. Far ahead, the Ark caught the sun. It hung above the ruined planet like a silver city nailed to the dark, broad, and angular, its ring sections turning slow around a central spine. Docking arms jutted from it. Solar arrays glittered. From the ground it had been a promise shaped like a speck. Up here it was enormous, too bright, too clean, and still impossibly fragile. A tone sounded in the cabin. The speaker crackled, and a calm voice from orbit came through. "First ascent, this is Ark Control. We have you on approach. Be advised, Docking Bay 3 is under medical restriction. Redirecting to Bay 5. Maintain cabin containment until cleared." Garner's hand tightened on my wrist. Hale lifted his head across the aisle. Pell's voice, patched from the forward cabin, snapped through the crew channel. "Ark Control, repeat reason for restriction." Static answered first. Then the calm voice returned, thinner than before. "Bay 3 reports unresolved fever event. Cause unconfirmed. Maintain containment and await instructions." Nobody spoke. The Ark kept getting larger in the window. Chapter 13. The Ark kept getting larger in the window. At first it looked like a clean thing. That was the worst part. That was the worst part. The planet behind us had been fire haze and brown scars, a dirty curve smeared with storm bands and smoke. The station ahead was polished silver, straight-lined, bright where sunlight cut across its skin. It had angles that made sense. Docking arms. Shield plates. Slow-turning rings. It looked built by people who still believed metal could keep death outside. Then we got close enough to see the marks. Black scoring ran along one side of the central spine. A maintenance arm hung crooked beneath a cluster of lights. Vapor leaked from somewhere near the far ring and froze into glittering mist as it drifted away. Bay 3, the Bay Ark Control had warned us about, sat under a band of amber lights. I could see shutters folded over the mouth of it, thick as vault doors, and tiny service drones clinging to the seams like beetles on a corpse. Nobody in the cabin spoke for a while. The shuttle's engines changed pitch. The sound dropped from a hard scream to a deep, grinding tremor that crawled through the floor and into my teeth. My stomach rolled, not from fear alone, but from the strange pull and float of the seat harness. Earth had already started to feel far away. That should have brought relief. Instead, it made every bad thing sharper. There was no street to run down up here, no alley, no ruined shop to duck inside. There was only the shuttle, the black outside, and that silver station waiting with a fever event behind one of its doors. Garner's fingers were still locked around my wrist. She was not holding me for comfort. She was feeling my pulse. Even half dead from exhaustion, she was a doctor first. "You're running fast," she said. "So is everybody else. Yours matters more right now. That's supposed to make me feel better?" She looked at the window, not at me. "No, it's supposed to make you stay useful." Across the aisle, Hale sat with his rifle against his chest and his helmet tucked between his boots. His face looked gray under the cabin lights. He had blood dried at the corner of one eye from whatever happened during launch, but he kept watching the door to the forward cabin like he expected it to open wrong. Bob Hasker sat 2 rows behind him, lips moving without sound. He had one hand wrapped around the seat straps so tight his knuckles had gone pale. Marta sat beside Claire and Teddy near the rear section. Evan Pike's bad ankle had been braced with a hard shell from the suit issue bay, and he kept it propped as best he could, jaw flexing every time the shuttle corrected course. Teddy had stopped crying. That worried me more than crying would have. He stared at the station with both hands folded in his lap, small shoulders pulled up, face dirty from the island and the launch smoke. Claire kept touching his hair, smoothing the same spot again and again, as if that small motion could hold him together. The speaker crackled. First ascent. This is Arc Control. Bay 5 receiving. Do not break cabin seal until tunnel pressure, heat scan, and biological sweep are complete. Repeat. Do not break cabin seal. Director Pell answered from the forward cabin. Her voice came over the crew channel, clipped and hard. Understood. Arc Control. Status on Bay 3. A long second passed. Bay 3 remains under medical restriction. Internal access sealed. Station Medical is evaluating exposed crew. Define exposed. Another pause. Shorter this time. Worse somehow? Contact event after ascent to supply transfer. Fever symptoms in 1 dock tech, then agitation in 2 support staff. Containment active. Garner shut her eyes for half a breath. I leaned closer. What does that mean? It means it got here before we did. The shuttle rolled slightly. The arc slid out of the window and then came back bigger, closer, swallowing the view. Docking Bay 5 opened ahead of us, a rectangular mouth lined with blue guide lights. The light looked calm. The inside did not. I saw people behind thick glass in an observation booth, all of them in pale suits, all of them standing too still. A security team waited behind a barrier with rifles pointed down but ready. A row of decontamination arches glowed along the tunnel beyond the bay. One of the shuttle's side thrusters pulsed. My harness bit into my shoulders. Metal groaned around us. Bob whispered, "Please don't miss." Hale gave him a flat look. Shuttle pilots don't love advice from grocerymen. I wasn't advising. I was praying. Do it quieter. Bob's mouth snapped shut, but his eyes stayed wide. The docking clamps hit with a sound like a giant hammer striking the hull. The whole cabin jolted. Teddy flinched. Claire pulled him against her side and whispered something into his hair. The engine spooled down into a faint whine. For a second, the silence after them felt huge. Then the arc touched us. The docking collar sealed around the shuttle with a hard series of thumps. Pumps started somewhere beyond the hull. Air moved. Locks turned. The smell inside the cabin changed as the filtration system shifted from shuttle reserve to station exchange. It carried antiseptic, hot plastic, old metal, and something sour underneath. Human fear had a smell. Sweat, stale breath, stress leaking through skin. It did not matter how clean the air was supposed to be. We carried the island in with us. The seat lights stayed red. A young man's voice came through the cabin speaker, too controlled to be calm. All passengers remain seated. Medical scan in progress. Keep hands visible. Do not remove restraints unless instructed. A thin green line passed along the ceiling from front to rear. It made everyone's skin look sick. The line stopped over one seat near the back. A woman I did not know began breathing too hard. "Hold still," Garner called. The woman turned her head. Her eyes were wet and frightened, not fever bright. "I didn't do anything." "Nobody said you did. Hold still anyway." The green line passed over her again. This time, it kept moving. The seat lights stayed red for another minute, then 2, then 5. Each one stretched until my muscles began to shake from trying not to move. I could hear the station through the hull now, muffled feet, machinery, and a distant alarm that did not rise into a full siren, just pulsed low enough to gnaw at the nerves. Pell came out of the forward cabin with her sidearm holstered but unsnapped. She looked at us like we were cargo she had not been able to throw overboard. "Listen carefully," she said. "When those lights change, you move in order. Medical priority first. Support group second. Family units third. Nobody wanders. Nobody argues. Nobody asks station personnel for favors. You will be processed by our command and assigned temporary quarters. Anyone who resists instruction gets locked back inside this cabin until I decide they're worth another chance." Bob lifted one hand halfway. "What's medical priority?" Pell's eyes settled on me. Carter and Garner. Bob looked from her to me, then looked away. There was no shout in him this time. The launch had burned that out. His voice came smaller. Yeah, that figures. Marta leaned across the aisle. Bob, shut up while shutting up is still free. That got a rough laugh out of Hale, just one breath through his nose. The seat lights shifted from red to yellow. Garner released my wrist and took the sample case from beneath her seat. She checked the latches, then the small temperature strip along the side. Her hands moved with a steadiness that did not match her eyes. You still have that envelope? She asked. I patted my chest pocket. Yeah, I do. Keep it flat. Keep it dry. Don't hand it to anyone unless I tell you. What if you can't tell me? She finally looked at me. The cabin lights caught the bruised shadows under her eyes. Then don't hand it to anyone. The lights went green. The hatch opened with a hiss. Cold station air rolled in. It hit my face and scalp like the inside of a hospital freezer. The smell came stronger now. Antiseptic, metal, burned insulation, and the faint rot of too many bodies processed through too few filters. I had expected space to smell like nothing. The Ark smelled like people trapped in clean rooms with dirty secrets. 2 station guards stepped in first. Their suits were pale gray with clear face shields, and their rifles looked new. New weapons always bothered me after the collapse. Too clean meant untested. Untested meant someone still believed training would matter when teeth came at them. Dr. Garner, one guard said. Clay Carter. Step forward. Hands visible. Hale stood with us. The guard's rifle lifted half an inch. Only medical priority. I'm assigned security escort, Hale said. Not on our manifest. Pell moved behind him. He is on mine. You can argue with me after you have a better Bay 3 report. The guard held her stare through the face shield. Then he stepped aside. We entered the docking tunnel. The floor vibrated under my boots. Every step rang too loud. White panels curved overhead, bright enough to make my eyes hurt after weeks of smoke and dark. Decontamination mist sprayed from both sides, fine and cold, coating my face and hands. It tasted bitter when it touched my lips. Somewhere behind us, Teddy coughed. Claire whispered to him to breathe through his nose. The mist kept falling. I looked through a narrow strip of glass along the left side of the tunnel and saw Bay 3 across a stretch of station structure. Its doors were sealed. Red warning lights moved in slow circles over the metal. A smear marked one of the inner windows. Not a splash exactly. More like somebody had dragged a hand across the glass and left half of it behind. Garner saw it too. Her jaw tightened. Don't stare, Hale muttered. I'm not staring. You are. So is he. I forced my eyes forward. A station medic waited at the end of the tunnel. She did not give us her name. I liked that. Names were becoming weights. Every new one had a chance to turn into somebody you had to watch die. Dr. Garner, Lab 4 is prepared, the medic said. Carter goes to isolation draw first. No, Garner said. The medic blinked behind her shield. You said no? He stays with me. His response is unstable until I can verify the markers myself on Ark equipment. You separate him, you lose chain of custody and maybe the only clean sample we're going to get. Station Command ordered isolation draw. Station Command has an unresolved fever event in a dock bay. Tell them to enjoy their orders while they still have a station. The guard beside us shifted his rifle. Pell said, Let the doctor work. The medic's face tightened. She touched the compad at her wrist and turned away, speaking low. I caught pieces. Garner, Carter, refusal, sample control, Director Pell, and Bay 3. None of it sounded good. Hale leaned close to me. Try not to look like you're planning to run. I'm not planning. I'm considering. Consider quieter. The medic came back after a long half-minute. Lab 4. Both of you. Security stays outside the inner room. Director Pell reports to command. The rest of the ascent group goes to intake quarters. My support people stay close, Pell said. Not possible. Pell smiled without warmth. A lot of impossible things have happened today. Make room. The medic looked like she wanted to argue. Then the low alarm pulsed again from somewhere deeper in the station, and her anger drained into fear. One intake block, she said. Temporary placement with no movement without escort. Marta passed us as the rest of the group came through the mist. Her eyes found mine. "You good?" she asked. "Not really." "Good, honest answer." Bob came after her, damp hair stuck to his forehead from decon spray. He looked at the sealed bay across the glass and then looked away fast. "I hate space," he said. "You just got here," Marta told him. "I'm a quick learner." Claire and Teddy passed with Evan between them and a station brace under Evan's arm. Teddy looked up at me. "Are the sick people here too?" Claire's face tightened. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I crouched just enough to meet his eyes without making it a big thing. "Some trouble got here. That's different from the whole place being gone. Is that true?" "I did not lie fast enough," Garner answered before I could. "It's true enough to move our feet. Come on." We waited in the docking tunnel while the station argued with itself. That was what it felt like. Voices spoke in the walls, some human, some automated, none agreeing for more than a few seconds. A calm announcement told us to proceed. A harsher one told us to hold position. A third voice asked for medical clearance codes. Then the first voice came back and apologized for the delay as if we were checking into a hotel and not standing inside a metal sleeve with a sealed fever bay across the structure. The decon mist faded, but it left my skin prickling. Droplets clung to the hair on my arms. The disinfectant smell mixed with old sweat and shuttle exhaust until my stomach began to turn. I could taste the island in the back of my throat again, smoke and salt and burned insulation. It had followed us up. Maybe everything followed you if it got deep enough into your skin. A station guard scanned each of us with a handheld reader. He moved the device over our faces, wrists, throats. When it reached Evan, the reader chirped at the heat around his braced ankle. "Localized inflammation," Garner said before the guard could speak. "Mechanical injury. Not fever." The guard hesitated. Evan's voice came out rough. "It's my ankle, man. If ankles start turning people, we're all done anyway." The guard did not smile. He scanned again, then moved on. When the reader passed over Teddy, Claire went rigid. The boy tried to stand tall, as if height could make him look healthier. The scanner chirped once, a soft, uncertain sound. Claire's hand tightened on his shoulder. "Run it again," Garner said. The guard glanced at her. "Doctor, stay in line." "Run it again. His temperature is elevated because he's terrified and packed in a shuttle cabin, not because he's symptomatic." "You don't know that." Garner stepped forward until the guard had to choose between backing up and pointing his rifle at a doctor holding vaccine samples. "I know enough to tell the difference between a frightened child and a fever curve. Run it again, slower, and stop trying to make the machine think for you." The guard's jaw worked behind his shield. He scanned Teddy again. This time the reader stayed quiet. Claire closed her eyes, but only for a second. Mothers did not get long relief anymore. Teddy looked at Garner. "Thanks for that." "Don't thank me," she said. "Just keep breathing boring." "I can do boring." "Good, because boring is underrated." Bob leaned toward Marta and whispered, "I have been boring my whole life." "This is my moment." Marta whispered back, "Try not to peak too soon." The line started moving again. Past the decon arches, the arc opened into a receiving hall that should have impressed me. High ceiling, curved walls, a strip of windows looking out at Earth, now distant enough to seem unreal. On one side, a mural showed green fields, blue water, white towers, and smiling children who had probably been painted before the first riots. The colors were too bright. The air was too cold. Every beautiful thing in that hall felt like a promise made by someone who had left before payment came due. Dozens of people waited behind transparent barriers. Some wore station uniforms. Some wore refugee gray like ours. No one cheered when First Ascent arrived. They watched us with hungry eyes, not hungry for flesh, but for information. Did Earth still have ports? Were more shuttles coming? Had the vaccine rumor been true? Was the Ark safe? Their faces asked all of it without a word. A little girl behind the barrier raised one hand toward Teddy. He raised his back halfway, then dropped it when a guard told the crowd to step away. The sound of that crowd was worse than shouting. It was whispers, coughs, shoes shifting, someone quietly crying into a sleeve. Life compressed into a hall and told to wait. Under it all, the station ventilation breathed through vents overhead, dragging every human smell through filters that were already losing the fight. Pell looked at the barriers and then at the sealed route ahead. How many arrivals are already aboard? The medic with no name checked her tablet. First civilian wave from Port West, 2 technical waves. 1 supply transfer. Partial crew families. Not full capacity. It looks full. It feels full because nobody trusts their assigned decks right now. A man behind the barrier shouted, "What happened in Bay 3?" A guard snapped, "Back from the line." The man shouted again, "My wife works docking. What happened?" No one answered him. That silence moved through the receiving hall faster than any announcement. People understood silence. They had lived under it since the broadcasts started dying. Garner leaned close to me. "Do not mention your blood in public areas." Wasn't planning on making a speech. Good, because desperate people hear vaccine and stop being people for a while. I thought of the riot on the island. Bob shouting that I had no special skills, the crowd turning, the heat of bodies closing in. He had started it without meaning to, one scared man angry at a system that did not have room for him. Then fear had done the rest. Bob must have been thinking about it too, because he caught my eye and looked away. The receiving hall lights dipped once. Every conversation stopped. The lights came back steady. Someone behind the barrier began to pray under their breath. The medic touched her ear. Her face tightened. Pell saw it. What now? Bay 3 contact tracing expanded. Dock and Ring 2 movement freeze. They want medical priority routed under escort. Where to? Lab 4. Garner's gaze cut toward the corridor. That's on docking Ring 2. Outer edge, the medic said. Still clean. For now. For now is not a safety rating. It's the only one command is issuing. The hall smelled suddenly sharper. Not because the air changed. Because fear did. It came off people in little invisible bursts, sour and hot, and every nose knew it, even if every mouth pretended not to. The station swallowed us in pieces. Pell was pulled toward command with 2 guards. Marta, Bob, Claire, Teddy, and Evan were guided down a side corridor marked with soft blue lights. Hale stayed with me and Garner until the first lab door. Before it shut between us, he caught my arm. "You see anything wrong? You don't wait for permission," he said. "That's your official security advice?" "That's my staying alive advice." The lab door closed. The lock turned. The lock turned. For the first time since the city fell, the silence around me was clean enough to hear my own breathing. Chapter 14. Lab 4 was too white. White walls. White counters. White cabinets with sealed glass doors. White light shining down from thin panels that did not flicker. The room looked like nobody had ever bled in it, which meant the room was wine. Every place left in human hands had blood in it somewhere. In the grout. In the drains. Under a glove cuff. Behind the eyes of the people trying not to remember how it got there. A pressure door separated the entry chamber from the inner lab. The floor inside had a faint tack to it from disinfectant. My boots made soft peeling sounds as I walked. The air tasted filtered until it scraped the back of my throat. Garner set the sample case on the counter and stood over it for a second without opening it. Her shoulders sagged. Not much. Just enough to show me the bones beneath all that stubbornness. "You need to sit down," I said. "I need to run tests." "You look like you might fall over into the expensive machines." "If I fall, drag me away from the samples first." "That's not as reassuring as you think." She gave me a tired look. "You want reassuring, find a priest. You want useful, roll up your sleeve." There it was. Exhausted, rough, alive. It should have made me smile. It almost did. A station tech watched us through the glass from the outer room. He was pale and young, with a face shield fogging at the edges because he was breathing too hard. He had not come inside. I did not blame him. Garner snapped on fresh gloves. "Sit down and give me your left arm." I sat on a narrow exam chair beside the counter. It was shaped for efficiency, not comfort. The cushion felt hard enough to bruise. I rolled up my sleeve and watched her prepare the draw kit. "How many times are you going to take blood?" I asked. "Until your body stops being interesting." "That could be soon. I've been told I'm pretty dull. By people with poor standards." The needle slid in. I looked away out of habit and saw my reflection in the glass. I looked older than 32. Not old exactly, well, scraped down. The man in the glass had red-rimmed eyes, a beard gone rough along the jaw, cheeks hollow from bad meals, and a bruise along one temple that I had stopped noticing. A business owner, the old form said. Car wash, laundromats, vending routes, little machines full of candy, gum, cheap crackers, cold drinks. It felt obscene that any of that had been real. Blood filled the tube, dark and steady. Garner set it into a rack, took another, then another. Her hands did not tremble until she finished. She turned away before I could comment. "What did the first island test show?" I asked. "A pattern." "That's vague." "It was an island bunker running on generator power during a riot." "Vague is what we had time for." She crossed to a sealed cabinet and removed a tray of cartridges. Each one held a sliver of frozen sample locked behind clear polymer. She treated the tray like it could bite. "Viral tissue?" I asked. "Dead culture, inactive but with enough outer structure for attachment testing. Not enough to start infection, unless every safety system in this room fails at once." "Don't say things like that." "Fair enough." She slid a tube into the first machine. It accepted the sample with a soft click and began to hum. The station tech spoke through the intercom. "Dr. Garner, command wants a time estimate." She did not look up. Command can have results when the blood gives them results. They ask for minutes. "Tell them biology doesn't salute." The tech swallowed. "Yes, doctor." The machine hummed louder. On the small screen, lines appeared and shifted. Not letters, not anything I could read. Garner could. I knew because her breathing changed. "What is it?" "It," I asked. "Stay quiet." I shut up. She moved from one machine to another, pulling small amounts of my blood, mixing them with clear solution, then with a drop from the inactive culture cartridge. She worked fast, but not rushed, the way Hale handled a rifle. Every motion had been burned into her by repetition. She opened, sealed, scanned, waited, recorded, adjusted, and ran it again. Outside the glass, the station tech pressed one hand to his ear as if listening to command. His other hand rested near the door controls. I did not like that. People touched door controls when they wanted to prove a door could still open. The first alarm in the lab did not sound like an alarm. It was a polite chime. Garner froze. A line on the screen shifted from blue to gold. "Lexi," I said. She did not correct me for using her first name. That scared me more than the alarm. "Your serum is blocking attachment," she said. In normal words, the virus tries to grab the cell surface. Yours doesn't give it a clean grip. Not completely. Not every time, but enough. So I'm immune. Don't say that like a bullet can't kill you. You know what I mean. You may be resistant. Strongly resistant. Maybe from something in your history. Maybe from exposure that didn't take. I don't know yet. Can you make the vaccine?" She looked at the gold line again. "I can make a candidate." "That isn't the same as making a miracle." The intercom clicked. Director Pell's voice filled the lab, sharper through the speaker. "Garner, report." Garner touched the panel. "Preliminary ARC test confirms Carter's serum interferes with viral attachment. I'm starting replication of the response profile now. Useful for a vaccine? Possibly yes. I need better than possibly." Garner's laugh had no humor in it. "Then you should have built a kinder universe." Pell did not answer for a second. When she did, her voice had dropped. "Bay 3 has 3 confirmed symptomatic crew and 7 possible contacts. Station Command wants to move your lab to Central Medical." "No, not that. You don't know what they're offering. I know moving samples during an active station event is stupid. Central Medical is better equipped. Central Medical is closer to Bay 3 access. Lab 4 stays sealed. Carter stays here until I finish enough to transmit." Pell exhaled through the channel. "You have 2 hours before Command takes that choice away. Then stop talking and give me 2 hours." The intercom went dead. I flexed my fingers. The draw sight under the bandage pulsed. Transmission to who? Ground bunkers. Island Command. Any lab still alive that can receive the protocol. "You can send vaccine instructions from here?" If I can build enough of the map, if the stationette stays clean, if command doesn't decide politics matters more than patience, pick your favorite impossible thing." She turned back to the machine. Her face had changed. Exhaustion was still there, carved deep, but underneath it something had caught fire. Hope looked ugly up close. It did not shine. It bared its teeth. The console began building a second set of charts. Garner pulled them up side by side and studied them with one hand pressed against the counter. She had been standing too long. Even under the hard lab lights, her skin had gone the color of old paper. "Eat something," I said. "There isn't anything." "Drink then." "There isn't time." "You're going to pass out and call it efficiency." She opened a drawer without looking, found a sealed water pouch, and threw it at me. "Are you happy?" "That was for you." "I know. You looked thirsty." I caught it against my chest. "That's not how caring for yourself works. I'm a doctor. We specialize in ignoring that." I took one swallow and handed it back. She resisted for half a second, then drank. The pouch crinkled in her hand. Such a small sound, but in that white room it became huge. Outside the glass, the empty chair by the abandoned desk slowly turned on its own from air movement. Back and forth. Back and forth. It made the room feel watched. "What did you do before all this?" she asked, still reading numbers. "You already know. It's in the envelope." I know what the form says. Forms lie by leaving out the useful parts. Car wash on Simmons. 2 laundromats. Vending machines wherever I could place them without somebody stealing the whole unit. You say that like it was nothing. It wasn't nothing. It just wasn't ARC material. You kept machines running. You dealt with people when they were angry, broke, tired, and convinced a dryer ate their quarters. That's survival training with soap. That your professional opinion? It's my exhausted opinion. Those are less polite, but usually better. For a few seconds, the lab did not feel like the last bright room in a dying station. It felt like two people talking because silence had teeth. I watched her turn the water pouch in her hand and wondered what she had been before the world boiled down to blood samples and locked doors. "What about you?" I asked. "Before you became the woman who steals half my blood and insults command staff." "Research hospital. Infectious disease unit. Mostly grant forms, training residents, arguing with administrators about why cheap filters kill expensive patients." "Do you have family?" She did not answer right away. "You don't have to," I said. "A sister in Denver. Parents gone before this. My sister sent one message after the ports opened. She said she was heading for a mountain bunker with her husband. I don't know if she made it." The machine hummed. The gold line pulsed. "I'm sorry," I said. "Don't be yet. Sorry is for knowing. Not knowing is its own room." She set the pouch down and adjusted the next run. That was all she gave herself. One sentence for her sister, one swallow of water, and then back into the work. Another station announcement whispered through the wall speakers, but the first words were clipped off. All non-essential personnel remain sealed. Do not respond to vocal distress from restricted zones unless cleared by security. Repeat, do not respond to vocal distress. I looked toward the outer room. "That's new," I said. "No, it isn't. They just said it out loud this time." A private channel blinked on the console. Garner touched it, and a small video square opened. The image stuttered, then settled into a view of the intake block. Hale stood in front of a closed door with his rifle down but ready. Marta was beside him holding a sealed crate of water pouches. Bob stood behind a table with ration packs spread in front of him, counting them under his breath. Claire sat on the floor with Teddy between her knees. Evan had his bad legs stretched out and one hand on a wall brace. "You're alive," Marta said when she saw me. "That's rude." I was getting used to worrying. "We're working on being inconvenient," I said. Teddy leaned closer to the intake camera. "Did you get to see the space station?" I glanced around the lab, the sealed doors, the blood on the screen graphs. Parts of it. "Is it cool?" Claire closed her eyes like that question hurt. I forced my voice into something steadier. "It'd be cooler if the people in charge knew how doors worked." Teddy almost smiled, or came close enough to make it hurt. Hale stepped closer to the camera. "Doctor, we have intermittent noise in the hall. No visual yet." Station guard left us locked without a code. Garner frowned. Your room has a local panel. Blue cap under the right hinge. If you need to open manually, use medical code first. If rejected, lift the blue cap and pull the recessed lever. It drops the lock pin. Only do it if you have to. Good to know, Hale said. Bob looked up. Did she say right hinge? My right facing the door or the door's right facing me? Marta stared at him. Bob, doors don't have faces. Everything has a face if you're scared enough. Garner rubbed at her brow with the back of one wrist. You're right while facing the door. And don't touch the red seal lever. Bob nodded too fast. Don't touch red. I cannot touch things. I cannot touch things. That's one of my best skills. The image flickered. For a moment, lines crawled across their faces, making them look underwater. Then the feed returned. Pell's voice came through from somewhere off camera in the intake feed. Hale, keep that channel clear unless movement starts. It started before we got here, Hale muttered, but he closed the feed. The screen went back to charts. Garner stared at the blank square for a second longer than she needed to. You care about them, I said. They're alive near me. That's usually enough. That's not what I asked. She loaded another test with a little more force than necessary. Caring is not a resource problem, Blake. Time is. Medicine is. Doors are. Air is. I can care all day and still only have 2 hands. The machine accepted the sample. She leaned closer, and the lab light caught the edge of tears she had not let fall. Then use mine, I said. She looked at my bandaged arm. I meant hands, I said. But yeah, that too, apparently. She let out one breath that might have been a laugh if the day had been less cruel. You're not funny. I've been told that by better rested people. The machine chimed again, and the brief softness vanished from her face. The numbers had moved. She read them twice, then pulled up the first test and laid it over the new result. Same curve, she said. That's good. That's repeatable. Good is a luxury word. Repeatable is useful. The next hour vanished into needles, screens, sealed cartridges, and the steady growl of the air system. Garner drew less blood after the first round, just enough for each test. She took cells, serum, plasma, words I knew from hospital shows and never expected to matter to me. She did not explain all of it. Some of it she could not spare breath for. Some of it she thought would scare me. She was probably right. Through the glass, the station tech was replaced by 2 guards. Then 1 guard. Then nobody. The empty outer room bothered me more than a crowd would have. Where'd they go? I asked. Garner looked up too fast. The outer room lights were still on. A cup sat on the desk with steam curling from it. A headset lay beside the keyboard. The door to the corridor was shut. They shouldn't have left, she said. Could be command pulled them. Could be. Neither of us believed it. The wall speaker crackled with station-wide announcement tones. A woman's voice came through, smooth and carefully trained. All residents and ascent arrivals remain in assigned quarters. Temporary movement restrictions are in effect for docking ring 2 and medical transfer passage 6. This is a precautionary measure. Repeat, this is a precautionary measure. The voice cut off. A different sound followed under it, faint and distant. A scream muffled by walls and distance and machine noise. It stopped quickly. Too quickly. I stood. Garner pointed at the chair without looking at me. Sit back down. You heard that. I heard something. Sit down. That's what people say right before something breaks through a door. If something breaks through that door, I'd rather you not bleed on the floor before it gets here. I sat, but I turned the chair toward the outer room. Garner loaded another cartridge. The machine accepted it, thought for a long moment, then chimed again. She whispered, There you are. Is that good? Good enough to start a first batch. It was small and unstable. It would need refrigeration, clean mixing, careful dosing. It won't reverse symptoms. It won't save someone whose brain has already cooked. But for uninfected or early exposed people, maybe it buys a wall the virus can't climb. How many doses? She looked at the remaining serum. From what we have right now. A handful. If the Ark can synthesize the carrier, more. If ground labs receive the protocol, a lot more. So send it. I need one more confirmation. Lenlik, wait. She turned on me. Don't ask me to stop. I know what the station sounds like. I know what that scream was. I also know that if I transmit garbage, people die believing they're protected when they're not. I get one chance to be useful. One chance. Her voice broke on the last word. She swallowed it down hard. I lowered my own voice. Then tell me what you need. She stared at me for a second, the anger draining out as fast as it had come. Stay alive. Keep your arm available. Don't distract me unless you see movement outside that glass. I can do that. Good enough. The door beyond the outer room rattled. We both looked. Nothing happened for 3 breaths. Then the handle jerked once. Garner reached for the pistol she had set on the counter. The handle jerked again, harder, and somebody on the other side of the door began laughing in a wet, broken voice. After 15, the laugh did not sound happy. It bubbled through the door with a thick, choking rhythm, rising and falling like somebody trying to breathe around blood. The handle snapped down, sprang back, snapped down again. Metal clicked. The lock held. Garner lifted the pistol in both hands. Her arms were steady. Her face was not. I grabbed the nearest thing that looked heavy, a steel stool with rubber feet. It felt ridiculous in my hands. A car wash owner defending the last useful blood in orbit with lab furniture. The thought came and went too fast to become humor. Outer door is locked, right? I asked. It should be. That's not a yes. It's the kind of yes we get now. The intercom beside the lab window blinked. Garner stabbed the button with her thumb. Lab 4 to security, she said. We have someone at the outer door. Possible symptomatic. Respond now. Static answered. The handle stopped moving. The silence after it felt worse. I took one step closer to the glass. The outer room remained empty except for the steaming cup, the headset, the desk, and the corridor door with its handle hanging still. A palm hit the small window in the corridor door. I flinched so hard the stool banged against my shin. The hand slid down the glass. Fingers streaked it with red. The face that rose into view belonged to the young station tech who had spoken to Garner earlier. His space shield was gone. One side of his mouth shone wet. His eyes did not focus. They jittered, snapping left and right, seeing things that were not in the room with him. His lips peeled back from his teeth. "Open," he whispered through the door. Garner's mouth tightened. "No, I won't." He slammed his forehead against the glass. The sound cracked through the lab. Teddy would have screamed if he had been there. I almost did. The tech hit the glass again. A red mark bloomed above his brow. He did not seem to feel it. "Open," he said. "Open this door. Open this door. Open this door." "He's infected," I said. "Early violent phase," Garner said. "Paranoia, pain response collapse, target fixation. He looks past early." The tech stopped speaking. His eyes fixed on Garner. Then he smiled. "Doctor," he whispered. The word crawled under my skin. Garner moved to the wall panel and locked the inner lab door. A second sheet of transparent barrier slid down behind the glass with a soft hiss. "How long will that hold?" I asked. "Longer than the outer door." The tech vanished from the window. For a second I thought he had left. Then something heavy slammed into the corridor door. Not his forehead this time. A shoulder. A tool. Maybe a piece of broken rail. The door shook in its frame. The station announcement tone sounded again. They were no longer smooth. They stuttered halfway through. "All personnel in docking ring 2, shelter in place. Medical transfer passage 6 is sealed. Security units report to junction 12. Residents remain in quarters. Do not open doors for unverified personnel." The voice cut out with a squeal. Garner turned back to the machine as if a fevered man was not beating himself bloody 10 steps away. "What are you doing?" "Now!" I asked. "I'm finishing." "Right now?" "Especially now." The corridor door took another hit. "Lexi, listen. If I stop, this becomes a room where 2 frightened people wait to die. If I finish, it stays a lab. Let it be a lab for 5 more minutes. 5 minutes. People said that like time was a drawer you could pull open and take what you needed. I moved closer to the inner door with the stool in both hands and watched the outer room. My mind kept counting. The old business part of me, the part that once counted change drawers and machine routes and water bills, latched onto numbers because numbers did not scream. Distance from inner door to counter, 9 steps. From counter to emergency cabinet, 3. From lab door to outer corridor, maybe 12. 2 barriers. 1 pistol. 1 stool. 1 doctor. 1 man whose blood mattered more than he wanted it to. The infected tech struck the door again. A crack appeared in the little window. Garner swore under her breath and sealed a vial inside a palm-sized cartridge. The cartridge filled with pale fluid, no more dramatic than cloudy water. First candidate, she said. That's it. That's it. Looks small. So do bullets. She set it into a portable cold case, then started a second. Her body moved faster now, powered by something past exhaustion. The machine chirped warnings she ignored until they became errors. She cleared them, adjusted, ran again. The corridor door gave way with a shriek. The young tech fell into the outer room on hands and knees. He had torn the skin across one cheek. His blood spotted the white floor in quick drops. He looked up through the glass and found me. His face changed. Not recognition. Hunger was too simple a word for it. Rage, fear, and need twisted together until they became one expression. You, he said. I raised the stool. He launched himself at the inner barrier. The impact shook the glass wall hard enough to rattle instruments on the counter. Garner did not turn. The tech clawed at the transparent barrier, nails squealing down it. He left red arcs behind. Glass holds? I asked. Barrier holds, Garner said. He hit it again. Glass holds? For now. The intercom clicked on by itself. Hale's voice burst through, rough with static. Carter, you in Lab 4? I lunged for the panel. Hale, yeah. Yeah. We've got 1 infected outside the inner door. Where are you? Intake block. Had a contact event in the outer hall. Family units are locked in. Marta's with me. Bob is trying not to be useless. Bob's voice shouted in the background, faint but offended. I'm doing decent. A rifle cracked somewhere through the channel. The sound was flattened by the comm but still made my muscles jump. Hale came back breathing harder. Director Pell says Station Command lost track of 2 exposed techs from Bay 3. I think we found one. The infected tech slammed both fists against the barrier. Make that 1.5, I said. This one's losing parts. Can you move? I looked at Garner. She shook her head once. Not yet, I said. Hale cursed. Then barricade. If that lab door goes, don't fight fair. I wasn't planning on rules. Good, and also, the kid's asking about you. My throat tightened in a stupid place. Tell Teddy I'm still ugly and breathing. Hale gave a quick, dry laugh. He'll like that. Stay on channel if you can. The connection snapped into static. Garner placed the second cartridge into the cold case. I need to transmit the protocol. Do it. Station net may be compromised. Do it anyway. She pulled a slim drive from her case, connected it to the lab console, and began typing. Lines moved across the screen. I saw words I knew and words I didn't, serum response, carrier sequence, exposure timing, contraindications, and no reversal after neurocollapse. That last line sat there like a stone. No cure, I said. Garner's hands paused. Not for the gone ones. The tech threw himself at the barrier again. Something in his shoulder gave a soft, wet pop. He did not stop. He was talking to us 10 minutes ago, I said. I know. There has to be something. She looked at him then. Really looked? The tech smeared his mouth against the barrier, teeth clicking on the surface, eyes full of a private nightmare. Blake, she said, and her voice went quiet. Whatever he was seeing, it already ate the room inside his head. I can try to save the next person. I can't bring that room back. I hated her for being right. I hated the station for being clean. I hated my blood for mattering too late for almost everyone I passed on the way here. The console chimed. Transmission package ready, Garner said. The screen asked for authorization. She entered hers. It asked for a command override. She froze. She froze. What is it? I had asked. It needs command release to send to ground. And ask Pell. Or station command. Can you reach Pell? Garner hit the channel. Lab 4 to Director Pell. I have vaccine candidate protocol ready for ground transmission. I need command release. Static answered. The infected tech stopped attacking the barrier. He turned his head toward the broken outer door. A second sound came from the corridor. Dragging feet. More than one set. The tech pressed his bloody palm to the barrier and began to laugh again. The lab channel crackled. Pell's voice came in broken pieces. Garner, repeat. Ground transmission? Protocol ready, Garner said. I need release now. Just an... Station command is locking outbound traffic until outbreak scope is confirmed. They can't do that. They are doing that. Override them. I'm trying. The dragging sounds grew louder. A second figure appeared in the outer room doorway. Then a third. One wore a guard's gray suit torn open at the collar. Another had a station maintenance harness hanging from one shoulder. Their skin shone with sweat. Their eyes had the fever brightness I had seen in the city, that awful glitter that made a human face look occupied by fire. I backed away from the glass. Lexi, I said. I see them. Istrizo. The first tech turned from the barrier and rushed the new arrivals. For one wild second I thought infection meant they would fight each other. They did not. He grabbed the guard by the suit and shoved him toward the barrier, as if showing him where the prey was. The guard hit the transparent wall hard. A hairline crack appeared near the lower seam. Garner's face went blank with fear. Pell's voice returned, stronger. Garner, I'm routing command release through emergency medical authority. You have 30 seconds when it opens. After that, station command may cut the channel. Do it. The console flashed. Garner hit send. For 4 seconds, nothing happened. 4 seconds is long enough to hear your own teeth pressed together. Long enough to smell the disinfectant under the copper stink spreading from the outer room. Long enough to wonder if all of human survival had just become a spinning icon on a lab screen. The progress bar moved. 10%, then 20, then 38. The infected guard slammed into the barrier again. The crack crawled upward. 51. Hale's voice came through the open channel, shouting somewhere far away. Marta, get the brace under him. Bob, not that door. The other one. 62. The maintenance worker in the outer room picked up the abandoned chair by the desk and struck the barrier with it. The sound rang through my bones. It reached 70. Garner leaned toward the screen like she could push the data through by will. 84. The barrier cracked across the middle. What? A station-wide alarm finally screamed. No polite chime. No soothing voice. Demia! Just a raw, rising howl that tore through the clean air and made the infected outside jerk their heads toward the ceiling. 98. The screen froze. Garner stopped breathing. The cracked barrier gave a sharp little pop. The screen flashed green. Transmission complete. For half a second, neither of us moved. Then the barrier broke. It did not explode inward the way glass did in movies. It split at the seam and folded with a brutal, heavy snap. The infected guard pushed through first, face twisted, hands reaching. I swung the stool with everything I had. It caught him across the side of the head and drove him sideways into the counter. Something broke. The stool bent in my hands. Garner fired twice. The first shot hit the maintenance worker in the chest and only staggered him. The second hit higher. He dropped hard, limbs folding beneath him. The young tech came over the broken barrier on all fours, fast and wrong, mouth open. I hit him with the stool, but the damaged metal glanced off his shoulder. He crashed into my legs. We went down together. The floor was cold and slick. His fingers clawed at my shirt. His breath hit my face, hot and rotten, carrying the smell of sickness from deep inside him. I jammed the stool between us, using the bent legs like a bar across his throat. His teeth snapped inches from my cheek. Garner shouted my name. I could not answer. The tech's strength was wrong. Not strong like a fighter. Strong like pain had been unplugged from him. He shoved through the stool, choking himself without caring, nails finding my forearm. I twisted away before he could break skin. His teeth scraped the cloth at my shoulder. A rifle cracked from the lab entrance. The tech's body jerked. His weight dropped across me. Hale stood in the broken doorway with smoke curling from his rifle muzzle. Behind him, Marta held the door frame with both hands, face pale but set. Bob hovered behind her, holding a fire extinguisher like a club, his eyes so wide I could see white all around the blue. "Told you not to fight fair," Hale said. I shoved the dead weight off me and scrambled back, breath tearing in and out of my throat. Good timing. Traffic was bad. Garner grabbed the coal case and drive. Transmission got out. Marta looked at the ruined barrier, the bodies, the red smears across the white lab floor. Then why do I not feel rescued? The station lights flickered. Pell's voice hit the intercom from somewhere in command. "All first ascent survivors. Fall back to central spine access. Docking ring 2 is compromised. Repeat, docking ring 2 is compromised. Lab 4, move now." Hale looked at Garner. "Can you run?" "No, not well." "Can you move fast enough to annoy me?" "Probably enough." "That'll do." Bob lifted the fire extinguisher. "What about the others?" "Claire, Teddy, Evan. Locked in intake room behind us," Hale said. "We came because Carter and Garner had the cure thing." "Vaccine candidate," Garner snapped. "Right, the cure thing's angry cousin." Another alarm joined the first, deeper and slower. The floor trembled. Somewhere in the station, metal slammed against metal. A big sound, structural, followed by a hiss that made every hair on my body rise. Hale turned toward the hall. "We go now. Bob, you stay behind me and stop breathing so loud. Marta, keep Garner moving. Carter, carry whatever she tells you to carry." Garner shoved the envelope and a sealed data wafer into my hands. Inside pocket, flat and dry. "Same rule as before. You keep giving me the easy jobs. I'm kind like that." The green words on the screen did not make the room safer. They made it worse in a way I had not expected. Before the send finished, everything had been aimed at one narrow point. Keep the door shut. Keep Garner alive. Get the data out. Once the console said complete, the point vanished and the whole nightmare rushed in from every side. The broken barrier. The bodies. The stink. The young tech on the floor with his face turned toward the light, looking almost peaceful now that the fever had no muscles left to use. My hands started shaking. Not little shakes. Big, ugly ones that made the bent stool leg rattle against the floor. I tried to clamp them down and only made them worse. Garner saw. Of course she saw. "Breathe through your nose," she said. "It smells like a butcher shop in here. Then breathe through your mouth and taste it. Pick one? You're terrible at comfort. Comfort is what people give when they can't fix anything. I can still fix a few things." She crossed to me, grabbed my wrist, and checked the scratches on my forearm. Her grip was firm, almost angry. The tech's nails had torn cloth and scraped skin, but no open cut deep enough to bleed. She turned my arm under the lab light and looked twice. "No saliva in broken skin," she said. "No bite. That your official blessing? It's my official reason not to panic about you for the next 30 seconds. I let out a breath that hurt my ribs. Marta stepped through the broken barrier and looked at the lab machines. "Can any of this still make more of your vaccine candidate?" Garner followed her gaze. The machines were alive, but the room was not clean anymore. Blood had sprayed across the floor near the intake counter. One cartridge tray lay overturned. The barrier seal hung bent from the track. The place had gone from lab to crime scene in less than a minute. "Not safely," Garner said. "Could safely be flexible?" Bob asked from the doorway. Garner looked at him. Bob lifted one hand. "Asking because everything else seems flexible now. Doors, laws, and my standards." "Not this," she said. "Contaminated workspace risks ruining the batch or killing whoever receives it. We take what is sealed and leave." Hale checked the outer corridor, then kicked a fallen chair away from the threshold. "Leaving has my vote." I looked at the console again. "Can we confirm who received it?" Garner touched the keys. The system refused, asking for network authority. She tried a bypass. The screen blinked amber, then locked her out of the outbound record. "Station command cut the trail," she said. "Why would they do that?" Pell's voice answered through the intercom before Garner could. "Because information is power, and scared command staff clutch power like children clutch blankets." Move now. The mention of children made me think of Teddy in the intake block, waiting behind another locked door while adults decided what risk was acceptable. I tucked the envelope deeper inside my jacket. The paper edges pressed against my chest with every breath. Garner took one last look around Lab 4. I could tell she was measuring what she had to abandon: machines, samples, notes, possibilities. She had spent years learning how to save lives one careful step at a time, and now every step required leaving something burning behind her. "Lexi," I said. She picked up the cold case. "I'm moving." "That's not what I meant." "I know." "I'm moving anyway." We left Lab 4 with blood on our boots and the station screaming above us. Chapter 16. The corridor outside Lab 4 had turned into a throat. Lights pulsed red along the walls, and the station's air system dragged smoke through the passage in thin, stinging ribbons. Every alarm bounced off the curved panels until directions stopped making sense. The floor had a slow tremor under it now, a sick vibration that came and went with a rotating ring. Somewhere above us, pumps hammered. Somewhere below, someone screamed and then begged in a voice that broke apart halfway through. Hale took point. He moved with the rifle tucked tight, boots careful, shoulders low. He did not sweep the muzzle around wildly. He aimed where a person could come from: door seams, junctions, service hatches, corners. That steadiness kept me from bolting, because fear wanted speed and speed wanted mistakes. Marta had one arm around Garner's back. Garner hated it. I could tell by the way she kept trying to walk without leaning. Marta ignored her pride and held on. "Doctor, if you fall, I'm not filling out paperwork," Marta said. "I'm dragging you by the collar." "Noted, Marta. That's all you got?" "I'm saving better insults for when we're less busy." Bob walked behind them, clutching the fire extinguisher. He had found a station utility belt somewhere and buckled it crooked around his waist. A coil of seal tape hung from it. So did a small wrench and 2 emergency glow sticks. He looked ridiculous and more useful than he had any right to. I took rear with the bent stool leg I had broken free in the lab. It was not a real weapon. It was a length of metal with a jagged end and somebody else's blood drying on it. Real enough. Hale spoke without turning. "Intake room is 40 meters ahead, left side. We get the family, then central spine. Pell says spine lifts can take us toward command or pod ring depending on pressure locks." Pod ring?" I asked. "Evac path." Garner looked over. "We don't evacuate yet. I need arc synthesis equipment." "Arc synthesis equipment is in medical zones currently filling with sick people," Hale said. "So unless you can teach Carter's blood to walk itself to the machines, we move. I have the first candidate. I have protocol. I still need larger batch production. The ground has the protocol now." Transmission said complete. Transmission said the package left this lab. That doesn't mean every ground bunker received clean data. Hale paused at a corner and glanced back. "Doctor, I'm not arguing science in a murder hallway. We get living people to a place with doors. Then you can tell me how ignorant I am." Garner's mouth tightened, but she did not answer. We reached the intake corridor. The door to the room where Claire, Teddy, and Evan had been held was still closed. The window beside it showed movement inside. Human movement, not violent. Claire's face appeared behind the glass, and the relief that crossed it hit me harder than I expected. Bob rushed to the control panel. "I got it." I saw the guard do this. "Bob," Hale said. "Yeah, what?" "Don't lock us all out of the one door we need." That's why I said I saw him. I didn't say I understood him. Marta shoved him gently aside and looked at the panel. "Move over." Grocery man fingers are not helping. I was assistant manager. Then assist from over there. Garner limped to the panel and entered her medical authority code. The lock rejected it. She tried again, and the code failed a second time. Inside, Teddy pressed both hands to the glass. "Why isn't it opening?" Claire shouted through the door. Hale checked the corridor behind us. "Because station command is locking zones." "Can you break it?" I asked. Breaking doors on a space station is how people learn about air the hard way. Bob lifted the fire extinguisher. "What about the glass?" "Same lecture," Hale said. Garner swayed on her feet. Marta caught her. I stepped to the window. Teddy looked at me from the other side. His face was blotchy but dry. Evan sat on the floor behind him, bad leg straight, a metal chair in both hands. Claire had a table shoved against the far door. "We're getting you out," I said. Teddy nodded like he believed me because he needed to. The corridor lights flickered. Far behind us, something hit a wall with a meaty thud. Hale looked down the passage. Fast would be good. Garner pulled the panel cover free, exposing wires and small colored tabs. "Bob, give me the wrench." Bob stared. "You mean me? You stole tools. Make them useful. I borrowed from the collapse of civilization. Give me the wrench." He handed it over. Garner worked the panel with shaking fingers. She was too tired for fine movements. After 3 tries, she dropped the wrench. I caught it before it hit the floor. "Tell me what to do," I said. "Small green tab. Lift it, don't snap it. Then press the recessed button under the yellow sleeve. Not the red one. What happens if I press the red one? We lose the door until station control resets it. No pressure. Plenty of pressure. That's why we're sweating." The little green tab resisted my fingernail. I slid the jagged edge of the stool leg under it and lifted gently. It popped up. The yellow sleeve stuck. I pressed, missed, felt the red button under the pad of my finger, and pulled back so fast my heart kicked. "Blake," Garner said. "I know." The sound behind us came again. Closer now. A low scraping, like somebody dragging metal along the wall. Marta turned with the bent fire extinguisher Bob had surrendered to her. "We've got company." Hale raised his rifle. "Keep working." I pressed the button under the yellow sleeve. The lock clicked. For one beautiful second, nothing else mattered. Then the door opened 6 inches and jammed. Claire shoved from inside. Evan pushed himself up with a chair and dragged his bad leg under him. Teddy tried to squeeze through, but Claire yanked him back before he could get stuck. "What's blocking it?" I asked. "Emergency drop pin," Garner said. "Manual release is inside the upper hinge." "Of course it is." Hale fired once down the corridor. The shot punched through the alarms. Something shrieked, human enough to make my stomach turn. "Soon," Hale said. Marta wedged the fire extinguisher into the gap. "Claire, push when I push." "It won't move." "Then push meaner." They pushed. Metal groaned. Teddy backed away from the gap, eyes huge. Bob looked at the upper hinge, then at me. "Lift me." "What for?" "I'm not heavy." "Lift me." "I can reach it." "Bob, this is a bad time to discover courage." "I've had it. It was under panic." Hale fired again. "Lift him." I cupped my hands. Bob stepped in and grabbed my shoulders. He smelled like sweat, chemical mist, and terror. I boosted him up against the doorframe. He fumbled at the upper hinge with a small wrench, breathing through his teeth. "Left," Garner said. "No, your other left." "I only have one left." "Then use the correct one." The scraping sound became footsteps. 2 infected turned the corner at the far end of the hall, both in station suits, both moving with that jerky speed that came after the fever burned away caution. One had a strip of torn plastic wrapped around his neck. The other dragged a metal rod along the wall, making sparks jump. Hale fired. The first dropped and slid. The second kept coming. Marta moved beside Hale with the extinguisher raised. "Stay back," he snapped. "You run out of bullets. I'm what happens next." Bob shouted from above me. "Got it." "I think I got it." The door lurched open another foot. Claire shoved Teddy through. He stumbled into me, and I caught him with my free arm as Bob nearly fell off my shoulders. "Easy," I said. Teddy clung to my shirt for half a breath, then let go like he was embarrassed. Claire came next, face streaked, hair damp with sweat. Evan followed with his chair braced under one arm, teeth clenched hard enough to crack. The second infected hit Hale before Hale could fire again. They crashed against the wall. Hale's rifle went sideways. The infected man's teeth snapped at his face shield. Marta swung the extinguisher into the man's ribs. The blow thudded. He did not let go. She swung again, higher. The man's head snapped to the side. Hale got one boot between them and kicked him back. I shoved Teddy toward Claire and moved in with the stool leg. The infected man came off the wall with his mouth open. I drove the jagged metal into his thigh, not deep enough to stop him, but enough to turn his weight. Hale recovered the rifle and ended it with one shot. The corridor filled with a hot stink of gun smoke and blood. Bob slid down from the hinge and landed badly. I hate helping. You're doing fine, Claire said, and the kindness in her voice almost broke him. Don't say that yet, Bob muttered. I'll start crying and ruin my reputation. What reputation? Marta asked. The one I'm building from scratch. Hale grabbed him by the back of his borrowed utility belt and pulled him forward. Build while moving. He ran. Running in the Ark was different from running on Earth. The artificial gravity held, but not perfectly. Every stride felt a fraction too light and then too heavy. The corridor curved almost imperceptibly with the ring. My stomach kept trying to predict down and getting it wrong. Teddy stumbled twice. Claire dragged him up both times without slowing. Evan's face went white with pain, but he did not complain. He used the chair like a crutch and made a grinding sound through his teeth with every step. We reached the central spine access after 2 turns and 1 locked hatch Hale had to open with Pell's emergency code. The spine doors were tall and black, a different material from the white quarter panels. They had no windows. A sign beside them read, "Authorized movement only." The panel beside the door flashed amber. Hale entered the code. The panel rejected it. He entered it again. The panel rejected him again. Garner pushed past him and tried her medical code. The lock rejected her too. Claire looked behind us. They're coming. At the far end of the corridor, more figures staggered around the curve. Too many to count fast. Some ran into walls and corrected. Some moved low, hands brushing the floor. One crawled along the ceiling handholds like gravity had become a suggestion. Teddy made a tiny sound. Hale slammed the panel with his palm. Pell, spine access is locked. I need override. Static answered. Pell, answer me. The infected came faster. Marta lifted the extinguisher. Bob lifted his wrench. Claire put herself in front of Teddy. Evan raised the chair. The black doors opened. Director Pell stood on the other side with a pistol in one hand and blood on the sleeve of her command jacket. Not her blood, from the look of it. Her face was carved flat by decision. Inside, she said. We went. Pell hit the control before the last of us cleared the threshold. The doors began to close. One infected woman threw herself through the gap. Hale shot her once, but her momentum carried her inside. She hit the floor near Bob and clawed at his boot. Bob screamed, high and furious, and brought the wrench down on her hand. Marta hit her with the extinguisher. Pell fired into the floor beside her head, too close, deafening. The woman stopped moving. The doors sealed. For 2 breaths, there was only panting. The central spine was not white. It was gray metal, bare and industrial, with cable trays running along the ceiling and narrow lifts stacked around a vertical shaft. The air was colder here and smelled like oil, ozone, and old dust heated by machinery. It felt less like a hospital and more like the inside of something that could keep moving even after everyone inside it died. Pell looked at Garner. Tell me the transmission got out. It left Lab 4. I can't confirm receipt. Good enough for now. No, it isn't. It's what we have. Garner lifted the cold case. I have 2 candidate cartridges and enough profile data to build more if we reach synthesis. Pell's jaw worked once. Synthesis is lost. The words dropped into the spine harder than any alarm. Garner stared at her. What do you mean lost? Central Medical reported breach 8 minutes ago. Station Command tried to seal the ring, but somebody opened a transfer door from inside. Fevered personnel reached the medical corps. I don't know how many. I don't know which labs are intact. I know the lift cameras show blood on 3 levels, and I don't have enough armed people to take them back. Then we go around. There is no around. There is always around. Dow! Pell stepped closer. Doctor, listen to me. The Ark is not a city. It is a machine with hallways. When a ring is gone, routes vanish. Inner routes. Power routes. Life routes. We don't take it back with 8 exhausted survivors, 1 child, and a grocery store manager with a wrench. Bob raised the wrench a little. Assistant manager. Nobody laughed. Not even Bob. Garner's voice went low. If we leave without increasing the batch, the ground gets maybe a partial protocol and 2 cartridges. That won't save humanity. If we stay, humanity loses the protocol, the cartridges, and Carter, Pell said. The pod ring still has outbound capsules. ARC Command planned them for station evacuation if the orbit failed. We get you, Carter, the data, and one cartridge to the ground bunker. That's the mission now. I looked at the black doors behind us. Something hit them from the other side. Then again, bodies piling into metal. You said one cartridge, Garner said. There are two. Pell did not blink. One goes with us. One stays on the Ark in an automated relay capsule, if I can route it. If ground receives both paths, good. If one fails, maybe the other doesn't. Garner shook her head. You should have told me before deciding that. I decided it while shooting my way here. The meeting was informal. Hale checked his rifle. Pod ring route? Pell pointed to one of the lifts. Downspine, cross through service truss, then pod ring 2. Pod ring 1 lost pressure during the Bay 3 lockout. Pod ring 3 is on the far side of medical. Ring 2 is the last clean path, assuming the pressure map isn't lying. And if it is? Claire asked. Pell looked at Teddy, then away. Then we find out fast. The spine lights flickered. A low voice came from overhead speakers, distorted by damage. Station command to all remaining personnel. Evacuation authority is under review. Remain at assigned posts until cleared. Do not launch escape capsules without command approval. Pell stared up at the speaker with something close to disgust. Hale said, They're still trying to manage it. They're trying to own the last door, Pell said. Same disease, different fever. Garner gripped the cold case tighter. If command locks the pods, can you open them? Pell looked at me. I did not like that at all. Why are you looking at me? I asked. Because Carter's code blue file gives medical evacuation priority. His clearance can open routes mine can't if the system still recognizes him as vaccine asset. I didn't sign up to be a key. No one signs up anymore. The doors behind us shook again. The seal held, but the panel beside them flashed yellow. Hale moved to the lift. Argue in motion. We crowded inside. It was built for 6. We were 9 counting Teddy. Evan had to stand with one arm around a rail and one hand locked on Claire's shoulder. Bob pressed against the wall beside Marta, his face shiny with sweat. Garner stood close enough for me to feel the cold case against my ribs. Pell entered the route and hit the control. The lift dropped. My stomach stayed behind. Teddy sucked in a breath but did not cry out. Claire kissed the top of his head. Bob made a strangled sound and whispered, Nope, nope, I hate this more than space. Marta said, We are in space. I hate specific parts of space. The lift kept falling through the spine. Levels flashed by through narrow slits in the door, white, gray, red, then darkness. On one level, I saw 2 station guards firing down a corridor before the view vanished. On another, I saw a wall covered with handprints. On another, nothing but floating debris turning slowly where gravity had failed. The lift shuddered. Pell's hand snapped to the panel. What was that? Evan asked. Route change, Pell said. Or damage. Those are different. They feel the same in a lift. The lift stopped too hard. Lights blinked out, then returned dimmer. The door opened on a service truss, barely wide enough for 2 people side by side. No clean panels here. Just grated floor, exposed pipes, cable bundles, and round pressure doors set every 30 feet. Frost edged one pipe. Steam leaked from another and hissed into the air with a chemical stink. The sound of the alarms was softer here, muted by thick metal, but the quiet made each drip and creak stand out. Pell stepped out first. A red strip glowed along the floor, pointing deeper into the truss. Above it, a small sign read, Pod Ring 2. Move, Pell said. We moved. The service truss bent gently around the station's central spine, and the farther we went, the less it felt like a passage meant for people. It felt like the crawl space behind the walls of a house, the place where wires ran and dust gathered and small broken things waited to cut your hands. Pipes sweated onto the grate. Condensation fell in slow drops that sparkled under the red path strip before vanishing below our boots. Every few steps, the gravity shifted just enough to make my knees distrust the floor. Evan fell behind first. He tried to hide it. That was the part that made it worse. He kept dragging the bad leg and planting the chair against the grate, but his breath turned thin and sharp. Claire heard it before the rest of us. She slowed without saying anything. Teddy slowed because she did. Then all of us bunched up in a place too narrow to stand together. Hale looked back. "Is there a problem?" "No," Evan said. "That's not the answer your face is giving me." Evan swallowed. Sweat ran down his temple. "Brace is slipping. I can keep moving." Claire's voice went tight. "Evan, stop." I said, "I can keep moving." Pell checked the map on her wrist display. "We don't have time for a medical stop." Garner was already kneeling. "Then we do a bad one fast." "Doctor, wait." "Director, move." They stared at each other in the dim red light. Pell looked away first, which told me more about her than any speech could have. Garner motioned for Evan to lean on the rail. He did, jaw trembling with effort. She cut loose the slipped brace strap and reset the hard shell around his ankle with a quick twist that made his breath leave him in a harsh grunt. Teddy grabbed Claire's sleeve. Claire covered his ears a second too late. "Sorry," Evan said through his teeth. "Don't apologize for pain," Garner said. "It's one of the few honest systems left." Bob pulled a strip of seal tape from his stolen utility belt. "Can this help?" Garner glanced at it. "Yes, wrap here. Not too tight. If his foot goes numb, that's your fault. I don't want foot responsibility. You volunteered tape. That comes with consequences." Bob wrapped carefully, tongue pressed to one corner of his mouth. Marta held the flashlight from Hale's kit, keeping it steady despite the tremor in her own hand. The work took less than a minute, but every second had weight. Behind us, the lift doors we had come through remained shut. Ahead, the red path strip disappeared around a pressure bend. Either direction could fill with infected at any moment. The station creaked around us like a ship under ice. When Bob finished, Evan tested the leg. Pain pinched his face, but he nodded. "Better," he said. Bob looked relieved enough to sag. "I fixed a person. Sort of." "You taped a brace," Marta said. "I'm accepting praise in all available sizes." Hale lifted one finger for silence. We all heard it then. A faint tapping through the wall to our right. Not the random ping of metal cooling. Not pipes. This had rhythm, 3 taps, then a pause, 2 taps, another pause, and 3 more. Claire whispered, "Is someone in there?" Pell moved to a small inspection window set into the pressure wall. The glass was thick and clouded at the edges. She wiped condensation with her sleeve and peered through. "Maintenance alcove," she said. No movement. The tapping came again. Garner frowned. "That sounds deliberate." "A lot of deliberate things are deadly today," Hale said. Pell checked the map. "That alcove connects to an emergency relay panel. If it still has power, I might be able to route one cartridge to the automated capsule track." Garner's head snapped toward her. "You said if you could route it." I said if. There it is. Hale stared at the sealed alcove door. "And the tapping. Could be a loose conduit. Could be a person. Could be a person who got sick and now wants us to open a gift box full of teeth." No one argued with that. Garner lifted the cold case. "If the relay works, we split the data and one cartridge now." "Oh, no," I said. She looked at me. "You said no? We're not handing half of this to a machine in a busted alcove because the director thinks it might work." Pell's eyes hardened. "The director thinks redundancy is why planes have more than one system and bunkers have more than one door. The director also keeps deciding things after people are too scared to argue." Hale made a low sound. "Carter, stop." I kept my eyes on Pell. "If that capsule track fails, we lose a cartridge. If it gets jammed, stolen, burned, vented, whatever happens up here, we lose it. Lexi made 2, not 20. Garner's voice softened, which somehow made it cut deeper. "Blake, she is not wrong." Beth stopped me. "The protocol left the lab," she said. "Maybe it reached ground. Maybe it didn't. If we carry both cartridges and the pod fails, everything dies with us. If we send one by another path, we cut the risk." I hate it too. I looked at the cold case. It suddenly felt heavier under my arm, as if the little cartridges inside understood what they were being asked to be. The tapping came again from the alcove. 3 taps, 2 taps, then 3 more. Teddy whispered, "Maybe they're asking for help." Claire closed her eyes. Pell said nothing. That was the closest she came to mercy. Hale moved to the alcove door and set his rifle against his shoulder. If we open it, I open. Nobody stands in front. If it comes out wrong, I close the conversation. Bob swallowed. Could we maybe first ask if it's friendly? Marta looked at the door. Friendly things don't usually tap from dark rooms during outbreak alarms. Not usually isn't never. Hale leaned toward the door. Anyone alive inside, step back from the hatch and speak. Only silence answered. Then a faint voice answered through the metal. Not a scream, not a laugh. A whisper so thin it barely survived the door. Don't open. We all froze. The voice came again. Don't open. Relay panel works from outside. Lower access. Don't open. Garner's face changed. Who are you? A wet cough crackled through the door. Maintenance crew? Something bit through my glove. I sealed myself in. Don't open. Don't open. Nobody breathed right. Teddy pressed closer to Claire. Evan lowered his head. Pell crouched beside the lower panel under the alcove door. There was a small maintenance slot, sealed with 2 latches. Relay access is here. The voice inside gave one weak laugh. Good, I thought I remembered. Garner knelt near the door, careful not to touch it. How long since exposure? Fever starting. Hands feel full of ants. Seeing things in the corners. Garner shut her eyes. Doctor, the maintenance worker whispered. If you've got something, send it down. Don't waste it on me. I heard what happened in Bay 3. I know where this goes. The quiet that followed was not empty. It was crowded with every person we had not been able to save. Pell opened the lower slot. A compact relay keyboard slid out, dusty but alive. Its screen flickered green. Evan, despite the pain in his leg, leaned over her shoulder. That track routes through pod service, not medical, he said. Pell looked at him. You know ARC tracks? Drone repair. Same logic, bigger machine. Cargo pucks, capsule feeds, tool returns. They all use station routing trees. Can you make sure it doesn't send our cartridge into a fire? I can try to make sure it sends it into the least stupid direction. Best offer I've had all day. Evan lowered himself to the floor with a grimace and took the panel. His fingers moved across the screen. Claire hovered near him, torn between helping and holding Teddy back. Bob held a glow stick over the panel. Marta watched the corridor with Hale. Garner prepared the cartridge. She wrapped it in cold gel, locked it into a small shock sleeve from the case, then added the copied data wafer Pell had pulled from her command kit. Her hand slowed before she sealed the sleeve. What is it? I asked. This is the part where it feels like throwing a child into a river and calling it strategy. I had no answer for that. The maintenance worker inside the alcove began murmuring. At first I thought he was praying. Then I realized he was saying station routes, numbers, and junctions, old work habits surfacing through fever. Track 4 sticks near Coolant Bend, he whispered. Don't use 4. 3 is clear if the sorter didn't jam. 3 to pod service. Pod service to outer shell. Capsule rack below. Evan glanced at the door. He's right. Track 4 shows obstruction. Track 3 has power. Pell loaded the route. Capsule rack below is outside command lock? Maintenance override can stage it, Evan said. Launch still needs authority or manual punch from pod ring. Pell looked at me again. Still a key, I said. Still useful, she said. Garner placed the sealed cartridge sleeve into the relay slot. It looked absurdly small. A thumb-sized hope inside foam and plastic, shoved into the guts of a station that was tearing itself apart. The voice behind the alcove door rasped, "Send it." Pell hit the command. The relay swallowed the sleeve with a soft mechanical click. For 2 seconds nothing moved. Then, somewhere behind the wall, a track motor whined to life. The sleeve shot away through the hidden system with a faint rattling sound. Everyone listened until the rattle faded. Evan watched the screen. It cleared the first junction, then the second and third. It's in pod service track. The maintenance worker exhaled behind the door. It turned into a cough. The cough turned wet. Garner leaned close to the metal. You did good work. Wasn't enough. It was enough for this. Another laugh, weaker. That'll have to do? His breathing changed. It came faster. The door trembled once from inside, not a hit, more like a shoulder sliding down it. Hale's face tightened. "We need to go." Garner did not move. The voice inside the alcove whispered, "Doctor, I'm here. Don't let me out when I start asking." Garner's hand curled into a fist against her thigh. "We won't. We won't." "That's good." We left him there. No one said the word goodbye. It would have been too small and too large at the same time. The tapping did not follow us. The last thing I heard from that sealed alcove was the maintenance worker breathing fast through his teeth, fighting his own hands in the dark. We followed the red strip deeper into the truss. I carried the cold case with one cartridge left inside and felt the absence of the other like a missing tooth. Garner walked beside me without speaking. Pell moved ahead with Hale, but even she looked older from the alcove. As if command decisions had weight, and she had just felt one settle where her spine met her skull. Halfway down the truss, the station lurched. Not a little tremor this time. A hard, sideways shove. The floor jumped under us. Claire went down with Teddy wrapped in both arms. Evan slammed into the pipe rail and gasped. Bob hit the wall. The cold case slipped from Garner's hand. I caught it against my chest before it hit the grate. For a second, Garner and I just stared at each other. "Easy job," I said. "Don't get smug while holding civilization." The overhead speakers crackled again. Station Command's voice was gone. A different voice spoke now, lower, ragged, maybe from emergency automation. "Hull stress event detected. Docking ring 2 partial breach. Fire suppression active. Manual evacuation recommended for authorized personnel." "Manual evacuation," Bob said. "That's us, right? We're authorized by being alive?" Pell did not answer. She was staring at the pressure door ahead. The wheel handle on it moved slowly from the other side. Hale raised his rifle. The wheel turned another inch. Garner reached into the cold case and pulled out one of the 2 candidate cartridges. She held it tight in her gloved hand, pale fluid trembling inside the clear shell. "What are you doing?" I asked. "If the door opens and I drop, you take this. Don't start giving me goodbye instructions. Then don't make me repeat them." The wheel stopped. A voice came through the metal, muffled and shaking. "Please," someone said from the other side. "Please open." They're behind us. Nobody moved. The voice hitched into a sob. Then, behind it, something screamed. The pressure door wheel spun hard from the other side, and the whole truss filled with the sound of fists beating metal. Chapter 17. The pressure door wheel spun hard from the other side, and the whole truss filled with the sound of fists beating metal. For half a second, nobody breathed. The sound came through the steel in flat, ugly impacts. Not a rhythm, not a knock. It was meat and bone striking a sealed door because the thing behind it did not understand pain anymore, only hunger and heat and the need to get through. The truss around us answered every blow with a hollow boom that rolled through the pipes and shook old flakes of sealant loose from the overhead seams. Gray dust fell into my hair. It tasted bitter when it hit my mouth. Hale put his shoulder against the door before anyone told him to. His rifle hung low in one hand, barrel pointed at the floor, the strap biting into his neck. The muscles at the side of his jaw moved as he braced his boots on the grate. "Nobody touched that wheel," he said. The voice on the other side came again, thinner now. "Please, please, I can't hold them. I can't hold them back." A wet drag followed the words. Then a scrape. Something hit the other side of the door lower down, not with fists this time, but with a body sliding against metal. I pictured a hand losing grip. I pictured teeth opening in the dark. My mind kept doing that now, filling empty places with things I didn't want. Claire clamped both hands over Teddy's ears. It didn't help. He felt the door trembling through the floor like the rest of us. His eyes stayed huge and dry. Kids should have been allowed to cry, but the world had taken even that from him, squeezing the sound out until all he had left was a stare. Garner had the cartridge in her fist. The cold shell had fogged where her glove pressed around it. She looked at Pell, then at Hale, and I saw the war inside her. Doctor against survivor. Mercy against math. One person at the door, maybe more, and a station full of fever behind them. "Can we vent the other side?" I asked. Pell was already at the panel beside the frame, fingers moving through emergency commands. The screen was cracked down one corner and smeared with black handprints. "Not from here. This door is local manual and pressure locked." If the far compartment lost pressure, it wouldn't be talking to us. Then they're alive, Bob said. Whoever that is, they're alive right now. Cure. So are we, Hale said. Bob's face changed like the words had hit him. He looked ready to argue, but the door boomed again and stole whatever soft thing had started in him. The wheel jerked a quarter turn. Hale snarled and shoved back with both hands. Locking pins are slipping. Pell slapped the paddle. There should be a deadbolt brace in the emergency rack. Yellow casing, manual clamp. Find it. Bob spun around. Where? There, Marta snapped, pointing at a recessed locker half hidden behind a pipe stack. Bob ran to it, slipped on the vibrating grate, caught himself with one hand, then tore open the case. He came back with a folded steel brace almost as long as his arm and twice as heavy as it looked. His hand shook so hard the clamp teeth rattled. How does it go? He asked. Across the wheel, Pell said. Slot it through the spoke and latch it to the frame. The voice behind the door screamed. It was not a shout, but a full-throated sound from a man being opened by fear. The wheel spun another inch. I dropped the cold case at Garner's feet and grabbed the brace with Bob. Together we shoved the bar through the wheel. It hit the spoke, skipped off, and nearly smashed my fingers. The whole door bucked. Hell cursed. Garner stepped in, one hand still holding the cartridge, the other forcing the brace up from beneath. The metal caught. Latch, she said through her teeth. Bob slapped at the hook and missed the latch. He slapped again. It locked with a flat crack. The wheel tried to turn and stopped. The brace held, but it did not hold easy. I could feel the strain through my palms. The wheel kept twitching against the bar in little bites, and each bite made the metal sing. It reminded me of the laundromat dryers when a belt went bad, that thin, whining sound right before something inside gave out and filled the place with the stink of burned rubber. Back then, I would have killed the power, taped a message to the machine, and called a repair guy while people complained about wet clothes. Now the thing wanting repair was a door between us and a hallway full of infected, and the only repair guy was a dying man on the wrong side of it. Marta moved Claire and Teddy farther down the truss, using her own body as a wall. She didn't make a speech. She didn't tell the boy not to be afraid. She just got between him and the door and kept one hand on Claire's shoulder, grounding them both. Evan tried to stand beside her, pride fighting pain, but his bad ankle trembled under him. Claire saw it and hooked 2 fingers into his sleeve before he could topple. Their little family looked held together by straps, spit, and stubbornness. The cold case sat at my feet. The blue seal light blinked through a smear of grime, steady and patient. It didn't care about screams. It didn't care about the man on the other side, or Hale's rifle, or Bob's shaking hands. It held a pale cartridge and the last clean chance any of us had seen since the fever started cooking people from the inside. I hated that small case for being important. I hated myself more for understanding that it mattered more than the man begging in the dark. A sound came from the other side that was worse than the beating. A human voice, close enough to hear the spit in it, whispering into the seam. Don't leave me. Please don't leave me here. Nobody answered. I wanted to. God help me, I wanted to say something, anything that might reach him. But words were useless against steel. Words wouldn't pull him through without pulling everything else through with him. Words wouldn't make the virus fair. Garner stepped close to the door. Her face had gone pale under the grime. Can you hear me? A gasp came back. Doctor? Can you hear me? They're in the utility well. They got Marin. I closed the hatch, but the hatch didn't seal. I can't keep them off. Listen to me, Garner said. Her voice stayed steady, and that steadiness hurt to hear. How many are with you? No one now. I think no one. I don't know. Behind him, something clicked against the door. Nails or teeth. Maybe both. Hale looked at Garner. Don't. She ignored him. Are you bitten? A pause. Too long. The man made a small sound, not quite a sob. My hand. It was only my hand. Hale's eyes closed for the smallest part of a second. Pell turned away from the panel. Then we cannot open this door. I know, the man said. That was what broke the room. Not panic. Not pleading. The fact that he knew. The beating on the far side grew faster. Something slammed hard enough to make the brace jump. Bob grabbed it with both hands like he could hold the entire station shut by himself. "You need pod ring 2, the man said. His voice had shifted. He was using the time he had left because he knew there wouldn't be more. "Don't use the main hall. Lockdown rerouted the crowd that way. It's packed. Dead and not dead. You hear me?" Pell leaned closer. "I hear you. Maintenance bypass, 17. Ladder after the coolant bend. It drops behind pod control. Manual cradle release is not in the pod. It's outside the pod. Outer collar, red handle, under the launch brace. Command never tells passengers that." The words came broken by breath. I could hear him slipping down the door. Metal rasped against fabric. Pell said, "What about authorization? Code blue gets you through medical locks. Director override gets you through command locks. Neither gets you through a fused clamp. Somebody has to crank it open if the ring took damage." The station groaned around us. Not the door this time. The walls. A long metal complaint moved from one end of the truss to the other. It sounded like a ship at the bottom of the sea, squeezed by depth that space should not have had. "What's your name?" Garner asked. The man laughed once, and it turned into coughing. "Doesn't matter now. It matters to me." "Then make it matter by getting that blood down." The pounding became a storm. Hale shoved us back from the door. The man pressed something through the bottom edge of the frame. A thin gray wafer slid onto our side of the grate, slick with blood. Pell snatched it up before it could fall through. "Bypass token," the man said. "Good for 1 maintenance section. Maybe 2 if the system's half blind." "Thank you," Pell said. He took one more breath. It whistled in and shook coming out. "Don't thank me. Just run when I stop talking." Garner's mouth tightened. She knew what was coming before the rest of us did. The man behind the door started to pray, not clean and not polished. He muttered like a child with a fever, losing pieces of the words, saying please and mother and sorry in the same breath. Then the prayer cracked into a scream so raw it seemed to scrape skin from the inside of my chest. I had heard people beg in the streets below. I had heard men threaten, mothers bargain, old people whisper to doors that would not open. This was different because the man had already stopped bargaining for himself. His voice had gone past hope and into use. He was spending what remained on directions for strangers he would never see. That kind of courage did not sound pretty. It sounded wet, broken, and embarrassed to still be alive. Garner stood with her forehead almost against the steel, eyes shut, one hand flat on the door. She was not comforting him. The metal was too thick for that. I think she was making herself listen until the end, refusing the easy cruelty of turning away. When the screen came, her fingers curled against the surface, leaving 5 clean streaks through the soot. Hale raised the rifle. "Move," he said. The door shook like it had been hit by a vehicle. The brace held, but only because Bob and I were still hanging on to it. Something heavy struck again. The wheel bent against the bar. Pell pointed down the truss. "Bypass 17. Now." Claire pulled Teddy up. Evan limped after them, teeth clenched, one arm over Marta's shoulders. Garner shoved the cartridge back into the coal case with hands that didn't shake until the lid sealed. Then she grabbed the handle and pushed it against my chest. "Carry it," she said. "You've got it. Blake, carry it." Yeah, I took it. It was heavier than any case that size had a right to be. We ran. The truss wasn't made for running. It was a maintenance throat, narrow and ribbed with pipes, cable trays, shut-off valves, and thick loops of black hose. The floor grate flexed under our boots. Red emergency strips strobed along both walls, flashing just slow enough to make every movement look broken. Claire was ahead of me, with Teddy clutched against her side. Bob ran beside them, still looking back over his shoulder as if guilt had teeth and might catch him. Behind us, the brace at the pressure door snapped. The sound was not dramatic. It was a hard metallic crack, almost small. Then the door wheel shrieked as it spun free. "Faster," Hale barked. The door opened behind us with a pressure cough. Air shoved down the truss, hot and rotten. It carried the stink of ruptured coolant, scorched plastic, and infected bodies left too long in sealed heat. The smell hit the back of my throat and nearly made me gag. Teddy did gag. Claire pulled him close and kept moving. feet hammered behind us. Not many at first. 3, maybe 4, then more. The infected entered the truss like water entering a crack, all limbs and hunger, scraping shoulders on pipework, slipping on the grate, striking the walls, and not caring. Their sounds came layered. Clicking teeth. Wet breath. Low animal huffs from throats that used to hold names. Hale turned, fired twice, and the muzzle flash filled the tunnel with white cuts of light. One infected slammed down. Another tripped over it. The rest came on. No more stops, Pell said. We reached a place where the truss split around a coolant bend. Steam hissed from a cracked valve and spread across the path in a waist-high cloud. It smelled chemical and sweet, and it slicked the floor beneath us. Pell slapped the wafer against a black reader on a recessed hatch. Nothing happened. She hit it again. The reader blinked amber. "Come on," Bob said. "Come on, you stupid thing." A voice from the wall said, "Maintenance bypass authorization degraded. Manual confirmation required." "Manual confirmation where?" Pell snapped. A small handle popped out of the panel at knee height. Bob dropped to it first. His fingers fumbled around the handle, then he yanked. The handle did not move. The infected were inside the steam cloud now. I could see dark bodies flashing through white vapor. Their feet slapped on the wet grate. One hit the pipe rail and kept coming with its shoulder turned wrong. I set the cold case down, grabbed the handle with Bob, and pulled. Pain tore across my palms. The handle shifted half an inch. "Again," I said. Bob's face was red, his breath sour and fast. "I'm pulling." "Pull harder." "I am pulling harder." Garner stepped in, planted one boot on the wall, and grabbed above our hands. Marta took the cold case before it could slide away. Evan tried to help, but his bad ankle folded, and Claire caught his coat. Hale fired again. A body fell close enough for blood to spray through the steam and fleck my cheek with heat. "Now," Garner said. We pulled together. The handle came down with a screech that made my teeth ache. The hatch opened inward, slow as a dying mouth. "In," Pell said. Claire shoved Teddy through first. Bob followed, then Marta with the cold case, then Evan. Garner grabbed my sleeve and pulled me after her. Hale backed toward us one step at a time, firing, then snapping the rifle to his shoulder when it clicked empty. One infected came out of the steam at full speed. It had been a woman once. Her face was burned raw on one side, hair melted into clumps, mouth wide enough to split the skin at both corners. Hale swung the rifle like a club. The stock cracked against her skull and drove her sideways into the wall. "Hale!" I shouted. He dove through the hatch. Pell slammed it with both hands. Bob and I threw our weight against the panel. Garner found the inner dog latch and spun it until the seal bit down. The infected hit the other side almost at once. This hatch was thinner than the pressure door. Every impact came through my spine. Pell stared at the panel, breathing through her nose. Bypass 17. He wasn't lying. "No," Garner said softly. "He wasn't." No one asked whose hand had slipped through the frame with the token. No one asked what was left of him now. We had no room for that kind of mercy, but it followed us anyway, pressed close as the air in the passage. The new corridor was smaller than the truss. It angled down in a steep ladder shaft lined with yellow grips and emergency cable. The lights had failed every few feet, leaving pockets of dark that felt thick enough to touch. Warm air rose from below, carrying the copper smell of blood and the dry, choking scent of ash from the Ark's fire suppression system. The darkness between lights did tricks to distance. A rung 2 feet below looked like it might be 20. A cable loop looked like a hand until I got close enough to see the black rubber skin of it. The Ark had been made by engineers who trusted labels, redundancies, procedures, and clean emergency diagrams. None of those things meant much once blood got into the locks and fever got into the crew. Every labeled handle now felt like a guess. Pell paused at the top of the shaft and pulled a thin strip from her sleeve pocket. It was a station map printed on flexible film, creased and stained from being folded too many times. Half the routes on it were now lies. She traced bypass 17 with a dirty fingernail, then scraped a mark across the main corridor. "We stay in the service bones," she said. "If you see a wide hall, assume it's a trap unless I say otherwise." Pell looked down the shaft. This drops behind pod control. How far? Claire asked. Far enough that you don't look down if heights bother you. Bob made a sound that tried to be a laugh and failed. Hooray, Plam. Space ladders are my favorite. Hale shoved a fresh magazine into his rifle. His hands were steady, but the skin around one knuckle had been torn open during the fight. Dark red ran across his glove. Garner saw it too. Let me check that. That's not optional. It is if they break through the hatch. The hatch rang behind us, proving his point. Garner tore open a narrow packet from her belt and shoved it at Hale. He glared at her, but she caught his injured hand before he could pull away. The cut across his knuckles was not deep, yet the skin around it was open enough to collect whatever the hallway had thrown at us. She flooded it with antiseptic. The smell was sharp and bright in the close passage. Hale sucked air through his teeth and said nothing. Any saliva? She asked. Steam, blood, and bad luck, he said. No bite. That's not the question. It's the answer you're getting until we're clear. She wrapped the hand fast, tight enough to make his fingers flex. If you feel heat behind your eyes, if your vision sparks, if your thoughts start turning against you, you tell me. Hale gave her a look that had no softness left in it. If that happens, Doctor, I won't be giving medical updates. Bob heard that and went pale all over again. He looked at Hale's hand, then at his own, then wiped both palms down his shirt as if infection could be brushed off like dust. I wanted to tell him it didn't work that way. I didn't because none of us really knew all the ways it worked. The virus had rules, but it also had appetite, and appetite always found gaps. Garner's eyes stayed on his hand for one hard second. Then she nodded once, not because she agreed, but because she knew the math. She hated the math. I could see it eating at her. Pell started down first. Hale followed after making Claire and Teddy wait until he had a firing angle below. The ladder shook under each of us. The cold case banged against my thigh on its strap. Every rung was slick with condensation. My hands smelled like metal and old sweat, and the muscles in my fingers kept trying to cramp around the grips. Halfway down, gravity fluttered. It wasn't gone. It just forgot itself for a breath. My boots came light off the rungs. Teddy gave a small, frightened grunt below me. Claire cursed under her breath and pinned him against the ladder with one arm. Evan swung out from the wall, his bad leg drifting, face twisting as the brace pulled. Then gravity returned hard. Everyone slammed back into the ladder. Evan cried out. Teddy bit into his own sleeve to keep from screaming. I felt the cold case jerk against its strap and slap my ribs. Keep moving, Pell called from below. The ring is losing balance. Above us, the hatch gave one deep, final bang. Then silence. That silence chased us worse than the pounding had. At the lower landing, we had to squeeze through a maintenance throat lined with filter packs. The packs had burst. Fine gray ash lay in drifts along the seams, and every step stirred it into the air. It scratched my nose and settled on my tongue. Somewhere in the ring, fire suppression was still grinding out powder, filling corridors with a fake snow that smelled like dead batteries. It made the Ark feel ancient, though it had been sold to the world as the future. Teddy stumbled in the ash and caught himself on both hands. Claire dropped beside him at once, whispering his name. He held up his palms, not crying, just staring at the gray dust stuck to his skin. For a second I knew what he was seeing. Not ash. Not powder. Something left over from people. The kid was old enough to imagine it, and too young to put the thought anywhere safe. It's just fire powder, Marta told him. She crouched, took one of his hands, and wiped it on her sleeve. Ugly stuff, but it isn't them. You hear me? It isn't them. Teddy nodded because adults needed children to nod. Then he tucked his hand back into Claire's grip, and we kept moving. Chapter 18. The ladder shaft ended in a crawl space so low we had to move bent over, shoulders scraping insulation that flaked off in gray curls. It stuck to sweat. It got in my hair, in my collar, in the corners of my mouth. Every breath tasted like burned cloth and pennies. Pod Ring 2 sounded alive around us. Not alive in a good way. It clicked and groaned. Fans started, failed, started again. Somewhere ahead, a motor kept grinding against something it could not move. Emergency valves opened and shut with angry little barks. The whole ring had become a sick machine trying to keep itself from bleeding out. Pell crawled to a viewing slit and wiped grime from the glass with her sleeve. Red light spilled across her face. Pod control is below us, she said. Main hall is on the far side. What's in the main hall? Bob asked. Nobody answered fast enough. He swallowed. Right, packed with dead and not dead. I remember. Hale pressed his ear to the floor panel. Movement below. Not close. Multiple bodies. Survivors? Claire asked. Could be. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Garner crouched beside me in the crawl space, knees pressed to her chest. Her eyes looked too bright in the emergency light. She had gone past tired into something sharper, the place people reached when sleep no longer had anything to offer them. The cartridge has maybe 7 hours before the stabilizer begins to warm, she said quietly. I looked at the cold case between us. It was built for more than that. It was built for clean transfer, not fire, decompression, and being used as a battering ram in every corridor on the station. I didn't use it as a battering ram. You were thinking about it. Despite everything, I almost smiled. It felt wrong on my face, like trying to stretch torn leather. How much does it need? I asked. To survive, it needs cold. To matter, it needs a lab that can read the protocol, reproduce the serum response, and manufacture at scale. The ground bunkers can do that if the transmission made it clean and if they have power. If they don't, this cartridge becomes the only proof that my formula isn't just numbers in a dead station. And if the cartridge breaks, she looked at me, then we keep your blood inside you and hope the ground has enough sense not to waste it. The words should have scared me more. Maybe they did, but fear had become the air I breathed. It was always there, hot and foul, and I had stopped naming it every time it entered my lungs. Pell slid away from the slit. We move on my count. Pod control has a side drop. We get in, verify launchable pods, and avoid the hall unless there is no other path. What if the pods are gone? Marta asked. Pell's face did not change. Then we find the next ring. And if there is no next ring? Then I start lying to you better. Marta stared at her, then gave a dry, exhausted nod. Fair enough. The drop into pod control was tight. Hale went first through a service plate, dropping 6 feet onto a cabinet below. He landed with a quiet grunt, turned, and swept the room with his rifle. Pell followed. Then Marta passed down the cold case while I held the strap so it wouldn't swing. Bob climbed through after it, complaining in a whisper the whole time until his foot slipped, and he fell onto a padded chair with a crack that seemed loud enough to alert the planet. Before I climbed down, I looked back through the crawl space. The passage behind us was empty, but not quiet. The hatch we had sealed above kept talking in little tremors. Each one traveled through the structure and arrived in my bones after the sound itself had faded. I had started to understand the ark by touch. It was a dying thing, and dying things shook in ways healthy things did not. Evan nearly refused help until Claire gave him one look. Not a loud look, not even angry, just final. He let Marta guide his bad leg through the opening and hissed when his boot touched the cabinet below. Teddy watched every adult face as if he were reading weather. When Evan managed not to cry out the second time, the boy copied him and swallowed his own fear. Children learn too fast when the world turned cruel. I'm fine, he hissed before anyone asked. Chair attacked me. Claire lowered Teddy into my arms, and I passed him to Marta. The boy clung to her for 1 second too long. She didn't push him away. She set him down gently, then checked the room with eyes that had learned too much in too little time. Pod control had been built for order. There were 6 chairs bolted to the floor in a shallow arc, each facing a curved wall of screens and launch status lights. The screens showed pod bays and blocks of amber and red. Most of the words meant nothing to me, but red was a language everyone understood. The room smelled of stale coffee, hot circuits, and fear. There were mugs still clipped to the console. A jacket hung on the back of one chair. Under it lay a smear of dried blood pulled across the floor toward the main door. Pell moved to the central panel. Pod Ring 2 inventory. The screen flickered and answered in a calm voice that made me want to punch it. Pod Ring 2 current launch status. Pod 1 departed. Pod 2 departed. Pod 3 unavailable. Pod 4 departed. Pod 5 clamp fault. Pod 6 pressure fault. Pod 7 departed. Pod 8 launch path obstructed. Pod 9 medical priority hold. Pod 10 departed. Pod 11 departed. Pod 12, manual review. Medical priority hold, Garner said. What does that mean? Pell's fingers moved. It means someone locked Pod 9 for biotransport. A lab pod? More like a patient pod. Or a specimen pod. Hale looked at the blood smear near the door. Love that word. Check it, Garner said. Pell brought Pod 9 up on the nearest screen. The camera feed was grainy, almost useless. It showed a narrow pod cabin with 6 harness seats and a center medical rack. One of the seats was torn. There was no movement inside. No bodies either, unless the camera angle hid them. Status, Pell said. The system responded. Pod 9 sealed. Fuel green. Guidance degraded. Heat shield green. Outer clamp green. Biolock active. That's our pod, Garner said. Guidance degraded, Bob said. I don't love degraded. I don't love any of this, Marta said. But green sounds better than red. Pell typed a command. The screen flashed. Medical clearance required, the system said. Code blue subject and attending medical authority must confirm transport purpose. Every face turned to me and Garner. I set the cold case on the console. My hands left damp prints on the metal. What do I do? Bleed on it? Probably, Hale said. Garner found the scanner panel beside the console. It was a palm plate with a narrow sample port and an old needle system folded behind a clear shield. She made a face. I hate this station, she said. You and me both. She caught my hand and wiped 2 fingers with an antiseptic pad that smelled harsh and clean, so clean it almost hurt. Then she pressed my thumb into the port. A needle snapped out and bit me before I had time to tense. Damn it, I said. Hold still. I'm holding still. I'm just holding still angry. The scanner drank a bead of blood and clicked. A line of text crawled across the screen. Code blue match pending. Then another line. Attending authority required. Garner pressed her palm to the plate. The system rejected it. ARC medical credential not found, it said. She stared at it. Excuse me? You're Island Medical, Pell said. Your credential may not have synced before the outbreak. Garner looked like she wanted to bite the console. I built the candidate in their lab with their equipment while their station fell apart around me. The console remains unimpressed, Hale said. Not helping. Pell inserted the gray wafer the dying technician had given us. The panel blinked amber again. Try now. Garner pressed her palm down a second time. The screen hesitated. Medical authority accepted. Bob let out a breath so loud it made the rest of us hear our own. Transport purpose, the system said. Garner leaned toward the microphone. Emergency evacuation of code blue subject. Vaccine candidate cartridge. Supporting protocol data. And surviving dependents to ground continuity control. The system processed that in silence. Somewhere outside the room, something dragged along the wall. Ground continuity control link not confirmed, the system said. Recommend continued ARC containment. Pell laughed once. There was no humor in it. ARC containment has failed. Recommend continued ARC containment. Override, Pell said. Director Authority Pell. Offshore Holding Zone 3, Evacuation Command Transfer. Director Authority Partial. Our command hierarchy remains active. Pell leaned close to the console. ARC command is either dead, compromised, or hiding behind sealed glass while children get eaten in our corridors. Transfer launch authority to emergency medical priority. The system did not care how angry she was. Machines never did unless someone had taught them the right kind of fear. Transfer denied. Hale looked toward the main door. We have company. A shape moved past the small glass strip in the door. Then another. Slow at first. Their shadows stretched and bent under the red hall lights. One stopped and placed both hands against the glass. The face that leaned in was human enough to hurt. A man with a shaved head, eyes clouded pale, mouth working around teeth slick with spit. His nose had been broken flat. He stared through the glass without seeing us, then struck his forehead against it. Claire pulled Teddy behind her. The hall filled with more bodies. They crowded so tight against the glass strip that faces overlapped. Cheeks pressed to cheeks. Eyes rolled white. Teeth scraped the crack in the panel and left strings of spit that glistened red under the emergency lamps. Some of them wore station uniforms. Some wore passenger clothing from the ascent shuttles. One still had a child's toy clipped to a belt loop, a small yellow animal swinging against a thigh while the body above it hammered the door. That detail hit me harder than the blood. The world kept leaving soft things attached to monsters. Claire saw it too. She turned Teddy's face into her coat before he could ask about it. Evan, strapped to pain and fear, reached around both of them and held the back of the boy's head. His hand shook, but he held on. The ring outside the door kept filling with more shapes, and I understood then what the dying technician had meant. The main hall was not a route. It was a throat packed full, waiting to swallow anyone stupid enough to step into it. Pell did not look away from the console. When I say move, you move. You move. No arguing, no counting people, no looking for better choices. There are no better choices in this room. You always talk like that? Bob asked. Only when people survive by listening. That's annoying, he said. You can complain from the pod. Pell, Hale said. Working, she said. The console chimed. Manual emergency review available at Pod 9 vestibule. Where's that? I asked. Pell pointed to a narrow side door on the left. Through there. Short access tube to Pod 9. The main door bucked as infected hit it. The glass strip cracked. Go, said. I can keep arguing with the system from here. Garner grabbed the cold case. We're not leaving you. I'm not asking you to leave me. I'm asking you to get the pod ready before that door gives. Hale moved to the side door and opened it. A sour draft rolled through, carrying the smell of smoke and something spoiled. Clear enough, he said. That was not the same as clear. None of us missed the difference. We pushed into the access tube single file. The tube curved around the outside of pod control, tight enough that the cold case scraped one wall and my shoulder scraped the other. The metal vibrated under us. Each impact on the pod control door echoed through the tube like the station had a heartbeat and it was getting faster. The Pod 9 vestibule waited at the far end, a small chamber with lockers on one side, pod hatch on the other, and a circular exterior service panel set into the floor. A green light blinked above the pod hatch. Green looked wrong in all that red. The lockers stood open. Emergency suits hung inside like empty skins, some torn from their hooks, some still sealed in clear wrap. A pair of boots lay in the middle of the floor, both facing the hatch, as if someone had stepped out of them while running. One locker door had been dented from the inside. I didn't look too long at that. There were too many stories pressed into the metal here, and none of them would help us get down. Garner checked the medical rack through the pod window before opening the hatch. Her breath fogged the glass for an instant and cleared. It has a cold cradle, she said. Real one. Not a transport cooler. If the power holds, the cartridge can ride through descent. And if the power doesn't hold, I asked. Then I become very creative very fast. You already are. Flattery works better when I can sleep. Garner touched the hatch. Pod 9 open medical priority access. The pod answered with a hiss. Nobody stepped through right away. Clean air came out first, and every one of us felt the insult of it. The pod had been sealed while the station tore itself apart. It had missed the screaming in the hall, the dead man at the pressure door, the ash in Teddy's hands, the blood on Hale's bandage. It sat there cold and ready, a machine waiting for passengers who had become something less neat than passengers. For a second, I hated its clean seats and tidy straps. Pell touched the frame before entering, not gently, more like checking if it was real. These pods were supposed to carry specialists, command staff, priority medical cases, children under escort, and genetic archives, she said. Every committee on Earth argued about the order. They made charts. They made speeches. In the end, panic chose for them. Panic usually does, Marta said. Pell gave her a tired glance. It has terrible handwriting. The hiss sounded almost polite, like the machine had opened a hotel room instead of a coffin with engines. Cold vapor slipped around our ankles. The green light painted Garner's face and turned the dirt in the lines around her mouth black. She paused at the threshold just long enough to scan the interior corners with the pistol. Doctor, scientist, armed passenger, exhausted woman. She had become all of them because the world had stopped allowing people to be one thing at a time. A memory cut through me then, stupid and sudden. My car wash at closing, the smell of soap, wet concrete, hot quarters in the change machine. I used to get irritated when someone left trash in the vacuum stalls. I used to think a bad day was a broken pump and a line of customers leaning on their horns. The pod's clean air hit me again, and for one breath I wanted that old irritation back so badly I could taste it. The hatch rolled aside, revealing 6 harness seats, a center rack, emergency packs, and floor straps. It smelled cold inside. Point 2. The pod's own scrubbers were still working, pulling the air through filters that had not yet given up. For one stupid second, that smell almost made me weak. Clean air felt like mercy. "Inside," Garner said to Claire. "You and Teddy first." Claire didn't argue. She lifted Teddy into the pod and strapped him into the seat farthest from the hatch. Her hands moved fast, but clumsy. Marta stepped in and checked the buckles with a hard tug. "Too tight?" she asked Teddy. He shook his head. "Good tight keeps you here. Here is better than out there." Evan climbed in next, face gray from pain. Bob hovered at the hatch, staring at the seats like he didn't believe he was allowed to sit in one. "Move," Marta told him. "You're blocking everybody." "Right, sorry. Right." He climbed in. The pod control door gave a sharp crack behind us in the tube. Hale looked back. "Glass is going." Pell's voice came over the vestibule speaker, rough with static. "Manual review panel is under the floor service plate. You need code blue blood confirmation at the pod side and physical release verification." "Physical release where?" I asked, though I already knew. Pell did not answer fast enough. The dying technician's words came back through the smoke in my head. "Somebody has to crank it open if the ring took damage." The pod system spoke above us. "Pod 9 medical priority hold ready. Outer clamp reports delayed release. Manual exterior confirmation recommended." Bob closed his eyes. "Of course it does." Hale lifted the circular service panel on the floor. Beneath it was a short crawl tube barely wider than a coffin, leading down and outward toward the launch collar. Air moved through it in cold bursts. "No," Garner said at once. Hale looked at her. "You don't even know what I'm about to say. You're about to say someone has to crawl out there and fix the clamp." "No." "Then what?" We asked it nicely. The infected broke through the glass in pod control. We heard it clearly. A crash, a rain of shards, then the awful surge of bodies entering the room we had just left. Pell shouted something, drowned by gunfire. "Pell?" Garner said into the speaker. Static answered her. Gunfire cracked again. Then Pell's voice came back. "Still here. Hurry." Hale dropped to one knee by the crawl tube. "I'll go." "Blake, with me." "Bob, you too." Bob stared at him. "Me? Why me?" "Because you fit, because you've got hands, and because you spent the last hour proving fear doesn't keep you useless unless you let it." Bob looked like he had been slapped and thanked at the same time. I passed the cold case into the pod. Garner took it and set it into the medical rack. The clamps closed around it, and a pale blue light came on beneath the shell. "It likes the pod better than the station," I said. "The pod hasn't tried to kill it yet," Garner said. Then she caught my wrist. Not my pulse this time. Just me. "Don't go out there unless you come back," she said. "That's not how going works. Make it how going works." There was nothing clean I could say to that. So I didn't try. I squeezed her hand once and followed Hale into the crawl tube. Chapter 19. The crawl tube dropped us into the launch collar, and the first thing I felt was cold. The second thing I felt was vibration. It came up through the collar in a constant tremor, a deep machine shiver that made the bolts in the wall tremble. Beyond the pod's hull was open launch space, and beyond that was nothing with air in it. The thin wall beside me became too important. I could not stop thinking about how little metal separated my body from vacuum, from silence, from freezing in a place nobody would ever bury me. Hale moved like he'd been built in rooms like this. He didn't waste motion. He checked corners, checked the clamp, checked the crawl tube behind us, then checked me as if I were another failing system. His face had no fear on it, which didn't mean he wasn't afraid. It meant he had shoved fear somewhere useful. I envied that. Mine ran everywhere, spilling into my hands, my gut, the tight place behind my teeth. It wasn't the cold of weather. Weather belonged to earth, to air and wet streets and the old life before every breath had become a gamble. This was machine cold, thin and dry, leaking through my clothes and finding every sore place in me. It ran at my sleeves. It crawled beneath my collar. It made the blood in my fingertips feel slow. The launch collar was a circular service cavity wrapped around the pod like a metal throat. One side held the pod's curved hull, white and scarred, with heat tiles locked in tight rows. The other side opened into a maintenance bay packed with hydraulic arms, cable trunks, emergency tanks, and the red manual release handle the dying technician had warned us about. The handle was not a handle so much as a crank wheel set behind a folded brace. The brace had bent across it. Something had struck the collar hard enough to twist the frame. A burn mark ran from ceiling to floor, black at the center, silver at the edges. Tiny beads of melted insulation dotted the grate under our boots. "Clamp fault," Hale said. "Looks more like the clamp got punched by the whole universe," Bob muttered. He had crawled out after me and looked smaller in the service cavity, hunched in his dirty camp clothes, hair plastered to his forehead. His lips were moving again without sound. Maybe counting, maybe praying, maybe telling himself not to throw up. Hale handed him a short metal tool from a wall bracket. "See that retaining pin?" Bob looked. "Deny." Hale grabbed his wrist and pointed with the tool. There, under the bent brace. I see it. I hate it, but I see it." "Good, knock it free." "Blake, help me lift the brace." Above us, the pod speaker carried broken sound from the vestibule. Gunfire cracked through the channel. Pell spoke again, too distant to make out. Garner's voice calling my name once, then cutting off as the channel crackled. The service cavity shook. Dust lifted from every surface and drifted sideways before gravity caught it. I grabbed the bent brace with both hands. It was slick with oil. Hale took the other side. We lifted. Nothing moved. "Again," Hale said. We lifted harder. Pain burned through my shoulders. My knees slid on the grate. The brace groaned but stayed down. Bob wedged the tool beneath the pin and struck it with the heel of his hand. It stuck. Hit it harder. With what, my feelings? Hale pulled a sidearm from his belt and handed it to him butt first. "With this?" Bob stared at the gun like it might accuse him. Then he reversed it, gripped the barrel awkwardly, and hammered the pin. Metal rang. The sound bounced around the cavity, sharp and bright. He hit it again, then again, until the pin shifted the smallest amount. "There, it's moving," I said. "I know." "Oh, I know." "Don't compliment it." The pod speaker burst open. Garner's voice came through, loud and close. "Status. Clamp is bent," I said. "We're working it." "Define working." "Sweating at it and swearing." "That's not a technical definition. It's the one we've got." A crash sounded through the speaker. Teddy screamed once. The sound cut into me so hard I almost let go of the brace. "Garner," I shouted. "Vestibule breach," she said. Her voice was clipped, breathless. "Pell's falling back to the hatch. You need to hurry." Hale's eyes flicked toward the crawl tube. "How many?" "Enough." "Seal the pod hatch. Blake isn't inside." "Seal it when you have to." No one spoke for a second. Then Garner said, "Don't make me do that." Hale set his jaw and lifted again. Bob hit the pin with everything he had. The sidearm's grip cracked. The pin spat free and skittered across the grate, disappearing through a gap into the dark below. The brace lifted half an inch. "Again," Hale said. We shoved it up. Bob jammed the broken tool under it like a prop. The red crank wheel was exposed now, but the wheel was warped on one side. I grabbed it. Hale grabbed opposite me. We turned. The wheel did not move. "You've got to be kidding me," Bob said. "No," Hale said. "It wants force. Everything wants force. I'm out of force. Borrow some." Hale planted one boot against the frame and pulled. I pulled with him. The wheel shifted with a rusty shriek, grinding through damage. A status light above the clamp blinked from red to amber, then back to red. "More," Hale said. The pod speaker came alive with gunfire so loud it distorted. Pell shouted, "Inside now." "Garner, seal the inner hatch." Garner answered. "Blake." The way she said my name made the cold vanish. I pictured her at the pod hatch, one hand on the close command, eyes on the tube, trying to decide how many seconds a person's life was allowed to cost the rest of the world. "I'm coming," I said, though I wasn't. The wheel needed another full turn. The metal fought like it had memory. Every inch of the wheel seemed to remember the impact that bent it, the heat that worked it, the station command that had locked it, the passengers who had fled through other pods while this one sat waiting for medical clearance. My palms slid on oil and sweat. I reset my grip and pulled again. Somewhere in my chest, a muscle cramped so hard I thought something had torn loose. I thought about the blood sample Garner had taken at the port. A little tube with my name on it, red and ordinary, passing through machines while people outside screamed about fairness. I had hated being chosen then. I still hated it. But the wheel did not care what I hated. The cartridge needed Earth. Garner needed seconds. Teddy needed a sky that did not burn him alive. So I pulled until black spots moved at the edge of my sight. Bob looked toward the crawl tube. Shadows moved inside it. Not close yet. Close enough. "Guys," he said. A hand slapped onto the lip of the tube from inside. Fingers curled. Nails scraped metal. Bob made a raw sound and hit the hand with the broken tool. The fingers snapped back. A face pushed into the opening, eyes white in the emergency light, mouth chewing at the air. Bob hit it again. The tool bounced off the skull. The infected tried to squeeze through anyway, shoulders catching on the tight ring. Hale released the crank long enough to raise his rifle. "No," I said. He understood. He dropped the rifle against its strap and grabbed the wheel again. The infected forced one arm through the tube. Bob backed away, then stopped himself. I saw the exact moment he decided he was tired of being moved by fear. He screamed, not a clean battle cry, just a terrified grocery store man making himself louder than panic, and drove the broken tool into the infected man's throat. The body jerked, jammed in the tube, blocking the others behind it. "I got him," Bob said. He sounded shocked. "I got him. I think I got him." "Hold the tube," Hale said. "With what?" "Anything." Bob grabbed a loose cable and looped it around the dead infected shoulder, using the body like a plug. The shape behind it bit and clawed at the obstruction. The tube filled with wet, furious sounds. Hale and I turned the wheel. The clamp gave a deep metallic pop. Amber became green. One clamp released. "Again," Hale said. "Again?" "There are 2 locking teeth." "Of course there are." The second half of the wheel fought worse than the first. My hand slipped. Hale's torn knuckles left red streaks on the metal. The service cavity shook again, and something exploded far away in the ring, sending a dull orange flash through the cracks around the outer panel. For a second, all our shadows jumped huge against the pothole. The pothole beside us answered with a hollow boom, then a ticking sound as hot metal cooled somewhere we could not see. The heat tiles were supposed to be perfect. That was what the old broadcasts had said. Smiling engineers standing beside models, talking about layered protection and controlled descent. Up close, the tiles looked chipped and dirty, their edges packed with dust from the damaged collar. One had a hairline crack through it that I pretended not to notice because noticing would not fix it. The service cavity air thinned in pulses. A pressure valve opened above us and spat a white cone of vapor across the ceiling. It smelled clean for half a second. Then the old rotten stink rolled back over it. The arc was leaking compartments into each other. Bad air, good air, smoke, fire powder, human panic. The station was mixing itself into one final breath. Bob's cable began to slip. "They're pushing," he said. "They're pushing hard." The infected body in the tube shifted another inch into the cavity. Hale looked at the tube, then the wheel, then me. His bandaged hand had soaked through. The cloth was dark now, not dripping, but close. Garner's warning flashed through me. Heat behind the eyes. Vision sparks. Thoughts turning against you. Hale's eyes were still his own. That was the mercy and the cruelty of it. He was not lost to fever. He was choosing in full control, which meant I could not pretend the station took the choice from him. "We can both make it," I said. "No," he said. "You can make it. That's the whole ugly point. I'm not worth more than you. Never said you were. Said you're needed. People keep confusing those. I knew that look. I hated that I knew it. Don't, I said. Keep turning. Keep turning, Carter. He pulled a small cutter from his belt, slashed the rifle strap loose, and shoved the rifle into my chest. Then he moved to the tube and kicked the infected body back with one boot. Bob stumbled away as a second arm reached through. Get to the pod, Hale told Bob. Bob shook his head. No, we need to finish. You need to get to the pod because if you die here, the kid has one less grown-up inside. Move. Bob looked at me, desperate for someone to overrule him. I couldn't. The wheel still had to turn. Oh, go, I said. Bob crawled into the tube toward the pod, sobbing angry under his breath. Hale planted himself at the tube entrance and fired into it. The sound in that tight cavity was brutal. It hit my ears like fists. The first infected fell back. Another came over it. He fired again, then fired until each shot lit the inside of the tube with flashes of bone-white faces and black mouths. I turned the wheel alone. It moved in shivering bites. My shoulder felt like it was being split from the joint. My breath came as animal grunts I didn't recognize. The status light flickered amber. Carter, Hale said. How's it looking? Ugly. Ugly still moves. But something struck Hale from inside the tube. He staggered, fired twice, then shoved forward with his whole body, using the rifle to pin the creature back. The wheel moved another inch. Garner's voice came over the speaker. Blake, the hatch seal is failing. 30 seconds, I lied. You don't know that. Then pretend I do. The wheel screamed. The status light turned green. Guy! The second lock released. The pod jolted in its cradle. I almost fell. Hale did fall, catching himself on the edge of the tube. A hand came through and closed around his forearm. He drove his knife down into it, but another hand grabbed his vest. Hale! I shouted. He looked at the green lights, then at me. Go. Get up. I said go. I grabbed his vest and pulled. For 1 second I thought I had him. His boot slid across the grate toward me. Then the tube convulsed with bodies, and the force yanked him back so hard my fingers slipped from the fabric. Hale slammed against the lip of the tube. His rifle clattered away. A line of blood ran from his mouth. He didn't scream. That made it worse. He reached for the manual close lever beside the tube and looked at me with eyes that were still clear. For 1 second I saw him back on the island, standing beside the fence with launch smoke on his armor, telling terrified people where to go, as if order could be forced into the world by voice alone. I had thought he was hard then. I had thought men like him survived because they could shut off the parts that hurt. Now I knew better. He felt all of it. He just did not let feeling pick the route. The infected behind him jammed the tube with arms and faces. One snapped teeth inches from his shoulder. Another clawed at the bandage on his hand. Hale didn't look back. His attention stayed on me, almost calm, almost irritated, as if I was late doing something obvious. Tell Pell, he said. Tell her what? His mouth twitched. Almost a smile, that I hated space. Then he pulled the lever. A blast shutter dropped between us with a guillotine slam, cutting the tube from the service cavity. The metal door hit so hard the entire bay jumped. The sounds behind it became muffled, then savage, then far away. I stood there with Hale's rifle in my hands and the green clamp light shining over me. For a heartbeat, I couldn't move. Garner's voice cracked through the speaker. Blake. That did it. I ran. The crawl tube back to the pod felt longer than it had before. I dragged myself through with Hale's rifle scraping beside me, knees banging, lungs tearing at air that tasted like oil. Halfway up, Bob grabbed my sleeve and pulled. His face was wet, eyes red, mouth twisted. Where's Hale? He asked. I shook my head. Bob understood before I said anything. He made a small broken sound and kept pulling me anyway. We spilled into the vestibule. It had gone to ruin. Pell stood at the inner hatch with one hand pressed to her side, firing through the narrowing gap as infected pushed through the side tube from pod control. Marta was inside the pod, trying to drag Evan deeper into a seat while Claire shielded Teddy with her own body. Garner stood in the hatchway with the cold case locked behind her and a pistol in both hands. Her face changed when she saw me, but she didn't lower the weapon. Inside, she said. Pell fired once more, then staggered backward into the pod. Bob climbed in after her. I turned and fired Hale's rifle down the vestibule until the infected closest to us fell into the path of the others. "Blake!" Garner shouted. I backed into the pod. Garner slammed the hatch. The seal rolled shut as fingers struck the other side. One got caught in the narrowing gap and snapped with a sound I felt in my teeth. Then the hatch locked, and the pod went quiet except for our breathing, the alarms, and the soft, terrified whimper Teddy was trying not to make. "Outer clamp green," the pod said. "Launch permission pending." Pell dropped into a seat, blood soaking the fabric under her hand. "Director override. Launch pod 9 now." Marta snapped Pell's harness across her chest before Pell could protest. The director tried anyway, but the words came out thin. Her face had gone the color of old paper. For all her command and sharp orders, she was still only flesh, and the station had taken a piece of her. Garner saw the amount of blood and went very quiet. That silence told me more than any diagnosis. Claire kept Teddy's eyes on her. "Look at me, not the hatch," she said. "Count with me, but not fast. 1 breath in, 1 breath out." "I can't," Teddy whispered. "You can borrow mine until yours works." He nodded, and she breathed slow for both of them while infected hands beat the outside of the pod. Our command hierarchy remains active. Pell looked at the ceiling. Our command can file a complaint. Launch pod 9. Launch denied. Quarantine hold remains. Garner moved to the medical rack and opened the cold case. She removed the cartridge, pressed it into a slot marked for specimen transfer, then took my hand and shoved my thumb against the scanner beside it. The needle bit again. "I hate that thing," I said. "Hate it later." The scanner chimed. Code blue subject confirmed aboard. Vaccine candidate aboard. Emergency ground transfer recommended. Quarantine hold challenged. The pod lights flickered from red to amber. Outside, something heavy hit the hatch. "Come on," Claire whispered. The pod said, "Final medical authority required." Garner pressed her palm to the panel. "Dr. Lexi Garner. Emergency authorization. If this pod remains docked, the code blue subject and candidate are lost. If they are lost, ground manufacture may fail. Transfer to ground continuity control is medically necessary." The pod went silent. The infected hit the hatch again. A crack spidered across the inner viewport. Then the lights turned green. Chapter 20. The pod launched like a fist had hit us from underneath. There was no graceful separation, no heroic climb, no clean motion like the old government broadcasts had promised when they showed the Ark as humanity's last bright step. Pod 9 tore loose screaming. Metal scraped metal. The harness straps cut into my chest and thighs. My jaw slammed shut hard enough to make my teeth ache. Somewhere overhead, a loose emergency pack broke free and ricocheted across the ceiling before a net caught it with a snap. Garner had strapped in opposite me with one hand still on the rack, as if she could hold the cartridge in place by will alone. Her hair had escaped its tie and stuck to the sweat on her cheeks. There was blood across one sleeve, not hers, maybe Pell's, maybe mine, maybe Hale's from the rifle. None of us had clean edges anymore. 1 second the Ark held us in its broken metal mouth. The next, the seats slammed into our backs and the whole cabin shrieked with force. My head snapped against the cushion. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. Across from me, Bob made a sound like the air had been punched out of him. Teddy tried to scream and couldn't get enough breath to do it. The pod tore free of pod ring 2. A deep grinding vibration ran through the cabin as the last clamp scraped along the hull. For a terrible second I thought it had failed after all, that Hale had died for a green light that lied. Then the scrape broke away. The pod spun once, hard enough to twist my stomach, and the Ark rolled into view through the small side port. It filled the glass. The station no longer looked clean. Fire crawled along one ring in silent orange threads. Vapor poured from docking ring 2 and froze into a pale tail. Bay 5, where we had first entered, flashed with emergency strobes. Farther down the spine, something burst outward in a bloom of fragments, small glittering pieces spreading into space like thrown salt. No one spoke. Hale was still on it. That thought sat in the cabin with us. It took up a seat we didn't have. Bob kept looking at the empty space near the hatch. He had not known Hale long. None of us had. Time had stopped meaning much after the plague. A person could become essential in an hour and gone in the next, leaving behind a rifle, a blood smear, a joke about hating space. Bob's throat worked as he swallowed again and again. He looked like a man trying to keep grief from spilling because he believed he had not earned it. I still had Hale's rifle across my lap. It was too large in the pod seat, wedged against my knee and the harness buckle. The metal was warm where his hands had held it. I wanted to set it down and couldn't. It felt like dropping him a second time. Pell's breath came wet and shallow. Garner unstrapped halfway, braced one knee against the floor, and pressed a pad from the emergency kit against Pell's side. "Stay with me," Garner said. Pell's mouth moved in a thin line. "I'm awake." "That's not what I asked." "It's what I'm offering." Garner looked at the blood under her hands. "Marta, pressure here. Hard." Marta unbuckled just enough to lean across and take over. Her hands were steady. I didn't know how she still had steady hands. Maybe some people broke in ways that made them more useful, not less. Claire had Teddy tucked beside her, both of them strapped in, her arm across his chest. Evan sat on Teddy's other side, face soaked in sweat, his injured ankle fixed under the seat strap. Bob sat near the hatch, Hale's absence hollow beside him. He stared at his hands. There was infected blood under his nails, black in the creases. "I left him," Bob said. "No," I said. My voice sounded rough in my own ears. "He sent you." "There's a difference." Bob shook his head. "Doesn't feel like one. It won't for a while." He looked at me then, and for the first time since 10-12, Bob Hasker looked older than 40. Older than all of us. The pod's automated voice cut through the cabin. Separation achieved. Guidance degraded. Establishing ground track. Warning tone active. Attitude control unstable. "That's bad, right?" Claire asked. Pell tried to sit up. Garner shoved her back. "Don't move," Garner said. "I need the console. You need blood inside your body. I need both." Pell reached past Garner and hit a panel near her seat. A small navigation display flickered open. It showed Earth as a curve of brown, white, and bruised gray, with a narrow descent line trembling across it. "We're off angle," Pell said. "Off?" I asked. Enough that the pod noticed. "I noticed too," Bob said. "Put me down as noticing." The pod rotated again. My stomach lurched. The cabin lights dimmed, then steadied. Somewhere behind the wall, a pump whined in a rising pitch. Loose grit lifted from the floor and drifted in front of my face before the gravity caught it again. It sparkled in the emergency light like dirty frost. My body could not decide whether it was falling or being crushed. Every part of me argued with every other part. Inner ear, stomach, eyes, the old human animal inside the skull that knew sky belonged above and ground belonged below. Space had taken those rules and laughed at them. Evan gripped the side of his seat until the tendons in his hands stood out. He was trying not to show Teddy how bad the pain was. Claire saw anyway. She always saw. She reached across the boy and took Evan's wrist, just for a second. They didn't speak. Married people had languages that did not need air, and theirs had survived the end of nearly everything else. Garner checked the cold case rack. The cartridge slot glowed blue. "Specimen chamber is holding." "Does that mean it's safe?" Claire asked. "It means it's safe right now." Right now had become the only honest kind of safe. The arc drifted farther away, smaller and still burning. I watched until the port showed only a sliver of it and a scatter of debris turning in sunlight. Hale had said he hated space. I hoped, in the last ugly seconds, that he had not looked outside. The speaker crackled with a weak transmission. Earth filled the lower edge of the port, not blue like the pictures from before, not green and white and forgiving. It looked bruised. Smoke veils dragged across the curve in long brown smears. Lightning pulsed inside storm systems that had swallowed whole coastlines. Somewhere under that dirty skin were ports where people had begged at fences, islands wrapped in ships, bunkers with sealed doors, and maybe a few rooms where tired technicians were staring at our signal like it was a match flame in a mine. I tried to imagine the ground relay operator, a soldier, a doctor, some kid who had been an intern before the world changed. Someone sitting beneath meters of concrete with stale coffee and bad air, listening to broken transmissions from a falling pod, deciding whether the voice saying Blake Carter belonged to a real man or a ghost carried by static. The thought made me speak clearer when my turn came. If I was going to fall out of the sky as proof, I wanted the proof to sound stubborn. The first burst of sound from Earth came in like a ghost through a wall. Static, then half a syllable, then a carrier tone so thin it seemed impossible that people lived underneath it. Garner froze. Pell froze. Even Teddy lifted his face from Claire's coat. After the arched alarms and the infected hammering doors, a human voice from below felt unreal, too fragile to trust. Garner wiped her mouth with the back of her wrist before answering. It left a streak of grime across her cheek. She did not know she had done it. Her eyes had locked on the comm panel with the same fierce focus she had used on the lab equipment, on my blood, on the cartridge. The ground wasn't salvation yet. It was a receiver. It was a chance. That was enough to make her move. Pod 9, this is ground continuity relay. Signal incomplete. Identify payload. Repeat, identify payload. Every head lifted. Garner lunged for the comm panel. Ground continuity relay, this is Dr. Lexi Garner aboard ARC Pod 9. We have code blue, subject Blake Carter, vaccine candidate cartridge, partial protocol data, and survivors. We are descending from ARC emergency evacuation. Confirm reception. Static chewed the answer. Then a voice came through, distorted but human. Garner, confirm code blue subject alive. She looked at me. I leaned toward the panel. I am alive. Confirm identity. Blake Carter. 32. Former business owner. Really tired of being poked with needles. The voice paused. Maybe from static. Maybe because whoever was below still had a little room left for disbelief. Code blue subject confirmed by voice not sufficient. Transmit biometric. Garner slapped the panel beside my seat. The pod already has it. Sending now. A thin progress bar crawled across the screen. 10% became 12, then 15. The pod jolted so violently the bar vanished. Warning tones filled the cabin. Attitude control unstable, the pod said. Heat shield alignment uncertain. Manual correction required. Pell swore. Garner looked at her. Can you do manual correction? I asked. Pell's skin had gone gray. Maybe, if the control jets answer. And if they don't, then we come in sideways and become a warning label. Bob squeezed his eyes shut. I would like to unsubscribe from this trip. Nobody laughed. The words still helped a little, just by being human. Pell's fingers moved over the navigation panel. She breathed through clenched teeth, and every breath had a wet edge now. Garner kept one hand pressed to her side while Pell worked. The navigation display was not built for a room full of bleeding people. It showed our error in clean numbers and thin lines, elegant as a blade. Descent corridor. Angle variance. Heat load. Control response. The pod might as well have been telling us the exact shape of the knife we were falling onto. Pell read the numbers anyway, lips pale, eyes narrowing each time the pod rolled. I trained on the older model, she said. How different is this one? Garner asked. Different enough to annoy me. Similar enough to maybe save us. Bob made a weak sound from his seat. I vote for the second one. So do I, Hasker, Pell said. Be useful and keep talking if I start to fade. Anger helps. Bob blinked. You want me to annoy you awake? It may be your highest calling. Left aft jet sluggish, Pell said. Right forward overcorrecting. The clamp scrape damaged something. Hail again. His death had bought us release, but the ring had taken one last bite on the way out. Can you balance it? Garner asked. I'm trying. The pod rolled. Earth filled the port, too large, too fast. Brown storm bands moved beneath white cloud, and under them were the hidden bunkers, the infected continents, the ports, the islands, all of it waiting beneath a burned sky. I had spent weeks trying to get off that planet. Now every piece of me wanted back down so badly it hurt. The progress bar returned. 41%. 42. Static broke across the ground channel. Pod 9. Your descent angle is outside safe corridor. Adjust before interface. Repeat. Adjust before atmospheric interface. Pell snapped, "Tell them I'm busy." Garner pressed the comm. "Ground relay, pod guidance damaged. Manual correction underway. Prepare for unstable landing and medical quarantine retrieval. Landing zone assignment pending. Maintain transmission. We may not be able to maintain anything." The voice below softened, just enough to become a person. "Doctor, get us the data before blackout." Garner looked at the progress bar. 58%. The pod shuddered harder. A low roar started beyond the hull. At first it sounded distant, like wind heard from inside a basement. Then it grew teeth. The atmosphere had found us. It clawed at the pod's skin and shook every bolt. Teddy finally cried. Not loud, just a small torn sound pressed into Claire's shoulder. "It's all right," Claire whispered to him. It was a lie. It was also the only thing a mother could give in that moment, and she gave it like a blanket. Marta kept pressure on Pell's side. Evan had one hand on Claire's seat strap and one on Teddy's shoulder. Bob rocked forward against his harness, whispering, come on, not to the pod, I thought, but to himself. Garner watched the data crawl. 72%. The cabin lights flickered. The blue glow around the cartridge dimmed, came back, dimmed again. "Specimen chamber power unstable," the pod said. Garner's face went hard. No, you don't." She pulled open a panel under the rack, exposing a nest of cables and 2 emergency power cells. One was dark. One blinked weak green. "Marta, switch with me," she said. Marta kept one hand on Pell and reached with the other. "I've got her." Garner slid down to the floor despite the shaking and jammed her shoulder under the rack so she could work on the cells. The pod rolled again. She struck the wall hard enough to gasp, then shoved herself back into place. "Strap in," I said. "The cartridge loses power. The stabilizer warms." "Then tell me what to do." She pulled a cable free and shoved it toward me. "Hold this against that contact. Don't let it slip." I unstrapped one arm, leaned across the aisle, and pressed the cable where she pointed. A tiny spark snapped against my thumb. I hissed, but held it. Heat built under my skin. "Is that good?" I asked. "It's ugly, but yes. Ugly still moves." She looked at me then. She knew whose words those were. For a second, the noise of the pod dropped away between us, and Hale stood there in the service cavity again, blood on his mouth and his eyes clear. Then the pod screamed. Not the people. Wide. Metal outside heated and expanded. The roar became a living thing wrapped around us. The port went orange. Fire crawled over the glass in sheets. We had entered the upper air wrong, and the sky was trying to peel us open. 89%, Garner shouted. Pell fought the controls with one hand while Marta held her in place. Left jet answering? Barely. "Blake, keep that contact pressed." "Doing my best." "Do better than that." Everybody's a critic. The contact sparked again. The smell of hot plastic filled the cabin. My thumb went numb, then sharp, then numb again. The ground relay crackled. "Data packet partial. Continue transmission." "Repeat, continue." 93%. The number held there long enough for me to hate it personally. 93 was close enough to taste and too far to trust. The progress bar flickered, vanished behind interference, came back a hair farther, then stalled again. Garner's lips moved with it. She was counting packets, not prayers. Maybe that was her prayer. Data received. Sequence intact. Formula carried. Blood marker matched. Human survival reduced to a line crawling across a battered screen while fire licked the hull. My thumb burned against the contact. The pain had narrowed to a bright point, clean in a way the rest of the cabin was not. I focused on it because pain was simple. Hold the cable. Keep pressure. Don't slip. Don't think about Hale. Don't think about the Ark. Don't think about the ground voice asking for proof that might still die in the rack if your hand failed. The pod bucked. Bob's harness latch snapped halfway loose. He slammed sideways, caught by one strap across his chest. His face went white. "Bob!" Claire shouted. He clawed at the latch, missed, tried again. I couldn't move. If I let go of the cable, the cartridge might warm. If I stayed, Bob might come loose when the pod rolled again. Marta released Pell for half a second and lunged across the aisle. She caught Bob's strap and jammed the latch back until it clicked. Pell groaned as pressure left her side. Blood spread under Garner's pad. "Sorry about that," Marta said. "Don't be," Pell rasped. "Good choice. 97%. The cabin shook so hard my teeth clacked together. The fire outside thickened, brighter than sunset, brighter than any safe thing should be. The pod voice kept repeating warnings until the words blurred into noise. Heat pressed through the walls in waves. The air inside the cabin warmed from cold clean to stale, then to a close human heat full of breath, blood, fear sweat, and burned plastic. Condensation gathered on the port and vanished as fast as it formed. My shirt stuck to my back. Garner's hair lifted in the airflow from a struggling vent, then fell damp against her cheek. Evan started coughing. Claire looked at him, then at Teddy, torn in two directions. Evan waved her off and dug through the pouch under his seat until he found a cracked oxygen mask. He pressed it to Teddy's face instead of his own. The boy tried to push it back. Evan shook his head once, gentle but final. That was the kind of father he was, even with pain eating half his leg and the sky burning outside. Then the transmission bar hit 100%. Garner shouted into the comm, "Ground relay, confirm full packet." "Stivitic." "Ground relay, confirm full packet." The fire roared. For a moment, there was only static and the sound of our own bodies being dragged through the sky. Then the voice came back, broken, but clear enough. Full packet received. Physical candidates still required. Bring it home. Garner closed her eyes for one breath. That was all she allowed herself. The pod rolled again, harder than before. The port went from orange to black to orange. Pell's hand slipped from the control pad. I saw it happen and knew she had nothing left. "Pell," Garner yelled. Pell blinked, tried to focus, and failed. The pod voice spoke with gentle cruelty. Manual correction lost. Descent angle critical. Impact risk severe. The words landed in the cabin and stayed there. Impact risk severe. The pod did not say death. Machines avoided honest words unless people programmed them otherwise. It said risk, critical, severe, as if softening the edge might make the fall polite. I looked at Teddy and knew he understood enough. Children did not need exact terms. They heard adult silence and translated it better than language ever could. Garner kept her hand over mine at the power contact. Her fingers were hot now, slick with sweat, but her grip stayed firm. The cable sparked under us in tiny blue-white bites. Each spark lit the underside of her face, the dirt on her chin, the stubborn line of her mouth. She had spent the whole collapse trying to keep the future from spilling out of broken containers. Blood tubes, lab trays, cartridge slots, my veins. Now the container was a pod falling wrong through the sky. Pell's eyes fluttered. Bob leaned forward as much as the harness allowed. "Director, hey, you told me to annoy you. I can do that. I am extremely talented at it. You said so without saying so." Pell's lips moved. "What?" Bob asked. "I said don't get proud," she whispered. Bob's face crumpled and steadied in the same second. "That's good. Stay mean. Mean is working for you." Marta pressed both hands over the pad at Pell's side. Her shoulders shook from the force she used. Blood had crept under her fingernails. She looked at Garner, not asking a question out loud because Teddy was listening. Garner's eyes flicked down, then back up. The answer was, there anyway. Too much blood, too much descent left. Not enough of anything gentle. Evan coughed again, rougher this time. Claire reached for him, but he shook his head and pointed at Teddy's mask. He would not take air from the boy. Even falling, even burning, people found ways to refuse selfishness. The world had been full of horror, but not only horror. That was the part the virus had never understood. It could cook the brain, blind the eyes, twist love into paranoia. It still could not make the uninfected stop choosing each other when choosing hurt. The port cleared for half a second. Beyond the flame, I saw cloud. Real cloud. Dirty and torn, lit orange from the fire around the hull, but cloud all the same. Under it was Earth, ruined and waiting. I thought of the ports, the tents, the island ships, the black water around the launch tower. I thought of the man who had slid the bypass token under the pressure door. I thought of Hale's hand on the lever. Every dead person seemed to be riding the descent with us, pressing weight into the pod, demanding we make their last seconds purchase something. The blue glow around the cartridge flickered again. I shoved the cable harder against the contact until pain shot through my wrist. Garner's hand tightened over mine. She did not tell me to stop. She knew better. The contact burned. The pod shook. The glow steadied for 3 breaths, then fluttered like a candle in a draft. "Lexi," I said. She looked at me fast. Maybe because I had used her first name. Maybe because she heard something in my voice I hadn't meant to show. "Don't," she said. "I didn't say anything. You were about to. Maybe I was going to say nice weather. You're a terrible liar. I've had a long day." Her grip softened, just a little. "Have your long day later?" The pod dropped another few degrees off the line. The display flashed a new projected landing zone, then lost it, then painted a wider red oval across a section of coast and inland dead zone. The ground relay tried to speak again, but the plasma around us shredded the signal into broken vowels. We were alone in the loudest place I had ever known. Pell made one last reach for the controls. Her fingers missed the panel by an inch. Bob caught her wrist before it fell. He guided her hand to the armrest and held it there with both of his. He looked terrified of touching her, as if her authority might still bite, but he did not let go. She turned her head toward him, eyes barely open. "You're doing better, Hasker," she breathed. Bob laughed once, wet and broken. "This is a very low bar, Director. Cleared anyway." Garner leaned close to my ear so she did not have to shout over every alarm. "When we hit, get the cartridge first if you can stand. If I can't move, take the case. Don't argue with me in the wreck. Don't waste time being decent. Be decent after it's safe. You think I'm leaving you in a wreck? I think you'll try not to. I'm telling you the order anyway. I hate your orders." "Good. Remember them." Claire held Teddy so tight he disappeared into her arms. Bob looked at me. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. Garner's hand found mine where I held the sparking cable. Her fingers closed over my wrist, and this time it was not a doctor's grip. It was just Lexi, dirty and furious and alive beside me. "Blake," she said. For a breath, all the noise folded inward. The alarm still screamed, the hull still roared, the straps still cut into me, but my mind narrowed to the small circle of contact under my thumb and Garner's hand around my wrist. I felt every pulse in my own blood. That blood had become a key, a test, a reason people moved me through doors and died keeping those doors open. I wanted it to be just blood again. Red, ordinary mine, not a promise I had never agreed to make. Claire kissed the top of Teddy's head and kept her mouth there. Evan leaned as far as the harness allowed, shoulder pressed to both of them. Marta stayed over Pell's side, eyes dry and furious, like crying would have wasted water. Bob kept one hand on Pell's wrist and one hand around his own strap, bracing 2 people at once because Hale had told him the kid needed grown-ups inside. He had taken that order into his bones. Garner's eyes did not leave mine. The fire outside painted them gold for a second, then black, then gold again. "When we hit, breathe first," she said. "People forget. They panic and try to move before their lungs catch. Breathe, then cartridge, then door. You left yourself off that list. I know where I am on it." "So do I." The cartridge glow steadied one more time. It was small, almost pathetic against the burning sky, but it held. The pod shook around it, around all of us, a thin shell full of blood, ash, data, grief, and one cold sliver of a future. Earth rushed up unseen beneath the fire. None of us could slow it. None of us could turn away. The pod dropped. My stomach lifted into my throat. The roar turned into a deep, tearing howl. The orange outside swallowed the port, swallowed the arc behind us, swallowed every clean line between sky and fire. The last thing I saw before the lights went out was the blue glow around the cartridge flickering, still alive, still cold, still waiting for Earth to catch us. In the darkness, the pod kept falling. Chapter 21. The pod kept falling. At first there was no up or down, only pressure. It shoved me into the harness so hard the straps bit through my shirt and mashed every breath flat before I could pull it in. Darkness pressed against my eyes. The emergency lights had gone out during entry, and the small cabin had turned into a black metal throat full of heat, sour sweat, and people trying not to scream. The roar outside wasn't sound anymore. It was weight. It poured through the hull in a long animal bellow, deep enough to rattle my teeth and make my skull feel loose on my spine. The whole pod shuddered. Not the queen tremble of machinery doing its job, but a sick, uneven bucking, as if the sky had grabbed us and was shaking us apart piece by piece. Somebody coughed in the dark. Somebody else prayed under their breath, too fast and too raw to make out the words. Lexi's shoulder was jammed against mine. I couldn't see her face, but I felt the sharp twitch of her body every time the pod kicked sideways. Her hand was locked around the strap across her chest. The other hand was still stretched toward the rack where the blue cartridge waited in its cooling cradle, alive in a darkness that smelled like burned wiring and fear. "Lexi," I said. My voice sounded wrong inside my own head, thin and crushed. "I'm here," she said. That was all. No comfort. No clean promise. Just those two words, rough and breathless, and they were enough to keep me from tearing at the harness like a trapped animal. The pod rolled. My stomach tried to climb out through my throat. Metal groaned overhead. Something loose slammed across the cabin and struck the far wall with a crack that made Claire cry out. Teddy answered her with a small, strangled sound that cut through the roar and got under my skin. "Hold him tight," Marta snapped. "I am," Claire said. "I am. Teddy, look at me. Don't look anywhere else. Just me. Just my face. You hear me?" "It's dark," the boy said. "Yeah," Claire said, her voice shaking so badly she had to force the next words out. "Yeah, honey, it's dark. That doesn't mean it's over. Keep breathing with me. In and out. Slow as you can." A burst of orange light flashed through the small port. For half a second the cabin appeared in fragments, Hale with his jaw clenched and blood smeared across one eyebrow. Pell braced 2 seats ahead with both hands wrapped around the release bar near his knee, Marta's face pale beneath streaks of grime. Claire bent over Teddy like her body could become a wall. Bob sat across from me with his eyes shut and his lips moving, not praying now, just counting. Evan Pike was strapped beside him, one arm hooked through a cargo net, watching the ceiling like he expected it to open. Then the light vanished, and we fell blind again. A warning tone came alive above us. It warbled once, broke into static, then returned as a weak, uneven chirp. The pod translated it through a damaged speaker with a calm that made me want to rip the panel apart. Thermal shielding compromised. Descent angle unstable. Manual correction required. Pell swore. "Can you correct it?" Hale shouted. "Not from here," Pell said. "Controls are forward. Harness won't release under load." The pod lurched before anyone could answer. My chest slammed against the straps. Pain flashed hot beneath my ribs. Lexi made a hard sound through her teeth. The cartridge cradle clicked, once, twice, then settled into a high, whining vibration. "The rack," she said. I twisted my head toward her. "What about it?" "Cooling's running off reserve. That noise means the shock mount's slipping. Can it wait?" "No, it can't." There was no drama in her voice. That made it worse. Another orange flash filled the cabin. The blue glow around the cartridge was still there, but it flickered with every shudder. A thin vapor curled around the cradle. Cold vapor, ghost pale, whipped sideways by the failing circulation fans. "Tell me what to do," I said. "You can't reach it from your seat." "That's not what I asked." She turned in the harness. The next flash showed her eyes, red-rimmed, wet from smoke, and furious with the kind of fear that didn't make a person freeze. It sharpened her. "There are 2 clamps under the cradle," she said. "Manual locks. If they pop, the cartridge breaks loose. If it cracks, we lose the candidate. If it warms too long, we lose it anyway." "Great," Bob said from the dark. "That's real comforting." "Shut up, Bob," Marta said. "I'm just saying, we fall out of the sky, and the little blue lunchbox also has feelings." "Shut up," Claire said this time, and her voice had enough steel in it that Bob went quiet. The pod rolled again. The harness dug deeper. For a second, I couldn't breathe at all. My lungs just sat there, smashed and useless. The pressure eased, and I dragged in air that tasted like hot dust. "Pell!" Hale yelled. How long? Until what? Until ground. Pell gave a laugh that had no humor in it. That's a bad question. Answer it. If the chute system works, maybe 4 minutes before impact cycle. If it doesn't, less. A lot less. Teddy started crying harder. Claire pressed her cheek against his hair. Don't listen to him. He talks ugly when he's scared. I do not, Pell said. You absolutely do, Marta snapped. The pod bucked again, and something in the ceiling tore free. A panel came down in the dark, glanced off Evan's raised arm, and clattered somewhere near my boots. He grunted but didn't scream. Iraq, I shouted. I'm fine, he said. Just hit me. Didn't cut deep. Lexi shifted beside me. Don't say fine unless you mean it. I mean I can still move. That's fine today. The warning tone changed. It dropped lower. A red glow flickered across the cabin, dim but steady enough to show the shapes of faces again. The pod's power was coming back in pieces. Not enough to feel safe. Enough to see what could kill us. The cartridge cradle had tilted away from the rack. One clamp still held. The other had lifted half an inch and kept bouncing, metal tapping metal in a frantic rhythm. Lexi stared at it. Blake, she said, I see it. I have to get to it. The harness won't release. It will if you pull the manual pin. Pell said it won't underload. Pell isn't sitting beside the thing that saves everyone down there. Lexi, listen. She didn't answer. Her hand already moved along the side of her seat, searching for the pin by feel. I grabbed her wrist. Don't, I said. She turned on me, and for a second she looked nothing like a doctor. She looked like someone who had been ground down to bone and nerve and was still choosing to stand. Let go. If you release under load, you hit the wall. You break your neck before you touch the rack. Then you do it. The words landed between us like a dropped blade. I looked at the cradle. It was 6 feet away, maybe 7, across the narrow center gap between seats. In stable air, it would have been a stupid reach. In a pod dropping through fire, it was closer to suicide. You have the marker, she said, lower now. Your blood made this possible. That cartridge makes it useful. If it breaks, all of this was just people dying loudly for nothing. You always give such pretty speeches. I'm too tired to make it pretty. The pod shook again. The loose clamp jumped higher. I swallowed. My mouth was so dry, my tongue scraped my teeth. Where's my pin? Left side. Under your hip. Yellow ring. Looks red in this light. Then pull the red-looking yellow ring. I found it with 2 fingers. The ring was slick, either from sweat or blood. I couldn't tell. My hand shook. Not from courage. Not from noble purpose. Just pure terror, the old animal kind that wanted me strapped tight and not moving until the world stopped trying to burn me. Hale saw what I was doing. Arthur, no. Noted, I said, though the word came out rough and half-eaten. Blake, Claire said. I pulled the pin. The harness released so violently it felt like the pod punched me. I flew upward, hit the shoulder belt as it snapped loose, then twisted into the center aisle. Gravity changed its mind 3 times in one breath. My knee slammed into the deck. My hand scraped across a torn edge of paneling. The pod rolled, and I slid backward toward Hale's boots. Hale caught the back of my shirt with one hand and nearly tore it off me. Move, he yelled. Move now. I dug my fingers into the grated floor and crawled. There was no standing. No hero pose. Just elbows, knees, hot metal, and the sour stink of panic. The pod threw me sideways. My shoulder clipped Lexi's seat. She hooked 2 fingers through my collar and shoved me forward. Lower clamp first, she shouted. Which one's lower? The one that's trying to kill my life's work. That narrows it down. The pod plunged. My body lifted clean off the floor. For one impossible second, I floated between seats, weightless, hands clawing at nothing. Then gravity came back mean. I hit the deck chest first. Air burst out of me. The blue cartridge blurred ahead, flickering in its cradle. I'd reached. My fingers missed the clamp. The loose latch popped higher. Lexi screamed my name. I grabbed the edge of the rack instead. Pain shot through my hand as metal bit skin. The pod rolled left. My body swung with it, legs striking the opposite seats. Teddy screamed. Claire shouted something I couldn't hear. The clamp was inches from my fingers. Inches, but the pod's motion made it feel like a mile. I pulled myself up with one arm. The red light strobed. The cartridge glowed blue under vapor, cold and delicate and absurdly small for all the dead weight riding on it. The latch jumped again. This time it came almost free. I slammed my palm down on it. The impact rang through my arm. The latch clipped into place with a sharp metallic snap. The second clamp still shook, but it held. "Twist the lock," Lexi shouted. "Go clockwise, then half turn." "Which way is clockwise when I'm falling?" "To your right." My right or the pod's right? Blake, hurry. Doing it. I twisted. The lock resisted, stuck with grit or heat warp, and for one ugly heartbeat I thought it wouldn't move. Then it gave. The cradle pulled tight against the rack, and the blue glow steadied. The pod speaker crackled again. Altitude warning. Chute deployment in 30 seconds. Brace for impact cycle. "Get back in your seat," Hale yelled. I let go of the rack and tried to crawl. The pod dipped hard nose first. My body slid forward instead. A torn cable whipped across my face. Heat stung my cheek. I grabbed for anything, caught a cargo strap, and held. "Carter," Pell shouted. "Seat now." "Working on it." The deck was slick under my knees. Blood from my scraped hand made every grip worse. Lexi leaned out as far as her harness allowed, one arm stretched toward me. "Come on," she said. I crawled toward her. The pod shook so hard my vision broke into gray specks. Every breath was hot. Every surface smelled scorched. I got one hand around her forearm. Then the first chute fired. The pod snapped backward with brutal force. I flew. Lexi's hand tore free of mine. My back hit the sidewall. My head struck something hard. White light burst behind my eyes, not from the cabin, from inside my skull. Sound vanished for a second. The roar became a soft, distant murmur, like water behind thick glass. I felt hands on me. The hands on me belonged first to Hale, then to Marta. They dragged me by my belt and shirt. My boots kicked the deck, useless. Someone cursed in my ear. Someone else sobbed. The second chute fired. The world yanked sideways. This time the pod didn't just slow. It spun. I saw the port flash past, fire, clouds, black sky, orange heat peeling away. Then dark land far below, broken into rivers of night and smears of dull red where old cities still burned or new ones had been set alight. That was Earth. It didn't look saved. It looked hungry. Marta shoved me into my seat. Lexi grabbed the harness and jammed it across my chest. "Buckle," she said. My hands wouldn't work right. Fingers numb. Head ringing. She buckled me herself, hard enough to make me gasp. "Stay awake," she said. "I wasn't planning a nap. Your eyes are doing a thing. My whole body is doing a thing." The pod's descent changed. The roar thinned. The shaking stayed, but it became a hard, swinging drop beneath the chutes. We were still falling, but now the fall had structure. A schedule. A cruel one, maybe, but not pure chaos. The red light flickered across Lexi's face. She had blood at the corner of her mouth. Her hair had come loose from its tie and stuck to her cheek in damp strands. She looked at the cartridge, then at me. "Eight held," she said. "You're welcome. Don't get smug. You almost died very stupidly. That sounds like praise coming from you." She laughed once. It broke halfway through and turned into a cough. Hale leaned across the aisle. "Carter, can you track me?" I hate that question. "Answer it." "Yeah, I can track you. You're the big, angry shape." "Good enough." Pell twisted against his harness, trying to see the forward display. The panel ahead threw a weak green glow over his face. "We have partial chute," he said. "One main, one reserve. Guidance is gone. We're drifting." "Word what?" Ann asked. Pell stared at the display long enough that nobody liked the silence. "Toward the wrong side of the ground corridor." "Juan?" Hale asked. "Wrong enough that the bunker people won't be waiting with blankets." Bob opened his eyes. "Where are we going to hit?" Pell swallowed. "Old refinery belt, maybe north of the relay line." "Hard to say." "Nav is stuttering." Marta laughed under her breath, a dry, bitter sound. "Of course. We bring the vaccine to Earth, and Earth puts us in the ash fields. Is there infected down there? Claire asked. Nobody answered fast enough. Teddy whispered, Mom? Claire stroked his hair with shaking fingers. There are people down there who need help. That's what matters. Hale looked at Pell. Can you correct drift manually? With what? I can shout at the clouds. Then tell me how far from the bunker. I can't give exact until the pod finishes losing its mind. Give me your best guess. Pell wiped sweat from his upper lip. Could be 10 miles. Could be 40. Bob made a strangled sound. 40 miles through infected country? Keep talking, Marta said. Maybe they'll hear you and bring a cart. I'm allowed to be scared. Nobody said you weren't. We're just sick of the soundtrack. The pod swung beneath the chutes, harder now. Wind shrieked around the shell. The red lights dimmed. The cartridge glowed steady in its cradle, blue and cold, the only calm thing left in the cabin. Lexi kept one hand stretched toward it anyway, like a mother beside a sick child. Like touch could hold science together. The speaker crackled again. Impact preparation. Brace position. Impact in 60 seconds. Pell sucked in a breath. Everybody tuck your chin. Keep your feet flat. Don't lock your knees. Hold the harness, not the seat frame. If we roll, keep your arms in. If you black out, try not to do it with your tongue between your teeth. Beautiful briefing, Evan said. I was going to be a pilot, not a poet. 60 seconds became a lifetime made of noise. The ground appeared through the port in flashes. Black flats, ash dunes, skeletal towers, a road split open like old bone. Then the pod swung, and the view became cloud. Then firelight. Then ground again, too close. My body wanted to tense. I forced my jaw loose. Forced breath in through my nose. It smelled like burned plastic, copper, and Lexi's antiseptic supplies ruptured somewhere in the cabin. My hand throbbed. My head pulsed. Every muscle waited for impact with a kind of dread that felt physical, like another strap tightened across my ribs. Lexi looked at me. Blake, stay with me. Yeah, I hear you. When we get down, don't let anyone separate you from the cartridge. I thought you were the cartridge person. I'm the person who knows what's in it. You're the person they can't replace. That's a terrible division of labor. It's the one we have. The pod dropped lower. Hale shouted, Brace! The world hit. It wasn't one impact. It was 3. First, a crushing slam that drove the pod into the ground and punched the air from every chest. Then a sideways skip that threw us against the harnesses so hard stars burst behind my eyes. Then a rolling, grinding drag through ash and metal debris, the shell shrieking as it tore across whatever earth had become beneath us. People screamed. Not clean screams. Broken ones. Breathless, bitten off, half swallowed by the roar. The pod rolled. Ceiling became wall. Wall became floor. Loose objects flew through the cabin like thrown stones. Something struck my leg. Something else cracked against Hale's seat. Claire's voice rose above everything, calling Teddy's name over and over until the syllables became one raw sound. Then the pod stopped. Silence rushed in. Not real silence. Metal ticked. Fans died. Someone groaned. Far outside, ash hissed against the hot shell. But after the fall, it felt like the whole world had gone deaf. I hung crooked in my harness, breathing in shallow cuts. My mouth tasted like blood. The red light blinked once, failed, came back dim. Sound off, Hale said. His voice was hoarse but steady. Soldier voice. The kind men used when panic had to be beaten into shape before it spread. Hale, he said. I'm alive. Lexi, she answered. I'm alive. Blake, I said. I'm here. Marta, she said. I'm angry and alive. Oh, he said, still regretting every career choice. Claire, she said. I'm alive. Teddy's with me. The boy coughed. I'm here. Bob said, voice trembling. I'm here. I think. A pause. Pike, Hale said. No answer. The pod creaked around us. Evan, Lexi said, sharper. A low groan came from the far side of the cabin. Here, Evan rasped. seat mount hit me. "Give me a second." "You get one," Hale said. "Then you tell us where." Lexi was already moving. She unlatched herself with shaking hands and dropped the short distance to the tilted deck. The pod had come to rest partly on its side. Seats hung at strange angles. The air was full of gray dust shaken loose from filters and insulation. Every breath dragged grit over my teeth. "The cartridge," she said. I turned my head. The rack had held. The blue glow remained. For a second, nobody spoke. That small, cold light looked almost obscene in the wreckage. A perfect little pulse of order inside a coffin of bent metal, sweat, blood, and ash. Lexi touched the cradle with 2 fingers, read the status strip, and closed her eyes. Temperature held. Seal intact. A breath moved through the cabin. Not relief exactly. We were too hurt for that. But something unclenched. Then the outside shell popped as it cooled, and Teddy flinched against Claire. "We need out," Hale said. "Fire risk. Breach risk. Anybody smell fuel?" "Everything smells burned," Marta said. Pell coughed and reached toward the forward panel. "Pod cells are isolated. We don't have fuel like the old birds. Batteries can still cook us if the casing cracked. Can you open the hatch? Maybe it works. Depends what side we're on and whether the hatch is under dirt." Hale turned to me. "Carter, can you move?" I flexed my fingers, then my feet. Pain answered from everywhere, but nothing refused. "Yeah, I can move." "Good. Help Garner with the rack. Nobody touches that cartridge unless she says so." Bob laughed once, weak and close to tears. I wasn't planning to juggle it. "Bob," Hale said, "unbuckle Claire when I tell you. Do it slow. If she drops with the boy, you catch them. You want me to do it? You do it. I don't know how." Arms out. "That's the whole class." Bob stared in the red gloom, then nodded hard enough that his chin shook. Lexi worked on the cradle release. Her hands were steady now, even though the rest of her body looked ready to collapse. I unlatched and slid down beside her, boots scraping the slanted deck. "Tell me what to hold." "The lower frame. Not the cartridge. If I say lift, lift an inch. Not 2. Not half. 1 inch exactly." "An inch." "Got it." She looked at me. "You hit your head. You can scold me later. I'll put it on the schedule." The manual locks clicked one by one. The cartridge case came free from the cradle, still seated inside a portable cooling sleeve with a narrow blue status strip running down the side. It was longer than my forearm, heavier than it looked, and colder than anything in that hot pod had a right to be. Lexi hugged it against her chest for 1 second, pure instinct, then forced herself to hand it to me. "Carry it by the frame," she said. "Keep it upright. If the status strip goes amber, tell me. If it goes red, tell me before you panic. What do I do after I tell you? Then you can panic." I took it. Cold bit into my palms through the frame. Not painful exactly, but sharp enough to wake every nerve. It grounded me. The vaccine candidate was real. Not a rumor, not a code word, not some government promise over a loudspeaker. It had weight. It had a hum so faint I felt it more than heard it. Hale and Pell forced the hatch release together. The handle resisted, then moved with a grinding complaint. Hot air rushed in through the cracked seal, carrying a smell that made the pod feel clean by comparison. Ash and rot filled the air, with standing water gone foul, burned chemical sludge, and something underneath it all that was worse because it had once been human. Claire gagged. "That Earth?" Bob whispered. Nobody answered. The hatch opened into gray light. Not daylight. A sick, filtered glow through ash clouds. The sky looked bruised and low, the color of old smoke trapped in a jar. Ash fell in slow, steady sheets, whispering across the pod shell, hissing where it touched hot metal. Beyond the hatch, the ground sloped away in a field of black grit and rusted debris. We had come down in a dead industrial belt. Broken tanks squatted in the haze. Pipes ran above the ground on warped supports, some snapped and hanging like split ribs. The remains of a road cut through the ash half a mile away, cracked, buckled, and crowded with the burned husks of vehicles that had tried to go somewhere and never made it. Farther out, a line of refinery towers rose against the dirty sky. Some still burned near the top, thin flames licking sideways in the wind. The firelight turned the ash red as it fell. Pell stared through the hatch. "That's not the bunker corridor," he said. "No kidding," Marta muttered. Hale climbed out first with his weapon up, shoulders hunched against the ash. He swept left, then right. His boots sank ankle-deep into the gray-black drift. "Clear close," he said. "Move fast and quiet." One by one, we left the pod. The air outside scraped my throat raw. Ash landed on my face and melted into sweat, making a paste that stung my eyes. The cold cartridge frame steamed faintly in the warmer air, and I tucked it close, shielding the status strip with my body. Lexi came out behind me, then Claire with Teddy pressed to her side. Bob helped them down and nearly fell doing it. Marta caught him by the back of his shirt. "Congratulations," she said. "You caught someone and yourself." "Don't make me laugh," Bob wheezed. "I think I cracked everything." Evan was last. He climbed out stiffly, one arm wrapped across his ribs. Blood ran from a shallow split near his temple, dark against the ash on his skin. Lexi moved toward him, but he shook his head. "I'll deal with it later." I hate that word. "I know. Later, anyway." Hale crouched near the pod and looked at the broken horizon. "Pell, give me distance." Pell had a small navigation slate in one hand. The screen flickered with static and weak lines. He slapped the side of it, glared, then waited until one green mark steadied. "Ground relay caught our packet," he said. "That part worked." Lexi exhaled so sharply it almost sounded like pain. "And the bunker?" Hale asked. Pell zoomed the map with two dirty fingers. "Primary safety bunker is southwest. 31 miles if the roads existed. More if we have to go around hot zones." Bob stared at him. "Already won?" "Could be worse." "How could it be worse?" Pell pointed past the refinery towers. "We could have landed in that." A distant scream rolled out of the ash. Everyone froze. It came from somewhere beyond the broken tanks. Long, high, and too full of rage to be pain alone. Another answered it, farther left. Then a third, short and barking, cut off as quickly as it started. Teddy pressed his face into Claire's coat. Hale lifted his weapon. "We move now." "Toward the bunker?" Marta asked. "Toward cover first. Then we pick a route. This pod is a beacon. Heat, sound, crash plume, anything within miles knows something fell." Lexi looked at the pod, then at the ash field. "I need a clean place to check the cartridge within the hour." "Define clean," Evan said. "Less filthy than open air and not full of teeth." "That's a high standard, no." Hale pointed toward a low service building half buried beside a row of collapsed pipe racks. Its windows were black. One wall had caved inward, but the roof still held. "That building. We cross in pairs. No bunching. Marta with Claire and Teddy. Bob with Pell. Garner with Carter. Pike, you're with me." Bob blinked. "Why am I with him?" Pell gave him a tired look. "Because I have the map, and apparently you need supervision." I helped Claire. "You did. Try not to retire on one good deed." The ash field made every step loud. It crunched underfoot, soft on top and crusted beneath, like walking through the dead skin of the world. Wind slid between the broken tanks and carried dry whispers that sounded almost like voices. I kept expecting infected to burst from the haze, blind eyes wide, mouths wet, hands reaching. But nothing came at first. That was worse in its own way. We crossed the open ground with our shoulders tight and our breaths shallow. The cartridge hummed against my palms. Lexi stayed so close her sleeve brushed mine. She kept glancing down at the status strip, then up at the refinery, then back at me. "It's still blue," I said quietly. "I know. So you looked 8 times. Then I'll look 9. That's fair." She wiped ash from her mouth with the back of her wrist. "You really hit that latch. Didn't have a lot of elegant options." "I'm serious." "So am I. Elegant options have been thin lately." Her eyes softened for half a second. Then another scream came from the refinery, closer this time, and whatever softness had been there vanished. We reached the service building and pressed against the outer wall. Hale checked the doorway. The door hung crooked, held by one hinge. Inside, the air smelled of rust, stale oil, and old feces. Not good. Better than outside. Hale entered first. Evan followed. A moment later, Hale called, "Clear front room. More doors inside. Watch corners." We slipped in. The building had once been some kind of maintenance office. Metal lockers lined one wall. A desk lay overturned near the center of the room, its drawers pulled out and scattered. Papers had turned to gray mush beneath roof leaks. Old boot prints tracked through the grime, some human, some dragged and uneven. Marta noticed them too. "Are these recent?" Hale crouched, touched the edge of one print, and rubbed dirt between his fingers. "Recent enough." Claire tightened her hold on Teddy. Lexi pointed to a side counter with less debris. "Use that counter. I can check the cartridge there." 2 minutes, Hale said. "Then we go. It takes what it takes. 2 minutes is what you have before this building becomes a trap." She looked ready to argue, then swallowed it. "Then don't talk while I work." I set the case on the counter while she opened the inspection flap. The blue strip glowed steady. Lexi pulled a compact diagnostic tab from her coat pocket, clicked it into the sleeve, and waited. Her lips moved as she counted under her breath. Marta stood by the inner door with a short pry bar she had pulled from the pod debris. Hale watched the main entrance. Evan leaned near the lockers, trying not to breathe too deep. Pell worked the slate, searching for a route through static. Bob stood in the middle of the room and looked like he wished someone would assign him a shape to become. Claire sat on the floor with Teddy in her lap. She rocked him gently, though he was too big to be held that way comfortably. He didn't complain. His eyes stayed fixed on the doorway, wide and glossy. "How's it look?" I asked Lexi. She didn't snap at me. That scared me a little. "Cold chain held," she said. "Outer seal intact. Internal culture stable so far. But the sleeve lost reserve. We have maybe 6 hours of good cooling, unless I can recharge from bunker power. Less if the frame keeps bleeding temperature. 6 hours to cross 31 miles. "Ho!" she said. 6 hours to reach somewhere with power. The bunker is the best answer, not the only possible answer. Pell lifted his head. There may be a relay substation 9 miles west. Emergency grid node. If it wasn't stripped, it could have cells. Hale's eyes narrowed. Between here and the bunker? Not exactly. It pulls us off the straight line. But the straight line runs through refinery housing, a collapsed rail yard, and 3 red zones marked from old outbreak sweeps. Old how? 3 weeks. Bob let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. 3 weeks is old now? In this world, 3 weeks is history, Pell said. A scraping sound came from somewhere deeper in the building. Everyone went still. It came again, slow metal against concrete. Hale raised one hand, palm down. Teddy stopped breathing loudly. Claire pressed a hand over his mouth, gentle but firm. The inner door was half open. Beyond it, a hallway ran into darkness. Marta shifted her grip on the pry bar. The scraping came a third time. Then a voice whispered from the hallway. "Do you have water?" Bob flinched so hard he knocked his elbow against the desk. Hale swung his weapon toward the gap. "Show hands and move slow." Nothing moved. "Water," the voice said again. It sounded human. That didn't mean much. Hale glanced at Lexi. She pulled the diagnostic tab free and closed the inspection flap. Still blue. Stable enough to move. "Carter, take it," Hale said. I lifted the case. The voice in the hallway coughed, wet and ragged. Then a hand slid into view around the edge of the door. It was human. Thin, filthy fingers black with grime. No fresh blood. No twitching claw. Just a hand. A man stepped out. He was old enough for gray at the temples, young enough that hunger had done most of the aging. His clothes hung loose. His cheeks were hollow. A strip of cloth covered one eye. The other stared at us with a feverish brightness that made Hale's finger tighten near the trigger. "Don't shoot," the man whispered. "I'm not bit." "I swear I'm not." Lexi stared at him. "Do you have fever?" "No fever, just thirsty." "Name," Hale said. The man swallowed. His throat clicked. "Jonas Reed. I was station crew here before everything failed." Pell lowered the slate a fraction. "Refinery station?" "Power maintenance. Pumps, backups, whatever they told me to fix." Jonas's good eye moved to the case in my hands. "You came down in the fireball." "You alone?" Hale asked. Jonas hesitated. That pause changed the whole room. Marta stepped closer to the hallway. "Answer him." "My sister," Jonas said quickly. "She's in the back. She can't walk good. That's all. No infected. No gang. Just us." Hale looked at Lexi again. Lexi's face hardened. "I can check them fast." "We don't have fast. We also don't have a map that breathes," she said. "He knows the ground." Hale didn't like it. None of us did. But outside, another scream drifted through the ash, closer than before. Jonas heard it and shut his eye for a second. "Pack runners," he whispered. "They move through the pipe trench when the ash gets thick. They heard your crash. You don't want to be in the open." "How many?" Hale asked. "Depends how hungry they are." Bad answer. Bad world. The simple truth of it sat in the room with us. Lexi opened her field kit. "Bring your sister out. Hands visible. If either of you shows infection signs, Hale decides what happens." Jonas looked at Hale's weapon and nodded. "She won't hurt anyone." "Nobody knows what anyone will do anymore," Claire said softly. Jonas flinched at that, maybe because she had said it without anger. He vanished down the hall and came back with a woman leaning hard against him. She was younger than him, maybe late 20s, with matted dark hair and a face pinched white from pain. Her left leg was wrapped with strips of cloth and duct tape. Not a bite, at least not that I could see. A bad break, maybe. Her foot barely touched the floor. "This is Mara," Jonas said. "She fell through a service grate. Days ago." Marta gave a short, humorless laugh. "I'm Marta. She's Mara. That's going to be annoying." "Call me Reed's sister," Mara said. Her voice was thin but dry. "I've been called worse." Lexi checked their eyes, skin, pulse, and breathing with brutal speed. She asked questions without softness about fever, hallucinations, exposure, and blood contact. Jonas answered. Mara clenched her teeth through the exam and didn't beg. "No acute infection signs," Lexi said at last. "I see dehydration, malnutrition, leg trauma, and the kind of misery that doesn't make you contagious by itself." Hale lowered his weapon a little, not all the way. "Can you get us to power?" he asked Jonas. Jonas looked at the case again. "What's in there?" "Our reason for not dying today," I said. "That's not an answer. It's the answer you get." Mara studied me with tired eyes. "If it's medicine, don't take the refinery road. Everyone who thinks medicine is coming travels that way. Most of them are dead. The rest are worse." Lexi stepped closer. "There is a substation west of here. Can it still charge?" Jonas and Mara looked at each other. That told me the answer before either spoke. "Maybe," Jonas said. "But the trench to get there runs under the old worker blocks." "Meaning?" Hale asked. Mara's mouth tightened. "Meaning people sheltered there when the first sweeps failed. Families, workers, and guards locked themselves in. Then the fever got inside." Bob whispered, "Of course it did." Mara looked at him. "They still move when the ash falls. They like the sound cover." A thud hit the outer wall. Dust jumped from the ceiling. Then another thud. Not a fist. Something heavier. A body striking and sliding. Hale pointed toward the hall. "Back exit?" Jonas nodded fast. "Through storage. Down to the utility cut. Move now." The outer door shook as something slammed into it from outside. Teddy cried out, and Claire lifted him with a strength that looked borrowed from terror. Bob grabbed Pel's elbow when Pel almost tripped over the overturned desk. Marta took Mara's other side without asking. Mara hissed in pain. "I ain't walk." "Badly," Marta said. "Let me be useful before I start getting bored." We ran for the hallway. Behind us, the outer door burst inward. I looked back once. An infected man crawled over the broken door on all fours, fast and crooked, ash pasted to his wet mouth. His eyes were clouded and bright at the same time, reflecting the weak red light in the room. He didn't look dead. He looked ruined. Worse, he looked eager. Hale fired twice. The shots cracked inside the small building, deafening. The infected dropped and slid across the floor, still twitching. More shapes moved in the gray light outside. "Go!" Hale shouted. We went. The hallway was narrow, black, and full of old heat. Pipes ran overhead. Water dripped somewhere, steady and unseen. The floor was slick beneath the ash, and the cartridge frame kept biting cold into my hands, reminding me that I couldn't fall, couldn't drop it, couldn't do anything but keep moving. Jonas led us through a storage room with shelves stripped bare, then shoved open a rear hatch hidden behind a curtain of hanging insulation. Wind punched through, thick with ash and the stink of the refinery. Beyond the hatch, a concrete drainage cut sloped downward between two retaining walls. Half the trench was full of black water. The other half offered a narrow ledge, cracked and slimed. "This way," Jonas said. "Stay on the ledge. Don't step in the water unless you want chemical burns or something biting your ankle." "Something?" Bob said. "You wanted details?" "No, I withdraw the question." Hale fired again behind us. A scream answered, close and wet. We dropped into the trench, one after another, and the ash swallowed the building behind us. Chapter 22. The utility cut ran west beneath a sky that couldn't decide whether to rain ash or choke us with it. Concrete walls rose on both sides, stained black by old runoff and newer things nobody wanted to identify. The ledge under our boots was barely wide enough for single file. To our left, the trench water crawled along in a slow, oily ribbon. It reflected the dirty sky in broken pieces and carried trash, pale foam, and the occasional shape that made everyone look away after noticing it. The smell was worse down there. Above, the ash field smelled open, dead, and burned. In the trench, the stink had nowhere to go. Rot sat thick in the lungs. Chemical sourness burned behind the eyes. Every few yards, a new pocket of odor rolled up from the water: meat gone sweet, diesel sludge, wet cloth, old blood, melted plastic. It coated my tongue until even breathing through my mouth didn't help. Teddy gagged twice. Claire kept one hand over his nose and the other around his shoulders, guiding him along the ledge like he was half asleep. "Don't throw up," she whispered. "If you start, I'll start, and then everybody's going to hate us." "I already hate this," Teddy said. "That's allowed." Bob shuffled behind Pell, arms held out for balance. "I thought space was bad. I would like to apologize to space." "Space tried to kill us too," Pell said without turning. "It smelled better." "I'll give you that." Marta and Mara moved ahead of me. Marta had Mara's arm over her shoulder and one hand locked around the other woman's belt. They made slow progress. Too slow for Hale's liking, but he didn't push them yet. Hale moved at the rear with Evan, checking behind us every few seconds. The infected had not followed into the trench right away. That didn't mean they wouldn't. Jonas led from the front with a piece of pipe in his hand. He seemed to know every crack in the ledge, every low pipe, every place where the concrete dipped under a thin skin of water. His good eye kept scanning the walls. Lexi walked beside me when the trench widened enough, close to the cartridge. She had wrapped a strip of thermal cloth around part of the frame to keep my hands from going numb, but the cold still found its way through. It pulsed against my palms with the faint vibration of the portable sleeve. "Still blue," I said before she could look. "You're learning. Don't sound too impressed." "It might go to my head." "Your head already hit enough things today." She said it dry, but her eyes searched my face in the ash light. She watched for signs I didn't want her to name: confusion, unequal pupils, slurred words, whatever doctors saw when a person tried to joke around a skull injury. "I'm still here," I said. "I know. I just don't trust here to stay stable." "That's fair. Here hasn't been reliable." The trench curved, and the wrecked pod vanished behind the walls. With it went the last visible proof that we had fallen from orbit. Now there was only earth again, dirty concrete, bad water, distant screaming, and a road we had to take because every other road was worse. Pell slowed near a junction where two smaller cuts joined the main trench. He lifted the slate, waited for the weak map to settle, then pointed to the left branch. "Substations that way? 2 miles through the cut, then under the worker blocks." Jonas shook his head. "Not left." Hale came forward. "Why not?" "Left branch floods near the culvert. The wall broke during the first winter storm after the pumps failed. You go that way, you swim." "Map says it's open." "Map doesn't smell the water." Pell stared at him. "The right branch pulls us north for half a mile. Then service stairs up to the pipe bridge. We cross above the flooded section and drop back down." "Pipe bridge is exposed," Hale said. Jonas looked back toward the way we came. Something screamed beyond the bend, muffled by concrete. So is staying here. Hale weighed him for one hard second. Right branch. Move now. Drop! Pell muttered something about unverified local guidance, but he followed. The right branch narrowed. Pipes crowded overhead, fat lines wrapped in peeling insulation. Some sagged so low we had to duck. Ash drifted down through gaps in the grating above, sprinkling our shoulders and the cartridge case. The blue strip stayed steady, but Lexi wiped ash from the inspection flap again and again. Mara's breathing grew ragged. Marta heard it before anyone else. Need a stop? Need a new leg, Mara said. Fresh out. Then keep walking. Marta adjusted her grip and helped her over a broken section of ledge. Mara's bad foot slipped, splashing into the black water. She gasped and jerked it free. Don't touch it, Jonas snapped. Too late, Mara said through her teeth. Lexi looked back. How much contact? Boot only. If it starts burning through, tell me. I'll scream. That works too. Another sound came from behind us. Not a scream this time. A wet slap. Then another. Hale raised his fist. Everyone stopped. The trench behind us bent through shadow. At first I saw only the ash falling through weak light. Then a hand appeared around the curve, fingers gripping the ledge. It pulled a body after it, low and fast. The infected had found the cut. It came on all fours, along the narrow ledge, mouth open, shoulders jerking. Behind it, more shapes crowded the bend. Hale fired. The first dropped into the water with a splash. The black surface swallowed it, then thrashed as the body convulsed. The others didn't slow. Run, Hale said. We ran. Running on that ledge was almost impossible. We didn't run clean. We lurched, slid, knocked shoulders against concrete, grabbed pipes, shoved each other forward. The cartridge case bounced against my chest until Lexi snapped at me to hold it tighter. My boots skidded on slime. The cold frame cut into my fingers. Behind us, gunfire cracked in short bursts, each shot trapped between the walls and thrown back twice as loud. Claire half-dragged Teddy. Bob grabbed the back of Teddy's coat when the boy stumbled and yanked him upright before he could fall into the water. I got him, Bob shouted, shocked at himself. Then keep getting him, Claire shouted back. Marta and Mara were slower. Too slow. Mara's bad leg buckled near a rusted ladder bolted to the wall. She struck the ledge hard and bit off a cry. Marta tried to lift her, but the next infected rounded the bend too close. Evan pushed past me. Keep moving, he barked. He reached Marta and Mara, planted himself between them and the bend, and fired twice. The shots hit the lead infected, but another came over it, crawling through blood and ash with its teeth bared. Hale's weapon clicked empty. Changing, he shouted. The infected lunged. Evan swung the butt of his weapon into its face. Bone cracked. It slammed into him anyway, fingers clawing at his vest. He drove one knee up and shoved it sideways into the water. It splashed, thrashed, and tried to climb back out. Marta hauled Mara to the ladder. Up, she said. I can't get up. So I can't get up. That's not today's answer. Get up. Jonas had reached the ladder above them. He climbed 3 rungs and looked toward the top. Pipe bridge. This is it. Move up. Pell scrambled after him. Claire pushed Teddy next, then started climbing below him. Bob waited at the bottom, shaking, and looked back at the infected. Go, I yelled. I can't climb over her. Then help her. Bob grabbed Mara under one arm. Marta grabbed the other. Together they lifted while Mara dragged herself onto the first rung with a sound that was more rage than pain. Lexi touched my arm. The cartridge can't swing. Keep it against you. I heard you. I need you to really hear me. I do. She looked at my hands. They were slick with sweat and ash. She took a strap from her kit and looped it through the case frame, then around my shoulder and across my back. Now climb. You first. Blake, stay close. If I slip with this thing, I don't want you under me. She hated that, but she climbed. Hale fired over my shoulder. The muzzle flash lit the trench. More infected poured around the bend. 5, 6, maybe more, their bodies black with ash and water, mouths shining. Carter, Hale said, move your ass. I climbed. The ladder was cold, wet, and slick. The cartridge banged against my ribs despite the strap. I pressed one forearm over it and climbed with the other hand, boots scraping for purchase. Below, Hale and Evan backed toward the ladder, firing in turns. Brass casings pinged off concrete and vanished into the black water. Above us, Jonas shoved open a grated hatch. Ash and wind rushed down. Teddy crawled through first. Claire followed, then Pell, then Mara with Marta pushing and Jonas pulling from above. Mara screamed once when her bad leg scraped the hatch lip. The sound drew the infected into a frenzy. Lexi got through the hatch and turned back for me. "Hand up," she said. "Take the case." "No, keep it on you and give me your hand." I reached. She grabbed my wrist and pulled while I dragged the cartridge through the opening. My shoulder caught on the edge. Pain flared through my ribs. For 1 second I was stuck, half in the trench, half out, with the infected climbing below. A hand closed around my boot. Cold fingers. Too strong. I kicked. The grip held. Hale shouted from below and fired. The hand vanished. Something fell away into the trench with a wet slap. Lexi and Pell pulled together, and I rolled onto the pipe bridge. The world opened around us. We were 30 feet above the refinery flats, on a narrow metal walkway threaded between massive pipes. The wind hit harder up there. Ash blew sideways in stinging sheets. Below, the trench cut through the ground like a black scar. Beyond it, worker blocks hunched in rows, low concrete buildings with broken windows and doors sealed by old barricades. Some of those barricades had been torn open from the inside. The pipe bridge stretched ahead over the flooded section Jonas had warned about. On the other side, another ladder led down. Between here and there was 100 yards of rusted grating, sagging rails, and open air. Behind us, Hale climbed through the hatch. Evan came after him, breathing hard. Hale slammed the grate shut and kicked the latch down. A second later, infected bodies struck it from below. The grate jumped. Bob stared at it. "That's not going to hold." "Then don't stand here admiring it," Hale said. We moved across the bridge. Every step rang through the metal. The grating flexed under us. Far below, the flooded trench glimmered black and thick. The infected screamed beneath the grate, hammering upward. Other screams answered from the worker blocks. "They hear the bridge," Jonas said. "They hear everything," Mara said, limping between him and Marta. Halfway across, the bridge shook. Not from us. Something struck one of the pipe supports from below. Then again, a hollow boom traveled through the metal beneath our feet. Pell looked down. "Please tell me that's normal settling." Jonas's face went gray. No chance. The pipe to our left burst open 50 feet ahead. Steam blasted across the walkway, white and scalding, shrieking from a split seam. Claire jerked Teddy back just before the plume swept over the path. The air filled with hot mineral stink, sharp enough to sting through the ash. "Back!" Bob shouted. The grate behind us burst open. Infected hands clawed through. "Forward," Hale said. The steam plume blocked the walkway. It pulsed from the broken pipe in thick bursts, leaving only brief gaps where the path beyond appeared through white vapor. Jonas dropped to one knee beside the pipe, squinting at a valve assembly wrapped in rust. "I can cut pressure." "How long?" Hale asked. "Longer than we have." "Then don't." Lexi was looking at the cartridge status strip. The blue had dimmed slightly under the ash and heat, but it held. "We can't take it through that steam," she said. Hale looked at the pipe, the infected behind us, the drop below, and the broken sky above. "Give me options." Marta pointed to a maintenance rail beneath the main walkway, a narrow support beam running below the steam line. "We go under." Pell stared at her. "That isn't a walkway. Neither is this if we die on it." The rail was barely wide enough for boots. There was a waist-high pipe beside it, something to hold if a person didn't look down and lose their nerve. It passed under the steam brake and climbed back to the main walkway on the other side. "I'll go first," Hale said. Then Claire and Teddy. Then Garner and Carter with the case. Everyone else follows. "Mara can't do that," Jonas said. Mara looked at the rail. Her jaw clenched. "Mara can hear you. Your leg won't hold. Then your shoulder will." The infected broke fully through the rear grate. Hale didn't wait. He dropped onto the lower rail, boots landing with a clang, one hand gripping the waste pipe. He moved sideways, fast but controlled, body pressed close to the pipe as steam screamed overhead. Claire looked at the rail and went pale. "I can't," she said. Teddy looked up at her. She shut her eyes. "Opened them." "No, that's a lie." "I can. I just hate it." She lowered Teddy first. Hale caught him, set him on the rail between his body and the pipe, and guided him sideways. Claire followed, shaking so hard the rail rang beneath her feet. Pell went next to help from the far side. Then Lexi looked at me. "Don't drop it. That's your entire pep talk." I used up the gentle version in orbit. I climbed down with the cartridge strapped to my chest. The drop opened beneath my boots. 30 feet didn't sound like much until only one narrow rail stood between your body and the black water below. Wind shoved ash into my eyes. Steam roared overhead, hot enough that sweat burst across my forehead. The cartridge pressed cold against my ribs, a piece of winter carried through a furnace. Lexi moved ahead of me, one hand on the pipe, the other reaching back every few steps to steady the case. "You're drifting out," she said. "The wind's got opinions. Ignore them." "I'm trying." Behind us, infected hit the upper walkway. Their feet clanged on the grating. Hale, now on the far side, fired past us. Bullets sparked against railings and drove the infected back for a breath, not more. I slid one boot sideways, then the other. My hands cramped around the pipe. The strap cut into my shoulder. I didn't look down after the first time. The first time was enough. A body dropped from the upper walkway ahead. It missed Lexi by inches and slammed onto the lower rail between us and the far side. The infected had been female, or had been once. Hair burned short, skin gray under ash, jaw working with blind hunger. The fall should have broken her. Maybe it did. She still moved. Lexi recoiled. Her back hit the pipe. My boots slipped. The world tilted. I caught the pipe with one hand and the cartridge with the other. The infected clawed toward Lexi along the rail, fingers scraping metal. I couldn't fire. I couldn't swing. I had both hands full of not falling. Lexi pulled a small pistol from her coat. Her hand shook once. Then it stopped. She fired into the infected's face. The body dropped sideways off the rail and vanished into the ash below. Lexi stood frozen, gun still raised, steam whipping her hair across her face. "Move," I said. She blinked. "Alexi, move." She moved. We reached the far side as the steam plume pulsed harder. Pell and Hale dragged us up. My legs shook so badly I almost went down on the grating. Lexi grabbed the cartridge frame before I hit the rail. "Still blue," she said. "Good," I managed, because I think my soul just turned gray. Marta and Mara came last, with Jonas under Mara's bad side and Bob behind them, pushing when asked and whimpering when not. Evan covered the rear until the final second, then crossed with infected swiping at him from the upper path. One caught his sleeve. He tore free and left cloth in its fingers. Hale fired into the steam line above the infected. The pipe split wider. A white blast swallowed the walkway behind us. Screams cut through the vapor, then faded into the roar. Nobody cheered. We kept moving. The bridge dropped us near the worker blocks, on the far side of the flooded trench. The buildings there were packed close, separated by narrow alleys knee-deep in ash. Old signs hung from walls, their lettering scoured almost clean by weather. Windows stared black. Doors hung open. Some had scratch marks gouged deep into the frames. Jonas led us to a stairwell that descended back into a service cut. Before we entered, he turned and looked at the blocks. "Don't answer voices in there," he said. Bob frowned. "What does that mean?" Mara leaned against Marta, breathing hard. "It means some of them still know words. Not meaning. Just sounds. They repeat what they heard before the fever cooked them. They say things like, 'Help me, let me in, Mama,' water and names. Don't answer. Don't go looking." Claire covered Teddy's ears, but he had already heard. The ash hissed around us. From one of the dark windows, a voice called softly, "Please open." There behind us, the same words from the arc pressure door. Bob's face drained of color. Hale stepped close to him, eyes forward. "That can't be real," Bob whispered. "It doesn't need to be real to get you killed." The voice called again, sweeter this time, almost gentle. "Please open." Hale raised his weapon toward the window. Lexi touched his arm. "Don't waste shots." For a second he looked like he might argue. Then he lowered the barrel. We entered the next cut and left the voices above us. The substation was still 7 miles away. The cartridge had 6 hours at best, and the worker blocks had heard us arrive. Chapter 23. The service cut beneath the worker blocks was lower than the last trench and tight enough to make every breath feel borrowed. Concrete pressed close on both sides. Old cable bundles sagged from hooks overhead, their rubber skins split and hanging in curled strips. Ash had found a way down even here, drifting through vents and cracks, settling over the floor in soft gray layers that hid bolts, broken glass, and darker stains. Our footsteps left a fresh trail, easy to follow, and Hale hated that so much I could feel it in the way he moved. "No lights unless I call it," he said. The gray glow from the vents gave us just enough to see shapes, not enough to feel human. We moved as shadows, one behind another, each person listening to the breath ahead and the breath behind. The cartridge status strip glowed faint blue against my chest, and Lexi kept her hand cupped around it to shield the light. "Cover it more," Hale whispered. "It needs airflow," Lexi whispered back. "So do we. Doesn't mean I want us glowing." She adjusted the cloth without covering the vents on the cooling sleeve. The blue narrowed to a thin line. Mara's bad leg dragged every few steps. Jonas tried to take more of her weight, but he was weak from hunger and shaking from thirst. Marta stayed on the other side, jaw set, eyes forward. She had stopped making jokes. That told me more than any warning would have. Above us, the worker blocks murmured. Not pipes. Not wind. Voices traveled through the concrete. They traveled through vents, floor cracks, and broken drains. Some were far away, stretched thin by distance. Some sounded close enough to be standing on the other side of the wall. They repeated fragments of life, pieces broken from the last hours before the fever took everything useful and left hunger wearing a person's shape. "Stay inside," a woman's voice called somewhere above. Then a man's voice laughed, high and wrong. A child's voice sang 2 notes, stopped, and began again. Teddy shook so hard Claire had to keep both hands on his shoulders. "They're not talking to us," she whispered into his hair. "They're just noise. That's all. Just noise." "It sounds like people," he whispered. I know. Are they people?" Claire didn't answer. Nobody did. The cut forked at a maintenance junction. Jonas pointed right, then stopped. He sniffed the air. Hale noticed the change. "What is it?" "Fresh smoke. Not old." I smelled it a second later. Under the rot and chemical stink, there was a fresher burn. Wood, cloth, maybe plastic. A fire somewhere close. Pell checked the slate. "Right branch is still fastest." Jonas shook his head. "Fastest may have people." "People sounds better than infected," Bob whispered. Mara looked back at him. "You haven't met all the people down here." A scrape came from the right branch. Hale raised his weapon. Evan did the same. We froze in a line, bodies tense, breath held too long. The scrape came again, followed by a cough. The sound was human, maybe too human. "Don't shoot," a voice said from the dark. "I've got a kid." Hale's face changed almost imperceptibly. Not soft. Never soft. "But careful. Step where I can see you." Hands up. A woman emerged from the right branch with a boy behind her. Not much older than Teddy, maybe 12, thin as wire and covered in ash. The woman carried no gun. She held a kitchen knife in one hand, blade down, fingers trembling around the handle. Her eyes moved over us fast. Weapons, cartridge, Lexi's kit, Teddy, Mara's leg. "Name," Hale said. "Sienna Vale," she said. "This is Nico. We're not infected. We don't want trouble." Then drop the knife. Her grip tightened. Nico touched her sleeve. "Mom, wait." The knife clattered onto the concrete. Lexi stepped forward. "Any fever?" Sienna laughed once, bitter and exhausted. "No fever. No food. No clean water. UK, Ev, lots of fear. Any exposure. Everybody's exposed to something. Blood contact with infected?" Sienna glanced at the boy. Lexi's voice hardened. "That wasn't optional. 2 days ago," Sienna said, "a man broke into our room. He wasn't fully gone yet. I cut him. He bled on the floor. Nico slipped in it. No cuts on him." I checked. I checked 10 times. Lexi moved toward Nico. The boy backed into his mother. I need to look at his eyes, Lexi said. That's all. Sienna's face twisted. People say that before they take kids away. Claire spoke then, soft but rough. We're trying to get ours out too. Let her look. She's a doctor. Sienna studied Claire, saw Teddy tucked against her, and nodded once. Lexi checked Nico quickly. Eyes, pulse, skin, breathing. The boy stared at the cartridge case strapped to my chest. Is that food? He asked. My throat tightened. No, I said. I wish it was. Is it medicine? Maybe it is. For the fever? Lexi's hands paused. Then she finished the exam and looked at Sienna. No acute signs. But you both need water badly. We had a stash, Sienna said. Men took it last night. They control the old laundry block now. They have guns. They take anyone who can work and anyone who has supplies. Hale's eyes narrowed. Hoss! How many? 6, maybe 8. Led by a man named Kroll. He used to be port security before he ran. Pell muttered, Great. Professional coward with a gun. Sienna looked at our group again. If you're going to the substation, you can't take the main cut. Kroll's men watch it. They caught a family there this morning. Alternate route? Hale asked. Through the wash tunnel under Block C. It comes out behind the old generator yard, but the infected nest in the rooms above it. You move quiet or you don't move long. Jonas looked unhappy, but nodded. She's right. I forgot about that tunnel. Mara gave him a look. You forgot the tunnel under the buildings full of fever ghosts? I tried very hard to forget several things. Hale studied Sienna. Why help us? She looked at the cartridge again, then at Nico. Because if that's really medicine, maybe my son gets to live somewhere that doesn't smell like this. Nobody had a good answer to that. Lexi pulled one small water pouch from her kit. It was not enough. It was almost insulting how small it was. She handed it to Sienna anyway. Sienna stared. You can't spare that. No, Lexi said. But take it. Small sips. Don't let him gulp. Nico drank first, barely more than wetting his mouth. Then Sienna took a sip and shut her eyes like it hurt. Hale looked down both branches. They come with us until the tunnel split. Then they choose. Choose what? Sienna asked. Stay hidden or keep moving. I'm not building an army. Wasn't asking you to. That's good. We took the wash tunnel. It began behind a rusted service hatch that Jonas and Sienna opened together. The hinges gave a long complaint, and every voice above us seemed to stop at once. The sudden quiet was worse than the murmuring. Hale waited, listening. A soft thump came from overhead, then another, feet on floorboards above. Slow at first, then more of them. Inside, Jonas whispered. We slipped through the hatch and pulled it shut behind us. The wash tunnel was colder than the cut, damp, and tiled, built to carry runoff from the worker blocks into filtration tanks that no longer worked. The floor sloped down, slick with algae and ash paste. Old laundry carts lay tipped against the walls. Some still held bundles of cloth hardened with grime. The smell of mildew mixed with the sweet rot seeping from upstairs. We moved without speaking. Water dripped from ceiling pipes at steady intervals. Each drop sounded huge. My boots slid twice. Each time Lexi steadied the cartridge before she steadied me. I feel appreciated, I whispered. You are. So is the case. In a different order depending on the second. Honest and brutal, but honest. A shape shifted behind the laundry cart. Hale froze and raised a hand. The shape whimpered. Not infected. A little girl, maybe 5, curled into the gap between the cart and the wall. She had a blanket pulled around her shoulders and ash in her eyelashes. Her eyes were too big for her face. Sienna sucked in a breath. Nico, is that Lila? Nico pushed forward before anyone could stop him. Is that Lila? The girl flinched at his voice, then crawled out so fast she almost fell. Nico caught her. She clung to him, silently shaking without making a sound. Sienna covered her mouth. I thought Kroll took her with the others. Others? Hale asked. Sienna looked sick. People from the laundry block. They herd them to the old cafeteria when they need labor. We don't have time, Hale said. The words were cruel. They were also true. The cartridge hummed against my chest. 6 hours. Maybe less now. Every delay spent lives we couldn't see. Claire looked at the girl. Teddy did too. We can't leave her, Claire said. Hale's jaw flexed. She'll slow us. She's 5. The virus doesn't care. Neither does distance. Claire stood very still. Then I'll carry her. You have Teddy. Bob can help with Teddy. Bob looked startled, then straightened. I can. I mean I will. Hale stared at him. Bob swallowed. I'm not useless all the time. Just most of it. That almost got a laugh from Pell, but not quite. Hale looked at the ceiling as another thump moved overhead. Then he pointed at Bob. You take Teddy's pack and keep one hand free. Claire carries the girl until she can't. Then Marta. Nobody stops unless I say. Claire lifted Lila. The girl weighed almost nothing. That made it worse. We continued. The tunnel passed beneath rooms where the infected moved above us. Floorboards creaked. Furniture scraped. Once, a voice above whispered Nico 3 times in a tone so like a mother's call that Sienna stopped dead. Nico grabbed her hand. Don't answer it. Sienna's face crumpled for half a second. Then she nodded and walked. At the far end of the wash tunnel, light leaked through a cracked panel. Sienna signaled for silence and crouched beside it. Hale joined her. They looked through the gap. Beyond the panel lay the old generator yard. Not empty. Men stood among the generator housings, 6 of them visible, rifles slung or held low. One smoked beside a stack of stolen water jugs. Another sat on a crate, cleaning his nails with a knife. Near the center of the yard, 3 civilians knelt with their hands tied. One was bleeding from the nose. Another swayed like she might fall. Kroll's people. Pell leaned close enough to see and cursed under his breath. We go around, Hale whispered. Sienna shook her head. No around from here. Yard gate or back through the tunnel. Then we wait for them to move. Mara, leaning against the wall with sweat running down her face, whispered, We don't have weight. Lexi checked the status strip. The blue had faded toward pale. Not amber. Not yet. But not strong. She looked at me, and I knew she was doing the math, cooling reserve, distance, bodies, risk, and the cruel arithmetic of survival. One of the armed men in the yard laughed. The civilian with the bleeding nose raised his head. Please, my wife can't walk much farther. The man with the knife crouched in front of him. Everybody can walk when they get hungry enough. Hale's expression went flat. I had seen that look on soldiers in the port. It meant a decision had already formed, and the body was just waiting for orders to catch up. No firefight, Lexi whispered. If that case gets hit, we're done. I know. Hal, listen. I said I know. He turned to the rest of us. His voice stayed low, clipped, and calm enough to make my skin tighten. We are not saving everyone in that yard. We are getting through it. If we can break their line without drawing infected, we do. If not, we run while they shoot at something else. Carter stays behind me and Garner. Pell, smoke if you've got it. Pell patted his vest. 1 canister. Not military grade. Emergency marker smoke from the pod kit. Good enough? Good enough is doing a lot of work today. Hale looked at Jonas. Any alarm system? Jonas shook his head. Only Kroll's mouth. Marta tightened her grip on the pry bar. I can work with that. You're not starting a brawl. Didn't say I was starting it. The panel at the end of the tunnel was held by 4 rusted clips. Jonas loosened them slowly, wincing at every tiny squeak. Hale counted on his fingers. 3 fingers lifted. 2 fingers remained. 1 finger dropped. Pell popped the smoke canister and rolled it through the gap. At first, nothing happened. Then thick gray smoke burst across the yard, mixing with ash until the whole space vanished in a rolling wall. The armed men shouted. One fired blindly. The shot cracked against a generator housing and sparked. Hale kicked the panel out. We rushed into the smoke. The world shrank to 5 feet. Generator hulks loomed and vanished. Feet pounded concrete. Men cursed. Someone screamed. I kept both arms around the cartridge case and ran where Lexi pulled me, trusting the pressure of her hand more than my eyes. A man appeared in front of us, rifle rising. Hale hit him before he could aim. Not shot, but hit. The butt of Hale's weapon smashed into the man's throat, and Marta's pry bar caught his knee from the side. He went down choking. "Move," Hale said. We moved. Claire carried Lila. Bob had Teddy by the hand and Nico by the sleeve, his face twisted with panic and determination. Sienna stayed behind them with a stolen length of pipe. Mara limped between Jonas and Marta, each step a punishment. The tied civilians in the yard shouted through the smoke. One voice begged, "Help us." Claire stopped for half a heartbeat. Hale grabbed her arm. "Not now." The words cut. I saw it on her face. I saw it on her face. But Lila was in her arms. Teddy was beside Bob. The cartridge was against my chest. We had too many living burdens and not enough hands. Then the infected upstairs heard the gunshot. The worker blocks erupted. Windows shattered. Doors banged open. Screams spilled into the yard, layered and hungry. Shapes dropped from balconies and stairwells into the smoke. Kroll's men fired in every direction, and their panic did what our plan couldn't. It broke the yard open. The man with the knife appeared to our right, eyes wild. He grabbed at Lexi's coat. "Doctor," he snapped. "You got medicine? You give it here." I slammed the cartridge case into his forearm before he touched her. Not hard enough to damage it, but hard enough to make him curse and reach for me. Hale struck him across the face. The man staggered back into the smoke and vanished. "Don't use the case as a weapon," Lexi hissed. "He was grabbing you. Use your head." "Well, I did." "It got hit already." Not funny. Wasn't trying to be. We found the yard gate by almost running into it. The chain was locked and heavy. Jonas fumbled for the latch and swore. Kroll changed it. Hale fired at the lock once and then twice. The metal sparked but held. Infected poured into the far side of the yard. Through the smoke, they were only shadows at first, then faces, mouths, hands. Kroll's men stopped being threats and became meat in the same trap. Their screams changed the air. Marta shoved Jonas aside and jammed her pry bar through the gate chain. "Help me." Evan grabbed the bar with her. Hale joined them. The three of them hauled. Metal groaned. The chain stretched, stuck, then snapped with a sharp crack. The gate burst open. We spilled into an alley behind the generator yard. A gunshot cracked behind us. Mara jerked. For a second I thought she had slipped. Then blood spread across the back of her coat. Jonas screamed her name. She stayed on her feet for 2 steps, then folded. Marta caught her before she hit the ground. "No," Jonas said. "No, no, no." The smoke behind us churned. Men shouted. Infected screamed. Hale slammed the gate shut, looped the broken chain twice, and looked at Mara. Lexi dropped beside her. The cartridge pressed against my chest, humming, steady and cold, while the world bled around it. Lexi pulled Mara's coat aside. Her face changed. Jonas saw it. "Fix it," he said. Lexi didn't answer. "Doctor, fix it." Mara grabbed her brother's wrist with surprising strength. "Don't," she said. "Stop talking. Save your air." "For what? To complain longer?" "Mara, stay with me." Her eyes shifted to Marta. "You there, loud one." Marta's mouth trembled. "That's me. Take him. He gets stupid when he's sad." I noticed. Jonas shook his head hard. "No, no, we can carry her. We can." Lexi pressed cloth against the bleeding, but the dark spread too fast. Hale stood over them, weapon up, watching the smoke. His face was carved from stone, but his eyes kept flicking down. He knew. He knew. We all knew. Mara looked at Lexi. "Don't waste it." "I'm not wasting anything," Lexi said, voice rough. "You are." Mara's gaze moved to the cartridge case. "Get that where it goes." Jonas sobbed once, ugly and raw. "You're coming." "I can't even walk good. Now I can't walk at all." "Stop making me say it." The gate rattled as something struck it from the other side. Hale said, "We have to go." Jonas rounded on him. "Then go." "Jonas," Marta said. "I'm not leaving her." Mara slapped him. It was weak. It landed anyway. "You are," she whispered. "Because if you stay, I died for your bad manners." Jonas's face broke. But for a moment nobody moved. Not even the infected seemed loud enough to enter that small circle of grief. Then Mara pulled the pistol from Lexi's coat pocket with a clumsy hand. Lexi froze. Mara held it against her own chest, not aiming, just holding. "Go," she said. "I know how to save one bullet." "No," Jonas whispered. "Then don't make me use it on something with teeth." Lexi gently closed Mara's fingers around the grip. Her own eyes were wet, but her voice stayed steady. "Safety's off. Light pull. I'm sorry." "Don't be. You didn't shoot me." Marta hauled Jonas back when he tried to grab the pistol. He fought her. Not hard enough. He didn't have hard enough left. The gate rattled again. Mara looked at me. "Medicine man," she said. I swallowed against the ash in my throat. "Yeah, I hear you." "Don't drop it." "I won't." Good, because that'd be embarrassing after all this. Even then, she tried to smile. We left her in the alley with the smoke rolling over the gate and her brother's broken sounds fading behind us. We had gone maybe 50 yards when the single shot cracked. Jonas stumbled as if it had hit him too. Nobody spoke. We kept moving because the world had become a place where stopping was another way to die. The alley opened onto a maintenance road lined with stripped utility carts and old ash berms. Beyond it, past a field of toppled power poles, the substation rose behind a fence. It was closer than I expected, and it was burning. Not fully. Not dead. But flames licked from one transformer bank, and black smoke rolled low across the yard. Pell stared at the slate, then at the fire. "That's our power node," he said. Lexi looked at the cartridge status strip. The blue line flickered. For the first time, a thin amber thread appeared at its edge. She went very still. "How long?" I'd asked. She didn't answer right away. That was answer enough. Chapter 24. The amber thread on the cartridge strip didn't spread fast. That almost made it worse. It pulsed at the edge of the blue, thin as a hair, patient as a fuse. Each blink seemed to measure what we had left and find us short. Lexi stared at it until Hale grabbed her shoulder and turned her toward the burning substation. "Can you use anything in there?" She blinked once and became the doctor again. Not grieving woman, not exhausted survivor, not the person who had just handed Mara a last choice in an alley. She was the doctor now. "If any emergency cells are intact, yes. I can recharge the sleeve. Even a partial charge buys hours. And if they're not? Then I need cold storage at the bunker, and we need to start running faster than human bodies run." Bob bent over with his hands on his knees. "I vote for the first thing." Nobody laughed. The substation yard sat behind 2 layers of fencing. The outer chain links sagged in places, packed with ash and scraps of plastic blown by the wind. The inner fence was heavier, topped with razor coils that had rusted but still looked hungry. A gatehouse stood between the fences, dark windows cracked, door open. Beyond it, transformer units squatted like black metal animals. One burned near the rear, flames snapping orange in the ashfall. Another bank sparked every few seconds, throwing blue-white light across the yard. The air tasted charged and metallic. It prickled on my tongue and raised the hair along my arms. Jonas stood a few steps away from us, staring back toward the alley where his sister had died. Marta stayed beside him, not touching him now, just close enough to stop him if he tried to run back. Sienna held Lila's hand. Nico stood beside Teddy, both boys too quiet. Claire watched them with a look that said she had run out of ways to lie kindly. Hale studied the fence line. "Jonas, look here." No response. "Jonas, stay with us." The man's good eye shifted slowly toward him. "You know this place?" Jonas's mouth opened. Nothing came out. He swallowed, then nodded. "Emergency cells are in the control shed. West side. If the fire didn't reach it, how do we access it? Gatehouse has manual release for outer. Inner lock takes a key card or power. There is a maintenance breach near the drainage culvert, but it's narrow." Pell looked at the burning transformer. "Also possibly lethal. Everything's possibly lethal," Marta said. "Pick one." Lexi touched the cartridge sleeve. The status strip's trending amber. "Not full temperature loss, but the reserve is bleeding. We can't stand here." Hale pointed. "Pell, outer gate. Jonas with him. Marta, cover them. Evan with me to the breach." Carter and Garner stay center until I clear a path. Claire, keep the kids behind that ash berm. Sienna, you help her. Bob, you stay with them. Bob straightened. I can help with the gate. You can help by not making me split my eyes. Right, I can do kids. Not in a creepy way. I mean watching them, guarding them, standing nearby. Claire gave him a tired look. Bob stopped talking. Stopping now. We moved under the ash. The outer gate screamed when Pell forced the manual release. The sound carried across the dead road and into the worker blocks behind us. Everyone froze after the first screech, listening for answering screams. They came. Far at first. Then closer. Faster, Hale called. Pell and Jonas hauled together. The gate slid open a few feet, enough for us to squeeze through. Inside the first fence, the ground was packed with gray drift and broken insulators. Old warning signs hung crooked, their paint blistered by heat. None of them mattered anymore. The current danger was visible, audible, and moving closer from behind. At the inner fence, Hale found the breach Jonas had mentioned. It wasn't a hole so much as a warped section where the bottom rail had lifted from the concrete near a drainage culvert. A person could crawl under if they didn't mind scraping skin and dragging belly through ash mud. Case won't fit on you, Hale said to me. Lexi looked at the gap. We pass it through first, carefully. No, I said. She turned. You mean no? If hands grab from the other side, it's gone. I go through, then you feed it to me. If you get stuck, it's gone anyway. Then don't let me get stuck. Hale crouched and checked the far side. Clear for now. Carter first. Move fast. I unstrapped the cartridge with Lexi's help. The moment it left my chest, I felt strangely hollow. She held it against her body while I dropped to the ground and shoved myself under the raised rail. The ash mud was cold, slick, and foul. It smeared across my chest and face. Metal scraped my back. For one choking second, the fence caught my shirt and held me belly down, trapped with my cheek pressed into grit that smelled like rust and rot. Back up, Lexi whispered. I can't move. I can't move. Then breathe out. I forced the air from my lungs. My chest flattened enough for Hale to grab my arms from the far side and drag me through. The fence tore my shirt but let go. I rolled onto my back inside the yard, coughing ash. Case, Lexi said. She slid it under the gap like she was handing over a sleeping infant. I took the frame before it touched the ground. The amber thread blinked once at the edge of the blue. I'll knot it. Lexi came through next, then Pell, Jonas, Marta, Evan, Sienna, Claire, Teddy, Nico, and Lila. Bob got stuck at the shoulders and panicked for 3 loud seconds. I'm caught, he hissed. I'm caught. I knew I was built wrong for tunnels. Marta grabbed his belt from inside the yard. Exhale for once. I am. No, you're whining. Different muscle group. He wheezed out, and she hauled him through hard enough that he rolled into the ash on the other side. Thank you, he gasped. Don't make it weird. The first infected reached the outer gate as Bob crawled clear. They hit the fence in a cluster, bodies slamming metal, fingers hooking through chain link. The gate we had left open funneled them in. Hale cursed. Control shed. Move now. We ran across the yard. Sparks jumped from a damaged line overhead and spat into the ash near my boots. The smell of ozone mixed with smoke and rot until my nose burned. The burning transformer popped, and a tongue of flame rolled sideways in the wind. Heat washed over us. The control shed stood on the west side, exactly where Jonas said. Its door was shut. A keypad beside it was dead. The small window had wire mesh embedded in the glass. Hale slammed his shoulder into the door. It didn't move. Jonas pushed past him, hands shaking as he felt beneath a corroded junction box. There was an override. There was. Come on. The infected crashed against the inner fence now. The breach was too small for them to pour through, but not too small for fingers, arms, faces pressed into the gap. One began digging with both hands, tearing at ash mud. Teddy saw it and backed into Claire. Don't look, she said. I already did. Then look at me instead. Jonas found the override lever. It snapped off in his hand. For half a second he just stared at the broken metal. Move, Evan said. He lifted his weapon and fired 3 shots into the door latch. Hale kicked the door on the 4th shot. It blew inward with a metallic shriek. The control shed smelled of mouse waste, dust, and hot electronics. Dead monitors lined one wall. Cabinets stood open, stripped of obvious supplies. But in the rear, behind a metal cage, 3 emergency cells remained mounted in their rack. Their status lights glowed weak green. Lexi made a sound I had never heard from her before. Hope, maybe. It didn't last long. The cage was locked. "Key?" Hale asked. Jonas shook his head. Kroll's men probably took it. Of course they did, Pell said. Lexi grabbed the bars. "Can you cut it?" "With what?" Pell said. A harsh comment. Evan pointed to a tool cabinet bolted to the wall. There, by the wall, Marta was already moving. She yanked the cabinet open and found a heavy bolt cutter beneath a tangle of cable ties. "I love ugly tools," she said. She put the jaws on the cage lock and squeezed. Nothing happened. "Again," Hale said. "I am aware of the concept." She tried again, face reddening. The lock creaked but held. Evan stepped behind her and added his weight. The cutter handles came together with a sharp snap. The lock fell. Lexi pushed into the cage. Case on the bench. I set the cartridge down, careful and fast. She opened the sleeve panel, hands moving with terrifying precision. Pell ripped cables from a dead console and brought her the ends. Jonas guided him to the right output ports on the cell bank. "Positive to marked lead," Jonas said. "Don't cross it." "I know how batteries work," Pell said. "These can burn your hands off." "I know how fear works, too." Outside, the fence rattled harder. Hale and Evan took positions at the door. Marta stood behind them with the pry bar, chest rising and falling hard. Claire and Sienna kept the children low behind a row of cabinets. Bob crouched beside them, clutching a metal pipe like he had only recently learned which end to hold. Lexi connected the first cable. The cartridge sleeve chirped. The amber line grew brighter. "No," she whispered. What?" I asked. "Input fluctuation. The cell's dirty. It's feeding uneven. Can you fix it?" "I'm trying." Trying was the most terrifying word in the world when a doctor said it like that. She adjusted the second lead, then opened a small compartment on the sleeve and reset something with the tip of a broken pen. The hum changed. It deepened, steadied, faltered, then steadied again. The amber line stopped growing. Blue crept back from the center, slow and thin. Lexi didn't breathe for 10 full seconds. Then she whispered, "Come on." "Come on." "Don't be stubborn." "That's my job." The blue brightened. I let out air I hadn't known I was holding. Hale glanced back. "Is it good?" "It's charging," Lexi said. "Not good yet, but charging. Don't make me simplify." The infected broke through the breach. Not many at first. 2 squeezed under the raised fence and came up bloody from metal scrapes, ash caked to their arms. Hale shot the first. Evan shot the second. More pressed behind them. "How long?" Hale shouted. Lexi watched the status. 10 minutes for useful reserve. You have 2. Then we'll get 2 minutes of reserve. A third infected crawled through. Hale fired and missed as it jerked sideways. It sprinted across the yard on 2 legs, then dropped to all 4s with a speed that turned my stomach. Evan hit it once in the shoulder. It spun, got up, kept coming. Marta met it at the door. The pry bar cracked across its face. It staggered. She hit it again, screaming now, not words, just all the sound she hadn't made in the alley with Mara. The infected fell against the door frame. Hale finished it with 1 shot. Marta stood over it, breathing like she had run miles. Jonas stared at her. "That one wasn't her," Marta said without looking at him. "I know." "Do you?" He looked away. The fence outside was failing. The inner breach widened as bodies shoved under it. Fingers tore at the mud. One got stuck halfway, screaming and snapping its teeth while the ones behind pushed over it. Pell ran to the back wall. "There is a rear service hatch." "Open it," Hale said. "It opens into the transformer lane." "Does it open?" "That's the better question." He fought with the hatch wheel. It resisted, then turned a quarter. Smoke slit through the seams. Lexi disconnected the cable. "Wait," I said. "You said 10 minutes. We don't have 10. It bought enough to get us moving. Maybe 3 more hours if we don't cook it." 3 hours to the bunker? To the next miracle. She locked the sleeve panel and shoved the case into my hands. Keep it upright, close, and moving. The rear hatch opened into heat. The transformer lane was a narrow path between burning equipment and the inner fence. Flames crawled along spilled oil near the ground. Smoke rolled low and thick. Sparks fell like angry insects. The lane led toward a maintenance access road outside the west side of the yard, but part of the fence there remained intact. Jonas pointed through the smoke. Cable crawl. Under the west wall. It comes out past the fence. Another crawl? Bob said. You can stay with the biting crowd, Marta snapped. Crawl is great. Big fan of crawl. We entered the lane. Heat hammered my face. The cartridge case stayed cold against my chest, but the air around it shimmered. Lexi walked with one hand over the status strip, her body between the case and the worst of the flames. Hale moved ahead, shoulders low. Evan and Marta covered the rear. Behind us, infected, flooded into the control shed. They hit the doorway seconds after we left. Hale fired back through smoke. The shot slowed them, but didn't stop the sound of bodies piling in behind us. The cable crawl was a concrete slot beneath the west wall, half filled with ash and old conduit. It looked too small. Everything looked too small when death was behind you. Hale dropped and crawled through first. Pell followed, then the children. Teddy went stiff at the entrance. I can't, he said. Claire was already on her knees behind him. Yes, you can. Hands first. Don't think about it. Crawl to Hale's voice. It's dark. I know. He'll talk. Hale, talk to him. From the far side, Hale's voice came through the slot, rough and uncomfortable. Teddy, crawl toward me. Keep your elbows in. You're doing fine. I'm not moving. Then start doing fine. Somehow, that worked. Teddy crawled. Nico followed him, then Lila, silent as a little ghost. Sienna went after them. Claire went next, face pale, eyes fixed on her children until she vanished into the slot. Bob crouched behind me. I hate these. Nobody loves them. You seem calm. I'm holding the thing that can't be dropped. My panic is scheduled for later. Can I schedule mine now? Looks like you already did. Lexi nudged me. Your turn. I lowered myself with the cartridge strapped tight. The slot was worse than the fence, lower and hotter. The concrete scraped my shoulders. Ash filled my mouth. The case barely cleared beneath me. I had to crawl with my elbows wide enough to protect it, but narrow enough not to jam. Halfway through, the case frame caught on a conduit bolt. I stopped dead. Smoke rolled in behind me. Blake? Lexi called. I'm caught. Don't pull hard. Wasn't my first plan. Behind her, Evan fired. The slot flashed with muzzle light. Infected screams crashed against the wall outside. I shifted left. The frame scraped. The bolt held. Status? Lexi asked. Arm still blue. I'm the problem. You're not the problem. The bolt is. Glad we've assigned blame. A hand reached from the far side. It was Hale's. He grabbed the front of the frame. On 3, rotate it toward me, he said. If it cracks, Lexi kills us both. Then don't crack it. On 3. 1, 2, 3. I rotated. Hale pulled. The case scraped over the bolt with a sound that made Lexi hiss behind me. For one terrible second, the status strip pressed against concrete. Then the frame came free. Hale dragged both me and the case out the far side. I rolled onto ash and coughed until my eyes watered. Strip, Lexi called from the slot. I checked the strip. It was blue with no amber. Blue, I said. Say it like you mean it. It's blue, still blue. She came through next, filthy and furious. Then Bob, then Jonas, then Mara's absence like a missing tooth in the line, then Marta and Evan last. Evan's sleeve was torn, and blood darkened his forearm where something had grazed him. Lexi saw it immediately. Was that a bite? Metal scraped me. Let me see. Later won't work. She stepped into his path. Say later again, and I'll sedate you with a rock. He held out his arm. The cut was long but shallow, full of ash, not a bite. Lexi cleaned it fast while the rest of us caught breath beside the west wall. The substation burned behind us. Infected screamed inside the yard, trapped by fences and flamed for the moment. Smoke rolled over the wall and flattened beneath the ash clouds. Pell checked the map. Bunker is 22 miles southwest. We lost distance going wide. Bob closed his eyes. Why do updates keep getting worse? Because you keep asking for them. Hale pointed toward a line of old service roads beyond the substation. Best route. Pell turned the slate. Road follows the power corridor for 8 miles. It exposed, but open. Then drainage canal toward the bunker approach. Jonas wiped ash from his face. Power corridor has sweep towers. Automated ones. Some still work. Hale looked at him. Are they friendly? Jonas laughed without humor. They were never friendly. They were programmed to shoot infected clusters. After the networks failed, some started shooting anything with heat. Can we avoid them? Not without adding miles. Lexi looked at the cartridge. We don't have miles. Claire shifted Lila on her hip. The girl had finally fallen asleep, or passed out. It was hard to tell. Teddy leaned against Bob now, too tired to be embarrassed by it. Nico stood beside his mother, watching the burning substation with flat, old eyes no child should have. Sienna said, There's an underpass near the first sweep tower. Kroll used to avoid the road there. It connects to storm drains. Does it go southwest? Pell asked. It's for a while. Then it splits. I don't know after that. Jonas nodded. I do. It leads toward the canal. Hale studied both of them. You two keep being useful. Sienna gave him a cold look. We're trying not to die. It overlaps. We started down the power corridor. The road was a scar through dead industry. Transmission towers leaned overhead, their cables drooping like black vines. Ash covered the pavement except where wind had stripped it bare. Burned vehicles sat along the shoulders, doors open, seats empty, some with handprints smeared across the glass from inside. Every 100 yards, the ash changed texture. Here, soft as flour. There crusted and sharp. Sometimes it hid bones. Sometimes it hid holes. Once my boot broke through a thin surface into warm mud that stank of rot, and Lexi grabbed the cartridge before I could pitch forward. You're getting good at catching me, I said. I'd rather you stop needing it. I'll put that on my goals list. She looked toward the road ahead. Do you think ground command received enough? Pell said the packet went through. A packet isn't the same as understanding. Data can corrupt. Context can fail. Files can arrive without the one line that matters. You've thought of every happy possibility. That's my job too. What matters most? She walked in silence for several steps. Ash ticked softly against the cartridge sleeve. That there is no cure after full neurological collapse, she said. They need to stop promising retrieval of the lost. That promise gets people killed. The vaccine candidate may prevent infection after exposure, maybe blunt early cases. But once the frontal tissue is gone, it's gone. If the bunker politicians soften that, they'll send teams into red zones chasing miracles. And you think they will. I think frightened people love a miracle, especially when they can order someone else to die for it. Ahead, the first sweep tower rose from the ash. It stood on 4 metal legs beside the road, 30 feet high, with a rotating sensor head mounted beneath a cracked solar wing. The wing was covered with ash, but a small red indicator still blinked on the tower's side. Pell raised one hand. It's active. Hale pulled us toward the road shoulder. Heat sensor or motion? Jonas crouched behind a burned truck. Old units used both. If it has enough power, it scans in arcs. It may ignore slow movement. It may not. Comforting, Bob whispered. The tower head turned with a dry mechanical whine. A red beam swept across the road. Oh! Everyone dropped. The beam passed over the ash where we had been standing seconds before. It touched a drifting sheet of smoke, cut through it, and moved on. A pack of infected burst from behind an overturned transport farther up the road. They had been stalking us low, using the wrecks as cover. 6 of them, maybe 7, ash-colored and fast. They came into the open just as the tower beam swept back. The sensor had locked. A gun mounted under the platform woke with a hard metallic clatter. It fired. The first infected disappeared in a red spray. The next 2 fell tangled together. The others scattered, screaming, but the tower tracked heat and motion with stupid machine patience. It cut them down in the road while we lay pressed into ash and tried not to breathe too loudly. Teddy made a small sound. Bob clapped a hand gently over his mouth and shook his head. The tower finished firing. The sensor head rotated again, this time toward us. Hale pointed to the underpass 20 yards ahead, half hidden by a collapsed road sign. He mouthed the word, "Move." We crawled, not walked. Crawled through ash like animals, dragging supplies and children while the red beams swept above us in slow arcs. The cartridge case scraped against my chest. Lexi crawled beside me, one hand under the frame to keep it from striking rock. My knees hit glass. My palms sank into cold ash. The smell of the dead infected up the road rolled back on the wind, hot and wet and immediate. The beam passed close enough to turn the ash in front of my face red. I froze. Lexi froze beside me. The tower whined. For one long second the beam held on the ground between us. Then a burning transformer behind us popped loudly. The tower head twitched toward the sound. Hale waved us forward. We slid into the underpass on our bellies just as the beam swept back across the road. The underpass was low, dark, and blessedly out of the tower's line. We gathered beneath cracked concrete while everyone breathed too hard and tried to keep the panic quiet. Bob rolled onto his back. I never want to be seen again by anything. People, machines, birds, whatever's left. I'm done being perceived. Marta looked at him. That was almost funny. Aw, thank you. I've been working on timing. Lexi checked the cartridge and found it blue. Stronger now, though not perfect. Recharge helped, she said. We bought time. How much? I asked. Enough to keep going. That's not a number. Numbers make people argue, so move. The storm drain entrance waited at the back of the underpass, a round concrete mouth half blocked by ash and weeds gone gray. Jonas and Sienna cleared it with their hands. The children went first, then Claire and Bob, then Lexi and me with the case. Inside, the drain sloped downward into blackness. Water trickled along the center. The air was cooler, stale, and thick with mold. After the exposed road and the tower, the dark should have felt safer. It didn't. The drain carried sound too well. Every step splashed. Every breath came back from the walls. The cartridge hum became a low companion against my chest. We moved for nearly an hour. Time became strange in the tunnel. There were no landmarks except cracks, side pipes, and occasional shafts where ashlight fell in pale columns. Lexi checked a case at each shaft. Pell checked the slate until the tunnel roof blocked the signal completely. Hale counted turns under his breath. Jonas corrected him twice. Sienna carried Lilo when Claire's arms began to shake. Bob kept Teddy close and stopped making jokes. Mara's death walked with us too. It showed in Jonas's empty stare, in Marta's silence, in the way Lexi cleaned imaginary dirt from her fingers long after the blood was gone. Nobody said her name. That made it louder. At the third split, Jonas pointed left. Canal line. Pell frowned at the map. You sure? No, I'm grieving and dehydrated, but yes. We took the left tunnel. The incline rose slowly. The air changed first. Less mold. More ash. Then a faint, clean thread under it all that made Lexi lift her head. Filtered exhaust, she said. Hale stopped. From the bunker? Maybe from the bunker. Or a sealed system. Pell pushed ahead to a maintenance ladder beneath a round hatch. He climbed halfway, pressed his ear to the metal, and listened. I hear rotors, he said. They're distant. Could be drones. Hale looked at Lexi. She was already checking the sleeve. Blue, but the edge flickered under the panel. We go up, she said. Hale climbed first. The hatch opened with a heavy scrape that made everyone wince. Gray light spilled down. Hale waited, weapon ready, then climbed out. A moment later he looked back through the opening. Clear for now. Bring them up. We climbed into a drainage canal lined with concrete and choked with ash drifts. The sky above was darker now, late day buried under smoke. Far southwest, beyond a field of dead scrub and collapsed fencing, lights glowed on a low ridge. Real lights. Not fire. Not sparks. Steady white beams cutting through the ash. Pell climbed out beside me and stared. Bunker perimeter, he said. The word should have brought relief. Instead, nobody moved. Between us and the lights lay 2 miles of open canal, broken floodgates, and scattered shapes moving in the gray. Infected moved across the canal, a lot of them. Not a horde packed shoulder to shoulder. Worse, maybe, loose clusters spread across the canal floor and service roads, drawn toward the same lights we needed. Some wandered. Some crawled. Some stood still with their heads tilted, listening. Above the ridge, drones circled in slow patterns. Every few seconds, one fired into the outer dark. The flash came first. The sound followed, flat and delayed. Ground command had survived. They were also under siege. Pell's slate chirped suddenly, catching signal. A text line crawled across the cracked display. Incoming beacon accepted. Survivors carrying biological candidate proceed to intake gate 3. Ground route compromised. Delay not advised. Lexi read it over his shoulder. They got the packet, she whispered. Hale looked at the canal. Can they send a transport? Pell waited for another line. Static crawled. Then more text appeared. No transport available. Perimeter resources engaged. Gate 3 remains open for limited window. Bob stared at the lights. Limited window. I hate limited windows. The slate chirped again. Estimated gate closure 46 minutes. For a moment, the ash seemed to fall slower. 46 minutes. 2 miles. Children, injured people, and a cartridge that had to stay cold stood between us and every light on Earth that mattered. Hale turned to the group. His face was gray with ash. Blood had dried under one eye. He looked older than he had in orbit, older than any person should look after one day. But his voice did not shake. We move in a tight line. No firing, unless I call it. Noise brings all of them. If we have to run, run toward the ridge. If you fall, shout only if you can't get up. Carter stays center with Garner. Children inside the line. Jonas, Sienna, you know ground movement better than us, so call hazards. Pell, keep that slate alive. Claire looked at the canal, then at Teddy and Lila. Can the kids make it? Teddy answered before anyone else. We can. His voice trembled, but he said it. Nico nodded. Lila clung to Sienna's pant leg and said nothing. Bob took a long breath and looked at Teddy. I'll stay with you. I'll stay with you. Teddy looked up at him. You run funny. I know. But I run. Marta finally spoke, her voice low. For Mara. Jonas closed his good eye. For Mara, he said. Lexi stepped close to me and checked the cartridge strap across my chest. Her fingers lingered on the frame for half a second. Still blue, I said. I know. You looked 10 times. Then I'll look 11. I looked past her, toward the ridge and the lights fighting the ash. We get there, I said. She met my eyes. We get there, she said. But she didn't make it sound clean. She made it sound like work, like pain. Like something dragged across the last 2 miles of a dying world because nobody else could carry it. We climbed out of the canal mouth and started toward gate 3. The infected turned their heads one by one as our boots disturbed the ash. The bunker lights burned ahead of us. Behind those lights, somewhere under concrete and steel, humanity waited to see if we were enough. The cartridge hummed cold against my chest. Then the first cluster broke into a run. Chapter 25. The first cluster ran like it had forgotten how bodies were supposed to move. They came from the right side of the canal, 4 shapes at first, then 6, then more climbing out of the gray ash drifts behind them. Their feet slapped through old runoff. Their hands cut the air. One of them still wore half of a road worker's orange vest, the color dulled by soot and dried grime until it looked like a piece of dead skin hanging from his chest. Another had no shoes. His soles hit broken concrete with wet, hard sounds that made my stomach tighten. Hale did not fire. He lifted one fist, and every person behind him froze so fast the line almost folded in on itself. The cartridge hummed against my chest. That small, clean vibration felt obscene in the open canal. Everything else out there was rot, ash, hot metal, sour breath, and the far-off hammer of bunker guns. The cartridge sounded like a refrigerator running in a house that had not burned yet. It did not care about fear. It did not care about infected feet pounding toward us through the dust. Lexi leaned close enough that her shoulder pressed mine. "Stay behind Hale," she whispered. "I am behind Hale. Not enough. There isn't a deeper behind. Her fingers found the side of the case strap and checked it again by feel. She did not look at me while she did it. Her eyes stayed on the infected, wide and dry and bright with exhaustion. Pell crouched near a broken flood marker, slate tucked flat against her stomach to hide the glow. Marta stood behind her with both hands on a pry bar she had carried since the canal hatch. Claire had Teddy pinned against her hip. Bob hovered beside them, not brave in the clean way stories like to make men brave, but there, breathing too fast, eyes bulging, knees bent as if he expected the whole world to jump at him. Sienna held Lila behind her. Nico had a length of pipe in both hands, and the pale, sick look of a boy trying hard to become older in the next 30 seconds. Jonas listened. He listened better than any of us. He had one eye swollen nearly shut, ash in his beard, and grief sitting on his shoulders like a weight, but he heard the canal. His head turned in small increments, right then left, back to the ridge and back to the cluster. "Not all of them are coming," he said under his breath. Hale did not take his eyes off the runners. "How many?" "A dozen moving. More standing. They're keying off the first ones. If we shoot now, the rest hear it clean." "I see that. Do you see the broken gate ahead?" Hale's eyes flicked forward for half a second. A floodgate lay across the canal floor about 60 yards ahead, one side torn loose, the other still bolted into concrete. The raised metal made a crooked wall chest high in places, low enough to climb, high enough to hide behind if we could reach it before the runners reached us. "We moved to the gate," Hale said. "Fast walk. No panic." Bob made a sound that was almost a laugh, and almost something else. "Fast walk, sure. That's a normal thing to do while dead people sprint at you." "They're not dead," Lexi said. Bob looked at her. "That does not improve it." Hale started forward. The whole line moved with him. Ash puffed around our boots. It had the texture of flour and the taste of old batteries. Every step sent it up our pant legs and into our throats. The ridge lights ahead cut through it in strips, white, gone, then white again. Behind those lights, the bunker kept firing into the outer dark, and each burst came to us a second late, flattened by distance and smoke. The infected saw us move, and changed. Before, they had run in loose, ugly lines. Now they narrowed. Bodies angled in, heads jerked. Their mouths opened, and the sound that came out was not one scream but a wet, tearing chorus that pulled answering cries from the still figures scattered farther down the canal. "Do not run," Hale said. Teddy whimpered. Claire pressed his face into her coat. "Look at me, baby." "Just me." "I can run," Teddy said, muffled. "Not yet." "I can." "I know you can." "Save it." The first runner closed half the distance. His face had split at one cheek where old swelling had stretched the skin. Dark saliva swung from his mouth and snapped loose in strings. He slipped in a drift, went down on one knee, then rose without slowing, as if pain had no meaning left to it. My hands wanted a weapon. They wanted anything. A rifle, a bar, a jagged brick. Instead, they held the cold case to my chest because that was the only job I could not pass to someone else. Lexi saw my fingers clench around the frame. "Don't swing it," she said. "Wasn't planning to." "You were thinking about it." "I'm thinking about everything." She almost smiled, but the expression died before it reached her eyes. We were 30 yards from the floodgate when the runner in the orange vest broke from the pack and came at us with a burst of speed so sudden it felt impossible. Hale pivoted, planted, and fired once. The shot cracked through the canal. The runner's head snapped sideways. His body folded and rolled in a tangle of limbs, sliding through ash until it stopped against a concrete lip. Every infected head in the canal turned toward the sound. "Move," Hale said. No one fast walked after that. We ran. The canal became noise and breath and impact. The case slammed my ribs with every stride. Lexi ran at my side, one hand on my sleeve, dragging me back when I surged too far ahead and pushing me when my boots skidded. Pell limped hard, but kept moving. Evan came beside her with his face tight, one hand under her arm even though his own forearm was wrapped in dirty cloth. Marta ran behind them, pry bar lifted. The infected pack hit the place we had been. Hale fired again. Then again. Each shot punched a brief, hard hole in the screaming. More infected answered from the service road above us. "Left side," Jonas shouted. Up on the road. I looked and saw shapes pouring over the canal edge, sliding down the sloped concrete like animals thrown from a chute. One hit wrong and broke something in its leg. It crawled anyway, fingers dragging lines through the ash. We reached the floodgate with the pack 10 yards behind us. Hale vaulted the low end first and turned, rifle tucked tight. Sienna shoved Nico over. Marta grabbed Lila and lifted her like a sack, then climbed after with a grunt. Claire tried to boost Teddy, but her foot slipped, and Teddy's hand scraped across the metal. Bob grabbed him under both arms. "Up you go, little man." Teddy went over the barrier and landed hard on the other side. Claire followed, sobbing once through her teeth. Pell climbed with Evan pushing from behind. Jonas got one boot on the torn plate and turned to look back. The infected were on us. Marta swung the pry bar across the first one's face. Owen cracked. The impact rang through the floodgate. The infected woman dropped, but 2 more climbed over her, hands clawing at the metal, teeth snapping. Hale fired into them at arm's length. Hot powder stung my face. My ears clapped shut. Lexi grabbed the cartridge case from beneath with both hands as I climbed, not taking it, just supporting the weight so the frame did not bang against the torn steel. "Easy," she snapped. "They're climbing on us." "Then be easy fast." I got one knee over. A hand grabbed my boot. The grip was strong enough to twist my ankle. I kicked back and felt my heel connect with something soft. The hand slipped, caught again at my pant leg, and pulled. For a moment, the case dragged me backward. Lexi threw herself over the top of the gate and locked both hands in my harness. "Blake!" Her voice cut through everything. I kicked again, harder. The infected man below me bit at the air where my calf had been, teeth clicking. Hale stepped close, angled his rifle downward, and fired once. The grip vanished. Lexi and I spilled over the far side of the floodgate together. I landed on my hip, the case trapped between my chest and the concrete. Pain flashed white through my ribs. "Strip," Lexi said immediately. I rolled enough to see the small panel. The light stayed blue. "Still blue." "Blue," I gasped. "It's blue." She touched the panel like she did not trust my eyes. Behind the floodgate, infected climbed the metal, slipped, fell, and climbed again. Their hands slapped the barrier. Their fingers curled over the rim. Hale and Jonas fired in short, careful bursts, while Marta struck anything that made it over low enough for her bar. Pell crawled to the broken hinge and shoved the slate through a gap in the metal. "The root drops into a culvert ahead," she said. "Oh, maybe less." Bob crouched beside Teddy and Claire, red-faced and panting. "Please tell me the culvert has a door." "It has a grate," Jonas said. "That is not the same. It is when you're desperate." A drone screamed overhead. The sound did not belong to any living thing. It cut through the ash with a rising electric whine that made every person duck. A white search beam slid across the canal, found the infected mass gathering at the floodgate, and held there. For half a second, the world went bright. Faces appeared in the beam, ruined and wet and furious. Hands clawed over one another. Open mouths shone with spit. The floodgate shook under the weight. Then the drone fired. The burst struck the canal behind the gate, a tight line of impacts that slapped bodies apart and threw ash upward in a gray fountain. The pressure hit my chest. Teddy screamed into Claire's coat. Chunks of concrete rained down, clicking around our boots. "Go!" Hale shouted. We ran again. The culvert sat low in the left wall, half hidden behind a bank of ash and dead weeds. A steel grate covered it, rusted but still set in the frame. Jonas and Evan reached it first. Jonas jammed his pipe through the corner. Evan pulled with him. Nothing moved. Marta shoved between them. "Move your hands." She drove the pry bar into the lower hinge and leaned with her whole body. The metal screamed. The sound made infected heads jerk up behind us. Hale fired twice over his shoulder. Faster," he said. "Push harder with your prayers," Marta shot back. Bob looked at Teddy. "You got prayers?" Teddy nodded, crying silently. "Use them." The hinge tore loose. Marta did not stop. She slammed the bar into the upper hinge. Sienna added her weight. Evan pulled from the other side until blood showed through the cloth on his forearm. The grate popped inward. Jonas dropped to his knees and crawled in first. "Low tunnel. Watch your heads. It curves right." Sienna pushed Lila through. Nico followed. Claire shoved Teddy ahead of her, and Bob crawled after them, muttering that he hated every small dark space ever built by human hands. Pell went next, jaw clenched hard enough to shake. Evan ducked in behind her. Lexi looked at me. You first. Hook no. Don't argue. Case goes before both of us. Her mouth tightened because she knew I was right. We lowered the case together. Jonas reached back from inside and took the bottom frame. His hand shook, but he held it steady while I slid in after it. The culvert scraped my shoulders. The air inside was wet and hot and smelled like sour mud baked under metal. Lexi crawled behind me. Hale came last. An infected hand shot through the opening and caught his vest. For one brutal second, he was half in, half out, boots kicking at the ash, while the shape outside pulled him backward. Marta shouted from deeper in the tunnel. Evan tried to turn around but got stuck against the wall. Hale did not shout. He twisted, shoved his rifle stock against the infected face outside, and drove it upward. Teeth snapped on the barrel. He wrenched the rifle free, kicked once, and slid into the culvert as another hand slapped the concrete where his head had been. Lexi grabbed the loose grate from inside. Help me. I shoved with her. Hale twisted around and added his shoulder. The grate scraped back into place crooked, one hinge gone, the other screaming in protest. Fingers shoved through the gaps. Hale kicked the grate hard enough to break two of them. Move, he said. We crawled through the dark with infected hands rattling metal behind us, and the bunker lights burning somewhere ahead, bright enough to hurt even through ash. The culvert turned right. Then it dropped. I slid before I knew the floor was gone. The case slammed against my chest. Lexi hit my back. Someone behind her cursed. The culvert pitched down into a drainage throat slick with black water and pale slime, and we went through it in a pile of elbows, boots, knees, and strangled breath. At the bottom, we spilled into a low service channel where the ceiling rose just enough to stand hunched. The infected could not follow fast. Not yet. Their noise came through the culvert as a hollow, distant frenzy, metal and teeth and hands. It echoed after us as we got to our feet. Pell checked the slate. The screen flickered, lost signal, caught it again. Estimated gate closure, 31 minutes. Nobody spoke for a few breaths. 31 minutes felt less like time than a sentence passed down by a judge who did not care how far we had already come. Hale wiped ash and sweat from his face. Stints. Pell swallowed. 1.3 miles. Bob bent over with both hands on his knees. That math is hateful. Lexi checked the cartridge strip again. The panel glowed blue. She sagged for half a second, just enough for me to see how close she was to the edge. Then she straightened and looked down the service channel. Then we keep moving, she said. Chapter 26. The service channel spat us out beneath an old pump station that had collapsed into itself years before the plague finished the job. We climbed through a maintenance hatch into a room full of dead machines. The air tasted of rust, oil, and wet concrete. Thick belts hung from frozen rollers like strips of old hide. A bank of control panels lined the far wall, every screen black except one small red diode that blinked with patient malice, as if some buried system still believed there was a person coming to fix it. Ash had found its way inside through cracks in the roof. It lay across the floor in soft drifts. Our boot prints cut dark trails through it. Hale went to the nearest door and eased it open. Late light poured in, thin and gray. Beyond the station, the ground rose toward the bunker ridge through a wide strip of dead service land. Cracked pavement. Split pipes. The ribs of old fencing. Low concrete blocks set in rows as vehicle stops. Farther out, heat shimmered over a line of automated sweep towers. Jonas joined Hale at the door and went still. "Those towers are bad," he said. Pell limped up behind them. Bad how? The kind that were supposed to tell infected from clean bodies by gait, temperature, and badge signal. Badges died. Systems rotted. Now the guess. Bob leaned against a pump housing. I do not enjoy being guessed at by guns. Nobody does, Jonas said. The ridge lights seemed closer now, which made the distance worse. Close enough to see, far enough to die trying. A drone burst fired somewhere ahead. The flashes lit the smoke from inside, turning the ash clouds pink for a heartbeat. Lila started to cry without sound. Sienna crouched in front of her. "Look at me. We're going to cross when they look away. You hold my belt. You don't let go." Lila nodded, face streaked gray. Nico tried to stand taller beside them, but his hands shook around the pipe. Teddy watched him and then looked at Bob. "Are you scared?" Bob blinked at him. "I'm so scared my bones have filed a complaint." Teddy thought about that through the smear of tears on his face. What's a complaint? It's what grown-ups do when they can't fix something. Claire gave a broken little laugh and covered her mouth before it could turn into anything louder. The laugh helped more than any speech could have. It made us people for one breath. Then a scream rose outside the pump station, and we remembered where we were. Hale shut the door to a crack. Cluster moving along the east fence. 6, maybe 8. "Can we wait them out?" Claire asked. Pell looked at the slate. 28 minutes. "No," she said. Lexi had the coal case open just enough to check the power cell seated beneath the cartridge sleeve. The cartridge remained locked in its cradle. Blue glow reflected on her dirty fingers. "Battery is holding," she said. "Temperature is stable." "For how long?" I asked. "Longer than we have to reach the gate. Not long enough to start trusting it." Evan pulled a strip of cloth tighter around his forearm and flexed his hand. The cut had started bleeding again. He noticed me looking and gave a tired shrug. "Still attached," he said. Claire's eyes moved to the cloth. "Evan, come on." Metal scrape. Garner checked it. "I know what she said. I still get to hate it." He nodded, and for a moment the hardness in his face softened. "You do." Hale opened the door wider. "We're crossing in 2 groups," he said. "Children and cartridge first with me, Carter, Garner, Claire, Bob, Sienna. Pell, Marta, Jonas, Evan, Nico behind us. We move from block to block. When the tower sweeps, freeze flat. When drones fire, move during the noise. No loose hero work." Marta gave him a hard look. Was that pointed at me? It was pointed at anyone listening. "That still sounds like me." "Then listen better." She showed her teeth in something that was not a smile. We moved through the door and into the open. Heat came off the pavement in damp waves even though the sun was buried. The ash trapped warmth close to the ground, and each breath tasted cooked. It coated the back of my tongue. It stuck beneath my teeth. Somewhere to the south, something large burned with a plastic stink that slid into my lungs and stayed there. The first concrete block sat 20 yards ahead. Hale ran low, rifle held tight. I followed with the case, bouncing against my sternum, Lexi right at my side. Claire and Teddy came behind us. Sienna dragged Lila with one hand and carried a small blade in the other. Bob brought up the rear of our group, looking everywhere at once and almost tripping twice. The sweep tower to our left turned with a low electric grind. "Down," Hale hissed. We dropped behind the block. The searchline passed over us, green, white, and thin as a blade. It slid across the pavement, found 2 infected crawling near the fence, paused, and fired. The tower shots were not like rifles. They were short, dry snaps followed by the meaty thud of impact. The infected jerked and flattened. One kept crawling. The tower corrected and fired again. Lila buried her face against Sienna's hip. Nico and the second group reached the block behind us just as the tower turned away. Jonas pointed to the next row of concrete. "Now." We ran. Halfway there, Pell stumbled. Her bad leg folded. She hit one knee with a grunt and nearly dropped the slate. Evan grabbed the back of her jacket and hauled her upright, but the motion took too long. The tower ground back toward us. "Flat," Jonas snapped. Everybody dropped. Pell and Evan were still exposed between blocks. Hale raised his rifle at the tower housing. "Don't," Pell said through clenched teeth. The searchline swept over Evan's boots, then his legs, then Pell's back. I stopped breathing. The tower paused. Its motor clicked, 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 trying to decide, trying to make meat into math. Evan pressed himself flat against the pavement and did not move. Pell lay beside him with her face in ash, one hand clamped over the slate to hide the cracked screen glow. The tower clicked again. Then an infected body lurched from behind a rusted fence post 20 yards to the east and sprinted toward the sound of our breathing. The searchline snapped away from Pell and Evan. The tower fired. The infected slammed backward, legs flipping under it. "Move," Hale whispered. Evan dragged Pell behind the block with us. She coughed ash and blood into her fist. Lexi reached for her automatically. Pell waved her off. "Later." Everyone keeps saying that to me, because later sounds better than now. Later is not medical care. Later is a place I'm trying to reach. Lexi let that sit because there was nothing useful to throw at it. We crossed 2 more blocks that way. Run, drop, choke, listen. Run again. The towers kept turning. Drones fired over the ridge. Infected drifted toward the noise and then toward us, heads cocked, mouths working, hands flexing at their sides. The cartridge stayed blue. Each time we stopped, Lexi checked it. Each time my chest tightened until she said nothing, because silence meant the color had not changed. I started to understand how a person could hate a color and worship it at the same time. At the last row of concrete, the open ground widened. A collapsed drainage bridge lay ahead, its middle broken, leaving only 2 narrow side rails over a sunken ditch. Beyond it, the bunker approach road climbed toward Gate 3. The gate itself was a low black mouth set into concrete, ringed with white lights and flanked by angled blast walls. The sight of it punched through me so hard my knees almost went weak. It was real. The bunker was real. Then the speakers on the ridge cracked alive. Survivor group with biological candidate. Continue to marked intake. Do not stop in the open. Gate 3 closure in 21 minutes. Outer fire line unstable. Repeat. Continue to marked intake. The voice was calm in the way machines were calm. It had no breath in it. No fear. It said 21 minutes as if time were not trying to kill us. A red flare popped from the ridge and arced down toward the approach road. Hale watched it burn. That's our line. Between us and the flare, the ditch bridge waited. Jonas squinted at it. 1 at a time on the rails. Center won't hold. Bob stared. That rail is 6 inches wide. 9, Jonas said. I am not comforted by the extra 3. A fresh scream tore out behind us. The infected had found the pump station. They poured through the broken door in a staggered rush, drawn by tower fire and drone noise and the stink of living bodies. Some came fast. Some limped. Some fell and got trampled by the ones behind them. Hale shoved Teddy toward the bridge. Kids first. Sienna, go. Sienna lifted Lila onto the left rail and climbed behind her, one hand flat on the child's back. The rail flexed but held. Nico went on the right, jaw tight, eyes locked forward. Teddy looked at the drop. The ditch below was maybe 12 feet down, filled with black water and broken rebar. Not deep enough to save anyone. Deep enough to break them. Bob crouched beside him. You look at the ridge, not the water. See the red flare? Teddy nodded. That's your finish line. You go to that. I'll be behind you making sure the rail knows you are important. Rails don't know things. This one is about to learn. Teddy stepped onto the rail. His little arms went out. Claire made a sound and clamped both hands over her own mouth. Bob stepped behind Teddy, both boots careful, hands hovering near the boy's sides without touching him hard enough to knock him off balance. The infected came closer. Hale fired. Marta fired with Evan's sidearm. Jonas threw a broken length of pipe at one that came too close to the bridgehead, then drew another from his belt like he had been made in the old world out of spare parts and anger. Lexi and I crossed after Claire. The rail was slick with ash. Every step felt like a bargain with gravity. The cartridge case pulled at me, dragging my center of weight forward. Lexi moved behind me with one hand at my back, not pushing, just there, fingers tense. Slow, she said. You said don't stop. Slow isn't stop. The rail dipped. I looked down by mistake. The black water below reflected the ridge lights in broken strips. Something floated in it, cloth and hair, maybe weeds. I looked up fast, but the image stayed, sliding under my skin. A shot cracked behind us. Then another. Marta cursed. The rail shook. I turned my head and saw Pell step onto the bridge with Evan holding her arm. Jonas waited at the bridgehead beside Hale, still firing. Infected were 20 yards away now, maybe less. Sienna and Lila reached the far side. Nico jumped down beside them. Teddy made it next, and Bob grabbed him around the chest from behind once both feet hit solid ground. Told you the rail could learn, Bob said, voice breaking. Claire reached them and almost collapsed over Teddy. I was 3 steps from the end when the right rail behind us snapped. The sound was not loud, just a sharp metallic crack, almost delicate. Evan's foot dropped through empty air. He caught Pell and shoved her forward as he fell. Pell slammed onto the far side of the bridge, rolling onto her shoulder with a cry. Evan's hands caught the broken rail. His body swung over the ditch. Claire screamed his name. The infected reached the bridgehead. Hale fired into the nearest one. Jonas struck another across the throat and drove it back. Marta dragged Pell clear by the collar. Evan hung over the ditch, boots kicking against concrete, blood leaking through the cloth on his arm. I moved before thinking. Lexi grabbed my harness. Blake, don't drop that case. It stopped me like a chain. Hale stepped onto the left rail from the bridgehead and reached for Evan with one hand, firing with the other. It was an insane thing to do. His boots slid. The rifle bucked. Infected hands clawed at the air behind him. Grab him, Hale shouted. Evan swung one arm up. The fingers missed. Claire tried to run back onto the bridge. Bob caught her from behind and held on even as she fought him. You can't, he said, crying openly now. Claire, you can't. That's my husband. I know. I know. Hale lunged again. This time he caught Evan by the wrist. Jonas slammed into the infected at Hale's back with his shoulder, driving one off the bridge edge. Another grabbed Jonas's jacket. Nico shouted from the far side and started forward, but Sienna caught him around the waist. Marta fired twice, bad shots but close enough to make the infected flinch. Hale hauled. Evan came up inch by inch, face white, teeth bared. The broken rail scraped his chest. For one terrible second his injured arm slipped slick with blood. Then Pell, half on her knees, crawled back to the edge and grabbed his belt. Pull, she rasped. Marta grabbed Pell. Bob released Claire long enough to seize Marta's coat. The whole line pulled like a chain made out of people who had no strength left and used panic instead. Evan rolled onto solid ground. Hale stumbled backward off the rail as Jonas slammed the last infected away from him. The bridgehead disappeared under bodies. Run, Hale said, and this time no one waited for a better word. We ran uphill toward the red flare, leaving the bridge behind us as infected crashed against the broken span and fell into the ditch in screaming tangles. The ridge guns opened above us. Tracers cut down past the blast walls into the canal ground. The shots were precise, close enough to make the air snap around us. Dirt and ash kicked up at our heels. Infected fell behind and to the sides. One dropped so near my shoulder that its hand brushed my boot as it collapsed. The loudspeaker cracked again. Candidate group, maintain route. Do not deviate. Intake team standing by. In! Easy for them to say, Bob gasped. They're inside the mountain. The gate grew larger. White lights burned around it. The concrete walls were scarred with bullet marks and black streaks. A row of bodies lay in front of the outer approach, some infected, some not, all half covered by ash. Beyond the gate mouth I saw 2 figures in sealed gear waving us in. Then a siren began. Not outside. Inside the bunker. It rose from behind the concrete, low at first, then swelling into a sound that made Lexi's head snap up. Pell looked at her slate. The message had changed. Gate 3 remains open. Internal intake fault active. Biological candidate must proceed to clean lab under escort. Hale read it over her shoulder. Internal fault, he said. Lexi's face went flat. That can mean a lot of things. Name one good one. She did not answer. The outer gate began to grind upward. Chapter 27. The mouth of Gate 3 smelled like bleach, hot concrete, and fear. 2 guards in sealed suits stood inside the blast threshold with rifles raised past our shoulders, not at us yet, but close enough to make the meaning plain. Their faceplates were fogged around the edges. One had a cracked visor sealed with a strip of clear tape. Behind them, bright decontamination lights made the air shimmer white. Hands visible, one guard shouted. Hale did not lower his rifle. We have children and the candidate cartridge. Hands visible. Weapons down on the marked line. The infected behind us shrieked against the ridge fire. A drone fired so close overhead that dust shook from the gate ceiling. Hale's jaw tightened. You want this cartridge on the ground while they come in behind us? The second guard lifted one hand to his helmet, listening to someone in his ear. Candidate Carrier and Dr. Garner advance. Everyone else to holding lanes. No, Claire said immediately. Teddy clung to her waist. Bob's eyes went wide. I vote no with her. Lexi stepped forward before Hale could turn the argument into gunfire. Listen to me, she said to the guards. Her voice was ragged, but it had a shape to it that made people hear the doctor under the blood and ash. The case has a living cold chain and one viable cartridge. He carries the serum profile tied to the protocol you already received. I need a lab. I need centrifuge access, sterile draw, replication medium, and somebody inside who knows viral vector work better than a pamphlet. If you separate him from me now, you're wasting the window. The cracked visor guard stared at her. Dr. Garner? Yes, that's me. Command confirms. Advance with Carrier. Claire moved with Teddy. The guard pointed his rifle lower, not at her face, but at the concrete near her feet. Holding lanes. Evan stepped in front of Claire despite the blood on his arm. She's not leaving our son. Holding lanes are inside the gate, the guard said. Move now or no one moves. That last part landed harder than the rifle. Pell looked past the guards into the bunker. Her face had gone gray. Do what they say. Marta rounded on her. You trust that? I trust the clock. The outer gate groaned higher. A wave of hot ash rolled in behind us. Infected came up the road through the gunfire, not many now, but enough. Always enough. Some fell. Some crawled over the fallen and kept coming. Hale lowered his rifle first. He did it slowly, making sure both guards saw that he hated it. Marta cursed under her breath and dropped the pry bar on the marked line. Evan set his sidearm down. Jonas did the same with his pipes. Nico laid his pipe beside them and looked sick without it. I kept both hands on the case. The cracked visor guard waved me and Lexi forward. The moment we crossed the line, the floor changed texture. Rough concrete became grooved metal slick with disinfectant. White spray blasted from nozzles in the walls. It hid my face cold and chemical, sharp enough to make my eyes slam shut. The case rattled against my chest as I coughed. Lexi grabbed my shoulder and kept me moving. Breathe through your nose if you can, she said. I can't breathe through anything. Then fake it. The spray soaked my hair, my shirt, the straps, every scrape and bruise until my skin burned. It ran down my neck and under the case harness. The cartridge's status panel stayed lit through the clear shield. The light stayed blue. At the far end of the decon throat, another door opened. A woman in a dark field jacket stood beyond it, not in a sealed suit, just a mask pulled under tired eyes and a pistol at her side. She was older than Lexi, maybe 50, with iron gray hair cut close to her head and a face that looked like sleep had become an old enemy. Dr. Garner, she said. Blake Carter. My name is Commander Vale. Her voice was low, rough, and more human than the loudspeaker. That made it worse somehow. Machines could ask impossible things because they did not know better. People knew. Lexi wiped chemical water from her eyes. Your intake fault? Vale looked toward the ceiling as the siren pulsed. Gate 2 had a pressure breach 9 minutes ago. We sealed the lower galleries. It should not affect clean lab. Should not is not a plan. It's what I have. The answer was honest enough to shut the room down for half a second. Behind us, the holding lanes filled with our people under bright spray. Claire held Teddy so tight his face pressed into her ribs. Evan stood beside them shaking water from his eyes. Bob looked like the bleach had offended him personally. Marta glared at every guard. Jonas watched the ceiling vents. Sienna kept Lila behind her, and Nico looked at the weapons on the floor like part of him had been left there. Pell limped through last, almost falling when the spray hit her bad leg. Vale saw it. Medical intake can take the injured. After the cartridge, Pell said. Vale studied her. Director Pell. Not today. Today I'm cargo with opinions. Then keep moving, Director. The outer gate did not open all the way. It lifted just high enough for people to pass under at a crouch, then stopped with a grinding shudder that dropped grit from the ceiling. The guards waved us in faster. The concrete beneath the gate was streaked black from old burns. Teeth marks scarred the rubber seal along the bottom. I noticed them because my mind had started grabbing useless details to keep from looking at the infected climbing the approach road behind us. The first guard pointed at the floor. "Move under. Keep low. Do not touch the gate track." "I was going to lick it," Bob muttered behind me. "Thanks for the safety note." Nobody laughed, but the sound of his voice meant he was still moving, and that mattered. Hale ducked under first, then turned and pulled Teddy through when Claire pushed him forward. Teddy stumbled on the track. Hale caught the back of his shirt before he fell. Claire came after him with one arm over her face against the spray of ash blowing in through the opening. Evan shoved the weapons line ahead with his boot until a guard kicked the pile deeper inside and cursed at him to keep moving. Marta came in sideways, making herself wide around Lila and Sienna. Nico stayed close to Jonas, pipe gone, hands empty, face pinched tight. Pell nearly went down at the threshold. I saw her knees buckle. Evan caught her, but the injured arm failed him for a second, and both of them slammed against the inner wall. The cracked visor guard moved to help. Pell slapped his hand away and dragged herself upright with the kind of pride that had no energy left but still had teeth. "Close it," the guard shouted. The gate began to drop. A runner made the threshold before it sealed. It came under the gate on hands and knees, fast and low, face peeled back from one eye, mouth working. The first guard fired into its shoulder. The shot spun it sideways, but did not stop it. The infected jammed one arm through the narrowing gap and pulled, trying to drag the rest of itself into the bunker by force. The gate came down on its back. Metal met flesh with a thick, final sound that turned my stomach. The body thrashed. One hand clawed across the floor and left dark streaks in the clean chemical shine. The guards shouted over each other. A second shot cracked. Then a third. The infected stopped moving, pinned beneath the gate like a terrible warning about being almost safe. Teddy saw it. Claire twisted him against her before he could make a sound, but his whole body locked in her arms. "Eyes on me," she whispered, voice shredded. "Not that. Not the floor. Me." "It got in," he said. "It didn't get us. It got in." She had no answer for that because he was right. The guards dragged the body free through a side trench with hooked poles while the gate seal finished cycling. No one touched it with hands. No one wanted to prove Lexi wrong about spray and blood. The chemical system blasted the threshold until white foam ran in little rivers around our boots and carried the stink away without really removing it. Then the scanners started. They were mounted in a row like shower frames, each one pulsing blue light across the body that stepped inside. A screen beside the arch showed temperature, respiration, skin breaks, contamination probability, and a little figure with yellow warning zones. It was clean, efficient, and cruel. The machine did not care that people were shaking. It did not care that children flinched from the light. It asked the same question every time. "Are you safe enough to keep?" Sienna went through with Lila first. Yellow warnings flared on both of them, then dropped when the guard tagged them as surface contamination only. Nico passed with an elevated pulse. The guard looked at the number and snorted. "Join the club, kid." Nico did not answer. Teddy went in clinging to Claire's hand. The scanner hummed over him. Claire held her breath so hard I saw the tendons in her neck stand out. Green lines blinked. The guard waved them through to the holding lane. Claire sagged and almost fell on him. Bob stepped into the frame next. The machine pulsed. Yellow appeared over his left hip. He looked down like he expected to find someone else's body there. I swear to you, that is from falling on every sharp thing between orbit and here. The guard lifted a scanner wand. Hold still. I am deeply committed to stillness. The wand passed over a torn patch in his pants. Dried blood, ash, and concrete dust had caked together there. The guard wiped it with a swab. Bob watched the swab like it might bite him. The strip turned pale gray, then blue. "Surface scrape," the guard said. "Move." Bob's knees softened. I have never loved bureaucracy more. Evan was worse. The scanner lit his forearm yellow, then amber. A tone chirped. Claire turned so fast, Teddy stumbled against her. "No," she said. Evan lifted his wrapped arm. "It's the scrape." The guard did not care. "Medical hold." Claire moved toward him. Another guard blocked her with one arm. "Don't you separate us," she said, and her voice had gone quiet in a way that scared me more than shouting. Lexi stepped out of the clean lane before anyone could stop her. I checked that arm in the field. The cracked visor guard turned. "Dr. Garner, you are priority clean lab." And he is a field-examined survivor with a non-bite abrasion. Cut the wrap off and swab the edges. "Doctor," Command said. Command can watch me do medicine, or Command can shoot me and explain why the vaccine doctor bled out in decon. For a second, nobody breathed. Vale's voice came from the corridor before she appeared. "Let her check him." The guard shifted. Lexi moved to Evan, snatched scissors from the wall kit, and cut away the cloth. The scrape looked ugly under clean light, long and red, but the edges were straight. No puncture pattern. No torn bite crescent. She swabbed it herself, held the strip flat, and waited with the kind of focus that made the whole bay wait with her. The strip stayed blue. Claire made a sound like her chest had cracked open and air had finally found a way back in. Evan looked at Lexi and nodded once. "Thank you," he said. "Do not make me check it again by getting stupid," she said. "I will try to be smart in a limited way." The corner of her mouth twitched. Then she turned back toward me in the cold case, and the almost human moment vanished. Pell stepped through the scanner last. The machine did not like her. It lit half her body with yellow zones, listed dehydration, blunt trauma, possible fracture, blood loss, and respiratory stress. Pell looked at the screen. Meaty thing. Vale watched her from the corridor. "Director, medical triage now. After the handoff. You may not stay conscious that long." "Then speak faster." Vale's eyes moved to the case on my chest. "Your group is inside. You have my word. They stay under guard and triage, not disposal." I did not like the last word. "That's a word you use here?" "It's a word every bunker uses when fear starts making rules." Lexi took one step closer to Vale. "And what rules are you making?" Vale did not blink. "The ones that keep the lab alive long enough for you to make me better ones." That was the answer. Not gentle, not comforting, maybe honest. Hale stood beyond the scanner arch, unarmed now, face wet with chemical spray and streaked with blood. He looked at Vale like he was measuring where her guard stood and how many steps it would take to break a path to us if he had to. Vale noticed. So did I. So did Lexi. "He stays near the holding lane door," I said. The cracked visor guard started to object. Vale lifted a hand. "He can stand where he can see you until clean lab threshold. After that, he stops." Hale gave one short nod. It was not trust. It was a temporary ceasefire with concrete walls around it. Only then did we move deeper into the bunker. The inner decon door opened into a corridor carved straight through reinforced concrete. It was cleaner than anything I had seen since the world cracked, and that made every stain on us look obscene. Lights ran in strips along the ceiling. Air vents pushed a filtered chill over wet skin. The floor had yellow lines painted down the center, one marked holding, one marked medical, one marked clean lab. A sign at the intersection read, "Continuity Bunker 3. Not ARC. Not salvation. A bunker with too many alarms and not enough time." Vale led us down the clean lab line at a hard pace. 2 guards fell in behind Blake and Lexi, not close enough to touch, close enough to end a mistake. Hale walked ahead of the rest in the holding lane until another guard stopped him with a hand on his chest. Escort only past this point. Hale looked over the guard's shoulder at me. "Carter." "I see you," I said. "Stay breathing. That's still the plan." His mouth twitched once, then he let the guard guide him toward holding with the others. Lexi leaned closer. "You keep the case on until I tell you otherwise. I'm not letting them take it." "Go ahead." Vale heard us and did not turn around. "Nobody is taking it from you. We need the carrier and the doctor together until the handoff is recorded." "Recorded for who?" I asked. "For whoever survives long enough to argue over credit." The corridor shook. Dust drifted from a seam overhead. Vale stopped, one hand to the wall, eyes lifting. A distant boom rolled through the concrete. Not outside fire. The sound was deeper, lower from inside the bunker. Lexi looked at the vents. "Gig 2? Vale's jaw flexed. "Maybe." Again, with maybe. Dr. Garner, I have 3 breach sectors, 400 civilians in lower storage, 2 manufacturing lines held together with scavenged parts, and your data packet telling me the first real protection we've seen in months is walking down my hall in a cracked case. You can hate, maybe all you want. I do. Keep walking. We kept walking. Clean Lab sat behind 2 glass doors and a pressure chamber. It should have looked like hope. Stainless counters. Sealed cabinets. Cold storage. Centrifuge stations. Monitors glowing with system charts. A line of lab workers in masks turned as we entered, and for one breath they looked at the case the way starving people might look at bread. Then I saw the blood on the floor near the far drain. It was fresh, thin from being wiped too fast. Lexi saw it too. Her hand closed around my wrist. A narrow man in a white lab coat stepped from behind a console. His mask was crooked. His eyes were red-rimmed above it, but sharp. "Garner," he said, "my name is Dr. Finch, and we have your data. We need the physical candidate and a fresh draw from Carter." Lexi did not move. "Why is there blood by your drain?" Finch's eyes flicked down. Vale answered before he could. "One of ours collapsed during prep. Heat stroke." Lexi looked at Finch. Finch looked away a fraction too late. The cartridge felt suddenly heavier. "Heat stroke does not require a wiped floor in a viral lab," Lexi said. Vale stepped closer. "We have protocols. You have a lie." The lab went quiet except for the hum of machines and the far siren. Finch pulled his mask tighter. A technician had a fever spike. No bite marks. No direct exposure. He was removed. Removed where? Idisation. How long ago? Vale said, 14 minutes. Lexi closed her eyes once, brief and hard. "You brought us into a clean lab after a fever spike?" "We sterilized," Finch said. "You wiped the floor. That's not the same thing." I felt the room leaning toward violence. Not with guns yet. With need. The lab workers looked at Lexi like she was the last doctor alive, and at me like I was a blood bag with a pulse. Vale looked like a commander trying to decide which ugly choice had the best chance of not ending in a grave. The corridor shook again. This time, the lights flickered. A speaker popped overhead. Gate 2 lower gallery remained sealed. Gate 3 outer door cycling closed. Holding lanes proceed to medical triage. Clean lab priority active. Gate 3 closing. Our people were inside. That should have been enough relief to breathe. It was not. Lexi reached across my chest and opened the cold case herself, keeping one hand between Finch and the cartridge. "I need a sealed bench, fresh instruments, blood draw kit, and full access to your isolation feeds. Carter does not sit in any chair until I see the technician." Finch stared. "We don't have time for this." "Then stop spending it badly." Vale studied her for a long second, then nodded to a guard. "Bring up isolation feed 3. Give Garner what she asks." Finch stiffened. "Commander." "You heard me." A monitor on the wall changed. For a moment it showed static. Then a room appeared, washed pale by overhead lights. A technician lay strapped to a narrow bed behind glass. He was young, his hair plastered dark to his forehead, his face turned toward the camera. Sweat soaked his shirt. His eyes moved too fast beneath half-closed lids. Lexi stepped closer to the screen. "Audio," she said. Finch touched the console. The technician's breathing filled the lab, wet and rapid. Then he whispered something. Not a word at first. Just a shape in the mouth. The camera zoomed by remote. His eyes opened wider. He looked directly into the lens. "Don't let them wear your face," he said. Every hair on my arms lifted. Lexi's voice went cold. "Neuro onset." Finch swallowed. "It could be delirium." "It is not delirium." The technician began to laugh. It was soft. Almost shy. Then he slammed against the straps hard enough to make the bed jump. Lila's faint crying carried from somewhere down the hall through layers of doors and concrete. Or maybe I imagined it. Maybe fear had learned to speak in every voice now. Vale pointed at the screen. "Can your candidate stop that?" Lexi looked at the man thrashing on the monitor. "Not in him," she said. "His brain is already cooking." No one liked hearing it, but no one had the luxury of surprise. Finch looked at me again. Then we start with Carter. Lexi turned from the screen. We start, she said, under my rules. They did not move me to the chair right away. First came the argument nobody had breath for and everybody needed. Lexi wanted the lab cleared again from ceiling vents to floor drains. Finch wanted immediate extraction. Vale wanted both, which meant she got neither as fast as she needed. Lab workers stripped the bench while guards watched the glass doors. The isolation feeds stayed on the wall, the empty bed glowing like an accusation above our heads. I stood in the pressure chamber with the case still strapped to me and tried not to sway. Now that we had stopped running, my body had begun sending bills for everything I had made it do. My ribs throbbed where the case had hit them. My throat felt lined with ash. My legs trembled under wet pants, and cold chemical water dripped from my hair down the back of my neck. Lexi saw the tremor in my knees. "Don't lock your legs," she said. "I'm standing normally. You're standing like a corpse on loan. That's less normal." She reached toward my face, then stopped herself because her gloves had touched too much. The pause hurt more than the touch would have. She dropped her hand and turned the motion into checking the case latch instead. Finch watched the latch. "We need the cartridge on the bench." "The cartridge goes on the bench after I verify your sleeve and power bridge," Lexi said. "The equipment is clean. A fevered technician just walked out of your isolation room. That is not a sleeve issue." "Everything is a sleeve issue until my sample is inside it." Vale stepped between them with a tablet in her hand. "The data packet matches your arc transmission. 83% integrity after correction. Enough for protocol reconstruction." Lexi took the tablet, scanned it, and went pale beneath the grime. "Where are the missing blocks?" "Late-stage field notes, non-essential formatting, part of the ARC personnel index." "Show me." Vale did. Lexi's finger moved across the screen, fast at first, then slower. I watched her face the way I had watched the cartridge panel. It told me what the machine did not. "Can you work with it?" "Yes." She did not answer right away. That was answer enough to make the room shrink. Then she nodded. "Yes, the core sequence is intact. Blake's marker file is intact. The candidate build notes are intact. We lost some trial commentary and station chain logs. Not the spine." Finch exhaled hard through his mask. "Then we start. You keep saying that like starting is the same as succeeding. It is better than waiting. Only if you start correctly." Vale's earpiece crackled. Her expression changed by a few degrees. Not fear exactly. More like another door closing in a hall behind her. "Lower storage is moving civilians to level 4, she said. "Medical wants authority to triage exposure risk by scanner priority." I understood enough to hate it. "What does that mean?" Vale looked at me. "It means if pressure keeps failing, they will separate anyone with amber readings." Evan had amber. Garner cleared him. "Will that matter to the people separating them?" Vale did not soften the answer. "It will matter if I make it matter." "Then make it matter." Finch snapped. "Mr. Carter, we are not running a family shelter. We are trying to preserve a species." I looked at him. The lab lights made his eyes look hollow behind the mask. He was tired too. Scared too. Maybe he had buried friends in this place. Maybe that should have made me kinder. It did not. "Every species starts as somebody's family," I said. The words came out rough, not noble. My throat could barely carry them. I meant Claire with her arms around Teddy. Evan with blood on his sleeve. Bob making bad jokes because silence scared the kid worse. Marta standing in front of children she had not known yesterday. Jonas moving after Mara died because grief could wait or kill him. Finch looked away first. Lexi handed Vale the tablet. "Put my clearance on Evan's scan. Mark it reviewed by attending physician. If he gets pulled into exposure disposal because your people are scared, I walk out of this lab and drag Blake with me." Finch turned back fast. "You can't threaten the only production chance we have." I just did. Vale studied Lexi for one long second. Then she tapped her tablet twice. "Key done." "And the others?" Lexi asked. "Your group is marked mission attached. Medical can treat, not separate, without my direct approval." "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. If Clean Lab falls, I may still become the worst person you know." Lexi's voice dropped. "There's a long line for that job. The pressure chamber finished its cycle with a dry tone. The inner door unlocked. Clean Lab waited beyond it, bright and humming, with blood wiped thin by the far drain and too many people pretending not to look at it. I stepped forward. The case strap pulled at my sore shoulder. For a second, the room tilted, and Lexi's hand caught my arm before I hit the frame. "You are not fine," she said. "I didn't say I was. Your face did. Badly. My face lies under stress. It is terrible at it." She held my arm a moment longer than needed. Then the lab swallowed us. Chapter 28. They put me in a chair that had straps on the arms. I did not like that. Nobody asked if I liked it. Clean Lab had shifted around us with a speed that felt almost hungry. Trays rolled in. Sealed packets tore open. Needles, tubes, clamps, labels, plastic lines. The air filled with alcohol sting and machine heat. Dr. Finch barked orders to his people, while Lexi corrected half of them in a voice sharp enough to peel paint. Commander Vale stood near the glass doors with one hand pressed against her earpiece, listening to the bunker fall apart in pieces no one else could see. I kept the case on my lap until Lexi personally lifted the cartridge from its cradle. She did it with both hands. For 1 second, the small clear shell hovered between us. Blue status light, steady pale fluid trembling inside. It was ridiculous how fragile it looked. The Ark had burned. Pod 9 had fallen from orbit. Mara had died at the substation. Evan had nearly dropped into a ditch. People had shot, crawled, bled, lied, prayed, and dragged themselves through ash for that small thing, and it looked like something a careless person could crush while reaching for coffee. Lexi placed it into the lab's receiving sleeve. The sleeve sealed with a soft click. A screen above it blinked. Candidate cartridge recognized. Protocol match confirmed. Viability stable. The lab did not cheer. People were too tired for that. Finch exhaled through his mask. Vale closed her eyes for half a second. Lexi touched the edge of the console, and I saw her fingers shake once before she made them stop. "Now the draw," Finch said. Lexi turned on him so fast his shoulders lifted. "I know the order." He backed off. She came to my side with the blood kit. "Arm out," she said. I looked at the straps again. Lexi followed my gaze. "They're not for you. They're old protocol. We are not using them," Finch said. "If he becomes unstable during draw, he won't. He won't. You don't know that. I know him better than you do." The words came out with more force than either of us expected. For a second she looked almost embarrassed by them, then too tired to waste effort hiding it. She took my arm and tied the band tight around it. "You ready?" she asked softly. "No." "Good. Honest answers mean your brain still works. That is a terrible bedside manner. I've had a terrible day." "Only one?" Her mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Something smaller and more bruised. The needle went in. Blood slid through the tube, dark red under the white light. My stomach turned at the sight, not because of the blood itself, but because everyone in the room leaned toward it. The workers, Finch and Vale. Even the machines seemed to hum louder as the vial filled. Lexi kept her fingers steady on the line. "Slow draw," she said. "No rushing the volume. He is not a machine." Finch checked the console. "We need 6 vials for primary assay and seed batch. You get 4 now, then fluids, then 2 more if his pressure holds. The gate fault is spreading. His veins do not care about your gate fault." Vale spoke from the door. "Lower gallery seal is holding. Gate 3 is closed. Holding lanes are inside medical triage." I looked up. "My people?" Vale met my eyes. "They're alive and being processed." Processed is a bad word. Triage, weapons check, decon, injury scan. Your guard is yelling at my staff. The woman with the pry bar threatened a nurse over the child lanes. The grocery man asked if we had crackers. That is the current report. Despite everything, air left me in something almost like a laugh. Lexi taped the first vial and reached for the second. "That means they're alive." "It means they are memorable," Vale said. The lights flickered again. This time they did not come all the way back. Clean Lab shifted into emergency, dim, white lights turning low and blue along the floor edges. The cartridge status panel stayed blue inside its sleeve. A voice came over the speaker, strained under the machine calm. Internal movement detected in sealed lower gallery. Isolation, room 3, restraint failure. Security to clean corridor junction. Finch looked at the monitor. The isolation feed showed an empty bed. The straps had been torn loose. The room door on the far side hung open. Lexi did not stop the draw. Her face changed, but her hands kept working. "How did he get out?" she asked. Finch moved to the console. "The door is magnet locked. It should not open from inside." Vale drew her pistol. "Should not" has lost credibility. The second vial filled. A distant scream broke through the speaker, human, abrupt, and cut short. My whole body tried to rise from the chair. Lexi pressed my shoulder down. "Don't move with a needle in your arm." "That was close." "I know. Our people are in medical." "I know." The third vial filled, slower than the others. My mouth had gone dry. Sweat crawled down my spine despite the chill air. Outside the glass doors, 2 guards ran past toward the junction. One had his rifle up. The other had no helmet, and his face looked too young. Vale pointed to a lab worker. "Seal clean lab." The worker hesitated. "If we seal, medical can't send injured through." "Seal clean lab." The worker hit the panel. The glass doors slid shut and locked with a heavy magnetic thunk. A red line appeared around the frame. "Lockdown active." Lexi pulled the third vial, set it in the rack, and looked at my face. "You're pale." I started that way. Not funny. I was aiming for useful. She touched 2 fingers to my throat, counting. Finch stood by the cartridge station, caught between the blood rack and the locked doors. 3 vials are not enough. Lexi turned her head slowly. "Say that again, like you care whether he lives." Finch's eyes hardened. "If he lives and the bunker falls, we have nothing. If he dies and the seed batch takes, we may still have production. I care about scale." The room went still. My blood in the tubes looked almost black under the dim lights. Vale's pistol lowered a fraction, but her voice cut clean. "Dr. Finch, step away from the chair." "Commander, we cannot protect 1 man over 400. We are not training him on a guess. The data says." The data came from Dr. Garner. Lexi did not look triumphant. She looked sick. "The marker response degrades if his system crashes," she said. "You take too much, you may get less than nothing. You need him alive for repeat synthesis until your batch proves stable." Finch stared at her. "Alive," she repeated. "Not heroic. Not empty. Alive. Another boom hit the bunker. The lab shuddered. A ceiling panel dropped loose and hung by wires. The cartridge sleeve alarm chirped twice, then stabilized. The light stayed blue. Still blue. On the wall monitor, the clean corridor junction feed came up without anyone asking for it. 2 guards moved backward through the frame, rifles flashing. Something struck one from the side and drove him into the wall. His rifle spun across the floor. A shape crawled over him, too fast, all elbows and teeth and jerking shoulders. The second guard fired until the corridor filled with smoke. Then the feed went dead. Vale's face hardened into something beyond fear. They're in the clean corridor. Finch grabbed the blood rack. "We start the seed batch now." "Yes," Lexi said. "We start it now." She pulled the needle from my arm and taped cotton over the puncture. "Drink," she said, shoving a pouch of fluids into my hand. "What is it?" "Something your body needs more than your opinion." I drank. It tasted like salt, plastic, and fake fruit that had never known soil. Lexi lifted the 3 vials into the processing rack herself. Finch worked beside her now, anger swallowed by speed. His hands were good. That made me dislike him less and distrust him more carefully. He loaded the plasma separator while Lexi cross-checked the protocol. A lab worker brought replication medium from cold storage. Another connected the data from ARC packet to the manufacturing console. The first spin began. The centrifuge rose to speed with a high, thin whine. That sound filled the lab and threaded through the sirens, the distant gunfire, the pounding somewhere down the corridor. It was small compared to all the violence outside the glass, but every person in the room turned toward it like it was a prayer said in a language machines understood. Vale's earpiece crackled loud enough for me to hear. Medical triage falling back. Holding survivors moving to secondary door. Hostile inside clean junction. Repeat, Hostile inside clean junction. I stood. Lexi spun toward me. Sit down. My people are in medical. The batch is starting. Claire, Teddy, Evan, Bob, Marta, Hale, and the kids are not samples. Neither are you. Then don't ask me to sit here listening to them die. Her face twisted. Anger first. Fear under it. Something worse under that because she knew I was right enough to be dangerous. Vale stepped between us and the glass. Clean lab stays sealed until the first batch stabilizes. That's not a debate. A crash hit the door from the other side. The whole glass frame jumped. Everyone turned. For 1 second, nothing moved outside. The corridor beyond the glass was empty, lit and pulsing red, smoke sliding across the ceiling. Then a palm slapped the glass. The palm was bloody, human, and shaking. A face appeared behind it. It was Hale. He was alive, but blood ran down the side of his face and one lens of his protective goggles was cracked. Behind him, Marta dragged someone by the back of the shirt. Bob stumbled into view with Teddy under one arm and Lila clinging to his belt. Claire came behind them screaming something we could not hear through the sealed door. Evan fired down the corridor and backed toward the lab. Sienna and Nico were with him, both ash-white with fear. Pell limped last, holding the slate like it was still useful. Hale struck the glass with the heel of his hand. Open it, his mouth shaped. Vale swore. Finch looked at the centrifuge timer. 3 minutes to first separation. The corridor behind Hale flashed with movement. Not one infected. Too many. They came around the corner low and fast, bodies colliding with the wall, crawling over the fallen, driven by sound and light and the living stink gathered at the lab door. Claire pressed Teddy's face into her shoulder. Bob turned, saw them, and his whole face collapsed into pure disbelief. Lexi looked from the centrifuge to the door. From the door to the cartridge. From the cartridge to me. There was no clean choice. There had not been one since Peru, maybe. Since the first fever. Since the first person looked at someone they loved and saw a monster instead. Vale raised her pistol toward the glass panel control. Finch stepped in front of her. If you open that door, you contaminate the lab. If I don't, they die on the glass. The batch dies with them if infection crosses this threshold. Hale turned and fired into the hall. The muzzle flash lit his face in hard bursts. Marta shoved the children into the corner beside the lab door, then planted herself in front of them with an empty medical stand she had ripped from somewhere. Evan dropped his spent weapon and grabbed a fallen guard's rifle from the floor. The centrifuge whined behind me. 3 vials of my blood spun inside it. The cartridge glowed blue. The glass shook again as infected bodies slammed into the corridor wall. Lexi moved before anyone else. She grabbed a sealed emergency kit from under the counter and tore it open. Inside were clear plastic barrier sheets, adhesive strips, gloves, and portable sterilizer packs. Vale, she said. Open the service pass, not the main door. Finch snapped. Too small. Children first through the pass. Then the cartridge bench stays sealed. We make a dirty pocket inside the outer lab and keep the clean bench positive. That's insane. It's triage. Vale was already at the panel. Can it work? Lexi looked at me. It has to. The lower service pass beside the main door clicked. A narrow panel slid open, barely large enough for a child or a crawling adult. Air hissed through the new gap. Smoke and a copper stink of blood pushed into the lab. Hale saw it and shoved Teddy toward the pass. Claire fought to go first until Bob grabbed her shoulders and yelled something in her face. She looked at Teddy, then at the opening, and pushed him down. Teddy crawled through. I caught him on the lap side. He hit me hard around the waist and clung there, shaking so violently my knees bent. "You're okay," I said, though the words felt thin. "You're inside." "Mom," he sobbed. "She's coming." Lila came next, shoved by Sienna through the pass. Nico followed, scraping his shoulder bloody on the frame but not making a sound. Then Claire squeezed through, gasping, reaching for Teddy before her hips cleared the slot. Bob tried to push Sienna next, but she turned and shoved him instead. He stared at her. "Hey, no, that is not the order." She pointed to Lila and shouted through the glass. Bob's face broke again. He crawled. Marta held the corridor back with the stand, swinging and shoving, buying seconds with steel and rage. Hale fired beside her. Evan dragged Sienna to the pass and forced her down. She came through with tears, cutting tracks through ash. Pell shoved the slate through before herself. The infected hit Marta. The stand bent. She fell to one knee. Hale grabbed her collar and hauled her toward the pass while Evan fired over both of them. Pell crawled through, teeth clenched on a scream. Marta came next, shoulder first, cursing so hard the words blurred together. Hale shoved her the rest of the way and turned back for Evan. Evan was still firing. Behind him, the corridor was full. "Evigan!" Claire screamed. He looked through the glass at her, then at Teddy in my arms. For one breath, the world narrowed to that look. Then Hale hit him from the side and knocked him toward the pass. Evan slid through headfirst, rifle scraping. Hands clawed at his boots. Hale kicked them loose, grabbed the edge of the pass, and pulled himself after. An infected arm came through with him. Marta brought the metal stand down on it. Bone cracked. The arm jerked back. Vale slammed the pass shut so hard the seal squealed. The lab filled with wet breathing, sobbing, chemical stink, and the centrifuge's thin, steady whine. The corridor side of the glass vanished under infected bodies. They struck it again and again, palms slapping, mouths smearing blood and spit across the surface. The glass held, but each impact sent a tremor through the frame. Finch stood frozen by the centrifuge. The timer reached 0. A soft chime sounded. First separation complete. Lexi tore her eyes from the glass. "Move," she said to Finch. He moved. The lab became two worlds divided by tape, sheets, and desperate hands. The barrier sheets did not look like much. Thin plastic, tape, portable pumps that wheezed like old lungs. Lab workers stretched them from cabinet edges to ceiling hooks while infected crowded the outer glass. Every strip they pulled free made a loud, ripping sound that set the children flinching. The pumps kicked on one by one, pushing filtered air toward the clean bench and away from the dirty pocket where the rest of us had been shoved together. Lexi called instructions without looking up from the serum rack. "Dirty side keeps masks on. Nobody crosses the tape. If you have blood on your hands, hold them where I can see them until someone cleanse you. If anyone feels heat, sees whites, hears voices that aren't here, you say it before you become somebody else's problem." Bob looked down at Lila, who was curled against his knee. "I hear a lot of voices that are here, and I already dislike most of them." Lila stared at him with wet eyes. "That was supposed to be comforting," he said. "I am bad at this." "You're not," Teddy whispered from Claire's lap. Bob swallowed hard and looked away as if the kid had hit him. Marta slid down the cabinet and pressed a hand to her shoulder. Blood spread between her fingers, not pumping, but steady enough to make Lexi's head turn even from the bench. "Marta, how bad?" Still attached. People keep using that answer. It's a useful answer. A lab worker on the dirty side tore open a trauma pad and moved toward her. Marta caught the worker's wrist before the pad touched. The worker froze. Marta's eyes flicked to the person's mask, hands, badge, then back to the pad. Survival had made inspection into a reflex. "Clean?" Marta asked. The worker nodded too fast. "Sealed pack. I just opened it." Marta released the wrist. Then hurry up." Hale watched the outer glass while the worker pressed the pad down. His rifle was almost empty. I could tell by the way he held it, counting what was left without moving his lips. Evan sat beside Claire, flexing his scraped arm to make sure his fingers still answered him. Sienna had Nico's face between her hands and was checking his eyes. Jonas stood apart from them all, staring through the plastic and the glass at the corridor full of infected, grief carved deep around his mouth. Pell, somehow, still had the slate. She sat on the floor beneath the wall monitor, one leg stretched crooked, tapping through warning lines with shaking fingers. "Outer seal stress is climbing," she said. "Pressure drop in clean junction. Level 4 civilian move is halfway done. Manufacturing line 2 has power, but line 1 is down." Finch heard that and snapped toward Vale. "Line 2 alone won't give enough dose volume." Vale did not look away from the door. "Then make a first batch that keeps the people making dose 2 alive. That is not how distribution planning works. It is how tonight works." The centrifuge kept whining. The cartridge kept glowing. The people outside kept hitting the glass with hands that had once held tools, cups, children's toys, maybe other people's hands. I hated thinking that. I hated that I could not stop. Lexi glanced at me across the tape. Blake, sit before you fall. I'm fine. You are vertical. That's not the same. Bob patted the floor beside him without looking away from the glass. Join the exhausted section. We have no snacks, but the company is terrible enough to distract you. I lowered myself to the floor because my legs agreed with him before my pride could object. Teddy reached one dirty hand out from Claire's lap and touched the edge of my sleeve. He did not grab, just touched, making sure I was really there. Did we bring it? He asked. I looked toward the blue light in the cartridge sleeve. Yeah, we brought it. Does that mean we win? The question cut deeper than it should have. I wanted to give him something bright. Something clean enough for a child who had crossed orbit, fire, ash, and a broken bridge. But the glass shook again, and the lab lights flickered, and I could not make my mouth lie to him. It means we got to the part where winning is possible, I said. Teddy nodded like that was enough, or like he had learned not to ask for enough anymore. On one side, Lexi and Finch worked over the separated serum with the speed of people handling fire. On the other, the survivors crouched against cabinets, bleeding, coughing, trying not to touch anything they should not touch. Vale barked orders through her earpiece while Infected hammered the glass so hard the screws around the frame began to tremble loose. Hale sat on the floor with his back against a cabinet, rifle across his lap, breathing through his teeth. Blood ran from his hairline. Marta leaned beside him, clutching her shoulder. Bob held Lila because Sienna's hands shook too badly. Claire held Teddy and Evan at the same time, as if she could keep both from being stolen by force. Pell watched the slate. The screen flickered with bunker status lines. Then one line turned red. Clean corridor pressure failing. Another line followed. Lab outer seal stress critical. Pell looked up slowly. Commander Vale, look at this. Commander Vale turned. The glass door frame gave a high, metallic ping. One screw shot across the lab and skittered under a cabinet. The Infected outside went quiet all at once. That silence was worse than the pounding. Behind them, deeper in the corridor, something heavier moved. It struck the glass once. The whole wall bowed inward. Not breaking yet, but close. Lexi held the first stabilized serum vial up to the light. It glowed faintly amber over blue from the cartridge feed. Her eyes met mine across the lab. "We have a seed," she said. Then the outer lab seal began to split. Chapter 29. The split began as a white hairline in the sealant, thin and crooked, almost too small for the terror it carried. Then the sound came. It was not a crack at first. It was a wet, stretching squeal, the sound of tired material being pulled past mercy. The glass wall shivered in its frame. Dust jumped from the top track. A black bead of old gasket glue squeezed out and ran down like tar. Every person in the lab heard it. Nobody breathed right after. Lexi still had the seed vial lifted between two gloved fingers. The amber blue glow inside it looked too delicate for the room, too clean for the dirty light, too small to matter against the dead eyes and torn mouths pressing the other side of the glass. Her face was pale behind the shield. Sweat streaked down from her hairline and vanished into the collar of her suit. Finch reached for the vial. "Give it to me. It goes into line 2 right now." Lexi pulled her hand back. "It goes into a sealed transfer sleeve first. If you drop it, if you contaminate it, if you rush one step, we're finished. The door is splitting. I can see the door." The heavy thing in the corridor hit the glass again. This time, the whole wall jumped. The frame screamed. Another screw tore loose and spun across the floor, ticking under the clean bench. Lila made a small sound into Bob's shirt. Bob tucked her face closer, his own eyes wide and bloodshot. Commander Vale moved toward the lab console with her earpiece clenched between two fingers. "Pell, give me options." Pell's hand shook so badly she had to trap the slate against her knee. Clean corridor pressure is gone. Door frame on the outer side is losing fast. Inner lab seal still holds, but only because the dirty pocket is acting like a buffer. Manufacturing line 2 is through that hatch behind Finch. Finch turned. That hatch is not cleared for unprocessed survivors. Marta let out a rough laugh from the floor. "Good thing none of us are asking your permission. If they cross into line 2, we lose the line," Finch snapped. Do you understand that? Dirt, blood, skin, every bit of it can poison the batch. Lexi slid the vial into a metal sleeve with a hiss of chilled vapor. Then nobody dirty crosses unless the glass fails. Until then, line 2 gets the seed through the pass-through port. Blake stays with me. Finch stared at her. He is dirty. He is the source. Lexi did not raise her voice. Somehow that made it cut harder. You forget that again, and I will break your hand myself. The old Blake Carter, the man who owned car washes and laundromats and machines full of candy bars nobody cared about anymore, would have thought that sounded impossible. Dr. Lexi Garner, exhausted, shaking, ringed by infected, threatening another doctor over my blood like it was the last match in a frozen world. The new Blake only believed what he saw, and I saw her move with the calm of someone who had burned out all the parts of herself that could afford panic. Tell me what to do, I said. Lexi looked at me. Stay alive and keep pressure on your arm when I tell you. That's it? That's the hard part. The glass boomed again. The split widened. A thin breath of corridor air pushed through the gasket and carried the stench with it. Hot rot. Old blood. Metal smoke. The sour animal reek of fever sweat. It slid under my mask and crawled down my throat. I tasted the arc again. I tasted the pod. I tasted the road outside the bunker where ash had fallen like gray snow. Hale stood. He moved slowly because moving any faster would have dropped him. Blood had dried down one side of his face in a dark stripe. His rifle hung low. He checked the magazine, saw what I had already seen, and closed it with a soft click. How many rounds? Vale asked. Not enough for hope, Hale said. Enough to buy seconds. Evan pushed himself upright beside Claire. I can help. Claire caught his sleeve. Your arm is torn up. It's still mine. And heaving. He looked down at her, and the anger drained out of him. Not fear, not weakness, just the pain of a man who had already lost too much time with the people he loved and did not want to spend what remained pretending he was not afraid. I won't leave you, he said. I just can't sit and watch it come through. Teddy pressed his face against Claire's side. His eyes stayed fixed on the glass. Bob shifted Lila to one arm and reached for a fallen metal stool with the other. He held it like a club, awkward and terrified and somehow still standing. I never liked labs. Too shiny. Too many people using words with more than 3 pieces. Marta pulled the trauma pad tighter against her shoulder and grunted. Use the legs first. Bob glanced at the stool. The stool has legs. That's funny in a terrible way. I meant theirs. I liked my version better. Nico, tucked under Sienna's arm, started to shake. Not cry. Shaking was worse. Crying meant a child still believed somebody might answer. Shaking meant his body had stopped asking. Jonas saw it and stepped between the children and the glass. He had no gun. He had a broken length of shelving in both hands. His knuckles were white around it. They break through, he said. Children move first. Children don't move anywhere unless I say, Vale replied. If that door fails, we go through the rear hatch in order. Lab staff, seed package, blood source, children, injured, guard rear. Marta looked up at her. Guard rear with what? Harsh words? Vale reached down, pulled a sidearm from an ankle holster, and tossed it to Marta. Marta caught it with her good hand. Harsh words come after, Vale said. Finch made a strangled noise. You cannot arm civilians in a clean lab. Marta checked the pistol with quick, practiced movements. You should complain louder. The infected seemed interested in policy. Lexi shoved the sealed sleeve into the pass-through port. The port was a small steel mouth set into the plastic divider with valves on both sides and a light above it that flickered between green and amber. Finch grabbed the other side and locked it into a receiving cradle. The machine coughed, scanned, then chirped. Seed is accepted, Finch said. His voice changed. Less argument now. More awe. Line 2 is reading viable. A lab worker behind him whispered something that sounded like a prayer, but broke before it became words. The heavy thing in the corridor hit the glass again. This time, the outer pane split from top to bottom. The infected did not rush at once. They went still, as if every fevered brain behind that wall had heard the same dinner bell and understood patience for one final second. Fingers slid into the crack. Nails scraped glass. Skin peeled. A mouth pressed against the widening seam and left a red smear. Vale lifted her hand. Rear hatch. Move on my word. Lexi turned back to me. Arm out. Now? No. I shoved my sleeve up. My forearm was purple from old needle marks and pressure bands. Lexi wiped a patch with cold antiseptic. The sting felt distant, almost polite compared with everything else. She drove the needle in clean. My blood crawled through the tube, dark red, slow, and precious. Lexi, I said, don't talk. If I drop, you drag me. I said don't talk. That wasn't a request. Her jaw tightened. You don't get to make brave speeches while I am holding a needle. I'm not brave. Then be quiet and keep being not brave while your blood saves everyone. The bag filled in her gloved hand. Outside the barrier, the glass crack widened another inch. Hale fired once. The sound was brutal in the sealed room. It punched my ears and made the children fold down against the floor. The shot took the face pressed to the seam and threw it back into the crowd. More hands filled the gap before the body dropped. Seconds are gone, Hale said. Vale shouted, rear hatch now. The lab tore into motion. Finch and 2 workers rolled the line to cradle toward the rear hatch, its cables snapping tight behind it. Lexi ripped the needle free and clamped my arm with gauze before I could even feel the pain. Blood spotted the white pad. She taped it hard, too hard, and shoved the fresh bag into a second chilled sleeve. Carry this above your heart, she said. I thought I was the blood source. You are also the cart now. Congratulations. Bob hauled Lila up. Sienna grabbed Nico. Claire stood with Teddy crushed against her hip, Evan on her other side. Pell tried to rise and almost fell. Jonas caught her under one arm. I'm slowing you, Pell said. Then lean faster, Jonas told her. The outer pane gave way. Not all at once. It folded inward in a glittering burst, held by safety film, turning into a sagging sheet of cracked ice. The infected slammed into it and drove it against the inner frame. The lab filled with the sound of palms, teeth, boots, and broken glass grinding under pressure. The dirty pocket barrier snapped loose from the ceiling. Plastic sheets whipped into the room. Filter pumps toppled and spun on their hoses. A gust of foul air hit us full in the face. My eyes watered. Someone gagged. Teddy coughed so hard Claire nearly dropped him. Hale fired twice more. Marta fired once from the floor. Her shot caught an infected guard in the throat. The man had no lower lip left. He clawed at himself as if the bullet were an insult, then vanished beneath the bodies pressing behind him. Move, Vale roared. We moved. Finch went through the rear hatch first with the seed cradle, suddenly less worried about dirt and more worried about dying. Lexi shoved me after him. I ducked through a narrow service frame into a corridor that smelled of cold plastic and machine oil. The lights were low and red along the floor, pulsing toward manufacturing line 2 like a trail of weak blood. Behind me, Bob lifted Lila through to Sienna. Claire passed Teddy into Evan's arms, then climbed after. Jonas half-carried Pell. Marta backed through last among the injured, pistol raised, face gray from blood loss and fury. Hale stayed at the lab side. Hale, I shouted. He did not look back. The door. Vale grabbed the manual wheel on the hatch. Get through, Sergeant. I am through enough. That was not a suggestion. He fired his last round into the crowd, dropped the empty rifle, and came backward through the frame as the infected hit the inner lab line. Vale spun the wheel. The hatch slid closed with a grinding whine. A hand came through the shrinking gap. It was not dead enough to be simple. It still wore a wedding band, still had a smear of blue ink across the thumb. It grabbed Vale's sleeve and pulled with fever strength. Marta fired point blank. The hand opened. Vale tore free. The hatch sealed. Something struck it hard from the other side. Then again, each impact running through the metal and into the soles of my shoes. For 3 seconds, nobody spoke. Then line 2 started to hum. The sound rose from the room ahead, low and steady, nothing like the screams behind us. It was pumps, belts, chilled reservoirs, filters waking under emergency power. It sounded like a machine deciding to believe in tomorrow because nobody had told it not to. Finch ran toward it. Lexi followed. I stumbled after them with my arm clamped to my chest and the blood sleeve against my ribs. Manufacturing line 2 was smaller than I expected. After everything people had said about saving humanity, I wanted something huge, a cathedral made of steel and glass. Instead, it was a long room with 2 rows of sealed cabinets, stainless trays, hanging tubes, and a central processor that looked like a coffin turned upright and wired to the ceiling. The air was cold enough to bite sweat off my skin. It smelled of alcohol, rubber, ozone, and fear. Finch slapped commands into a console. Seed load confirmed. Source supplement now. Garner, I need the fresh draw. Lexi took the sleeve from me. You get half. The rest stays with me. We need all of it for volume. You need enough to begin. Blake needs enough left in him to make more. The hatch behind us boomed. A worker at the far side of line 2 tried to close a secondary shutter over the hatch we had just used. The shutter came down halfway and stopped with a cough of gears. He slapped the control again. It dropped 2 inches, jerked, then froze. Manual pins, Finch called without turning. The worker looked at the pins, then at the blood on his sleeves, then at the rest of us, as if he had just remembered contamination had rules even terror could not fully erase. Lexi saw the hesitation. Outer gloves off. New set from the blue drawer. Do not touch the pin handles until you change. The hatch is taking hits, the worker said, and if you smear infected blood into the release sockets, we lock ourselves into a contaminated line and kill every batch after this one. Gloves first. He stripped the gloves so fast one tore at the wrist. The sound of rubber snapping made me flinch harder than the next impact. He shoved his hands into a new pair, missed 2 fingers, cursed, fixed them, then grabbed the pins. The first slid home with a heavy clank. The second fought him. Hale moved to help, but Lexi barked his name. Do not cross the yellow floor mark. Hale stopped with 1 boot over the stripe. He looked down, then back at the worker. The line between clean and not clean was just paint on the floor, scuffed by carts and shoes. But right then, it had more authority than a wall. Push down before you turn, Hale said. The worker did. The second pin locked. The shutter sealed the rear hatch in a crooked bite of steel, not pretty, not full, but enough to make the next impact duller. For a few seconds, the room found a rhythm. Processor hum. Etch boom. Pump hiss. Somebody coughing into a mask. The small plastic clack of Finch's fingers on controls. Lexi's breath near my ear as she checked me again and tried to pretend that checking me was only medical. I watched the red lights ripple along the floor and thought about all the machines I had owned before the plague. Washers, dryers, vending coils, pressure pumps, vacuums that ate quarters and spit back a few minutes of usefulness. I had spent half my life fixing things people barely noticed unless they failed. A belt slipped. A coin jammed. A hose split. Customers cursed like civilization depended on clean shirts and cold soda. Maybe it had in small ways. Maybe the world had always been held together by tired people keeping boring machines alive. Now the machine in front of me was not boring, and the stakes had become too large for any human body to carry. Still, it was a machine. It needed power, pressure, clean parts, steady hands. It needed people who did not freeze when a seal split. Lexi followed my stare to the processor. Don't make it into a miracle, she said quietly. I wasn't. Good. Miracles make people sloppy. This is work. Ugly work. Most useful work is. The hatch boomed again. Dust sifted from the shutter. The worker who had locked the pins backed away, eyes huge behind his shield. Finch did not thank him. Lexi did, and the worker's shoulders shook once as if thanks had cut deeper than orders. Finch stared at her through the face shield. His lips moved before sound came. Lexi fed 1 sealed bag into the processor and kept the other against her chest. The machine accepted the blood with a soft click. On the console, a progress bar crawled from nothing to 1%. Hale looked at it and laughed once, a dry, cracked sound. That's rude. Total time, Vale asked. Finch's fingers danced. First emergency batch, 20 minutes if the line holds. More if pressure fluctuates. Less if we skip 2 safety confirmations. Can we skip them? Lexi answered first. Not if you want to inject people instead of killing them. Vale looked at the sealed hatch behind us. and it boomed again. A dent jumped inward near the center lock. "Then we hold 20 minutes," she said. Bob looked around the manufacturing room. "With what exactly? Sarcasm and a stool?" Marta leaned against a cabinet and raised Vale's sidearm. "I still have sarcasm and bullets. I like our odds slightly less than before." Pell slid down beside a wall junction and dragged her slate across her lap. Jonas crouched near her. Sienna and Claire pulled the children behind a row of storage crates. Evan tore a metal rod loose from a rolling rack and tested the weight with his good hand. Lexi came back to me and pressed 2 fingers to my throat. "You're cold. Room is cold. You know what I mean. I can stand. You are lying badly." I looked past her to the console. 2%. The smallest number in the world. "Don't spend time on me unless the batch needs me." Her eyes sharpened. "That sentence is exactly why I have to spend time on you." The hatch boomed again. The dent deepened. From somewhere behind the metal, infected throats scraped together into a sound that was almost a chant and not close enough to human for comfort. Chapter 30. 20 minutes was not time. It was a hallway you had to crawl through while teeth scraped the door behind you. The manufacturing room had one main hatch, one service vent too small for an adult, and one maintenance alcove filled with tanks marked by numbers instead of hope. Vale checked all 3 in under a minute, then built her defense out of whatever the room offered. Carts became barricades. Steel trays became shields. Empty canisters rolled against the hatch base and wedged under the dent. It looked childish until I remembered that childish things could still slow a monster for 1 breath, and a breath was what we were buying. Finch never looked away from the console. Temperature dip on Chamber 3. Lexi leaned over his shoulder. "Compensate with Chamber 4. Don't touch the culture feed. I know how my line works, and I know what you just almost touched." His hand froze above the controls. "Fine," he said. "Chamber 4. The processor hummed deeper. Tubes filled and cleared. Lights blinked behind frosted panels. The first batch was being grown, separated, strengthened, and diluted into something that could teach the living body how not to fall apart when the fever came. I did not understand the science. I understood Lexi's face. Every time a light went green, she looked older by a year and less likely to blink. The hatch shuddered. Marta put one shoulder against a cabinet and used her knees to hold herself upright. Her lips had gone the color of dirty paper. "You need pressure on that shoulder," Claire said. "I need the room not to get eaten." Those can both be true. Claire crawled from behind the crates before Marta could argue. Evan grabbed for her, but she shook him off. She pressed a folded cloth to Marta's shoulder and wrapped it with torn cleanroom tape from a drawer. Her hands were quick, not trained, but mother hands had their own kind of practice. Teddy watched her work with his arms wrapped around his knees. Bob held Lila on the floor behind the crates. Nico sat beside them, knees tucked to his chest. Sienna kept one hand on each child like she could pin them to life. "You okay?" Bob asked Lila. She gave him a look that would have been sharp on an adult and heartbreaking on a child. "That was a bad question," Bob said. "I will ask a different one. Are you still with us?" Lila nodded once. "Good, stay that way. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I require supervision." Nico looked at him. "You're scared." "I am extremely scared. Adults aren't supposed to say that. Adults have been lying to you. We are scared all the time. We just get taller about it." Sienna made a sound that might have been a laugh if the room had been kinder. The hatch dent jumped again. One of the canisters rolled away. Hale kicked it back with his heel and planted himself in front of it, rifle gone, pistol in both hands now. Vale stood beside him with a second weapon and the hard face of a woman doing math with lives. "Pell," Vale said, "can we draw infected away from this corridor?" Pell did not answer right away. Her fingers moved over the slate, leaving faint blood marks on the screen. "Maybe because service speakers are still active in Decon Lane 7. Heat emitters are offline in most areas, but Laundry Sterilizer Bank still has thermal coils." Bob looked up. "Laundry?" I nearly laughed and nearly hated myself for it. Pell kept going. "If I trigger speakers and heat there, some of them might chase the sound and warmth. Not all. Fevered brain follows motion and body heat first. Sound second. So, second, some will stay with impact. do it, Vale said. It may pull survivors too. Vale's jaw flexed. Broadcast warning first. Short and clear. Pell opened a channel. Her voice came out thin through the room speaker and, a second later, echoed somewhere beyond the hatch. All bunker personnel avoid Decon Lane 7. Repeat, avoid Decon Lane 7. Heat lure active in 10 seconds. Living personnel keep away from the sound. The hatch kept shaking. Pell counted under her breath and hit the command. Far away, beyond walls and filters and ruin, a siren began to chirp. Not loud from where we stood, but sharp. Then came a pulsing mechanical voice, not words, just a human-like tone that rose and fell. At the same time, the vent above the manufacturing room stirred as the air system shifted. The change outside the hatch came slowly. The pounding did not stop. It thinned. The thick chorus of bodies behind metal broke apart, some hits fading, others stumbling away. Feet scraped down the corridor. Hands dragged along the wall. Something shrieked in anger as it followed the lure. Bob looked at Pell with pure admiration. I take back everything I thought about management. Pell did not look up. You never worked for me. I would have complained. I can tell. The progress bar reached 9%. A call broke through Pell's slate, thin and ragged, writing on static. A woman's voice came through first, then a burst of screaming behind her, then the same voice lower as if she had turned away from the microphone. Command, this is Storage Base 6. We have 23 living, maybe more in the side room. We can hear them in the vents. We need a route. Vale closed her eyes for the smallest moment. Pell, can Storage 6 reach us? Pell's fingers were already moving. Not without crossing Decon 7 or the maintenance spine. Decon 7 is foam-filled. Maintenance spine is hot on thermal, likely infected. The woman on the slate heard enough to understand. Please, we have kids in here. Every adult in the manufacturing room looked toward our own children without meaning to. Teddy stared back, too tired to ask why strangers mattered when our door was already failing. Lila hugged Bob's arm so tight her fingers dug into him through his sleeve. Nico lowered his face until only his eyes showed over Sienna's hand. Vale took the slate from Pell and spoke into it. Her voice changed. Not softer, but clearer. Storage 6, listen to me. Barricade the vent grates with shelving. Keep everyone low and away from the east wall. We are working on a medical countermeasure now. You hold for 30 minutes. 30? The woman said. Static chewed half the word. 30, Vale repeated, because anything less would have been a lie and anything more would have been cruelty. If the vents open, use fire extinguishers first. Aim for eyes and mouths. Save blades for hands through the gaps. Do not open your main door for anyone unless command gives your phrase. What's the phrase? Vale looked at Pell. Pell whispered, Ash settles west. Vale repeated it. Ash settles west. No phrase, no door. The woman on the other end breathed hard. Understood. The line cut. Bob looked at Vale with a face stripped of jokes. You're not sending anyone. I don't have anyone to send, Vale said. I didn't say you were wrong. That doesn't help. It wasn't supposed to. The progress bar moved to 10%, then 11. Numbers without mercy. Somewhere in Storage 6, people were dragging shelves against vents and teaching children a phrase that might decide who lived behind a door. Here the processor turned my blood and Lexi's work into the first ugly answer. The bunker was not one crisis. It was 100 rooms begging at once, and Vale only had 2 hands to cover holes in a sinking ship. 9% made everyone stare, as if the number had insulted us. Lexi pulled me toward the floor beside the processor. Sit it. I'm useful standing. You're useful conscious. I sat because my legs had started speaking a language made of shaking muscles and black spots at the edge of my sight. Lexi crouched in front of me and checked the gauze on my arm. Her gloves were smeared with my blood and someone else's. The smell of it was sharp under the alcohol, copper, and salt and skin. You lost too much, she said. I still have some. That joke is not funny. I wasn't joking very well. Her hands slowed. When this batch comes out, Finch will want another draw. Can you do it? Technically, yes. Ethically, I hate the question. The bunker needs more than one batch. The bunker needs you alive tomorrow. This thing is not a magic river. It is your body. It has limits, even if everyone keeps pretending it doesn't. I looked at the children behind the crates. Teddy's face was gray with dust. Lila had dry blood in her hair. Nico's lips moved around silent numbers, counting impacts or seconds or prayers. Then I looked at Lexi. Use what you can safely use, I said. Don't ask me to measure it. I don't trust myself to choose me. That hurt her. I saw it before she hit it. I won't let you become equipment, she said. The hatch rang. A thin seam of red light appeared around its edge as the lock strained. Hale raised his pistol. Company. Vale moved the children back another few feet, though there was nowhere to go. Everyone behind the central processor. Lab staff low. Finch, keep your hands on that console even if the hatch opens. Finch swallowed. Ha ha! If it opens, the line will contaminate. If you stop the line, we have nothing to contaminate. He nodded once, hard. The first breach came through the lower corner. Not a full opening. A tear. Metal peeled at the edge, and 3 fingers pushed through, skin split to the bone, nails clicking on the inside surface. Marta fired. The fingers vanished. Dark fluid spattered through the gap and steamed against the cold floor. Nico whimpered. Sienna pressed her forehead to his. Look at me, not the door. I can still hear it. Then hear me louder. Breathe with me. She breathed in. E! He copied her. It was ragged and uneven, but it was air going in and air going out, and sometimes that was the last piece of order a person could own. The progress bar reached 16%. Pell cursed softly. Vale heard it. Tell me. Heat lure overloaded 1 sterilizer bank. Fire suppression wants to flood Decon 7 with chemical foam. If I let it, the foam may slow the infected. It may also block the corridor for living personnel. Any confirmed living personnel in Decon 7? Pell checked. Her mouth tightened. Oh! 1 badge ping. No motion. Could be dropped. Could be someone down. Vale closed her eyes for half a heartbeat. Broadcast 1 warning. Then flood it. Pell did. Her voice shook this time. The warning went out. The room waited. The hatch breathed metal dust through the torn corner. Somewhere distant, a muffled roar of foam filled a corridor none of us could see. The infected noise behind our hatch thinned again, then came back angrier, fewer but nearer. Finch's console chirped. Chamber 3 recovered, he said. Batch viability climbing. Lexi leaned close. How high? Enough to prime. Not enough to trust. Give me numbers. Give me numbers. 41% response strength predicted. 2 weak. It is the first batch. 2 weak means people take it and think they are safe while the fever still cooks them. Strengthen the adjuvant curve. Finch shook his head. That risks reaction shock. Not as much as sending them into a world full of blood and saliva with a half answer. He stared at the screen. We can push to 60 if the seed's stable, then push. And if it collapses? Lexi looked at the hatch. Then we die in a very clean room with excellent documentation. Finch barked a laugh that sounded half mad, then changed the setting. The processor's hum deepened again. The room temperature dropped. Frost feathered along one of the tubes. My breath puffed pale for a second and vanished. The cold crawled through my sweat and made my teeth chatter. Claire noticed. She pulled off the outer layer of her torn jacket and draped it over my shoulders before I could argue. Teddy needs that, I said. Teddy has me, she said. Teddy, behind her, nodded like he was part of the decision. His chin trembled. Your dad needs you too, I told him. He looked at Evan, then back at me. Everybody needs everybody. That's about right. Bob glanced at the hatch. I would like everybody to need a quieter room. The torn corner burst wider. An infected woman forced her face through the gap. One eye was gone. The other rolled white and furious. Her jaw worked against the metal as if she could chew her way through. Hale fired and the head snapped back. A hand came through beside her. Marta fired. Vale fired. The corridor beyond answered with a crush of bodies pushing into bodies. The hatch held. The line kept humming. The progress bar reached 28%. Then the lights went out. Not all of them. Emergency strips stayed red along the floor, painting everyone in blood-colored pieces. The processor remained lit on backup, but the room around it dropped into a darkness full of breath, children, and the wet scrape at the hatch. Finch's face glowed green from the console. Power transfer. Manufacturing line is still alive. Pell spoke from the floor. Bunker grid is shedding sections. Gate 3 elevators just died. Hydroponics went dark. Medical Bay 2 is gone from my slate. Gone meaning offline? Vale asked. Pell's eyes lifted. Gone meaning gone. Nobody asked what that meant for the people there. We already knew. Chapter 31. The dark made the manufacturing room smaller. Every sound had edges now. The processor's hum scraped along my teeth. The hatch impacts came like fists against the inside of my skull. Somebody's breath hitched over and over until Claire whispered to Evan, and Evan whispered back, and the rhythm changed into something almost steady. The children were quiet in the way children became quiet when they understood noise could bring death. Pell dragged herself closer to the wall junction and opened the back of the panel with Jonas's help. Wires spilled into her lap. Even half ruined, she looked like she belonged there more than she belonged on the floor bleeding into her sleeve. Her fingers found a manual port. Vale, she said, I can reroute local power from non-essential storage. It may cost refrigeration in archive bays. Finch snapped around. Those archives contain sample libraries. Years of work. Pell did not even glance at him. This room contains the only batch that matters tonight. Vale said, do it. Finch looked like he might argue, then looked at the hatch and chose silence. Pell twisted two leads together. A spark cracked blue-white. She flinched, clenched her teeth, and did not pull away. The overhead lights came back at half strength, flickering, weak, but enough to turn shadows into corners again. The progress bar reached 36%. Lexi exhaled through her mask. It held. Finch checked the next panel. Response strength 52. Seed still stable. Keep pushing. Harder. Keep pushing. He did. The hatch tore again. This time the metal did not just peel. The lower lock snapped. A gap opened wide enough for an arm and shoulder. The first infected shoved through to the ribs and stuck there, flailing, mouth-spraying black-red strings across the floor. It had once been a bunker worker. Still had a tool belt. Still had a face half hidden by a dangling mask. Hale moved in close, too close, and drove a steel tray into its throat to pin it back. Vale fired over his shoulder. Marta fired from the side. Evan stepped in with the metal rod and smashed the thing's elbow until the arm folded wrong and slipped out of the gap. The body jammed in the opening. Leave it, Hale said. It plugs the hole. The infected behind it clawed at their own dead to get through. Fingers dug into shoulders. Teeth tore cloth and skin. The body jerked and sagged, a cork made of meat. Bob covered Lila's eyes with one hand. Don't look. I already did, she whispered. Then look at me instead. I have a very disappointing face, but it is better than that. She looked at him because he asked, or because there was nowhere else kind to put her eyes. The processor chirped again. Finch's voice came out thin. 61% predicted response. Lexi leaned toward the screen. Cycle concentration? Holding. Stabilizer? Low, but present. Yield? He hesitated. Finch, she said. Enough for 40 doses. Maybe 50 if we stretch. The room seemed to tilt. 40 doses. There were more than 40 people in the bunker. There were more than 40 people in the first hall we had run through. More than 40 in the decon lines, the medical rooms, the command levels, the sleeping rows, the pockets of survivors listening to announcements and footsteps and wondering which door would fail next. 40 doses was not salvation. It was a match. Vale understood first. Who gets it? No one wanted to answer. Finch stared at the console. Lexi's face went still. Pell looked down at her slate. Hale checked the hatch. Claire pulled Teddy tighter. Bob looked at the children and then away, like his own thoughts disgusted him. I heard my voice before I was ready for it. The people who can make more. Lexi turned. I kept going because stopping would be worse. Lab workers. Line operators. Security needed to hold the room. Anyone who can keep the second batch alive. Children, if there are enough after that. Claire looked at Teddy. Evan looked at me with pain in his eyes, not anger. That made it harder. He's right, Vale said, and the words cost her. First doses go to production and defense. Without a second batch, every dose after 40 is imaginary. Bob's mouth twisted. I hate when the right thing sounds like something a villain would say. So do I, Vale replied. Lexi crouched in front of me. Blake, we need another draw for batch 2. Not yet. Soon. The room moved in and out around her. I could smell the cold plastic of the jacket over my shoulders, the alcohol on her gloves, the old smoke in my hair from the pod crash. My arm throbbed where the tape held pressure. How much can you take without killing me? I asked. Less than they want. How much do you need? She looked furious because those were not the same question. Enough to seed batch 2 and 3 if line 2 stays stable, she said. After that, we can amplify without draining you again for a while. But only if the next straw is clean, and only if you stay conscious long enough to recover. Do it when you have to. I decide when that is. I know. The jammed body at the hatch shifted. Hands from the other side were tearing it apart piece by piece. Hale's voice sharpened. That plug is failing. Vale looked at the console. Cycle time? Finch said. 11 minutes to first fill. We do not have 11. Pell stared at the slate. There is one pressure purge left in this section. It was designed to clear chemical vapor from manufacturing rooms into scrubber tanks. If we vent the corridor side only, we can slam airflow outward through the hatch breach. It won't kill infected, but it may throw them back, and by minutes. May, Vale said. Everything left is May. Finch shook his head. A purge near active fill could destabilize the line. Lexi pointed at the body being pulled apart at the hatch. That will destabilize the line more, Vale said. Pell, prep it. Pell worked. Jonas held wires for her, following every order with grim focus. Sweat rolled down his temple. His eyes kept flicking toward the children, then back to the panel. When the purge hits, Pell said, everyone gets low and holds something mounted. Not carts. Not people. Mounted. Children to the floor, Claire said. Sienna wrapped Nico and Lila against the base of the central processor. Bob lay beside them, one arm braced over both like a bad roof that still wanted to hold. Teddy clung to Claire. Evan hooked one arm through a fixed rail and wrapped the other around them. Marta dragged herself to a bolted cabinet and shoved her good arm through the handle. Hale and Vale gripped the side rails beside the hatch. Finch locked both hands around the console frame. Lexi pulled me down and pressed my chest against the floor, her body over mine, one hand gripping a pipe under the processor. This is not dignified, I muttered. Dignity died before we landed, she said. Pell shouted. Purge in 3, 2, 1. Air became a wall. It slammed through the room so hard my mask flattened to my mouth. The pressure struck from behind us and roared toward the hatch breach, a cold, violent river full of loose wrappers, gauze, dust, and shattered bits of plastic. The jammed body shot backward through the torn gap. Infected shrieks vanished into the blast. The hatch buckled outward for one impossible second, and the corridor beyond became a tunnel of flailing arms and flying debris. The processor screamed, not like a person. Worse, in some ways, a machine alarm rising through 3 notes, each one sharper than the last. Finch swore into the wind. Lexi pushed herself up before the purge even ended. Stabilize chamber 2, she shouted. I am trying, Finch yelled. The blast cut off. Silence crashed down after it, thick and ringing. Then the processor alarm kept screaming. Lexi ran to the console. I tried to stand and failed. My hands slid on the cold floor. Claire saw and reached for me, but Teddy had her pinned, and Evan could not release the rail without falling. Bob crawled over and grabbed my vest. Do not make me carry you, he said. I have the upper body strength of a frightened noodle. Then drag. Dragging I can do. I once moved a sofa by anger alone. He hauled me 3 feet toward the processor, cursing with every inch. The room spun. Black spots crawled at the edges of the red emergency light. Lexi and Finch worked over the console shoulder to shoulder now, argument burned away by disaster. Their hands moved fast. Finch vented one line. Lexi sealed another. A tube inside the processor went cloudy, then cleared. Seed integrity? Vale demanded. Finch looked at the reading. For one breath, his face told us we had lost everything. Then another light blinked green. Still viable, he said. His voice cracked. We almost lost it, but it is still viable. Marta laughed weakly from the cabinet. I hate almost. The hatch area was quiet for the first time in several minutes. The purge had thrown the infected back, but not far enough to call it safe. We heard them gathering again, dragging themselves across the corridor drawn by heat, blood, and the stupid, stubborn fact that we were not dead yet. The progress bar reached 60%. First fill in 7 minutes. Lexi turned from the console and came straight to me. Now, she said. I knew what she meant. Bob did too. His hand tightened on my vest. Can he even spare it? Lexi did not look at Bob. Barely. That is a terrible medical answer. It is the honest one. I held out my arm. Lexi cleaned a new place near the old mark. Her fingers shook once. Only once. Then they steadied. The needle went in. I watched the tube fill and tried to think of anything but the room tilting around me. I thought of the island tents, hot canvas breathing mildew and fear. I thought of Bob in the cot beside mine, angry because I'd been chosen for reasons neither of us understood. I thought of the ark shining above the water like a promise made by people who could afford promises. I thought of the pod falling through fire. I thought of Lexi telling me there was no cure once the brain was cooked, only a chance to stop the fever before it owned you. My blood filled the sleeve. Too slowly, then too fast, then in pulses that matched the pounding in my ears. Stay with me, Lexi said. And here. Say something that proves it. Your bedside manner is bad. Good enough. Keep talking. Bob has a heroic noodle body. Bob pointed at me. That is private medical information. Teddy gave one tiny laugh. It broke like a match in the dark, small and bright and gone fast, but every adult in the room heard it. Lexi pulled the needle and clamped the site. Enough. Finch took the fresh sleeve from her. This time, he did not ask for more. The hatch began to shake again. Chapter 32. The first fill finished under red light while the dead and fever tried to claw their way through a door they had already half-eaten. The processor released the doses into a sealed tray with a sound too soft for the moment. Small glass vials slid forward in rows. 48 of them. 48 little lives, or 48 mistakes, or 48 chances to make the next hour different from the last. The fluid inside each vial held the same amber cast as the seed, thinner now, clearer, almost ordinary under the machine light. Finch stared at them as if he had forgotten he owned hands. Lexi snapped him back. Label and load. Priority list now. Vale already had it. She had been making it in her head since the number 40 had entered the room. Garner, Finch, 2 line workers, Pell if she can keep systems alive, Hale, Marta, me, Jonas for ground root knowledge, Evan if he can help hold doors. Claire's face went white. She knew what was not said. Vale continued, each word rougher. Children after production and defense. Then caregivers. Then any remaining dose to mobile staff in command junction. Teddy goes before me, Evan said. No, Claire said at the same time. Evan turned on her. Claire, no. If you get it and live, you can keep him alive. If Teddy gets it and we both fall, what then? He runs through this bunker alone? Teddy looked between them. He was old enough to understand too much and young enough to wish adults would stop saying true things. Mom, he whispered. Claire pressed her forehead to his. You're going to hate this. I hate it too. But we are not spending a dose to make ourselves feel better for 5 minutes. We are spending it so we can get you to the next 5 years. Evan looked like the sentence broke something in him, then put it back wrong. Bob looked down at Lila, then at Nico, then at Vale. Give mine to a kid. Vale's eyes cut to him. You are not on the first list. That makes this less noble and more embarrassing. Marta, even half collapsed, laughed through her nose. Haster, you finally found a way to volunteer for something you were not asked to do. Personal growth is ugly. Lexi loaded the first injector and jabbed it into her own thigh before anyone could argue. She hissed through her teeth, then handed the next to Finch. He froze. He froze. You first, because you are the physician of record. I understand that. But I should monitor reaction before taking one. You should take it so you can keep making them if I drop, Lexi said. This is not Pride Hour. Finch injected himself. One by one, the first doses went in. Not dramatic. No holy light. No instant rescue. Just needles, flinches, pressure pads, names called in a room that smelled of cold steel and fierce sweat. Pell took hers with one hand still inside the wall panel. Hale took his without blinking. Marta cursed so creatively that Bob covered Lila's ears after the third word. Late and useless. Vale injected herself last among the defenders, then tossed the spent tool into a bin that was already overflowing. The hatch gave another brutal shriek. Hale moved to brace it and stopped. His face changed. What? Vale asked. Biggledus. At first I heard nothing but the processor and my own pulse dragging through mud. Then I heard it. Gunfire, but not in our corridor. Farther away, heavy and organized, rolling through the bunker in controlled bursts. Human bursts. Not panic fire. A deep mechanical thud followed. Then another. The floor trembled. Pell looked at her slate, eyes widening. Command Junction rerouted internal drones. Gate 3 Armory is online. They are pushing from Decon 5 toward us. Vale's expression did not soften, but something behind it shifted. How far? 4 corridors. Maybe 6 minutes if they don't get blocked. Bob looked at the hatch. Why is everything 6 or 7 minutes when our doors look like wet cardboard? Because the universe dislikes you specifically, Marta said. I suspected. The first dose did not calm the room. It changed the fear into waiting for a new kind of failure. Lexi watched her own hands for tremor. Finch checked his pulse against the console timer and pretended the rest of us could not see him doing it. The worker with the manual pins sat on the clean side floor and whispered numbers through his mask. Hale flexed his fingers around the pistol grip. Vale rolled her shoulders once and set her face harder. Marta was the first to react. A flush climbed her neck, fast and angry, and sweat broke across her brow. She sucked a breath through her teeth and slammed her head back against the cabinet. Marta, Claire said, I feel like my blood is full of bees. Lexi turned for me. Any lights in your vision? Any voices? Just Hasker breathing like a broken accordion. Bob lifted one hand. My lungs object to this slander. Then she is reacting, not turning, Lexi said. Monitor her temperature. Claire pressed the back of her hand against Marta's cheek, then frowned because hands were no longer good enough for any truth that mattered. Finch tossed a scanner across the yellow line. It skidded, struck Bob's shoe, and spun. Bob picked it up as if it might bite him. Point it at her temple, Finch said. This end? The end without the handle. You could have said shiny end. Just point it. Bob did. The scanner beeped. 101.8. Lexi nodded. That was expected. If she passes 104, tell me. If she starts describing people who are not in the room, tell me faster. Marta opened one eye. If I start seeing people who are not in the room, I am blaming Bob. That feels fair, Bob said. The reaction rolled through the first group in small, mean waves. Hale went pale and sat down before his knees betrayed him. Pell vomited into a wastebag without taking her hand off the slate. Finch's left hand cramped hard enough that Lexi had to pry his fingers straight, and he looked more embarrassed than hurt. Vale's eyes watered, but she kept issuing orders through clenched teeth. Nobody changed. Nobody lunged. Nobody's mind burned out behind the eyes. That was not the same as success, but in that room it felt close enough to make a few people breathe wrong. Finch checked the reaction board and whispered, "It's holding." Lexi heard him. "Say it louder." He swallowed. "The primer response is holding." The words moved through the room in a slow current. Claire closed her eyes. Evan pressed his forehead to Teddy's hair. Sienna made a fist against her mouth. Jonas looked toward the hatch, and for the first time since Mara's name had entered his face, grief did not take up all of him. Then the hatch screamed again and dragged everyone back from the edge of belief. The processor began its second cycle with Blake Carter blood in its feed and the seeds still alive in Chamber 2. The progress bar started again from nothing. I wanted to hate it for going back to the start. Instead, I watched the tiny number climb to 1 and felt something strange move behind my ribs. Not hope exactly. Hope had become too shiny a word. This was smaller and meaner. Refusal, maybe. A dirty little flame that did not care if the wind was stronger. Lexi came back to me with a dose in her hand. "No," I said. "Save it. You are not immune to blood loss, shock, or every other infection in this bunker. This is not only for the virus. It is the stabilizer and immune primer we built around your marker. You get one. I already gave what made it. And now you get to live long enough for that to matter." She injected my thigh before I could argue. Pain spread hot under the skin. Then cold chased it. My heart kicked hard once, like it had struck a wall, and Lexi grabbed my wrist. "Breathe," she said. Slow. "Feels wrong. It is telling your body to prepare for a war it already knows how to fight. It will feel wrong." My skin prickled from scalp to fingers. For one terrifying second, color sharpened at the edge of my vision. The red floor lights became too bright. The processor hum turned into separate threads. I tasted metal so strong it filled my mouth. Then it passed. I sagged against the cabinet. Lexi's hand stayed on my wrist until the count in her head satisfied her. "Still here?" she asked. "Still here." "Good. Keep doing that." The hatch screamed. This time the upper hinge tore loose. The door did not open. The barricade of carts and tanks held it slanted in the frame, but a long gap ripped down the side. Infected fingers slid through, then a face, then another hand. Hale fired. Vale fired. Marta fired until her pistol clicked dry. "Empty," she said. Evan stepped up with a metal rod and struck the first hand hard enough to snap fingers. Jonas grabbed a steel tray and wedged it sideways into the gap. Bob saw what he was doing and shoved his stool under it, grunting with the effort. "This stool has had a bigger character arc than I have," Bob said through clenched teeth. "Push," Jonas snapped. "I am pushing with everything I own." The stool bent. The gap held. Gunfire grew louder outside. So did screams. Not all infected now. Some human. The bunker was fighting its way toward us through its own gut. Pell shouted over the noise. "Drones are 2 corridors out. They need the manufacturing door marked as friendly, or they may flood suppressant through this room. Can you mark it? Can you mark it?" Vale asked. "Trying, but the slate connection is damaged. I need the wall port." The wall port was 3 feet from the hatch. Hale saw it. "Absolutely not." Pell started crawling anyway. Jonas grabbed her sleeve. "Director, if the drones gas this room, line 2 dies." "Maybe we die." "Let go. You cannot crawl into that gap." I was not asking for elegance. Jonas looked at the wall port, then at the hatch, then at the broken shelf in his hands. "Tell me what to plug in." Pell stared at him. "You don't know the protocol." "Then talk fast." She handed him the cable. Her fingers lingered on it a second too long. "Top slot, twinist right. If the light flashes amber, pull and try again. If it turns green, hold until I say. If it turns red, run." "Run where?" "That is why we prefer green." Jonas went. He kept low and moved with the hunched speed of a man crossing open ground under rifles. Hale and Vale fired past him. Evan and Bob held the stool and tray against the gap. Infected fingers raked Jonas's sleeve as he reached the port. He shoved the cable into the top slot. Amber light flashed. "Again!" Pell shouted. He pulled, twisted, shoved. Amber again. A hand caught his collar. Sienna screamed his name. Jonas drove the broken shelf backward over his own shoulder. The hand loosened. He jammed the cable a 3rd time. Green light held. "Hold," Pell shouted. The wall light painted his face sick green. He held the cable with both hands while infected fingers tore at the air inches from his cheek. Hale fired his last pistol round. "Pell," Jonas said, voice tight. Pell's fingers flew over the slate. Almost. The stool snapped. Bob fell backward. The tray slipped. The gap opened wide enough for an infected shoulder. Marta, with no bullets left, lunged from a cabinet and slammed her whole body into the tray. Pain ripped across her face. She stayed there anyway, good arm locked, injured shoulder useless, and bleeding through the wrap. "Any time," she growled. Pell hit the command. Marked friendly. "Jonas, move." Jonas yanked the cable free and threw himself back. A hand caught his boot. Evan smashed it with the rod. Jonas rolled clear as the hatch finally tore open 6 inches more. A drone came around the corner outside. We saw it through the gap for less than a second. Black casing, low body, 2 side rotors whining, muzzle mounted underneath. It swept its light over the infected crowd and opened fire. The noise was not like Hale's rifle. It was a ripping buzz, fast and cold. Bodies outside the hatch jerked and folded. The pressure at the gap vanished as infected turned toward the new heat and motion. Another drone joined it. Then bunker security in sealed masks pushed behind them, firing in bursts, dragging shield panels forward. Vale shouted through the gap. "Manufacturing line 2 has live seed. Do not breach clean side. Repeat, do not breach clean side." A voice answered through a speaker, distorted and beautiful. "Command copies. Hold position." Bob rolled onto his back and laughed like a man 1 breath from crying. I love command now. I take back several private opinions. The security team drove the infected away from the hatch. Not far. Not forever. But far enough. The room did not cheer. We were too tired for cheering. The second batch climbed to 12%. Lexi looked at Finch. Finch looked at the line. Neither smiled. They went back to work because the world was not saved by one doorway held for 1 minute. It was saved by the next minute, and then the next, and then every ugly minute after that. Hours came apart after the drones reached us. First, security sealed the torn hatch from the corridor side with portable plates and foam that hardened into a pale crust. Then a medical team crawled through a temporary sleeve 1 person at a time, bringing saline, clot packs, battery lanterns, and more fear than supplies. They looked at Blake Carter like they had expected a symbol and found a man with shaking hands, gray lips, and blood drying under his fingernails. That was good. Symbols did not bleed enough to make medicine. I did. Lexi kept deciding what the bunker could have and what it could not. She gave them enough blood for batch 3 after 2 bags of fluid and a fight that lasted longer than the draw. She threatened Finch, Vale, and me in the same 5 minutes. Nobody enjoyed it. And everybody listened. The first 48 doses went where Vale had said they would. Production, defense, systems. Then children when the second batch came out strong enough to trust. Teddy took his dose with his eyes on his father. Evan took his with his eyes on Teddy. Claire took hers last among the 3 and did not cry until it was done. Then she turned away so her son would not see, and Bob pretended very loudly to inspect the cracked stool leg he had saved for no reason at all. Lila slapped his hand when her turn came, and he tried to joke through it. "I am helping," Bob said. "You're loud," she told him. "That is one of my known flaws." Nico took his dose without a sound, then leaned into Sienna so hard she had to brace herself against the crate. Sienna kissed the top of his head through her mask and closed her eyes. Marta passed out before her dose and woke angry that nobody had asked permission. Hale told her permission had gone off shift. She told him his face looked stupid. He told her she was probably recovering. Pell stayed awake through all of it. She should not have. Her color was wrong. Her hands trembled. The injured leg had gone stiff beneath the emergency brace. Still, she kept one hand on the slate while command teams retook one corridor, lost another, sealed vents, moved survivors, and turned the bunker from a hiding place into a wounded animal fighting with every tooth it had left. Jonas sat beside her for most of the night. At some point, Sienna brought him water. He took it, nodded once, and did not trust his voice. By morning, if morning meant anything underground, manufacturing line 2 had made 6 small batches. Not enough for the world. Enough for the bunker to stop dying faster than it could think. The infected still held parts of level 1. Gate 2 was lost. Medical Bay 2 was sealed in silence. The arc above us was a dead bright scar in every mind that had watched the screens before they failed. Outside, the ash kept falling. On the surface roads, fever still ran on 2 legs and hungry lungs. The world remained a rotting carcass, and no vial in the bunker could pretend otherwise. But the bunker had the seed. It had the protocol from orbit. It had Lexi's hands, Finch's line, Pell's stubborn systems, Vale's brutal lists, Hale's last bullets, Marta's refusal to fall, Bob's shaking jokes, children still breathing, and my blood making more than anyone should ever ask one body to make. 3 days later, I woke in Isolation Room 3 with a tube in my arm, a blanket over my chest, and Lexi asleep in a chair beside the bed. She looked smaller asleep. Not weak. Never that. Just human in a way the lab had not allowed. Her hair had come loose from its tie. There was a bruise along her jaw I did not remember seeing. Her hands were clean, but the skin around her nails was raw from scrubbing. A monitor ticked beside me. Air moved through a filter in the ceiling with a soft, steady hush. Before Vale arrived, the others came by the glass in pieces, never all at once because the bunker had learned not to put everyone important in the same place unless death forced it. Bob came first with Lila at his side and a paper cup in his hand. The cup had no coffee in it. Coffee was a rumor now. He held it anyway because some habits were stubborn enough to survive the end of the world. "You look like something a truck refused to hit twice," he said through the intercom. "You look popular," I said. Lila stood close to his leg and pretended not to. Her hair had been washed, badly but recently, and a clean bandage crossed one temple. She stared at me for a long time. "Are you the medicine man?" she asked. Bob winced. "We are working on better titles." "No," I said. "I'm just Blake." She considered that, and nodded, as if ordinary names could be trusted more than big ones. Then she lifted one hand to the glass. I lifted mine from the blanket and mashed it on my side. The glass was thick enough that I felt no warmth, only the pressure of wanting to. Bob looked away. "Kids keep doing that. Making normal things devastating. Very rude group. How are you?" I asked. "Terrible, but less dead than expected. I have been assigned to child distraction because apparently panic jokes count as a skill. It always was a skill. You should have told the island evaluators. Maybe I would have gotten special paperwork too." The joke came with a shadow. We both felt it. The tent. The envelope. His anger. Lexi dragging me away while people shouted that I did not deserve a seat off the dying earth. Bob rubbed his thumb along the empty cup. I was wrong back there. You were scared. I was scared and wrong. Those can both be true. I did not know what to do with the apology, so I gave him the only thing I had. "You got the kids here." His face tightened. "We all did. You held them when other people were busy holding doors." Lila leaned into him harder. Bob stared at the ceiling like it had personally offended him. "I hate this conversation," he said. "It is making my face do things." "Then go be useful." "That I can do badly." He left with Lila's hand in his. Claire and Evan came later with Teddy between them. Teddy had a red mark on his thigh from the dose and a serious expression that belonged to someone much older. He wanted to know if the Ark had really been bigger than a football stadium. I told him it had looked big enough to hold the whole future until the future started biting its way through the walls. Claire gave me a look, and I corrected myself by saying it had been very large and badly managed near the end. Teddy accepted that. Children were sometimes better at truth if adults did not polish it too much. Marta did not visit. She sent a message through Hale, who stood outside the glass with one eye swollen and his posture still pretending nothing hurt. "She says you are not allowed to die after making her take that shot," Hale said. "Tell her I respect her terrifying concern. I will shorten it to something she'll tolerate." Pell did not visit either. Lexi said Pell had been sedated after trying to conduct a systems briefing from a gurney while someone stitched her leg. Jonas sat outside her recovery room, not because anyone ordered him to, but because some doors needed a person beside them. By the time the corridor emptied again, I was more tired than I had been before sleeping 3 days. That was when Lexi returned with a fresh chart and the expression of someone who had won 4 fights and expected 6 more before lunch. For a moment, I did not know where the danger was, and that scared me more than seeing it. I shifted. Lexi woke at once. Her eyes snapped open, and her hand went to the injector on the tray before she recognized me. "Bad dream?" I asked. She stared at me for a second, then sank back into the chair. "Bad everything." "How long?" 3 days. "You came in and out." "Mostly out?" You argued once with a nurse about vending machine placement. Important infrastructure. You also called Finch a freezer goblin. That sounds medically plausible. A tiny smile touched her mouth and vanished before it could become too much. I looked toward the glass wall. Nobody was pounding on it. The corridor beyond was guarded by 2 sealed doors and a tired soldier sitting on a stool. A real stool. Not Bob's bent survivor of history. Did it work? I asked. Lexi did not answer quickly, and because she was Lexi, that gave me more comfort than a fast lie. The first doses reduced fever onset in exposed staff, she said. Not perfect. Some reactions were rough. 2 people had seizures and lived. 1 did not. The later batches are cleaner. They are stronger. Finch is insufferable about process improvements, which means he is still useful. The bunker? Holding. Level 1 is half sealed, half cleared. Gate 3 remains ours. Vale is building surface teams. Pell refuses bed rest. Marta is alive and angry. Hale is alive and pretending he isn't relieved. Claire, Evan, and Teddy are together. Sienna has Nico and Lila sleeping in shifts. Bob has somehow become popular with children and deeply uncomfortable with it. I let my eyes close. The relief hurt. It spread through me like pressure against cracked ribs, too big for the space I had left. The world? I asked. Lexi looked toward the ceiling as if she could see through concrete, ash, sky, and the place where the arc used to shine. The world is still out there. We sent the protocol through every ground relay that still answered. Some did. Most didn't. A military farm complex in Idaho copied the sequence. A hospital ship near the Atlantic answered twice, then went quiet, then answered again. 2 island stations confirmed they can start crude production if their lines hold. So it matters. Yes, she said, it matters. The word filled the room carefully, like someone carrying water in cupped hands. I turned my head toward her. Are you okay? She laughed without humor. That is a terrible question. I learned from Bob. Then no, obviously. Are you still with us? That one landed different. She leaned back and rubbed both hands over her face. For a second, I thought she would dodge it too. Then she nodded. Yes, she said. I am still with us. Footsteps approached outside. The soldier in the corridor stood. The door seal cycled, and Commander Vale stepped into the room with a mask hanging at her throat and exhaustion carved into every line of her body. In, Carter, she said. Commander, you look terrible. Everyone keeps complimenting me. She almost smiled. Almost, but not quite. Garner tells me you may live. Garner says many threatening things. That is why I believe her. Lexi stood. He needs rest. He will get it after this. Vale came closer, stopping at the foot of the bed. Surface Team 1 leaves at dusk. Not far. Relay Hill first, then the old highway tower. We have drones, 12 vaccinated guards, 4 medics, and enough doses to set up a forward clean station if the route doesn't collapse under us. Lexi folded her arms. He is not going. I was not asking for him, and it's... I blinked. That is new. Vale looked at me. You already did your part for now. I came because the team asked what message to carry if they reach other survivors. Why ask me? Because your blood started this batch. Because the story will travel faster than the science. Because scared people may listen to a name before they listen to a protocol. I dislike that, but I intend to use it. I stared at the blanket. A faint rust stain marked the edge where someone had missed a spot in the wash. Tell them not to come all at once, I said. Tell them the bunker isn't paradise. Tell them there are rules, because rules keep teeth out of clean rooms. Tell them the shot isn't magic. It doesn't fix the infected. It doesn't make grief smaller. It just gives the living a chance to stay living. Vale listened without writing anything down. And tell them, I said, then had to stop because my throat closed. Tell them we are still here. Vale nodded once. That will do. She left as quietly as she had come. The door had barely sealed behind Vale when the corridor speaker crackled. Lexi reached for the volume out of habit, then paused with her fingers hovering over the control. For 3 days I had slept through whatever the bunker had become. She had listened to all of it, every scream over a channel. Every name moved from active to missing. Every quiet confirmation that another door had held or failed. "You don't have to turn it up," I said. "I do," she said, and did. The speaker hissed. A man's voice came through, clipped by mask static and distance. "Surface Team 1 at Gate 3 inner ramp. Final checks complete. Wind is bad. Ash load heavy. Visibility maybe 30 yards. Another voice answered from command. "Copy that. Dose status? All 12 vaccinated. 2 with mild fever response. Both steady. Drone pair responding. Relay kit sealed. Forward Queen Station packed." Lexi closed her eyes. I could see her counting the risks without wanting to. Dose reaction, ash, infected clusters, bad roads, batteries, human panic. 1,000 small teeth in the plan. The command voice returned. "Surface Team 1, phrase check." The answer came back at once. "Ash settles west. Storage base 6, I thought. The woman with kids in a room full of vent noises. The phrase had survived the night. Maybe she had too. The ramp alarm sounded through the speaker, low and mournful. Metal moved somewhere far above us. Even buried in isolation, I felt the bunker change around that opening. Air pressure shifted. The filter over my bed sighed harder. Lexi's hand found the rail beside me and gripped it. For a moment, no one on the channel spoke. Then outside wind screamed into the microphone. It carried grit with it. I could hear it striking helmets, drones, armor plates, the exposed teeth of a broken world. "Gate 3 exterior open," the team lead said. "Moving." Static ate the next few seconds. I pictured them stepping into ash with vials packed against their chests, each one holding what my body had made and what Lexi had forced into shape with hands that would probably never stop shaking when no one watched. I pictured 12 people walking into a gray world that had learned to chase warmth and sound. Not soldiers in a clean story, just tired humans carrying a cold box and a phrase. "Contact left ridge," someone said. Lexi's fingers tightened on the rail. Drone engaging. A faint burst of fire came through, thinned by distance. Then wind. Then breathing. "Still moving," the team lead said. "Relay hill in sight." The room stayed still around us. Even the soldier outside my door had turned toward the speaker. Across the corridor, someone I could not see began to cry quietly and did not stop. Minutes stretched. The speaker popped again. "Command, relay kit placed. Signal test in progress." Pell's voice came through next, slurred with pain, medicine, and anger. "If you drop that antenna, I will come up there and haunt you alive." A laugh broke across the surface channel, breathless and afraid. "Copy, Director. Nobody wants that." Lexi covered her mouth with one hand. The sound she made was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob. It was something the body did when it had no clean drawer for what it felt. The team lead spoke again. "Relay is live. Broadcasting packet now." A second later, the corridor beyond my room erupted with noise. Not cheering exactly. People were too damaged for that kind of clean release. It was more like air coming back into crushed lungs. A few voices. A table struck by someone's hand. A laugh that cracked apart. Then command cut across it, stern and shaking. "All channels clear. Await external confirmation." We waited. I was so tired I could barely keep my eyes open, but I fought sleep because some moments demanded witnesses. Lexi stood beside the bed, face turned toward the speaker, eyes bright and bruised. The confirmation came as 3 tones and a line of broken speech. "Idaho Farm Complex confirms full packet received. Starting local production. Repeat, starting local production." Lexi sat down hard in the chair. I stared at the ceiling until it blurred. It was not the world saved. Not even close. It was one more place with a chance to make 40 doses, then 400, then maybe enough to send to the next locked door. That was how the end loosened its grip. Not in a blaze. Not with a speech. In ugly little batches, carried through ash by people who were scared and went anyway. Lexi sat back down. Her eyes were wet, though she would have denied it if I had been foolish enough to mention it. "That was almost a speech," she said. "I kept it short. You did not say anything heroic. I am improving." Outside the room, the soldier sat back down on the stool. Somewhere beyond him, carts rolled. Pumps ran. A child laughed once and then hushed, as if joy still needed permission. Farther away, behind layers of sealed doors and concrete, manufacturing line 2 kept working. The sound of it reached me faintly through the wall. A hum. Low, steady, stubborn. I lay there and listened to it until my eyes grew heavy again. Before sleep took me, I thought of the first man stepping off the plane from Peru with fever already burning through him. I thought of cities going blind, ports drowning in screams, an island under drones, a station full of stars and blood, a pod falling through fire, a bunker door almost closing too late. None of it felt clean. None of it felt finished. The final escape had not carried us away from the dead world. It had carried one living chance back into it. And somewhere above the buried room, under a sky stained with ash, people who did not know my name were still running, still hiding, still holding doors with their backs and children with their shaking hands. For the first time since the fever took the world apart, we had something to send them besides a warning. The hum kept going. Lexi's chair creaked beside me. I slept with the sound in my bones.